Then go ahead and be disappointed, Cheng Tianfang snorted. I absolutely won't quit my job. I love this job and it has a great future. Even if we get divorced, I won't quit. You, Shueheng was furious. So in your heart, our marriage isn't as important as your job. My love for you means nothing. Shut up. I never said that, Cheng Tianfang shouted. You clearly mean it, Shueheng yelled. You're my wife, my woman, but you'd rather have a job, even divorce me for it. I'm not asking you to quit. I just want you to focus on family for a while. Once the kids are born and grown, you can work as hard as you want. Cheng Tianfang rolled her eyes. If you don't seize opportunities when they come, do you think they'll wait for you? Is that possible? If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. You can't always have things your way. If you try to please everyone, you'll end up with nothing. Their argument grew louder and louder, waking Liu Ying and even Cheng Tianyuan and his wife. Liu Ying groggily got up, squinting at little Xiao Xin beside her. Seeing the child sleeping soundly, she finally relaxed. She glanced outside and couldn't help but mutter, "What are they arguing about in the middle of the night? Gone for a month and now they come back just to fight?" Autumn came early in the capital, and the nights were already a bit chilly. Liu Ying nudged her husband and whispered, "Did you hear that? Ah Heng and Ah Fang are fighting." Cheng Muhai had come home late and was still very sleepy. He listened for a moment, then shook his head. "Don't worry about young people. Every family has its spats. They'll fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. Why get involved? They'll probably be fine by tomorrow." Liu Ying thought that made sense, so she lay back down. But she didn't expect the young couple's argument to go on, getting louder and louder, with no sign of stopping. Unable to sleep, the old lady simply got up, put on a coat, slipped into her slippers, and went out. She opened the door. Across the hall, her son opened his door too, lights spilling out and illuminating the corridor. Liu Ying squinted and asked, "Ah Yuan, you're awake too?" "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan replied, still half asleep. Then he turned and reminded, "Wife, put on another light jacket like Mom." Sheling yawned and agreed, heading back inside. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "Mom, you should go back to your room. Lingling and I will go see what they're arguing about. You're older now, and Ah Heng might feel embarrassed if you show up. If they say something unpleasant in the heat of the moment, it'll only upset you. Please, just stay here." Liu Ying glanced at the clock on the wall and frowned. It's past 2. They must have nothing better to do. She didn't say yes or no, just closed the door, which was as good as agreeing to her son's suggestion. By then, She Ling had already put on her coat and come out. Cheng Tianyuan pulled the door to and hurried off with her, hand in hand, toward the suite diagonally across. Living so close made it easy to visit, but it also meant there wasn't much privacy. For example, in the middle of a heated argument, the brother-in-law and cousin showed up, so the young couple had to stop fighting and awkwardly go open the door. She Ling frowned and asked, "What's going on? Are you trying to wake up the whole building?" Cheng Tianyuan glared at his sister and said sternly, "You've just come back after a month away and you're already making a scene? Don't you want to live a good life?" Cheng Tianfang had already been upset, and now her big brother was scolding her as soon as he arrived. Her sense of grievance swelled and she quickly burst into tears. Seeing her cry, Shueheng had no choice but to fall silent and mutter, "It's nothing. You two should go back to sleep. It's already past 2. "You know it's past 2? Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. "If you can't agree on something, can't you wait until morning to talk it out? Why argue in the middle of the night?" Shueheng mumbled, "We just can't agree. I wanted to talk calmly, but we couldn't, so we ended up fighting." "What's really going on?" She Ling walked in, grabbed some tissues from the table and handed them to her sister-in-law. Cheng Tianfang cried even harder, her voice low and full of grievance. "Sister-in-law, you don't know. It's so hard being a woman. We have to earn money just like men, and we also have to have children and raise them. Men are supposed to be the backbone of the family, so everything revolves around them. But women have to sacrifice their careers and everything for the family and kids. Why? Just because we're women?" Xue Ling glanced at her cousin, then forced a smile. "It's not that bad. He's an educated man. His thinking isn't that old-fashioned. No, Cheng Tianfang choked out. He's a man, so he thinks that way. It's a flaw all men have. He tells me not to work so hard, to hurry up and have kids while I'm young. But work is so competitive. If I don't seize opportunities, I'll be left behind. I told him just wait half a year, let me get promoted to deputy director, and then we can think about kids. But he won't listen, just keeps saying he can support me, that my job is just a job, nothing important. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look, realizing the root of the argument. He cleared his throat and said, "You two have been married almost 2 years. It really is time to think about having a child. Kids don't just grow up overnight. It takes years. Look at Yang Yang and Ranan. They can go out and play now because Ranan is almost 10 and Yang Yang is nearly 7. Ah Heng is already over 30, and you're 26 or 27. Don't think you're still that young. Some things are better done sooner rather than later." Xue Heng nodded eagerly. "That's what I think too. You can't just have a baby whenever you want. If you keep putting it off, who knows when it'll happen?" Cheng Tianfang huffed. "But I have 2 more training sessions coming up. Can't we just wait half a year? It's not like we're 40 or 50. Why the rush? You're busy. I'm busy. If we have a kid now, can we even handle it?" "What's there to worry about?" Xue Heng said quietly. "Didn't I just say? My mom can retire at the end of the year. She was going to retire early, but the hospital asked her to stay, so she postponed it. We're busy, but we have the elders to help. Ling Ling doesn't have to take care of the kids herself. Most of the work is done by the elders and Aunt Chun. Things will work out. What are you so worried about?" Cheng Tianfang snapped. "What am I worried about? Of course you don't have to worry. You're not the one who has to be pregnant for 10 months, stuck with a big belly, having to make compromises and adjustments at work." Xue Heng looked to Cheng Tianyuan for help. "Brother, you see her attitude. I really can't not argue with her." Cheng Tianyuan stayed silent. Xue Ling had to step forward and comfort Cheng Tianfang. "Don't be so anxious. You've only been at the TV station for a little over a year, and you've already been promoted to team leader. That shows you're capable, and your bosses appreciate you." Cheng Tianfang, eyes red, said softly, "Sister-in-law, it hasn't been easy for me either. It's a whole new work environment, not even my field of study. Even if my colleagues are friendly, I have to rely on myself. I'm not short of money. The bakery makes me a few hundred a month even when business is bad, which is more than my salary. But I have to move up while I'm young. In the workplace, if you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. It's like rowing upstream. If you don't paddle hard, you'll only drift backward." "I understand," Xue Ling said gently. "But you really don't need to be so tense. Afang, you're putting too much pressure on yourself. Being so stressed will only lower your work efficiency. And too much stress can also affect your ability to conceive. There's a time for everything, and you can plan, but you can't control every detail. Plans never keep up with changes. Try to relax. Work when you need to, train when you need to, and if you get pregnant, then just cancel the out-of-town training and focus on work here. When the baby's almost due, the TV station will give you maternity leave, and you can rest at home." "Exactly," Xue Heng quickly agreed. "Don't overplan, and don't talk about birth control. Just let things happen naturally. If you don't get pregnant, I won't pressure you, right? But using birth control really isn't good for you. You know those things can harm your body." Cheng Tianfang shot him a cold glare and huffed. "You make it sound so nice now, but what were you yelling at me just a moment ago? Why don't you dare say those things in front of my brother and sister-in-law?" Xue Heng mumbled, "I was just worked up. It doesn't count. I don't even remember what I said." Cheng Tianyuan wasn't the type to harp on people's faults. He said calmly, "Afang, don't make a fuss." Cheng Tianfang had always been a little afraid of her big brother, so she didn't dare say anything, just sat there with a sullen face. Xue Heng grinned apologetically. "Sorry for making you come over in the middle of the night." "We're family, what are you talking about?" Xue Ling said. "Go pour some water, you both must be thirsty after all that arguing. Have some water and get some sleep." Xue Heng said, "Wait here, I'll go to the kitchen." Xue Ling sat down beside Cheng Tianfang and said quietly, "Afang, look at your kitchen. You've lived here for a while now. Have you ever cooked a meal yourself? Chung Tianfang was taken aback, then shook her head. Ever since she married Xue Heng and moved in, she'd eaten at her parents' place for breakfast and dinner and had lunch at the work canteen. When she went out for training, she didn't have to cook either. Chung Tianyuan frowned and asked in a low voice, "How would you rate yourself as a wife?" Ah Heng doesn't know how to cook, and you do, but you don't. He's always busy, sometimes even busier than you. When you go away for training, you're gone for a month at a time and he stays at the factory. Think about it. You're married now. You have your own family, and you need to have a sense of responsibility for it. Your job is important, but so is your family. Look at this place. The floor is covered in dust. Has he ever blamed you? No. When he comes home, he helps clean up too, but he's just too busy to keep up. Have you ever thought about how much you've contributed to this home? Chung Tianfang fell silent, not daring to speak. Chung Tianyuan continued. He's the man. He earns money, bought the house and the car, even your car. Whatever you need, he buys it. Whatever the family needs, he pays for it. You say your job is important, your career and your income matter. But have you ever asked yourself where your money goes? It all goes into your own pocket, right? You've never contributed to the household. Chung Tianfang lowered her head and nodded. Chung Tianyuan gave a cold laugh. So why should he have to fully support your career and ambitions? The less you give, the less you get. Have you ever asked yourself what you're working for? Why do you want promotions and raises? Chung Tianfang was at a loss for words. Chung Tianyuan said seriously, "If you can't figure out what you really want, what's most important to you, you'll just keep making mistakes." Xue Ling quickly tugged at her husband's sleeve and said softly, "All right, that's enough." Chung Tianyuan sighed. "Your career is important, but it's just a job. You earn money for your life, for your family. If you ignore your family, what's the point of earning money? You should work hard at your career, but family is your lifelong happiness. It should come first. Right now, you don't have kids yet, and the elders are still healthy and able to work. This is the easiest time for your family. If you're still dissatisfied now, what will you do in the future? When you have young kids and aging parents to care for, and you're not young anymore, how will you handle it all?" Xue Ling took Chung Tianfang's hand and said gently, "Your brother's words are a bit blunt, but he has a point. You've done really well at the TV station this past year, which is why you got promoted so quickly. That's recognition from your boss. You can keep working for more promotions in the future. There's no need to rush. That can be planned step by step, but having a child isn't something you can plan so precisely. You're still young, I know, but getting pregnant isn't always as easy as you think. Before I had Xiaoxin and Xiaocheng, I was super busy, always at the mall, under a lot of stress. I didn't get pregnant for a long time, even though we weren't using birth control. Some things just can't be planned out step by step, so don't try to force it." "Exactly," Chung Tianyuan added. "Taking birth control is bad for your health. If it harms your body, it'll be even harder to have kids later. Medicine can help, but who knows what the future holds. Right now, your in-laws are still healthy and can help with the kids. If you wait until you're satisfied with your career and then have a child, by then the elders might be old and need your care, and you'll have a young child and a job to juggle. How will you balance it all? Have you thought about that?" Chung Tianfang's eyes were red as she shook her head. Xue Ling said softly, "Don't cry. It's not a big deal. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Go to work, eat well, sleep well. When it comes to kids, just let things happen naturally. Don't rush, don't avoid, and don't stress." "Okay," Chung Tianfang choked out. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, brother." At that moment, Xue Heng still hadn't come back. Chung Tianyuan went to the kitchen and saw him standing by the electric kettle waiting for the water to boil. Xue Heng apologized. "There's no water in the thermos. I'm boiling some now." Chung Tianyuan stood at the kitchen door and said, "Look at you two. What kind of life are you living? Imagine if you didn't have the elders' help, or if we didn't live so close. What would you do then?" Xue Heng gave an embarrassed smile. Chung Tianfang had no answer. Xue Ling shrugged and smiled. "Good thing we live nearby." "But it can't always be like this. Cheng Tianyuan said. My parents will get old, and so will Uncle Zhelan and Auntie. You two need to learn to manage your own little family first, then you can take care of the bigger family. If you don't prepare now, you'll be at a loss when something happens in the future. Xue Heng nodded quickly in agreement. Cheng Tianfang got up and went to the kitchen to help wash the cups. Xue Heng hurried to help. The tension between them had faded. Though things weren't quite sweet yet, they were clearly better. All right, Cheng Tianyuan said, taking Xue Ling's hand. Who knows how long we'd have to wait for your water to boil. We've got water at home. Let's go back, have a drink, and get some sleep. You two should get some rest too. Xue Heng watched them leave before closing the door. Cheng Tianfang wiped her hands and said softly, The water's not even boiled yet. Just wait a bit, Xue Heng said gently. You go back to the room first. When the water cools a little, I'll bring it in for you. Cheng Tianfang, eyes still red, walked out and hugged him around the waist. I'm sorry. I've been so focused on work that the house is a mess. There isn't even any water to drink. I just kept arguing with you, venting my anger and stress. Xue Heng chuckled softly and stroked her hair. I was wrong too. I got too worked up. The house is my responsibility too, and I haven't done my part. Cheng Tianfang said quietly, Let's both do better from now on. Xue Heng kissed her forehead and said softly, Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Work isn't something that happens overnight. Look at my parents. They worked for decades before they got their titles and positions. When I was little, they were just ordinary doctors. You have to take it step by step, no need to rush. Cheng Tianfang buried her head in his shoulder and nodded hard. Early the next morning, after washing up, Cheng Tianyuan saw that his wife and young son were still sound asleep, so he went across the hall to help with breakfast. Cheng Muhai was simmering millet porridge, while Liu Ying was making meat buns. Xiaoxin woke up around 5 for some milk, then fell back asleep. I changed her diaper and now she's sleeping like a log, Liu Ying reported. Cheng Tianyuan glanced into the room, then stepped back out. Seeing that his father didn't need help, he sat down to help his mother make buns. Liu Ying gave a little snort and asked, What were the young couple fighting about last night? Did you scold them? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Nothing serious. It's impossible for a couple to live together without the occasional argument. I said a few words and told them to get some sleep. They're both reasonable people. There's nothing to get hung up on. Liu Ying gave a wry smile and shook her head. They've been apart for a month, and instead of being all lovey-dovey when they get back, they're up in the middle of the night fighting? Honestly. Don't get too involved, Cheng Muhai said quietly. It's their business. We can give some advice, but that's enough. If they need our help, we'll help. If not, just pretend we don't know anything. Liu Ying scoffed. Me? Get involved? I can't be bothered with that girl. What kind of talk is that? Cheng Muhai retorted. Who curses their own daughter like that? First thing in the morning talking about life and death? Liu Ying huffed. You don't know, do you? That girl's been out for training almost every day for the past 6 months. Her mother-in-law is understanding, always calling to remind her to take care of herself and study hard. Do you know what she said to me yesterday? She said her mother-in-law is too naggy, that a single phone call can last half an hour, going on and on. That girl is just too much. She takes the elders' concern for granted, even finds it annoying. That really is out of line, Cheng Muhai said seriously. She's had it too easy, hasn't she? Living close to her parents, coming over for meals every day, even bringing her husband along. Her in-laws both work, so she doesn't have to look after them. She's got it too easy saying things like that. Good thing I didn't hear it, or I might have slapped her. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. All right. Maybe she was just joking and didn't mean anything by it. She's your daughter. You know her best. She just says things without thinking, but she's not a bad person. Still, she shouldn't disrespect her elders, Liu Ying insisted. After all, they're Ah Heng's parents. Her in-laws are always so understanding, never say a bad word about her and treat her so well. It's your sister's fault. Your dad's right. She's had it too easy. Too many people spoil her, and now she's gotten arrogant. Cheng Tianyuan understood that his sister was acting spoiled because she was so well loved, and nodded. I'll talk to her when I get the chance. She probably didn't mean anything by it, so don't take it to heart. Chung Muhai urged his son. You make sure to talk to her. Liu Ying pouted. I can't be bothered with her. She's the type who can't be spoiled too much. Just then, they heard Auntie Ju Achun's voice outside, instructing her son, and then she came in. She greeted everyone and went to wash her hands before helping out. Chung Muhai smiled and asked, You and your son already had breakfast? We did, Ju Achun replied. I made porridge early and a couple of pancakes. Xiao Tietu said he wanted to go downstairs to help with cleaning, so I told him to listen to Director Liao. Chung Tianyuan asked curiously, Why is he helping with cleaning? Aren't there enough workers downstairs? Ju Achun explained. Auntie Chin, who's in charge of the East Wing, got sick a few days ago, so Director Liao told her to go home and rest, and had others fill in. Then, the day before yesterday, old Chen, who's in charge of the West Wing, twisted his ankle and had to take leave too. Director Liao didn't want to bring in too many new people at once, so he's been handling both areas himself. Xiao Tietu saw this and went to help. It's just sweeping and mopping, he can handle it. Director Liao can't do it all alone, so he's glad for the help. Xiao Tietu is such a hard-working kid, Liu Ying said with a smile. He studies at night, helps out downstairs during the day, and even helps with meals. With a son like that, you're sure to have a blessed old age. Ju Achun smiled shyly. He still needs to study hard. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, I'll mention it to my wife. If they're short-staffed, maybe they can hire a backup. No need, Ju Achun said. There are still enough workers. I've worked there, so I know. If there are too many people, it's easy for everyone to shirk responsibility. Director Liao is very good at managing the staff. If he says it's not needed, then it's not needed. Madame is busy enough already. No need to trouble her with this. Chung Tianyuan nodded and said quietly, Mainly, Director Liao also has to help collect rent. At the start and end of each month, he's busy for at least 10 days. Ju Achun smiled. Xiao Tietu can help out. He works as hard as any adult. Exactly, Liu Ying added. He's so efficient, much better than your useless sister. Ju Achun was a bit embarrassed and said softly, You're too kind, madam. Miss Cheng is an intellectual. She does technical work. Xiao Tietu just does manual labor, sweeping and mopping, that's all. But that's real work, Liu Ying said. Every household needs to sweep and mop, needs to clean. She only cares about her job and leaves all the housework behind. That's what I can't stand about her. Ju Achun tried to smooth things over. Maybe she's just too busy. When she's away for training for a month at a time, it's hard to keep up at home. Business trips are one thing, Liu Ying said with a wry smile. But even when she's not away, the house is a mess. She used to be diligent, but now she's getting lazier. Ju Achun chuckled. It's fine. It's just the two of them now. Life is simple. When she becomes a mother, she'll have to be more diligent. While she's young, it's understandable to slack off a little now and then. That won't do, Liu Ying said. I've already told her brother. He has to give her a good talking to. Life is easy now. But what about when there are kids and elderly to care for? If she's this lazy now, it'll be chaos later. You can't be lazy. Once you start, there's no saving you. It's a bit blunt, but it's true, Chung Muhai agreed. Once you get lazy, all sorts of problems start. Even your heart can go bad. My cousin Ah Chang's daughter-in-law is like that. She's lazy, doesn't work, just eats and does nothing. Over time, she only cares about herself. When you get selfish, your character goes bad. Chung Tianyuan said quietly. Uncle Chang is back now, so don't talk about him too much. He only has one son. Who else would he care for? He's happy to give his money to his son, no one's forcing him. You can't blame him for that. I'm not saying he shouldn't care for his son, Chung Muhai sighed. I just think he should save a little for himself. He's over 70. How long can he stay healthy? Every winter his limbs ache. Luckily, you put in heating in the small house so he can be comfortable. But can he avoid getting sick forever? Can he keep working forever? He needs to save some money, or who will take care of him if he gets sick? If Tianshuan were reliable, would he still be working in the capital at his age? Chung Tianyuan couldn't argue with that. That's something he needs to be persuaded about. But he says for minor aches and pains, he'll just bear it. If he gets seriously ill, he'd rather just die than burden anyone. Hearing that just makes me sad, Cheng Muhai said. Hearing this, Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said quietly, "That won't do. Next time I'm at the warehouse, I'll have a word with him. A few days ago, Uncle Old Chen asked if everyone could get a 10 yuan raise per month. I think it's reasonable. The cost of living in the capital has gone up, and wages have risen accordingly. 10 yuan per person isn't much, so let's add it." Cheng Muhai thought for a moment and said to his son, "How about this? Don't pay a Chang his wages on time every month. Hold back 2 months' worth. Since his food and lodging are covered, he just saves his wages anyway. If he ever gets sick, you can make him go to the hospital and use that money for treatment." Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. "Don't overthink it. If he really gets sick, I can cover the cost. He earned that money, so it's not right to withhold it." "Exactly," Liu Ying reminded. "It's not just Uncle Cheng, there's also Old Chen. You have to treat everyone the same, no special treatment, or who knows what Uncle Chang might think." Fine, Cheng Muhai said, shaking his head. "Just do what you think is best. We can't control everything." Ju Achun brought the millet porridge to the table and smiled. "Some things really aren't worth overthinking. Life changes faster than you can plan for." Just then, little Xiao Xin's babbling came from the bedroom. Cheng Tianyuan quickly washed and dried his hands. "I'll go check on Xiao Xin." Ju Achun hurried off to help make more buns. Liu Ying explained, "There's only a little dough left. At most 3 or 4 buns." "I'll go get the steamer ready," Ju Achun said. "Good," Liu Ying replied. "It's hot today, so once they're shaped, they can go straight in. The ones in the corner were made first. Start steaming those." Cheng Tianyuan came out holding Xiao Xin. The little one was still sleepy, but giggled as she clung to her dad's neck. Ju Achun said fondly, "Our Xiao Xin really is a cheerful little girl." Liu Ying laughed. "Of course, she knows she's the lucky one. With so many boys in the family and only one girl, of course she's the most spoiled." Cheng Muhai quickly washed his hands. "Here, let me hold her. You go get her some water. Once the porridge cools, she can have some." No! Xiao Xin's chubby little hands pushed Grandpa's hands away. Cheng Muhai looked surprised and a bit hurt. "Why don't you want Grandpa? Grandpa loves you the most." Xiao Xin just giggled and clung tightly to her dad's arm. Liu Ying shook her head. "They say daughters are always closest to their dads. So true." So Grandpa went to get water, and Dad fed her himself. After drinking, Dad took her to wash her face and hands, then brought her back to join everyone for millet porridge. Just then, Shui Ling came in with Xiao Chong. She was already dressed, and Xiao Chong had washed up and had some water. "Daddy!" Xiao Chong called, reaching for Cheng Tianyuan. No! Xiao Xin immediately protested, angrily swatting at her brother's hand. Everyone burst out laughing. All Xiao Xin can say besides Mama and Papa is no. But honestly, that's all she needs. Xiao Xin claimed her spot in Daddy's arms, grinning triumphantly. Shi Ling rolled her eyes. "Achun, take her and feed her some porridge. Her dad can feed Xiao Chong. The more you let her have her way, the more she'll think she can always get it." Cheng Tianyuan didn't dare go against his wife's orders, so he handed Xiao Xin to Achun. At first, Xiao Xin was reluctant, but Achun quickly coaxed her with some breadcrumbs. With food in hand, she soon forgot about losing her dad to her brother and munched away happily. The whole family enjoyed a cheerful breakfast. Shui Ling had things to do, so after eating, she hurried back to the main factory. Cheng Tianyuan had to pick up goods at the train station, so he drove off as well. It wasn't until nearly 9 that Shui Heng hurried in for breakfast. "Dad, Mom, Achun, morning!" Liu Ying pulled the steamer off the stove and frowned. "It's almost 9. Still calling it morning?" Shui Heng grinned sheepishly. Achun, holding Xiao Xin, smiled. "Go wash your hands and eat. There's water on the table." Cheng Muhai, holding Xiao Chong, poured him a cup of water. Shui Heng thanked him, took the cup, and held Xiao Chong's chubby hand, playing with him. Liu Ying couldn't help but ask, "Where's Afang? Still not up?" Shui Heng glanced around and said quietly, We argued last night and went to bed late. She's been traveling a lot lately, so I told her to sleep in. Liu Ying snorted. You'll spoil her sooner or later. She Heng didn't dare say anything, just lowered his head and ate. The millet porridge was soft and sweet, the meat buns fluffy and fragrant. He ate 3 bowls of porridge and 4 buns before he was finally full. Chung Muhai said gently, If you're busy, go ahead. Will you be back for dinner? She Heng smiled. I will. There are a few more managers at the factory now, so I don't have to stay late every night. Now that Afang's back, I should spend more time with her. He wiped his mouth, said goodbye, and hurried off to work. Achun handed Jiaoxin to Liu Ying, then went to clear the table and put the steamer away, leaving the porridge to stay warm on the stove. Mr. Shui is really considerate of his wife. No matter how busy he is, he makes time for her when she's home, Achun said. Liu Ying shook her head and snorted. That girl still finds so much to complain about. I really don't get her. Chung Muhai said quietly, All right. Bring Jiaoxin over to play in the living room. While the sun's not too strong, go to the market and buy some meat and vegetables. We'll need more tonight with Aheng, Afang, and Lingling all here. Oh, right, Liu Ying said. My in-laws and Zhilan are coming tonight too. They both caught colds a while back, so we haven't seen them in over 2 weeks. They said since Afang's back, they want to visit. Then buy 2 more pounds of beef, Chung Muhai reminded her. We'll make braised beef this afternoon, and prepare some rice cakes or veggie dumplings. Jilan loves those. Liu Ying nodded and headed downstairs with her shopping basket. At the start of every month, Chenlan would go to the post office to wire over the previous month's photo studio earnings. Cheng Tianyuan would collect the money, no matter how much, and hand it to his parents to manage the household meals. Liu Ying and Chung Muhai knew the younger generation worked hard, so they always made sure to buy plenty of meat and vegetables, never letting anyone go hungry. The photo studio's income was usually more than enough, sometimes with 300 or 400 left over each month, sometimes a bit less. The old couple saved whatever was left, just in case. As for the rent from Wang Jiangyuan Phases 1 and 2, Chen Min handled the collection and management, sending it over every 2 months, directly into Xue Ling's account. The pig farm's income was also steady. Every time pigs were sold, the accounts and remittance would be sent over, and Sister Jinhua would call Xue Ling to report. At noon, Cheng Tianyuan was playing with the 2 kids in the living room when the phone rang across the hall. He quickly asked his parents to watch the children and hurried over to answer. Hello? Who's calling? A familiar voice came through. Yuan? Is that you? It's Liu Xiaoyu. Hearing the anxious tone, Cheng Tianyuan quickly replied, Yes, Boss Liu, it's me, Yuan. Liu Xiaoyu had originally planned to stay in the capital, but his kids and wife all wanted him to come home. The main issue was that it was hard to transfer the kids' school registrations. None of them had local household registration in the capital, and transferring schools was expensive and complicated. So, Liu Xiaoyu had no choice but to return to Rongcheng. After Liu Xiaoyu returned to Rongcheng, he discovered that his wife and brother-in-law's pig farm was doing extremely well. Just the share his wife received each month was over 2,000 yuan. He immediately decided to join his wife in the farming business. They expanded the pig farm, raising an additional 100 pigs, increasing the scale and making even better profits. Over the past 2 years, Liu Xiaoyu bought 2 more apartments, a new car, and a truck for transporting pigs. His eldest son and daughter were both attending university in the provincial capital, and the 2 younger ones were in high school. Life was getting better and better. He would occasionally call Cheng Tianyuan for a chat, or ask Xue Ling about this or that. But today, his anxious tone was a first. Cheng Tianyuan sensed something was wrong and quickly said, Is something up? Don't be nervous, just tell me slowly. Liu Xiaoyu, breathing heavily, explained, There's an outbreak of swine fever here in Rongcheng. Most of our pigs have died. Cheng Tianyuan was shocked. Did you call a vet? You have to get a veterinarian. Liu Xiaoyu replied, Of course we did, but it didn't solve the problem. Just yesterday, over 200 pigs died. We followed the vet's advice. cleaned and disinfected the other pigsty, and moved the remaining pigs over. But over the past few days, more than 500 pigs have died in total. It looks like there will be more. We're really worried. We've tried everything, but nothing has worked. Don't panic. Just follow the vet's instructions for now, Cheng Tianyuan said. We're all able to handle some risk now, so don't lose your head. Liu Xiaoyu asked, Is your sister-in-law there? Please let her know. The losses this time will be serious. Cheng Tianyuan quickly reassured him. I'll tell her. She's at the main factory right now, very busy every day. She probably won't be back until evening. Liu Xiaoyu said quietly, Some people from the countryside came to buy the pork, but I didn't dare sell it. My wife said if they want it, just sell it and make up a little money. But I don't think it's right. What if someone passes off this pork as good meat and people get sick? We can forego the money, but we can't risk people's lives. The swine fever came so suddenly, and so many pigs died in just a few days. Who knows what would happen if people ate the meat? We can't take that risk. Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. You're absolutely right. If you sell questionable pork and someone gets sick, your farm will be held responsible. Contact the agricultural authorities and ask how to properly dispose of the dead pigs. Don't be tempted by a little money and end up doing something harmful. Right, we're not the type to make money at any cost, Liu Xiaoyu said. I already turned them away and told them to wash up and change clothes before leaving. Swine fever can spread to other pigs, so we can't be careless. Cheng Tianyuan said, Just do your best. The rest can wait. Liu Xiaoyu said quietly, My wife said last month's profits haven't been split yet. With so many pigs lost, we'll need to buy more piglets. We should save the money for that, and if it's not enough, we'll have to add more. No problem, Cheng Tianyuan said. But don't buy any piglets for now. Swine fever is contagious. We don't even know if the pigs you moved will survive, so just wait for now. But, Liu Xiaoyu said softly, it takes time to raise a new batch. If we wait, we might lose all our income for the second half of the year. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. We just have to wait. Don't rush. All right, Liu Xiaoyu said. Let's get through this first. Cheng Tianyuan added, If you need extra money, just let me know and I'll transfer it right away. Chen Min always has our rental income. If you're short, you can take some from there, however much you need. No rush, Liu Xiaoyu said. If I need it, I'll let you know. After hanging up, Cheng Tianyuan went back to look after the kids. That evening, Shui Ling came home, exhausted. I'm going to shower first. I spent all afternoon in the warehouse and I'm drenched with sweat. Cheng Tianyuan, holding Xiao Chong, waited outside the bathroom, chatting with her. Shui Ling said, Don't rush to make up the losses. There's no need to panic. Swine fever is a disease. You can't be careless. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Liu Xiaoyu said there's swine fever not just in Rongcheng, but even in the provincial capital. All the slaughterhouses are being strictly controlled. Unless the pigs are lively and healthy, they won't slaughter them. There are lots of people wanting pork, but not much for sale. The price has already gone up by a yuan per jin, and it'll probably get even higher. Scarcity drives up prices, Shui Ling said. That's just how it is. Cheng Tianyuan said, Liu Xiaoyu wants to go out and buy pigs to sell. He thinks he could make a lot of money. I told him not to overthink it. Transporting pigs is a skill. If you don't do it right, you could lose money. Shui Ling laughed. Why not contact Sister Chen in Shanyu? Pork prices are lower over there than in Rongcheng. If you can ship pigs by water, you might really make a profit. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I don't know anything about pig farming, and shipping by boat takes experience. Pigs aren't just cargo. You can't just load them into a hold. You need special ships and equipment. Just ask, Shui Ling said. There are all kinds of boats on the southern islands. Maybe there's something suitable. If there is, have Liu Xiaoyu handle the receiving. Let Shanyu help buy pigs and load them. Split the profits, and it could be a good business. Right now, so many cities around the provincial capital and Rongcheng are short on pork. If you ship a few batches over and sell at a fair price, you could make a quick profit. Cheng Tianyuan was intrigued. As soon as Shui Ling finished her shower, she saw that Xiao Chong had been left to crawl around the living room while Dad was already on the phone with Shan Yu. She smiled helplessly and took her son next door. Cheng Tianfang called out in delight, Sister-in-law, come quick! Xiao Xin just stood up from a squat all by herself. Dad says she might be walking soon. Xue Ling laughed happily and encouraged Xiao Chong to try too. But Xiao Chong, a bit chubby, just plopped down and didn't try to stand. Xiao Xin saw her brother and crawled over, babbling away. Who knows what she said, but the two of them started crawling toward the door. Cheng Tianfang quickly scooped them back. Oh no, too heavy. Xue Ling saw and quickly took Xiao Xin. Liu Ying rolled her eyes and snorted. The two kids together are just over 30 Jin, and look at you. If you don't use your arms, you'll be useless soon. Cheng Tianfang didn't dare talk back. Liu Ying lowered her voice and explained to Xue Ling. This lazybones slept until after 11. We were about to have lunch when she finally came for breakfast, so I scolded her. The house hadn't been cleaned in a month. It was filthy. She couldn't manage it herself, so she called Achun to help. Achun and I swept and mopped for over 2 hours before it was done. Xue Ling chuckled softly. Mom, she just got back from training. She must be tired from the trip. If you can help, just help her out. There's nothing urgent this afternoon anyway. Liu Ying shook her head helplessly. No, she's gotten way too lazy. I have to say something. Cheng Tianfang giggled. Mom, I finally get to stay home for 3 days. Give me a break, will you? Liu Ying ignored her. A little while later, Xue Jilian and Mrs. Chen came back, carrying bags and packages. Both looked a bit thinner, especially Mrs. Chen, whose complexion still wasn't great. Liu Ying frowned with concern. Still not fully recovered? I'm fine now, Mrs. Chen explained. But the coughing kept me from sleeping well, so I lost my appetite. A few days of poor sleep and eating, and I lost some weight. Oh well, I'll just treat it as a diet. At my age, I really shouldn't be too heavy anyway. You were never heavy to begin with, Liu Ying sighed. Now that you're better, you need to eat more and get your strength back. That's why I'm here. Mrs. Chen pointed to a bag of mushrooms. A colleague went home and picked these. Wild mountain mushrooms, very fragrant and tasty. It's enough that you came. Why bring so much? Liu Ying said. If you're better, go home and rest. Come here for meals. I'll make more nutritious food to help you recover. All right, Mrs. Chen replied with a smile. We've already brought our clothes back. It's livelier at home and we really missed you all. Xue Jilian and Cheng Muhai had already agreed to play chess after dinner. He looked at Cheng Tianfang and frowned. In-law, you should make sure Fang eats well too. She's been away for a while, probably had a tough time and looks thinner. Cheng Tianfang smiled. Dad, it's fine. Young people can afford to be a little thin. Mrs. Chen took her hand and smiled. It's better to be a bit plump. According to the WHO, people who are slightly plump are the healthiest and live the longest. We don't want to be fat, but a little fullness looks better. Exactly, Liu Ying agreed. Skinny as a stick isn't attractive at all. Xue Ling came over with Xiao Xin, greeting everyone warmly. Xue Jilian exclaimed, Wow, our Xiao Chong can walk now? Amazing! He bent down to pick up the little one, only to realize it was Xiao Xin. Oh dear, Uncle's getting old and can't see straight. Mistook our little girl for her brother. Xiao Xin looked at him curiously, reached out, and gave his face a playful swipe. He laughed. No grabbing the glasses. Without them, Uncle really can't see you. Mrs. Chen picked up Xiao Chong and played with him happily. Cheng Tianfang went to the kitchen to help set the table, and Xue Ling joined her. Zhu Chun had already finished cooking and explained, The rice cakes and dumplings are in the steamer, and there's a big fish that needs a while longer to steam. Let's take out the rice cakes and dumplings first, Xue Ling suggested. Zhu Chun nodded. Let everyone start eating. I'll bring out the rest as it's ready. The beef is cooling outside, just needs to be sliced. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan arrived. With his help, 2 plates of dumplings, 2 plates of rice cakes, and some zongzi were quickly brought out. Hey, how come there are zongzi? Xue Ling asked. Zhu Chun blushed. Xiao Tietu was craving them, so I made some. I made over 20 this afternoon and brought 8 for you. My skills aren't great, so just make do. At that moment, a voice called from outside. It was Zheng Sanyuan. He waved a small bag at everyone. They quickly invited him in to eat. He shook his head with a wry smile. I'm just here to grab some clothes. I have to catch a bus south in half an hour. There was a problem with a shipment. The driver got detained and the goods were seized. I need to take the paperwork and go sort it out. Can't stay for dinner, but I'll be back in 3 days at most, and then I'll come for a drink. Ju Ah-chun quickly packed 2 zongzi and some dumplings in a lunchbox for him. If you get hungry on the road, you'll have something to eat. Zheng Sanyuan was surprised, then grinned widely. Thank you, Ah-chun. Thanks, everyone. He waved and hurried off. Cheng Tianfang nudged Xue Ling and whispered, Sister-in-law, I think Ah-chun is pretty nice to Uncle Zheng. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows in surprise, then smiled. Don't overthink it. If it's true, that's great. But maybe it's just neighborly kindness. By the way, where's Ah Heng? Cheng Muhai asked. Did you save some for him? He loves rice cakes. There's a small plate left in the steamer, Ju Ah-chun replied. Xue Jilian smiled. He's probably still busy. Let's start. Everyone began eating. Ju Ah-chun had already eaten, so she played with Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong in the living room, tossing a ball and watching TV. Mrs. Chen asked, Ling Ling, are you still making the denim line? It must be autumn styles now, right? Yes, Xue Ling replied. In another week, we'll start on winter clothes, denim jackets and thick jeans. Denim's so stiff I doubt it's warm enough for winter, Mrs. Chen said. Xue Ling laughed. The designer added a layer of fleece inside, very soft. Young people will love it. It's perfect for the South, where winters aren't too cold. Here, of course, you still need thick cotton pants. Lots of orders from the South? Xue Jilian asked. Ah, Heng said business is booming. Pretty busy, Xue Ling nodded. Looks like we won't get a long break for New Year's again this year. If we get a week off, that'll be lucky. Mrs. Chen praised. You're making a fortune this year, Ling Ling. I'll treat everyone to a feast every day at New Year's, Xue Ling said with a laugh. Mrs. Chen nodded eagerly. Wonderful. If your parents come back, it'll be even livelier. They'll be back next weekend, Cheng Muhai explained. Renan's starting school. That's great, Xue Jilian said happily. Xue Ling added, they'll stay here for 2 or 3 months, then head to the southern island for winter. How nice, Mrs. Chen said enviously. That's real retirement. You can do it too, Liu Ying said. Mrs. Chen smiled wryly. I have 2 sons. I have to help both with their kids. Hopefully when the kids are older, we can take them traveling, just relax and enjoy life. Xue Jilian smiled. Don't worry, you'll get there. Xue Ling thought of Zheng Xiaoyi and Shi Huan and couldn't help but smile to herself. If those 2 really get together, it'll be years before anything happens. By the time the kids are grown, it'll be another 7 or 8 years, at least a decade. The road is long. After everyone finished eating, Ju Ah-chun and Liu Ying quickly cleaned up. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan helped too. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong went downstairs for a walk with a few elders. Just then, Xue Heng came back, looking exhausted. Cheng Tianfang quickly brought out the leftovers and a plate of rice cakes for him. Xue Heng smiled. Thanks, honey. Cheng Tianfang beamed. Cheng Tianyuan, sweeping the floor, couldn't help but tease. It was Mom who made the rice cakes, not your wife. Xue Heng grinned. Mom's not here. I'll thank her later. At that moment, the phone rang across the hall. Cheng Tianyuan handed the broom to Xue Ling and hurried over. A moment later, he returned with a smile. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. What's up? Did you get an answer? Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Shan Yu said he found an old ship just for transporting pigs. It can hold over 200. I told him the price in Rongcheng, and he immediately said this business will make money. He's going to buy pigs and load the ship tomorrow. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Shan Yu's that eager? Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan replied. He said he's going to look for pig farms tomorrow. Apparently he knows some people in the business. Xue Ling thought for a moment, finding it a bit odd. Is he still supplying you with goods? What about the tissue business? No more deliveries, Cheng Tianyuan said. It's been half a month since the last one. He didn't explain anything? No, Chung said. He just said he couldn't get raw timber, so the factory can't operate for now. Do you believe that? Ling pressed. South Island is huge, sparsely populated, and has plenty of vegetation. How could it be impossible to get raw timber? Chung Tianyuan shook his head. That's what he said, so that's what I have to believe. If he wants to lie to me, there's nothing I can do. I buy from him, he makes money. If he doesn't want to make money, what can I do? Ling handed him the broom and said quietly, Something must have happened. I'll call Sister Chen. You watch the kids. Chung Tianyuan explained, The kids aren't back yet. I'll clean up the kitchen. You go make your call. Ling didn't hesitate and dialed Chen Shuiyu's number. At first, no one answered. Then, little Shan Yu picked up. The child's voice was sweet and soft. Auntie Shui, I miss you. Did your babies arrive? Mom said you had a boy and a girl. They must be adorable, right? They're very cute. Almost walking now, Ling replied with a smile. The boy is the older brother. The girl is the younger sister. The brother looks like big brother Ranan, but the little one? Who knows? She's just growing however she wants. Little Shan Yu giggled. Ling asked, Are your mom and dad home? Shan Yu answered quietly, They're busy. Lately they come home really late. I watch TV and wait for them. Grandma is here with me. She cooks and keeps me company. Mom hasn't eaten at home for days and she doesn't cook anymore. Ling asked, You're starting primary school this year, right? I'm already registered, Shan Yu replied. School starts the day after tomorrow. Ling couldn't help but ask, And your parents still aren't home? It's almost 8. Not yet, Shan Yu said softly. They don't get home until after 10. Grandma takes care of me. Mom hasn't eaten at home for days. Ling thought for a moment and gently probed, Do you know what they're so busy with? I don't know. I heard the factory caught fire and got damaged. Mom and Dad were angry and fought a lot. Mom cried really hard. Ling frowned immediately. Just as she suspected, something really had happened over there. But it was strange. They'd still been sending goods off and on recently, so the factory must have been running, just not as steadily as before. Then the fire happened, and things got worse. Maybe it was beyond saving, and that's why Shan Yu was suddenly so eager to jump into the pig business. But Shan Yu was just a child, so Ling didn't ask more. She said she'd call back later to talk to her mom, then hung up. Chung Tianyuan came over, and when he heard, he was shocked. The paper factory caught fire? Unless they caught it early, once it starts burning, there's nothing left. Ling gave a wry smile. It's probably all gone. Chung Tianyuan frowned. Why didn't they say anything? What's there to hide? Ling shrugged. How should I know? I'm waiting for them to call back. Chung Tianyuan was a bit upset. We've worked together for years. If something happened and he couldn't supply us, he could just say so. Why hide it? What's wrong with Shan Yu? Doesn't he even trust his friends anymore? Ling thought for a moment and said quietly, Maybe he's got his reasons. Maybe, Chung Tianyuan said, still looking unhappy. The last few months, deliveries have been on and off, never reliable. Good thing I found other suppliers in advance, or the business would have been dead. Ling nodded. You can't rely too much on others. Not everyone is always dependable. Last year when Shan Yu came, I had a feeling he'd changed. He was flashy, arrogant, not like before. Probably made too much money, Chung Tianyuan said. Get rich, get cocky. Ling changed the subject. Let's shower while the kids are still out. We'll have to take care of them soon. Chung Tianyuan said, Achun is bathing them now, and Mom's helping. Let's go quickly so we can take over. Xiao Xin played downstairs for a while, practiced walking, then crawled around the living room for ages, with Xue Heng teasing her into crawling even more. Eventually, she got so tired she fell asleep on the floor. Chung Muhai quickly picked her up. Zhu Achun hurried to make formula so the little one could drink while sleeping. Xiao Chong wanted milk too, and after drinking, he fell asleep as well. Chung Tianyuan took Xiaochong next door, leaving Xiao Xin with Grandma and Grandpa. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang went home. Mrs. Chen and Xue Jilian were still cleaning, so Xue Heng went to help. Cheng Tianfang grabbed her own mop and broom to help too. The family chatted and laughed as they cleaned. Xue Ling sat in the living room, feeling drowsy. Cheng Tianyuan tossed clothes in the washing machine and came over, turning on the TV. Xue Ling yawned, snuggled into his arms, and hummed the TV show's theme song. Cheng Tianyuan gently stroked her hair. "If you're tired, go to bed. I'll wait for their call." Xue Ling glanced at him. "It's almost time. Shan Yu said it's usually after 10. "By the way, does the little one still sing?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "She's almost 8, right? Starting school?" "Yeah," Xue Ling said. "Chen Jia already registered her. School starts the day after tomorrow." "So fast." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "In another 8 years, she'll be a beautiful young lady." Xue Ling laughed. "In a blink, Renan will be a handsome young man, and our daughter will be getting married." Cheng Tianyuan grinned. Just then, the phone rang in the living room. Xue Ling glanced at the closed bedroom door. "It's quiet anyway. Put it on speaker so we can both hear. That way I don't have to repeat everything." Cheng Tianyuan answered and pressed speaker. "Hello? Ling Ling?" It was Chen Shuiyu's voice, tired and hoarse with a hint of tears. "It's Chen Jie." Xue Ling quickly said, "Chen Jie, it's me. I called earlier, but Shan Yu said you weren't home. A Yuan said there haven't been any deliveries from South Island for weeks, so I wanted to check if something happened. Are you just busy, or have you made enough money and decided to stop?" Chen Shuiyu gave a bitter laugh, then choked up and started to cry. "Ling Ling, I'm so exhausted from being angry, I can't even be angry anymore. All I can do is cry in silence. I don't know what else to do." Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged worried glances. "Chen Jie, did something happen at the factory?" Chen Shuiyu sobbed, then suddenly wailed. "That bastard Shan Yu, he hid it from me and went gambling. He gambled away everything, our whole family is ruined, everything's gone, it's all gone." "Ah?" Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling were both completely shocked. "What happened? He went gambling?" Chen Shuiyu sobbed, choking on her words. "That bastard hid it from me. He's been secretly taking money from the factory to gamble for months. Not just gambling, he even started using drugs. He got mixed up with a bunch of scumbags, his mind all muddled, disappearing for days at a time, always either gambling or using. By the time I realized something was wrong, when there was no money left to buy raw materials, he still lied and said he'd lent it to friends. I asked who he lent it to, and he rattled off a few names, even dragged a Yuan into it as a scapegoat. At first I believed him, told him to hurry and get the money back, even gave him some of our savings. Who knew he'd just take that and gamble it away too, not only lost it all but racked up a mountain of debt. Later I thought, how could a Yuan possibly be short on money, and so many people borrowing at once? The more I thought about it, the more suspicious I got, so I checked the accounts, only to find he'd stolen all our savings. That bastard! He got mixed up with a bunch of thugs, and when he couldn't pay them back, they threatened him. I called the police, but then those thugs retaliated. They set fire to the factory. The whole place burned down, and only then did that idiot realize what kind of people he'd gotten involved with. He regrets it now, but it's too late. The money's gone, the factory's gone. These days I've been running to the police station every day. But those thugs aren't easy to catch. They've already taken a boat out to international waters. The police say it's hard to track them since they're not local and all use fake names. Now that they're out at sea, it's even harder. All we can do is wait for news, but whether we'll ever get the money back is a complete unknown. Those people probably already spent it all. What's left to recover? Even if they're caught, at most they'll go to jail. What do we get? What can we recover? Shan Yu begged me not to tell the police about his drug use. I don't even dare mention it. Luckily, he's not addicted yet, but he looks like a walking skeleton, like he's about to die. He still says he'll make a comeback, but the factory's machines are all destroyed. The place is a blackened ruin. There's nothing left but the land. All I can do is cry. There's nothing else. Damn him. I must have done something terrible in a past life to end up with a man like this. Heaven help me. I can't take it anymore. Sob, sob, sob. Cheng Tianyuan and She Ling listened, both angry and heartbroken. Months ago, the shipments from South Island started slowing down, Cheng Tianyuan said. At first, I thought it was just a technical problem. Every time I called, Shan Yu said the machines were being repaired. Once, twice, but a machine can't be under repair for months. I started to feel something was off. She Ling sighed. The worst thing is going down the wrong path. It's so hard to make money, 10 years of hard work to build a factory, but if someone goes bad, they can lose decades of effort in just a few days. Cheng Tianyuan tried to comfort her. Chenjia, don't be too sad. It won't help. You still have to take care of Shan Yu. You can't fall apart now. Chen Shuiyu sniffled. I've already told him. I'm taking my daughter and moving to the capital. With a father like that, she'll be ruined if she stays. His reputation here is already destroyed, and I don't want to stay and be gossiped about or let it affect my daughter. I'm booking plane tickets tomorrow and bringing Shan Yu to the capital. Yuan, Ling Ling, please help me find a primary school for her, just a regular one so she can start right away. I'll look for a job in the capital and support us both. As for that bastard, I want nothing more to do with him. She Ling hadn't expected her to be so resolute. Don't make any rash decisions out of anger. You still have 2 apartments in the capital. You can come any time. Shan Yu can enroll here, but think carefully. Once she's officially enrolled, don't move her around too much. Kids need a stable environment for living and learning, or it'll be hard on her. I know, Chen Shuiyu choked, but I have no choice. His reputation here is ruined, and he even sold our house. If I don't go to the capital, I'd have to rely on my parents or siblings, but they're old and I can't burden them. Since we still have a place in the capital, I might as well take this chance to escape. He sold the house too? She Ling sighed. Then just pack up and come. Don't worry, you can stay here as long as you need, and if you need anything, just ask. Chen Shuiyu said quietly. There's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Go ahead, She Ling said. We can talk tomorrow or now if it's urgent. Chen Shuiyu said, There are 2 apartments in Ronghua Mall. One is already renovated, enough for me and Shan Yu. I want to sell the other one. Ling Ling, the mall is yours. Can I return it to you? I have no cash now, and we need to live. I understand, She Ling said. Of course you can. There are plenty of people looking to rent here. I'll take it back and rent it out. Don't worry, once you're here, I'll have Director Liao refund you and we'll sign the contract. Anything else you need? Thank you, that's all. Once I book the tickets, I'll bring Shan Yu right over. All right, Cheng Tianyuan said. Let me know your arrival time and I'll pick you up. I'm free these days, so don't be shy. Thank you, Chen Shuiyu said again and again. Please help with Shan Yu's school for now. She Ling agreed and told her to get some rest. Take care of yourself. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Money can be earned again. Don't be too sad. Chen Shuiyu sighed. With you here, I have to be strong. No matter what, life goes on. As for that bastard, I want nothing to do with him for now. After hanging up, She Ling glanced at the clock. It was already past 10. I'll go look for a school first thing tomorrow. Renan's school is pretty good. I'll ask the principal. If you're not a local, you just need to pay a sponsorship fee. Before, Shan Yu wanted to go to an art school, so it was hard to find a spot. Cheng Tianyuan said. Now she just needs a regular primary school. It'll be much easier. She Ling sighed. With the family in such turmoil, her education will have to take a back seat. Let her get a solid foundation in primary school, and when she's older, she can apply to an art school. The night was deep, but neither of them could sleep. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, Shan Yu and his wife really have had a rough time. Fate can be so hard. She Ling shook her head. It's not fate. It's a lack of strength and stability. I said it before. Last year when Shan Yu came, I felt he'd changed. Too flashy, too arrogant. That's never a good thing. It makes you careless and lets bad people take advantage. That makes sense, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. He really does need to learn a lesson. I hope this time he can make a comeback. He's never really failed before, She Ling explained. He always made steady profits in business. Even when he switched to running the paper factory, it was only tough at the start. After that, everything went smoothly. It's exactly because he never truly lost before that he became so arrogant, and in the end, lost everything. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Good thing you advised him to buy 2 apartments here back then. At least now they have a place to stay and one to sell for cash. Otherwise, what would his wife and daughter do? She Ling nodded. It's fine. Even if they had nothing, we're in a position to help them out. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, let him handle the pig transport business to the provincial capital or Rongcheng himself. I'm not getting involved. As long as there's pork, it'll sell. I'll just give him a heads up. He'd originally thought about making some money from this opportunity, but now he decided to let it go. Shan Yu needed this chance, and the money, far more than he did. I've got my hands full with the family and all the tissue wholesale orders anyway. Shui Ling chuckled, leaning on his shoulder. Just think of it as helping an old friend. We don't care about a little money. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. And what do you consider a little money? Now that you're earning more, you don't even notice the small amounts? That's a dangerous way to think, wife. Shi Ling laughed, nuzzling his neck. Big money is just a pile of small money. Without the small amounts, where would the big money come from? I only make a few yuan on each pair of jeans, but with thousands and thousands of those, that's real money. Cheng Tianyuan closed his eyes and chuckled. You've got 4,000 or 5,000 workers now, all working shifts and overtime. This year's income must be pretty good. It's all right, Shui Ling said softly. This boom should last until mid-next year. After that, I'll end the contracts with the other 2 factories and just keep one team going. I might branch out into something else. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. You want to try something else? Dad and Mom handed you the factory, and you're not going to stick with it? No, Shui Ling replied. I'm staying in the capital. There are so many opportunities here, I'd never want to leave. I'm still holding on to the 3rd phase of Wangjiangyuan and Rongcheng. When you all want to move back, I'll build it up and we can retire by the river. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Retirement? You're thinking that far ahead? How can I not? Shui Ling squinted, her voice soft. Life goes by so fast. In a blink, it's all over. I've already been married to you for over 10 years. Yeah. Cheng Tianyuan kissed her forehead gently. It really does feel like it's flown by. Before I met you, life was tough. Every year felt so long, just waiting for New Year's. Since you joined the family, every day's been better, and it feels like New Year's comes in a flash. 10 years have gone by just like that. Shui Ling snuggled into his shoulder. When the kids are grown, our parents might not be as healthy. If they want to retire in the countryside, we'll go with them. The kids can go to school and we'll be with the elders. With all these properties and shops for rent, we'll never have to worry about money. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. The dads can play chess together, the moms can cook, chat, and knit. They couldn't help but imagine their middle and old age together. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan woke up late, and Shui Ling even later. If Xiaocheng hadn't started crying for food, they might not have woken up at all. Zhu Chun and Liu Ying had already made breakfast. We made some mung bean cakes and rice porridge today. Xie Ling ate with relish, praising, Chun, your mung bean cakes are sweet but not cloying, so fragrant, better than any chef's. Oh, it's nothing, Chun said shyly. They're just fresh out of the oven and the ingredients are all fresh. The old lady prepared everything, I just mixed it together. It really is delicious, Cheng Tianyuan said, feeding his daughter on his lap. Xiao Xin is loving it. Liu Ying was feeding Xiao Cheng porridge and turned to smile. I told Chun when Xiao Tietu grows up, they should open a snack shop. It'll be a hit. I'll be their regular customer. Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, by the way, did Uncle Jillian and Auntie go to work? They left half an hour ago, Cheng Muhai explained. They had breakfast here and also praised Chun's cooking. Liu Ying snorted. That girl overslept again, didn't she? Yesterday she slept till noon. She'll probably do it again today. Good thing she starts work the day after tomorrow or she'd drive me crazy. Ling said softly. Mom, don't be like that. Fang knows what she's doing. Cheng Muhai shook his head. No, she's the type who needs a push or she'll lose track. Exactly, Liu Ying said. Let her be for these 3 days off. If she's late for work, I'll be the first to congratulate her. After breakfast, Ling hurried off to work. Cheng Tianyuan finished feeding Xiaoxin and headed out too. He went to Renan's school to ask about enrollment, then called Chen Shuiyu. The sponsorship fee is 500 yuan, the lowest possible. All students without local registration have to pay, no exceptions. I was worried about the rush next week, so I already registered Shan Yu and paid the fee. Chen Shuiyu was deeply grateful. Thank you. I've bought the plane tickets. Our flight is at 2 this afternoon. We're packing now and that bastard will drive us to the airport. We should arrive in the capital around 6. Cheng Tianyuan said quickly. I'll be waiting for you at the arrivals gate. Chen Shuiyu thanked him again. That evening, Ling and Cheng Tianyuan went to the airport to pick up mother and daughter. Chen Shuiyu's eyes were swollen from crying. It was clear she'd shed a lot of tears. Ling sat in the back with them, speaking softly. Don't cry anymore. The child is still young. She'll be scared. Chen Shuiyu choked. I can't help it. Our whole family ruined by him. How could he be so stupid? He just listened to whatever people told him. Why doesn't he just die? Ling sighed. All right. Even if you killed him now, it wouldn't change anything. He's learned a hard lesson. He'll have to work even harder from now on. Try to look on the bright side. Don't be too sad. Thank you, Chen Shuiyu sniffled. Lingling, a yuan already helped with the school. I still owe him 500 yuan, and our other apartment next door isn't even renovated. Don't worry, Ling explained. I already called Director Liao, and he's got the contract ready. Since it's under your name, we'll just do a buyback. Tomorrow morning, we'll sign the contract and he'll handle the rest. I've got the money ready. Once you're settled in, I'll bring it over. You two just get comfortable first. Chen Shuiyu kept thanking her. Thank goodness for friends like you. I don't know what I'd do otherwise. Suddenly, little Shan Yu, who'd been quietly looking out the window, piped up. Mom, I see the noodle shop. Look, it's right there. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Yu, do you like ramen? Yu was a little shy and replied softly, Yes, I really like the ramen and dumplings in the capital. We don't have those back home. Seeing her daughter, Chen Shuiyu finally managed to smile. This child loves noodles. It's funny, back home we mostly eat rice, hardly any noodles. But ever since she came to the capital, she's fallen in love with the ramen and dumplings here. She's always asking for them. I make them for her sometimes, but they're never as good as the ones from the local chefs. Sometimes she even wants ramen 3 times a day. Oh, Ling laughed, gently stroking the little girl's hair. Ramen in the capital is famous. If Yu loves it so much, it means she's meant to stay here for a long time? I'm a local, and even I can't eat ramen every meal like her. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Should we go get some ramen now? Yu cheered. Yes, I want to eat at that place we just passed. It's so good. I still remember it. Cheng Tianyuan immediately turned the car around, saying warmly, It's just ramen, no problem. Uncle will take you right now. Is that okay? Chen Shuiyu hesitated. Don't you need to get home for dinner? The elders and kids must be waiting. Don't worry, Ling explained. They all know we're picking you up, and since we weren't sure if your flight would be delayed, we told them to eat first. We'll just eat out. With Achun and my in-laws at home, everything's under control. Chen Shuiyu, not remembering Ju Achun well, asked, Is this nanny good with the kids? How's her cooking and cleaning? She's not lazy, is she? No, Ling replied. She's very diligent and careful with the kids. She's well educated, speaks gently, and is always polite and warm. Not only are we happy with her, even Uncle Zheng's family next door benefits. If the kids are awake, she helps look after them. If they're asleep, she cleans. She comes early every day and only leaves after the kids are in bed. With her around, both our homes are spotless and the kids are well cared for. Cheng Tianyuan, who rarely praised people, couldn't help but add, She really is capable and meticulous. She never shirks work. If she sees something that needs doing, she just does it, and does it well. That's rare, Chen Shuiyu said. When the factory first started, I was so busy I had to hire a distant relative to help with Yu Yu. But she was lazy. She'd only watch the child and wouldn't do anything else. I didn't want to get angry since she was family, so I just put up with it. Then one day I came home and found Yu Yu's clothes all wet, and she just said it was fine, they'd dry soon. I quickly changed her, but it was too late. She caught a cold. Shan Yu was furious and paid her off on the spot. It's really hard to find a good nanny. We thought the same, Xueling said. We were picky at first, but after getting to know Achen, my mom suggested we hire her. She's been wonderful. Chen Shuiyu nodded. Your mom's got a good eye for people. If she says someone's good, they must be. She really is, Xueling said, ruffling Yu Yu's hair. Taking kids to and from school every day is a lot of work. The money from selling your apartment will last you a while, so don't rush to find a job. If you need anything, just ask me. Thank you, Chen Shuiyu said, her eyes reddening again. But I can't just sit around and spend money. Even a mountain of gold will run out if you don't work. He says he'll work hard and earn money, and I believe he can. But I need to do something too. Otherwise, when the child's at school, I'll be too lonely at home. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan said, We're here. Let's get some ramen. They went into the ramen shop and got a big table by the window. The 3 adults and 1 child ordered 4 bowls of noodles and 2 big plates of dumplings. Xueling couldn't help but ask, If you're worried about being bored, I get it. But what kind of work do you want? It might not be easy to find something right away. Chen Shuiyu shook her head. Anything's fine. I can do accounting, bookkeeping, none of that is hard for me. Xueling's eyes lit up. Why not look for something in the mall? It's close by, and you can still take care of things at home. Great idea, Chen Shuiyu smiled. There are so many shops in the mall, there's bound to be something. That's the good thing about living in a big, busy city. Cheng Tianyuan advised, Just settle in for now. Don't rush. Even if you want to work, there's no need to hurry. Chen Shuiyu said softly. With you 2 here, I feel much more at ease. Xueling smiled. Don't be too pessimistic. You have an apartment here, a house and car back home, and even the factory land. You're far from rock bottom, just stay positive. Chen Shuiyu sighed. I know. But losing so much money all at once, it's hard not to feel the loss. We used to be worth millions, and now, in a blink, we're back to square one. All we have left are a few assets. Cheng Tianyuan said, Shan Yu's got a good business mind and plenty of connections. There's really nothing to worry about. Hearing all this, Chen Shuiyu felt much more at ease, and her appetite returned. She finished a whole bowl of ramen and plenty of dumplings. Yu Yu ate a lot too, especially the ramen, slurping it down happily. After eating, Cheng Tianyuan paid the bill and took them home. The apartment hadn't been lived in for nearly a year and was quite dirty. Liu Ying brought over a clean quilt and sheet, saying, These are clean. Stay here tonight, and tomorrow we'll come help clean up. Chen Shuiyu was very grateful. Cheng Tianyuan helped open the windows, tidy up the rooms, and clean the bathroom. Xueling helped clean the wardrobe and balcony. Chen Shuiyu smiled. It's fine, there's not much left. I'll do the rest tomorrow. It's late. You should go take care of your kids. We'll talk more tomorrow. Xueling said, I told my mom to prepare breakfast for you tomorrow. You just got here and there's nothing in the kitchen, so come eat with us first, then we'll go to the market for groceries. Okay, thank you, Chen Shuiyu replied, closing the door. Yu Yu was in the living room watching TV, looking excited. Mama, we're finally back. I miss this place so much. Chen Shuiyu smiled gently. With such good friends here, I missed it too. Sweetheart, we'll be living here for a long time. Until you grow up? We're not going back? Yu Yu asked quietly. What about Dad? Will he come find us? We'll go back, Chen Shuiyu said softly. We'll visit for holidays. Your dad is busy, but when he's free, he'll come see us. Though she was angry with him, he'd begged and repented, even slapped himself in remorse. He'd lost his way, but if he could turn things around, That would be best. After all they'd been through, she wouldn't divorce him just because they lost their money. Before boarding the plane, she'd already told him, once things got a little better, he could come join them in the capital. On the weekend, Shueling's parents brought Renan and Yang back home. The climate and environment in Spring City had been great for the elders. Both looked rosy and full of energy. Renan and Yang were both fair and sturdy, their faces brimming with confidence. "Dad, I went to play on the water wheel. It was so much fun. Grandpa even taught us to swim. There are little streams everywhere, and the water comes down from the mountains so clear you can see the sand at the bottom. The water only comes up to my chest, just below my shoulders. Swimming there is amazing. Mom, when I was swimming, I found a bright green stone. Grandpa said it might be valuable. I brought it back as a gift for you. Dad, I have a present for you too." Cheng Tianyuan and Shueling were delighted, each holding one child's hand as they chatted with Shueling's parents. Shueling's mom explained, "Autumn in the capital is crisp and pleasant, really a nice place to live. We plan to stay for a while, and when Ronan's winter break starts, we'll head to the southern island." "Mom, I want to go to the southern island too." "Me too, I love it there." Shueling's dad laughed. "We'll have Grandpa and Grandma come with us. Uncle Jillian and Auntie are planning to vacation there for the new year, so let's all go together." "Mom, you have to come too. Dad, you both have to come." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Grandpa and Grandma can go, but your mom and I aren't sure yet. Zhao Xin and Zhao Cheng are still too little. Flying would be a hassle." Shueling shook her head with a wry smile. "And I have to work. Last New Year I had to work overtime. If I don't have to this year, that's already a blessing." "Then let Grandpa and Grandma go with us?" Shueling nodded. All right, whatever you say." Cheng Tianyuan loaded 3 or 4 big suitcases into the trunk. Shueling's dad looked at the big car in surprise. "A 7-seater? It's so spacious." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Lingling bought it, said our family's getting bigger and the kids are growing, so she asked Uncle Zheng's friend to help find a 7-seater. The seats are high, but the view is great and it's comfortable to drive." Shueling's dad nodded. "Looks great." "Must have cost a lot?" Shueling's mom raised an eyebrow at her daughter. "These things are expensive, right? When did the price drop?" Shueling grinned. "You make money so you can spend it. The price didn't really drop, but our family needed it, so we bought it." Her dad smiled. "Makes sense. If you need it, you buy it." "Spending big is a habit she can't break," her mom said, shaking her head with a smile. "Earn a little money and she's driving a fancy car. People might think she's a nouveau riche." Shueling patted her chest. "I am nouveau riche." Cheng Tianyuan, a bit embarrassed, explained, "Mom, I'm the one who drives this car most of the time. Lingling still drives her old one. She's not wasteful." Her mom smiled, giving her son-in-law face. "I just have to say something so she doesn't get too proud." Shueling laughed. "That's my real mom." Her dad glanced at his wife and said quietly, "She earned the money. She can spend it how she likes. It's nice to have a big, comfortable car for us all. Let's just enjoy it and not say too much. The kids know what they're doing." Her mom had to let it go. Cheng Tianyuan knew his mother-in-law loved to tease her daughter, so he quickly got the kids in the car. "Dad, Mom, you sit in the front row." Her parents got in, smiling. And so, the whole family happily headed home. Cheng Muhai and Xue Jilian were waiting at the stairwell, each holding a child. As soon as Shueling's parents came out, they each took a child and greeted everyone with laughter. Renan and Yang excitedly handed out gifts. "Grandpa, I brought you a beautiful pebble. If you put it in water, it makes pretty patterns." "Wow, really? Renan and Yang are so sweet." "Uncle, will you come to the southern island with us for New Year? It's so much fun. You and Auntie have to come." All right, I'll definitely go." That night, there were so many people at home that there wasn't enough space. Shueling booked a banquet downstairs and called third uncle, asking him and Xue Huan to come after work. They arrived right on time. Shueling's dad was delighted and pulled third uncle aside. "Third brother, I got you a really nice calligraphy brush. You'll love it." Third uncle beamed. "If it's a gift, I'll love it." The brush was beautiful and well made. He couldn't put it down. Wonderful, I love it. Once I practice my calligraphy a bit more, I'll write you a couplet. Deal! I'll be waiting. Huan came in and joked. Uncle Wu, what about me? I heard from my mom that even my brother and sister-in-law got gifts. Don't tell me everyone gets one except me. You can't play favorites. Ling's dad laughed. You rascal. Of course I didn't forget you. Here, a little inkstone. It's small but looks great. Maybe it's not worth much now, but it'll be a treasure in the future. No, Huan said, laughing. I was just joking. I can't accept such a valuable gift. I'm always eating your food and bothering you. How can I take your gift too? Her dad said, I told you it's not expensive, just rare. I gave your brother a bigger one. This one's especially for you. You work so hard you deserve a reward. Really, for me? Huan was overjoyed. I knew you wouldn't forget me. Thank you. Her dad said warmly, just help us look after third uncle. Of course, Huan nodded quickly. You got it. Her dad turned to third uncle. This winter you have to come to the southern island with us. We're planning to rent the same seaside house as last year. Plenty of rooms for everyone. No, third uncle said apologetically. If I'm gone for a month, someone has to look after the old house during New Year. At least come for half a month, her dad insisted. You can go back for New Year's. I'll cover your expenses, so don't refuse. We're old friends. Don't be so polite. He knew third uncle's two sons often needed his pension to help out, and the travel costs added up, so he was always careful with money. Huan chimed in. Third uncle, just go with Uncle Wu and my dad. Uncle Wu's retired. He can afford it. Ling makes so much money you've got a strong backup. Just go and have fun. The two old men laughed. Third uncle lowered his voice. Wu, that denim business Ling runs. So many young people love it. She must have made a fortune this year. Her dad grinned with pride. She's outdone me. I don't have to worry about her at all. I bet she made more this year than I did in many years. I can't even compare. If the younger generation surpasses us, that's something to celebrate, third uncle said, giving a big thumbs up. Everyone gathered downstairs for the banquet, chatting happily. Ling slipped over to third uncle and asked, Why haven't I seen Cousin Kong lately? Has she been in touch with you? She has, third uncle replied. Her husband took half a month off and they went abroad to visit their daughter. They should be back soon. Before the trip, she was busy working overtime to wrap things up, so with all that, it's been over a month. How nice, Ling smiled. When she's back, let's invite her over to join the fun. Third uncle smiled. As I get older, I find I'm more afraid of being lonely. If I don't go to the hospital to see Huan and the others, the little courtyard feels too quiet. Having people to talk to and some lively company makes the days go by faster. Ling couldn't help but ask, Third uncle, how much longer will your research project take? Not so soon, third uncle replied. The medicine needs constant trials and observation. Luckily, we have good equipment now and the young people are diligent, so things are moving along well. Ling nodded. Take your time. Third uncle grinned. Those jeans you make are really popular with young people. I like the color. Looks good and wears well. When are you going to make a pair for your old uncle? Ha, Ling replied. You're too slim and short. I don't have your size. Third uncle feigned annoyance. Getting old means getting rejected everywhere. Even buying clothes, I'm told I'm too skinny and short. Ling couldn't stop laughing. Third uncle nodded toward Huan across the room and whispered, That kid's been in a great mood lately. Looks like he's in love, all smiles and bright eyes. Truly, the older the wiser. Ling stifled a laugh. Young people don't say anything, so you just pretend you don't know. When there's a wedding and candy to share, you won't be left out. Third uncle laughed and agreed. Ling thought for a moment and whispered, Uncle, you never really celebrate your birthday, do you? No, third uncle replied. Your two cousins used to get the families together for my birthday, just for a meal and some fun. But later, their wives would always be at odds, so I told them to stop. I'd rather have some peace. When you're old, you don't want to celebrate birthdays. Xie Ling smiled wryly. My mom is 67, and my dad turned 70 this year. 70 is a big milestone. His birthday is next Wednesday. I'm thinking of throwing a little party. Nothing fancy, just our families together for a nice meal. You want me to ask your dad? Third uncle teased. Afraid he'll refuse? Xie Ling nodded. Your generation is always thinking of the kids, never wanting to fuss over yourselves. But 70 is a big deal, a real milestone. It deserves a celebration. If it's simple, he'll agree, third uncle said warmly. I'll talk to him. He'll say yes, and I'll get a drink out of it, right? Xie Ling grinned. Of course. I went wine shopping with Uncle Zheng the other day and found a bottle of really nice red, not too strong, perfect for you all. Oh, I'll look forward to it, third uncle laughed. After dinner, everyone went upstairs for tea and conversation, not dispersing until around 10. Xue Huan walked third uncle back to the courtyard, then returned to stay at his parents' place. He had an apartment next door, but it wasn't renovated yet, so he couldn't live there. The hospital had dorms, so he rarely came home. Xie Jilian asked, Why did you decide to come back tonight? Xue Huan's face flushed slightly. I'll come back on weekends when I can to spend more time with you. Good, Xue Jilian said warmly. Your mom's retiring at the end of the year, so she'll be home more. Try to come back when you can. There's plenty of space and rooms for you to read and relax. Xue Huan nodded and went to his room. Mrs. Chen watched her younger son's back and nudged her husband. Did you notice? Don't ask too much, Xue Jilian said calmly, not looking up from his newspaper. Young people need their own space. If he wants to talk, he will. If not, we just pretend we don't know. He's grown up and knows what he's doing. We don't need to worry. Mrs. Chen pouted and yawned. It's late. Let's get to bed. I have an early shift tomorrow. What about you? Me too. Xue Jilian put down the paper and said gently, Let's tidy up and get to bed. Mrs. Chen smiled. With the in-laws making breakfast, we can sleep in a bit. It's so convenient. Xue Jilian glanced at her. They're very kind and hospitable, but we can't always rely on them. The two youngest are practically living over there. When I retire, I'll handle all the meals, Mrs. Chen said quickly. Ah Heng and Ah Fang can come eat breakfast and dinner here. You all go to work, I'll take care of the house? Xue Jilian smiled. We'll see. You'll have to brush up on your cooking. Everyone's gotten picky, and they might not like your thrown-together dishes. Mrs. Chen huffed. I'll learn, all right? Xue Jilian chuckled. For decades I've eaten whatever you cooked. But others might not be so easy. Mrs. Chen giggled, her eyes full of happiness. Meanwhile, Xie Ling's parents were unpacking and chatting with their daughter. Xie Ling was coaxing Xiao Xin to sleep, but the little one was too excited, sneaking glances at her grandparents. She napped for over an hour this afternoon, so she'll probably be up late tonight. Her dad teased Xiao Xin. It's fine, she's so little, no need for a strict schedule, let her eat and sleep as she likes. Xiao Xin hid her head on her mom's shoulder, giggling but too shy to get closer. Her mom teased, It's only been 2 months. How is she already shy? Xiao Xin peeked at her again. Xie Ling stroked her head. These are Grandpa and Grandma. You remember, right? She keeps giggling. Her dad loved his cheerful granddaughter so much he stopped unpacking and picked her up, lifting her high. Xiao Xin giggled and laughed. Her mom couldn't help but laugh too. Having kids at home is wonderful. It's always lively. With Yang Yang and Ranan around, we talk so much more. Last time your dad had a cold, they brought him tea and water, sitting by the bed with worried faces. It made me want to laugh and cry at the same time. Xie Ling chuckled. That's touching, isn't it? You love them, and they love you back. It's good for kids to learn to care for their elders. Her dad swung Xiao Xin, making her laugh even more, and he couldn't help but laugh too. The room was filled with laughter. Her mom asked, Are you home every night? Don't you have night shifts? I found a couple of people to help with the night shifts, Xie Ling said. I can't do everything myself. The kids are still little. I have to come home at night to spend time with them so they don't feel distant. Her mom asked, You said you found 2 big factories to help with production. Where are they? Is the quality good? Are you keeping an eye on things? Yes, Shelling replied. They're both in the suburbs of the capital, so I can keep an eye on them. I have a few skilled workers stationed there to watch over things, so quality is tightly controlled. Yes, Shueling's mom said. You have to keep quality under control, or you'll be the one to suffer in the end. Shueling's dad, still playing with Zhao Xin, asked, How much longer do you think the boom will last? Are orders dropping off? People have started copying us already, Shueling explained. Luckily, we were the first, so we have a good reputation and consistent quality, so orders are still pouring in. I think by next summer, things will start to slow down. I've already asked the designers to work on trendier styles, hoping to keep it going a bit longer, but eventually we'll be overtaken and phased out. That's just how it is. Her mom gave her a mock stern look. Then you should fight not to be phased out. Your dad and I are old. Our tastes can't keep up with the young, but you're still young. If you can't even last 2 years, that's pretty useless. Shueling laughed. Mom, the market is competitive. No matter how hard I work or how creative I am, there will always come a day when the market moves on. All I can do is keep innovating and see how long I can last. So by the end of the year, how much do you think you'll make? Her mom asked in a low voice. 4 big factories, thousands of workers, 3 shifts a day, a whole year of work. You must be making a lot. Shueling grinned, a little embarrassed. Her mom rolled her eyes. What's there to hide from your own parents? Your dad and I don't need your money to live. We have enough in our accounts. As long as we don't gamble or waste it, we'll have enough for a lifetime. How much, roughly? Her dad asked, curious. You can tell us. We won't say a word. Shueling propped her chin and smiled. Tens of millions, probably. Her parents exchanged a look. More than 50? Yes, Shueling nodded. Her parents both smiled quietly. They'd thought the factory might be on its last legs, but who would have guessed that after their daughter took over, not only did it come back to life, but she made a fortune? Not bad, her dad said with a smile. We worked our whole lives and still can't match what you made in a year. Shueling shook her head. It's just luck, finding the right opportunity. Now there are small factories popping up everywhere. By mid-next year, I'll probably have to close 2 of the outside factories. The main factory in Aheng's place can probably keep going for another 2 or 3 years. Her mom couldn't help but say, as long as you're making money and paying the workers, it doesn't matter how much. Even if it's just 100 or 200,000 a year, that's still good. The factory and land are yours, so you don't have to worry about rent. That's not enough, Shueling countered. If I only made that much, it wouldn't be worth it. I'll probably switch industries soon. Her parents exchanged another look. Switch again? Shueling was a little embarrassed. What do you mean, again? If the market's bad, you have to adapt. I've been doing well lately, so I'm planning to build a small factory on the land by the lake. What for? Her dad asked. Cassette tapes, Shueling replied. Her mom raised an eyebrow. What's so good about that? There are so many from out of town. That's exactly why there's still a chance, Shueling explained. The out-of-town ones are expensive. If we make them locally, with our own supply chain, we can make a lot. Her dad asked, when will you start building? It doesn't need to be very big, right? 2 mu is plenty, Shueling said. I've already asked Uncle Zheng to find workers. We'll clear the land next week. If things go well, the building will be up in 2 months, hopefully before the winter snow. Her mom was still skeptical. Not many people can afford tape recorders. Is this business really good? It is, Shueling said. People's lives are getting better. Tape recorders and TVs are everywhere now. Even the fancy tape recorders are being upgraded. Look, a few years ago we watched black and white TV. Now it's all color. That's progress. Fine. If you want to do it, go ahead, her dad said. It doesn't cost much, and you have plenty of land. Even if you fail, it won't hurt you. Her mom couldn't say more, so she just played with Zhao Xin. The little one seemed sleepy, yawned, and crawled over to her mom. Mama, Shueling picked her up. I'll take her for milk in bed. It's past 10. Don't worry about cleaning up, just shower and sleep. You can tidy up tomorrow." "All right," her dad replied. The next morning, Xue Ling went to work. Her dad and Cheng Muhai took the 2 grandsons to the park, while her mom and Liu Ying took the 2 little ones. Yu Yu arrived, shyly peeking in. "Grandma Lu, Grandma Xue." Her mom quickly invited her in. Yu Yu grinned and went to play with Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong stared at her, as if trying to figure out who she was and where she came from. Zhao Xin, excited, crawled over and grabbed her big sister's dress. Yu Yu gently stroked her little face, smiling happily. Chen Shuiyu came in and said Yu Yu would stay and play with the little ones while she ran downstairs. "No problem, go ahead," Liu Ying said. "She's old enough to help watch Zhao Chong and his sister." Chen Shuiyu thanked her and hurried off. Xue Ling's mom asked, "Yu Yu, when did you move here?" "A few days ago," Yu Yu replied. "I'm going to school here now. We'll only go back to the southern island for New Year. Otherwise, we'll stay here." That's what Mom said. Her mom nodded, a little suspicious. Liu Ying, not knowing the details, smiled. "Just do what your mom says." Yu Yu nodded obediently. Her mom looked at the sweet little girl and couldn't help but ask, "Yu Yu, do you still sing?" Yu Yu replied brightly. "I practice every day." Her mom said warmly, "Can you sing for us? Any song you like?" As soon as singing was mentioned, Yu Yu became confident. She stood up, took a deep breath, and began to sing. Her voice was clear and sweet, like a little yellow warbler in the trees, pure, bright, sometimes high, sometimes low, utterly enchanting. Both grandmas were entranced. Zhao Xin was stunned, then grabbed a toy and waved it around. Zhao Chong held down his sister's hand, still listening. Zhao Xin got mad, shook off her brother's hand. He wouldn't let go, so she smacked his hand again and again. Zhao Xin, angry, raised her chubby hand and smacked her brother's face. Zhao Chong burst into tears. The crying interrupted Yu Yu's song, and everyone burst out laughing, quickly separating the two. Her mom praised, "Yu Yu, your singing is wonderful." Zhu Achun poked her head out of the kitchen, smiling and clapping. "It really is! Yu Yu, you're amazing!" Yu Yu nodded shyly. "Thank you, everyone." Zhao Chong stopped crying and ran over to her. Yu Yu squatted down, trying to pick him up. He looked at her, realized it wasn't comfortable, and quickly ran to Grandma for help. Yu Yu giggled. "Little ones are so cute." Zhu Achun laughed. "Tell your mom and dad to give you a little brother, then you'll have company." "Okay," Yu Yu grinned. The 2 grandmas, knowing the real situation, exchanged awkward glances and quickly looked away. Soon, the new school term began. Xiao Tietu started 5th grade this year. At 11, he was still a bit short for his age, but about the same height as the tall Ronan. Ronan, just over 9, was in 3rd grade. Yang was only 7 and hadn't started primary school yet. Since he hadn't had any preschool education, Xue Ling sent him to a nearby kindergarten for the senior class. He didn't want to go at first, but with his brothers off at school, only 4 grandparents and 2 little ones were left at home. At first he didn't mind, but after a while he couldn't stand the boredom. Xue Ling sent him to a high-end kindergarten, where the school day wasn't long. He started at 9 in the morning and finished at 4 in the afternoon. There was only an hour of class in the morning. The rest of the time was play. Lunch was served at school. "The food is terrible," Yang grumbled. "But the kids are nice. They all like playing with me and listening to my stories." "Oh?" Liu Ying laughed. "You tell stories? What kind?" Yang answered proudly, "Stories about my adventures." Renan, doing homework, looked up and teased, "Stories? More like tall tales." "You're the one telling tall tales." Yang rolled his eyes. "I tell real stories and the kids love them. They even want me to be their big brother." "Oh?" Renan raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Then I'm the big brother of their big brother." Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan arrived at the door, hearing the laughter from inside. He walked in. Both sons called out, "Dad!" He smiled and greeted the elders. Seeing Zhao Chong and Zhao Xin crawling toward him, he quickly changed his shoes and went to wash his hands in the kitchen. "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy!" The two little ones rushed over, each hugging one of his legs, then stood up, looking up at him with eager faces. His heart melted instantly. He squatted down and scooped them both up, one in each arm. Zhao Xin giggled, babbling away. Zhao Chong twisted his head, looking all around. Xue Ling's dad laughed. That's the treatment dads get. As soon as you come home, the kids swarm you. Good thing there's a big age gap or they'd be fighting all the time. They have fought, Cheng Muhai added. Not long ago, Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong fought over their dad, slapping each other with their little hands. I nearly died laughing. Oh, that must have been hilarious, Xue Ling's mom laughed. Cheng Tianyuan, holding one child on each side, wore a beaming, fatherly smile. They're the same age, so they'll probably fight even more as they grow. Renan, a little jealous, asked, Dad, when Yang Yang and I were little, did you carry us like this? Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. What do you think? The elders all laughed. Xue Ling's dad said, You were in your dad's arms every day. Even when you first came to the capital, he carried you the whole way. Ranan grinned. Yang Yang looked up and asked, What about me? Of course, Liu Ying laughed. Before your little brother and sister were born, you were the one who got carried the most. Your brother probably got carried less than you. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at his two sons. Homework done? If you're finished, take Grandpa and Grandma downstairs for a walk. Almost done, Renan said, burying his head back in his work. Liu Ying said, The weather's nice. Why not take Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong down too? Good idea, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Give them some water, then take them down. So, the little ones had some water, the older brother finished his homework, and the four grandparents took the four kids downstairs. Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen to help with dinner. Zhu Achun was busy making osmanthus cake and asked, Sir, there's not much meat tonight? How about slicing up the lamb you bought yesterday and stir-frying it? All right, Cheng Tianyuan said, then added, Actually, let me slice it thin and grill it. Zhu Achun was surprised. Grill? With what? Cheng Tianyuan explained. We bought a small grill before, made of bricks. It's in the bottom cabinet in the kitchen. Zhu Achun hesitated. But we don't have charcoal or alcohol for the fire. I'm afraid we can't grill. Oh. Then just slice and stir-fry it, Cheng Tianyuan said. Add some pepper and chili to get rid of the gamey taste. Okay, Zhu Achun said, quickly getting back to her osmanthus cake. I'll take care of it in a bit. Cheng Tianyuan pulled out the cutting board and got to work. Achun, I smelled something herbal by your window earlier. Is someone not feeling well? Zhu Achun smiled and shook her head. Xiao Tietu has a bit of heat, so I asked him to buy some herbal tea to brew. Southern herbal teas are a bit bitter and sometimes smell like medicine, but in this dry weather it's good to have some. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. Where did Xiao Tietu buy it? My wife said she felt a bit heated this morning. I should brew some too. Everyone can have a bowl. Zhu Achun laughed. You have chrysanthemum at home. Brew some with honey, that's even better. Most kids can't handle herbal tea, it's too bitter. We have chrysanthemum? Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll brew some first. If it's not enough, I'll buy herbal tea later. Zhu Achun said, Once dinner's ready, I'll make some. It'll be ready later. Just then, voices came from outside. It was Zheng Sanyuan and Xue Ling. Zhu Achun turned her head. Xue Ling and Zheng Sanyuan came in chatting and laughing. Zheng Sanyuan greeted Zhu Achun. I brought some dried squid from the seaside for everyone and a bag for you and your son. There's also a big bag of oranges from a friend. Share them around and make sure Xiao Tietu gets a few. Zhu Achun blushed. You're too kind. No need to be polite, Zheng Sanyuan said. Last time I was in a rush to catch the bus, and those zongzi and cakes you gave me saved me from starving. Even if the bus stopped, there was nothing good to eat on the street. Zhu Achun smiled. As long as you didn't mind. Thank you for the oranges. Zheng Sanyuan grinned, then greeted Cheng Tianyuan. It's the weekend, so the kids come home after their extra classes. Xiao Yi is already back, and Datong should be home too. Xue Ling asked, When does Datong graduate? Zheng Sanyuan replied, He could have graduated this year, but he took a year off, so he'll finish next summer. He says after the new year, he can start his internship. Xue Ling poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Zheng Sanyuan. What's his major? Where does he want to work? Journalism and media, Zheng Sanyuan said. I suggested he work at a newspaper, but he wants to try TV. I told him Aunt Fang works at the TV station. He should talk to her. If the prospects are good, he can choose for himself. Xue Ling smiled and gave a thumbs up. Datong has good instincts. Newspapers seem good now, but in the future, TV will definitely be better. Zheng Sanyuan trusted Xue Ling's judgment. If Lingling says so, it must be right. After the new year, I'll have him look into it. If he needs help, I'll ask some friends. Sounds good, Xue Ling nodded. There's still a few months to go, plenty of time. Zheng Sanyuan said, Xiao Yi is already cooking at home. There are a lot of people tonight, so I also bought some cooked meat. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Chun, what are you making at home? If there's extra, send some over to Uncle Zheng's family. Zhu Chun smiled shyly. I made some osmanthus cake tonight. Quite a lot, actually. Cheng Tianyuan quickly said, once it's steamed, we'll send some over to Uncle Zheng. Zheng Sanyuan looked at Zhu Chun and asked, Chun, you made it, right? Yes, Zhu Chun nodded. Zheng Sanyuan praised her with a smile. You're really talented. I'll have Xiao Yi come get some later. We won't be shy. No need to be polite. Just come and get it, Xue Ling said. Zheng Sanyuan glanced at Zhu Chun again before heading home. Xue Ling noticed the glances between them, but pretended not to see, taking off her bag and asking, Honey, where are the kids? Did they go downstairs with Mom and Dad? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan said as he worked on the lamb. They went for a walk in the park. The weather's nice, so the little ones went too. Xue Ling washed her hands. Need any help? Zhu Chun smiled. The vegetables haven't been picked yet. Could you help with that? Of course, Xue Ling laughed. It's my own housework. No need to be so polite. I'm only good for helping out. Ever since we got married, my husband's been the one cooking and washing dishes. I don't think I've ever stir-fried a dish. I really can't cook. She picked up the basket and started picking vegetables. Zhu Chun was surprised. I never would have guessed. You seem so capable and efficient. This isn't hard. You'll get the hang of it. I'm lucky my in-laws spoil me so I don't have to cook, Xue Ling said, glancing at Cheng Tianyuan and laughing. And him, too. Cheng Tianyuan met her gaze, both of them smiling. Zhu Chun laughed softly. A loving couple, supporting each other, that's what everyone envies most. Xue Ling couldn't help but say, Chun, life is long. You shouldn't stay stuck in the past. You're still young, and Zhao Titu is still little. You really should consider finding someone to take care of you both. Zhu Chun blushed, not daring to look up for a while, quickly working on the osmanthus cake. Well, it's all about fate. Someone like me with a child, it's not easy to find the right person. Zhao Tietu is very filial. If I just spend my life with him, that's good enough. When he grows up and gets married, I'll help take care of his family. Xue Ling disagreed. When kids grow up, they have their own lives. You shouldn't pin your happiness on your son. You should find someone you like and live well. Cheng Tianyuan, not good at these topics, quietly sliced ginger. It's true. You should find someone suitable. Zhu Chun smiled shyly. Finding the right person, that's too hard. I'll just take things as they come. With your family's help, a stable job, and a good place to live, I'm already very content. You can't be too greedy or fate will turn on you. Xue Ling could tell from her tone that things had changed. A year ago, after leaving her terrible ex-husband, she'd been numb, just wanting to raise her child. Now she was talking about fate. Her mindset had clearly shifted. If that's the case, maybe she could play matchmaker. But matchmaking means running between both sides. She'd have to sound out the other party, too. Not long after, Datong and his brother came home, and laughter from the boys drifted over from next door. Xue Ling finished washing the vegetables. Zhu Chun got ready to make stew, busy chopping. Cheng Tianyuan said, The osmanthus cake is ready. Xue Ling wiped her hands, licking her lips hungrily. I'm having a piece first, then I'll take a plate over to Uncle Zheng's. Careful, it's hot, Cheng Tianyuan said, quickly putting a piece on a small plate for her. Eat slowly. Xue Ling, hungry, finished it in a few bites. Want another? Cheng Tianyuan asked quietly. No, Xue Ling grinned. Just a snack. The rest can stay in the steamer for everyone else. I'll take some to Uncle Zheng's now. Cheng Tianyuan quickly put 10 or so pieces on a plate and handed it to her. Xue Ling hummed a tune as she headed next door. The iron gate was closed, but the wooden door inside was open. Zhao Yi and Zheng Sanyuan were busy in the kitchen. Xue Ling called, Uncle Zheng? Zhao Yi, open up! Osmanthus cake is here! Zhao Yi quickly put down what she was doing and ran out, beaming. Lingling, I'll get the door! She'd changed a lot in just a short time. Her face was all smiles, her eyes bright. Clearly a girl in love. Xue Ling handed over the cake. Chun just made this, fresh out of the steamer, try it. Zheng Xiaoyi gasped. Chun's cakes are the best! Brother, duo, come out! Zheng Datong and his brother rushed out, grabbing pieces to eat without even bothering with chopsticks. Thanks, Lingling, so good! Zheng Sanyuan came out wiping his hands. Dinner's not ready yet, so have a snack, but don't eat too much. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. It's almost gone already. The kids all laughed. Dad, we saved you a piece. Zheng Sanyuan gave them a mock stern look, then took some chopsticks and joined in. Lingling, Chun's cooking is amazing. I can't get cakes this good even at a big restaurant. Xue Ling smiled. Chun is so skilled. Right, Xiao Yi agreed. She's so gentle and kind. Datong said, she treats everyone the same, like she never gets angry. Duoduo wiped his mouth, grinning. Everything she makes is delicious. Zhao Chitu is a lucky kid. All right, back to work, Zheng Sanyuan urged. You haven't been home in a week. There's plenty to clean, don't forget the balcony. The three kids laughed and went off to their chores. Zheng Sanyuan watched Xiao Yi's cheerful figure and said quietly to Xue Ling, it's like she's been reborn, so much more lively and open. We don't know anything, Xue Ling said, pretending to be serious. Zheng Sanyuan shrugged. Me neither. They exchanged a glance and both laughed quietly. Xue Ling thought for a moment, then asked, Uncle Zheng, how old are you now? 55, he replied. Xue Ling smiled. Still young. You look even better since you recovered, especially with your hair growing back. You look 10 years younger. Don't exaggerate, Zheng Sanyuan laughed. Ling, you must have honey on your tongue today. Xue Ling lifted her chin and winked. No jokes. Uncle Zheng, you always think about your kids, but what about yourself? When they're grown and married, each with their own family, what about you? You can't live alone forever. While you're still young, you should find someone you like and get married. Zheng Sanyuan, rarely embarrassed, blushed and quickly swallowed his cake. A middle-aged guy like me, with 3 kids, how easy do you think it is to find the right person? Don't tease me. Xue Ling rolled her eyes and whispered, You must have someone in mind, right? You can't be that clueless. Zheng Sanyuan's face flushed bright red again, and he stammered, Lingling, you can't just say things like that. Xue Ling shrugged. I didn't say anything at all. Zheng Sanyuan chuckled softly, suddenly less shy than before, and said in a low voice, I just don't know how she feels. Besides, she has a child and I have 3. For her sake and for the sake of my family, I need to hear what my 3 kids think. After all, it's not like when we were young, when liking each other was enough. Now it's about 2 families, a lot more people involved. I think you have a good chance, Xue Ling said honestly. She cares about you a lot. A year ago, she'd pretty much given up on life. She was so calm and detached. But now she says she's waiting for fate. That means her mindset has changed. Zheng Sanyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Are you serious? Really, Xue Ling replied. If there was no hope, I wouldn't have brought it up. Uncle Zheng, you're working and raising 3 kids on your own. It's not easy. Even though they're older now and you don't have to worry as much, the family still needs a woman's touch. You'd have a hot meal when you come home, and the kids could come back more often instead of always staying at school. The house would smell of food, be clean and tidy, and feel warm and cozy. That's more important than anything. Jung San-yuan's eyes turned red as he said quietly, I've wished for this for years. The kids boarding at school all the time isn't a solution. It's been tough enough getting the 2 older ones into college, but there's still duo. If he could come home at night, at least he'd eat better. The older 2 could come home more when they don't have classes. A home needs someone to look after it. All these years, I've had to be both dad and mom, and I just can't do it all. I owe them a lot. I really do like Ahun. She's gentle and kind. I also think she'd treat my kids well. But I'm more than 10 years older than her, and I'm not good looking. I'm not worthy of her. Whether you're worthy or not depends on her, Sheling said softly. If she likes you, then you're worthy. If she doesn't, then there's nothing to say. But you're the man. You have to take the initiative. I don't dare, Jung San-yuan muttered. I'm old now, not good looking, not much money, and I have 3 kids. I can't just blurt it out. Sheling rolled her eyes, amused. Can't you have a little confidence? Your factory makes you at least a few $100,000 a year. You have a house, a car, and even a plot of land by the lake. You're not doing badly at all, Jung San-yuan mumbled. But I'm so much older and I've been sick. It's not like Achun doesn't know, Sheling said. When you were in a wheelchair, didn't she take the initiative to look after you and help keep your house clean? She even helped you walk. Jung San-yuan blushed again and said quietly, If she doesn't mind me, I must have done something good in a past life. Sheling laughed. Then find a chance to talk to your kids. If they agree, you should go for it. Okay. Jung San-yuan hesitated, then said awkwardly, Lingling, how should I say it? I can't just ask them if they want Achun to be their stepmom, right? I don't think I can say it. Sheling couldn't help teasing, Uncle, where's that bold, generous Jung San-yuan gone? That's different, Jung San-yuan said quietly. After I got sick, I'm not even half the man I was, and I lost all my savings. How can I take the initiative? Sheling blinked. Sure enough, Jung San-yuan's next words were, Lingling, why don't you ask for me? Sheling laughed. You have to talk to your kids yourself. As for Achun, I'll help you sound her out. Just then, a cute voice with a laugh came from the kitchen door. Dad, why are you so timid? Sister Lingling, you have to help my dad. They looked over and saw Zheng Xiaoyi leaning on the doorframe. Who knows how much she'd heard. Jung San-yuan glared at her. What are you sneaking around for? Zheng Xiaoyi giggled. If I didn't listen, how could I help you? Bro, duo, come out. Dad has something to say to us. The next moment, Zheng Datong and his younger brother came out of their room, one holding a broom, the other a mop, both a bit dirty. Zheng Xiaoyi hurried over and whispered to her brothers. Zheng Datong's eyes widened in surprise. Duo blinked his big eyes. Sheling grinned and asked, Well, do you agree? Your dad really likes Achun. What about you? If you're okay with it and like her too, I'll help play matchmaker. Zheng San-yuan was so embarrassed he couldn't look up. Zheng Datong was a bit embarrassed too, but smiled. I don't mind. Achun is great. Zheng Duo was excited. I think it's great. That way we'll have lots of pastries and braised meat to eat. All you think about is food, Zheng San-yuan scolded with a smile. Be serious. If we really like her, we have to respect her, understand? Also, there'll be another little brother in the family. Zheng Duo said confidently, I already think little Ironhead is my brother. I even helped him with math last time. He's smart, learns fast. Everyone laughed. Zheng Xiaoyi gave a thumbs up. Dad, we all agree. If you like her, go for it. As long as you're happy, we'll support you unconditionally. And for the record, we all really like Achun. Zheng Datong and his brother nodded in agreement. Sheling clapped her hands, laughing. Zheng San-yuan's eyes were a little red as he stammered. Then I'll let your sister Lingling ask. She's so good, your dad isn't worthy. Don't know if it'll work. I'll ask, Xue Ling said, making a shushing gesture. Everyone, just act normal. Don't let anything slip. Uncle Zheng, even if she says no, don't be embarrassed, just treat her as a sister. Okay. Zheng Sanyuan was still a bit unwilling, muttering, You have to help me more. Try to make it work. Xue Ling almost burst out laughing, waving her hand. All right, I get it. Back next door, she found the 4 elders and 4 kids had all returned. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang were back from work, one holding little Xin, the other helping in the kitchen. Zhu Achun was busy stir-frying, sweat beading on her forehead. Cheng Tianyuan was tidying up the dishes, saying, Wife, wash your hands first. These 2 bowls of porridge are for Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong. We'll each feed one. Okay. Xue Ling quickly turned to wash her hands. With so many people, the table was big and they made 8 dishes, just enough. After dinner, Zhu Achun took the well-fed Xiao Chong and Xiao Xin to play in the living room, while the others chatted as they ate. After dinner, Ran Ran and Yang Yang went to bathe. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling bathed the 2 little ones. Liu Ying and Xue's mom helped clean up the dishes. Cheng Muhai and Xue's dad cleaned the kitchen. Everyone had their job. No one slacked off. Once everything was done, they all sat in the living room to watch TV. Zhu Achun finished washing and hanging the kids' clothes, then wiped down the balcony. After that, she went to the kitchen to brew chrysanthemum tea with some rock sugar. Cheng Tianyuan went in to take over, speaking gently. The 2 little ones are asleep. Achun, I'll handle this. You go rest. All right. Zhu Achun smiled and nodded, then went back next door. Xue Ling had planned to take advantage of the night to chat with Achun, but unexpectedly, Ran Ran came over, clutching his cheek and looking miserable. Mom, my tooth hurts! Xue Ling quickly checked and found that one of his front teeth was already loose. You're just losing your baby teeth. Don't worry, it's not a cavity. Once it falls out, a new tooth will grow in. Ran Ran grumbled, but it hurts. When I bit down at dinner, it hurt so much I didn't even dare eat meat. Xue Ling stroked his head, feeling sorry for him. People only grow 2 sets of teeth in their life. The baby teeth you got as a little kid usually start falling out around age 2, but you're a bit late. It's fine. They'll fall out one by one. When your new teeth come in, remember to brush them well and take care of them because your adult teeth are for life. Okay. Ran Ran nodded, but still frowned and muttered, But when will it fall out? It still hurts a lot. Not wanting her son to suffer, Xue Ling took him to the elders. Should we take him to the dentist to have the old tooth pulled? Liu Ying shook her head. No, it'll fall out on its own. It'll get looser and looser, and when it can't hold on anymore, it'll drop. If you go to the dentist, they'll just pull it out and there'll be bleeding and more pain. Xue Ling's mom agreed. No need. It'll come out by itself. But Cheng Huanran looked pitiful. But it hurts so much now. What should I do? I can't even sleep. Xue Ling's dad, feeling sorry for his grandson, said, Isn't there some remedy or something? Toothache isn't an illness, but when it hurts, it's unbearable. The kid can't sleep. We have to think of something. I've got it, Cheng Muhai thought hard. I remember Zilan once said something about boiling some herbs. Cheng Tianyuan brought over some chrysanthemum tea for his son. It's late now. Zilan's probably already asleep. If we need herbs, we'll have to buy them tomorrow. Let's call and ask in the morning. Xue Ling's dad comforted. Ran Ran, you'll have to bear with it for now. After drinking the chrysanthemum tea, maybe because he was distracted, Ran Ran felt it didn't hurt as much. Okay, I'll go to bed now. Good night, Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma. Xue Ling's mom said gently. Good boy, go to sleep. With all the commotion, by the time Xue Ling went to find Zhu Achun, she found their lights were already off and they were asleep. She had no choice but to get ready for bed herself. Early the next morning, Xue Ling's dad called his 3rd brother. Third brother? I woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly remembered that when we were kids and losing teeth, you'd always make us a big pot of delicious herbal tea. After drinking it, the pain would go away. What was in it? Ranran's losing his teeth now and was complaining of pain last night. Third brother laughed and explained, that was loofah root with old dried persimmon, plus a bit of winter melon. Back then we didn't have much to eat, so the old persimmon was sweet, and the winter melon was sweet too, so you kids liked it. No, I still remember the taste. Xue Ling's dad laughed. It really was good. Third brother said, I have loofah root here. I don't have to go to the hospital today, so I'll bring it over to you. I'll pick up some old persimmon and winter melon on the way. No, Xue Ling's dad replied warmly. You wait at home, I'll drive over, and we'll go buy it together. Have you had breakfast? Third brother asked. I was just about to cook some rice. Stay and eat with me. No need, Xue Ling's dad laughed. I'm craving the sesame paste at the end of the alley. Don't cook, let's go have sesame paste and meat buns. Third brother laughed heartily. All right. Xue Ling's dad went off to find the remedy, telling Ranran to go to school and that he'd have the tasty, pain-relieving herbal tea in the afternoon. Then he drove off. Xue Ling's mom fed Xiaoxin porridge, while Achun fed Xiaochong buns and soy milk. Seeing her brother eating a fluffy white bun, Xiaoxin was reluctant to eat her porridge and kept reaching for the bun. Xue Ling's mom had no choice but to carry her away. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Why not let her have a bit of bun? Xue Ling's mom smiled wryly. Her stool's a bit loose, so she can't have buns. Cheng Tianyuan quickly took the porridge and said gently, Mom, you hold her. I'll feed her. Once the little one couldn't see the bun, she stopped wanting it and ate her porridge properly. Xue Ling came out holding Yang Yang's hand. I'm taking him to kindergarten, then heading to work. What about Ranran? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Who's taking him to school? Your dad, Liu Ying explained. Elementary school starts early, so he took him and went out to buy some meat for lunch. Everyone had their tasks, and soon breakfast was done and cleaned up. Liu Ying couldn't help scolding her daughter. You're going to be late again. Why aren't you up yet? It's not the weekend, you have work. Just then, Cheng Tianfang came rushing in, putting on her jacket as she ran. Mom, I don't have time for breakfast. Achun, meat buns, right? Give me 2. Liu Ying grumbled. Can't you get up 5 minutes earlier? If you dare drive in a rush, I'll break your legs. I won't. Cheng Tianfang grabbed the buns and dashed off. Seeing her daughter running and eating at the same time, Liu Ying couldn't help cursing. That girl, always making me worry. Ju Achun quickly comforted her. Ma'am, don't be angry. There's still more than 10 minutes before 8, and it's plenty of time to drive to the TV station. Don't worry. The problem is she never changes. Every day is like this. Liu Ying was furious. Xue Ling's mom didn't dare chime in, and awkwardly took Xiaoxin to change her diaper. Cheng Muhai came back carrying a big basket. Seeing his wife fuming, he immediately knew she was scolding their daughter. What are you mad about? When she comes home tonight, just tell her to make her own breakfast and dinner and stop coming here for free meals. If she has to cook breakfast, she won't be able to sleep in. You've spoiled her and now you're mad at yourself? Liu Ying thought about it and realized he was right. I'll talk to her when she gets off work. At the door, Xue Heng pulled a long face and complained, Dad, Mom, don't kick us out. When Fan gets off work, it's already 5 or 6 and she still has to buy groceries and cook, which takes at least half an hour. Then there's washing dishes, cleaning up, and she'll be busy until who knows when. Are we supposed to help her forever? Cheng Muhai retorted. You're married now. You need your own home and your own sense of responsibility. Xue Heng was embarrassed. This time, Liu Ying was determined. If you work overtime and it's too late, you can call and come for dinner. But breakfast you have to make yourselves, even if it's simple. She always sleeps until the last minute, then rushes to work and drives in a hurry. Is that safe? Have you forgotten the lesson from the last car accident? Xue Heng didn't dare argue with his in-laws and just nodded. Cheng Muhai said sternly, She has to get up at least half an hour earlier. Make breakfast, then go to work. You've been married almost 2 years and haven't cooked a single meal. Does that look like a real home? As her husband, you should help out. You both need to learn to live independently, or you'll be at a loss when you have kids. Xue Heng didn't dare say a word, just nodded and nodded. Zhu Achun noticed Xiao Chong had crawled out and hurried to pick him up. At that moment, Zheng Sanyuan from next door opened his door. The moment he saw her, his face turned red. "Morning." Zhu Achun smiled. "Morning? Off to work?" "Yes." Zheng Sanyuan quickly turned and rushed to the elevator. Zhu Achun found it a bit odd but didn't think much of it. That afternoon, Xueling's father came back with third uncle, bringing back a bunch of food. "We spent the whole morning wandering around the old part of town, eating and shopping as we went, and bought a ton of snacks for you all." Xueling's mom hurried to bring third uncle inside. Little Xin saw her grandpa was back and rushed over to greet him, but both grandpa and third uncle went to wash their hands, so she missed them. Little Chong, busy playing, saw grandpa put down a big bag and quickly crawled over, curiously rummaging through it. After washing and drying his hands, third uncle came out and found little Xin sitting at the kitchen doorway, staring at them with her big, adorable eyes. "Well, the little one's come over." Third uncle bent down, gently picked up little Xin, and slowly stood up. "Careful, careful." Xueling's dad hurried over to help. "Third brother, you're getting older, you shouldn't be carrying kids." Third uncle shook his head and laughed. "It's fine. I can still manage." Little Xin was at the age of babbling and loved to mimic words, so she kept repeating, "Move, move, move." Both Xueling's dad and third uncle burst out laughing. Third uncle pinched the little one's cheek and said warmly, "She looks just like Lingling did as a child." Xueling's dad explained, "She's the youngest sister." "Oh," third uncle smiled, "twins always look alike." Chung Muhai joked, "You brought back so many snacks we probably won't have room for lunch. How about we make hand-pulled noodles for lunch?" "Great," third uncle and Xueling's dad said in unison. "Noodles sound good." Seeing the sun was out, Xueling's mom took the kids' clothes outside to dry. Suddenly, she noticed Zhao Yi walking along the corridor across the way. She seemed to pick up a white strip of something and slip it through the window of Xue Jilan's apartment. Then, giggling, Zhao Yi ran back. Xueling's mom didn't think much of it, assuming she'd seen wrong, and went back inside after hanging up the clothes. Third uncle explained, "It's been busy the last few days, but I have today off." Ah Huan was exhausted too. He spent a whole day and night rushing a research report the day before yesterday. He's off today as well, probably came home last night. "Didn't see him," Xueling's dad said. "He must have come back late, we were already asleep." Third uncle smiled. "Let him catch up on sleep. Don't worry about him." By evening, Xueling was back. She'd gone to the branch factory to check the accounts that afternoon, so she was running late. By the time she got to the mall downstairs, it was already dark. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she heard a sharp female voice up ahead. It sounded like her mother-in-law, Liu Ying. It sounded like a fight. Xueling was surprised and hurried forward. From a distance, she could already hear her sister-in-law crying. Ran Ran and Yang Yang were standing at the door across the hall, frozen, not daring to go in. Cheng Qianyuan was standing at their own door, holding Zhao Xin in one arm and Zhao Chong in the other. The two little ones looked terrified, their eyes wide and confused. "Mama!" Yang Yang saw Xueling and ran over to hug her waist, eyes red as he whispered, "Grandma and Auntie are fighting." Ran quickly came over to explain, "No, Grandma was scolding Auntie. Auntie started crying and then they started arguing." Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling exchanged a look and shook their heads. "Don't worry about it for now. Go wash your hands and help me hold one of the kids." Xueling quickly put down her bag, washed her hands, and came out to take Xiao Xin. Little Chong stared wide-eyed and murmured, "Mama." "Don't be scared," Xueling soothed. "Daddy's holding you, I'll hold your sister." At that moment, Cheng Tianfang's crying grew even louder, almost a wail. "I'm always wrong. Everything's my fault. This isn't right. That isn't right. I'm not a full-time housewife. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. How am I supposed to do everything by myself? I work hard every day. Why can't you think about me for once? Why is everything always my fault?" Liu Ying shouted. "Am I wrong? You're tired when you work. But what about when you're not working? Isn't it just laziness? The house is always a mess, except for the living room sofa. Can you even find a place to step anywhere else? Ah Heng even comes here in the morning just to get a drink of water. You're married now. You have your own home. If you can't take care of your own place, what excuses are you making? Work? Who doesn't have to work? You're just lazy, that's all. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Sheling asked, "Where's Dad? Where are my parents?" Chung Tianyuan replied, "Dad and the others went to the park. Ran Ran and Yang Yang ran into Datong, so he brought them upstairs first. Mom's inside trying to calm things down and Achun is there too." Sheling whispered, "The little ones are scared. Why don't you take them across the hall for now? It's quieter there. Ran Ran, Yang Yang, you go too." Ran Ran picked up Xiao Xin and followed his dad and brothers across the hall. Just then, Xue Ling's mom's voice came from inside, trying to mediate. "Don't fight. There's nothing worth arguing about between mother and daughter. If you have something to say, talk it out. Ah Fang, you shouldn't be so harsh with your mom. She's only saying this for the good of your own family." Chung Tianfang, still sobbing, said, "Auntie, my mom is so biased. She only cares about my brother. She only wants to cook for my brother and sister-in-law. I'm married off, so she doesn't care about me anymore." "That's right. I don't care about you," Liu Ying snapped. "You know you're married off, huh? A daughter married off is like water thrown out, but you have no self-awareness. You live nearby, I make breakfast and dinner for you. You don't clean your place, I have to help. You eat, I wash the dishes, I have to take care of you and your husband." Sheling's mom quickly tried to calm Liu Ying. All right. Don't say things you don't mean when you're upset. Of course you love your daughter as much as your son." "I don't love her, she's not worth it," Liu Ying fumed. "Now she's making money, she's got skills, and she's putting on airs. She's lazy to the bone, works during the day, tired at night so she doesn't do any housework. Her in-laws live in their own place, and every time they come back they clean up. Look at her. There's dust everywhere. Other people work too, but their homes are spotless. Why can't you do it?" Chung Tianfang choked out. "It's not like I live there all the time. Do I have to clean every day? I'm busy at work, and at night I have to handle the bakery's accounts." "Pah!" Liu Ying shouted. "That bakery was doing fine until you messed it up. Business was good at first, but now there are fewer staff, fewer bakers, and the place is always empty. If your sister-in-law hadn't given you the shop rent-free, it would have closed long ago." Chung Tianfang muttered, "What do you know? The baker went back home, 2 staff quit, and I just haven't been able to hire new people yet. It's only been like this for a few days." "A shop with no staff isn't a shop," Liu Ying sneered. "If you can't handle your family and your work, you shouldn't have gotten married. Luckily Ah Heng is easygoing and your in-laws are nice people. Otherwise, who would want someone as lazy as you?" "Fine. I'll cook for myself from now on, okay?" Chung Tianfang snapped. "It's just breakfast and dinner, right? Do you have to humiliate me like this? It's not like I can't do it." "That's more like it," Liu Ying shouted. "Then do it yourself." Provoked by her mother, Chung Tianfang tried to storm out, but Xue Ling quickly stopped her and held her back. Chung Tianfang broke down in tears, throwing herself into Xue Ling's arms. "Sis-in-law, woo-woo!" Liu Ying came out shouting, "Ling Ling, don't bother with this lazy girl. If she keeps being lazy, she's hopeless. If I, as her mother, don't scold her and teach her, then I'm the one at fault. Don't go easy on her." Xue Ling frowned and sighed. "Mom, let's talk things out calmly. Don't shout like this. If Fang's not doing well, teach her patiently, but yelling like this will just scare the kids." Liu Ying, still fuming, said, "She's gotten out of hand lately. The house is always a mess. She sleeps in so late she doesn't even have time for breakfast. She has no self-discipline, and on top of that, the bakery downstairs is a mess. Your dad says the bakery is closed more often than it's open. How can you do business like that?" This was news to Xue Ling. She took Chung Tianfang's hand and said, "Don't cry, let's talk it out. You know how Mom is. She gets angry, but it passes quickly." Chung Tianfang, ashamed, whispered, "Sis-in-law, I really do have my faults. As long as you know and can change, it's not a big deal," Xue Ling said gently. Xue Ling's mom pulled Liu Ying aside, smiling. "It's really nothing serious, just little things. Come on, don't be angry. Ah-chun's the only one in the kitchen. She might not be able to handle all the dishes. Let's go help her. Xue Ling pulled Cheng Tianfang toward the kitchen. Let's go help too. No, Cheng Tianfang choked out. Starting today, I won't eat at my parents' anymore. When Ah Heng gets back, we'll eat out, then buy utensils and groceries and go home. Xue Ling said quietly. Fang, that's not necessary. Sis-in-law, Mom's right, Cheng Tianfang said through tears. I really have been spoiled by them. All 3 meals are made by my parents, and I just show up to eat. Not only do I rely on them for food, but my own place is a mess. I've gotten lazy again, and if I don't change, I don't know how I'll manage in the future. Xue Ling thought it wasn't the right time to ask about the bakery, so she let it go. 1 meal won't make a difference. Stay for dinner tonight. When Ah Heng comes, you two can get ready together. But Cheng Tianfang was too upset and wouldn't agree. Just then, the elevator opened and Xue Heng came out with his briefcase. Cheng Tianfang ran straight to him. Xue Ling, seeing her throw herself into Xue Heng's arms, felt awkward staying, so she slipped into the other apartment. Both Moms and Zhu Ah-chun were preparing dinner. On the big dining table were already 2 plates of braised pork and a dozen char siu buns. Xue Ling washed her hands and went to help. Liu Ying said, Go pour 2 bowls of millet porridge for the little ones. Ran Ran and Yang Yang said they want rice. There's noodles and rice, and some leftover hand-pulled noodles from lunch. Xue Ling quickly went to ladle out the porridge. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came in carrying Xiao Chong. Ran Ran was carrying Xiao Xin, but he wasn't as strong as an adult and was sweating from the effort. Xue Ling quickly took chubby Xiao Xin from him and said, Let's feed the little ones first. The 2 older brothers can help. But Cheng Tianyuan stopped her and said quietly, Don't worry about Fang for now. Let's take care of the little ones. Xue Ling was uneasy. She seemed really upset just now. She needs to learn a lesson, or she'll only make things harder for herself later, Cheng Tianyuan said seriously. I told you, just leave it for now. Xue Ling whispered. Mom was a bit harsh. If it was Dad, he'd be even louder, Cheng Tianyuan replied. She's had it too easy these past 2 years. She always talks about working hard, but what's the reality? The 2 shops you gave her are both closed now. The house is a mess, and she can't even be bothered to cook. If this keeps up, her marriage will run into trouble sooner or later. No matter how much Ah Heng loves her, how long can he put up with it? It's better to realize her mistakes early and start managing her home and life. Then she'll be better off in the future. Xue Ling listened and stopped insisting. All right, let's feed the little ones. Ran Ran was already a big boy and could read the room. He took his brother and quietly peeked at their uncle and aunt in the hallway, seeing their uncle comforting their aunt and then leading her downstairs. Ran Ran came back and told his parents. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Grown-up matters are not for kids to worry about, so don't ask or talk about it, okay? Okay, the brothers nodded. Xue Ling smiled. Go wash your hands and set the table. The brothers went to the kitchen to help. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling fed the 2 little ones. A while later, Xue Ling's dad and Cheng Muhai came back. Xue Ling's dad said quietly, We ran into Ah Heng and Fang downstairs just now. She was still crying. They're eating out tonight, and said they'll start cooking for themselves from tomorrow. I didn't say much, but Muhai said it's about time. Ah Heng didn't look too happy after his father-in-law said that. Xue Ling made a shushing gesture and whispered, Ah Yuan said we should pretend we don't know and just leave it for now. All right, her dad nodded. Just then, footsteps sounded at the door. Xue Jilan and Mrs. Chen were back. They'd called ahead to say they'd be home tonight. Liu Ying came out smiling and took Mrs. Chen's hand. Ah-chun made your favorite fried meatballs tonight. Mrs. Chen laughed. Thank you, thank you. Xue Jilan said, Wu-gei, in-laws, we have to play a few rounds of chess tonight. Of course, been waiting for you. Great, let's do it. Yang Yang called out, Uncle, Grandpa, time to eat. Everyone washed up and took their seats. Mrs. Chen, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed her son and daughter-in-law weren't there. Is Fang working late again? Everyone looked a little awkward. Liu Ying looked up and sighed. In-law, I just scolded her and told the two of them to eat at home from now on. Xue Jilan and Mrs. Chen were surprised and exchanged a look, not quite sure what to say. Did they do something to upset you? Mrs. Chen asked. Cheng Muhai answered quickly. Yes. Fang's gotten too lazy. She used to be all right, but since she got married, she's gotten worse. She sleeps in so late she's almost late for work, comes home at night just to eat and leave. Her own place is always a mess, and her mom even has to help her clean. The bakery downstairs was doing well, but she couldn't be bothered to manage it, so business got worse and now it's closed. You can't spoil kids too much. Or when we're old, who will help her? Liu Ying said quietly, I know you both love her. As her in-laws, it's hard for you to say anything. But she's our daughter. If she's not doing well, we have to teach her, even if it means scolding her. Shi Jilan said, a little embarrassed. Heng probably has his faults too. No, said Cheng Muhai. Heng is fine. As a father-in-law, he couldn't criticize his son-in-law in front of the in-laws. Liu Ying, who doted on her son-in-law, said warmly, Heng doesn't know how to cook, but he's not the type to do nothing at home. It's not really anyone's fault, Xie Ling said with a smile. Just some small bad habits. Mom's just worried that when they have kids they'll be overwhelmed and she doesn't want them to always rely on the elders. She wants them to learn to be independent. She also said if they work late or come back late, just call ahead and she'll always make extra food for them. That's already good enough, Shi Jilan said with a smile. Back in our day, I didn't have any family around, and she was far from her parents too. The two of us worked and raised the kids on our own, busy from morning till night, juggling both work and life pressures, but we still managed. They don't even have kids yet. If they can't take care of themselves now, all the more reason to let them learn. Cheng Muhai chuckled at that. You said exactly what I was thinking. Liu Ying asked quietly, You don't blame us, do you? Of course not, Mrs. Chen said, a little embarrassed. You've already done so much for them. These past 2 years, you've taken care of them, and us too. My in-law is right, you can't spoil kids too much. But honestly, compared to Fang, Heng is even less capable. We should be learning from you. Not at all. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying both laughed. Heng is great, really. The mood lightened, and everyone continued eating and chatting. After dinner, Xue Ling's dad, Cheng Muhai, and Xue Jilan took Yang Yang and Ranran downstairs for a walk. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling took the two little ones for a bath. When they finished, Xue Ling came out holding Xiao Xin and noticed that Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang still hadn't come back. The apartment across the hall was dark. Just then, Xue Ling's mom and Liu Ying came out. The kitchen's pretty much done. Come on, let's take Xiaoxin and Xiaochong downstairs to play. Xue Ling reminded them. It's chilly and windy. Put a vest on them. They just had a bath. All right. Her mom went back in to find vests. Zhu Achun was mopping the kitchen floor. When Xue Ling came in, she smiled. You're finally free? Yeah, Xue Ling asked. Anything else you need help with? No need, Zhu Achun replied. Just the floor left? I can handle it. Seeing no one else was around, and Cheng Tianyuan was across the hall, Xue Ling half closed the door. Achun, you've been helping out at our place for a year now. We have a big family, lots of kids. It's been a lot of work for you. Zhu Achun smiled gently. Don't say that. It's not hard work at all, really. Besides, every adult in your family helps out, so I'm not that busy. Last night I measured little Ironhead's height. He's grown 5 or 6 centimeters this year. He said I've gotten a bit chubbier too, and I look healthier. A stable home, steady work and income. She and her son had no more worries and lived happily every day. Even though the family was big, no one was lazy. Everyone pitched in, never treating her like a maid or expecting her to do everything. I'm really happy working here, Xue Ling laughed. That's because you're such a good person with a good temper. You can handle all these elders and kids. Zhu Achun blushed and said softly, Your family is full of kind people, all with good hearts. Ling changed the subject at the right moment. Little Ironhead is only 12 or 13, and you're still young too. You can't help us forever. You should start thinking more about your own and Little Ironhead's future. What else is there to plan? Ju Achun smiled. Work, life, that's about it. When Xiaoxin and the others are older and you're less busy, I'll go back to work at the property management office downstairs. Director Liao is a good person too. What about your personal life? Ling smiled. Haven't you thought about finding someone to spend the rest of your life with? Ju Achun laughed quietly. There you go again. It's not that easy. I'm a divorced woman with a child. Who would want me? Uncle Zheng, Ling said bluntly. He's always wanted to be with you, but he's too shy to say it, afraid you'll mind. Ju Achun froze, her face quickly turning red. Don't say that. He's such a good man with a good family. Why would he look at me? Ling giggled, peeling an apple as she spoke softly. He's modest, but you're even more modest. He's afraid you'll mind, and you think he wouldn't want you. You two are really a pair. Ju Achun didn't dare say anything, head down, mopping quickly. Ling chuckled. Achun, Uncle Zheng is very serious. I've known him for years. We've worked together, made money together, looked out for each other. He's straightforward, kind, responsible. He divorced his ex-wife, who's remarried, so there's no more entanglement, and his 3 kids all really like you. They told me themselves they'd welcome you and Little Ironhead. Everything's ready, just waiting for you to say yes. Ju Achun kept her head down, scrubbing the floor so hard it squeaked. Ling sliced the apple and moved closer. Achun, just give me an answer, yes or no. Uncle Zheng is waiting anxiously for you. He's been urging me for days to play matchmaker. He's so nervous. This is my first time matchmaking, so I'm not very experienced. But I can see you both care for each other, and you're both kind and genuine, so I dared to help. If you two get together, you'll make a wonderful family. Ju Achun was so embarrassed her face and ears were red. Ling laughed. So Achun, do you agree or not? Nod if you do, shake your head if you don't. I'm not blind, I've seen it for a while. You both like each other, you're just too shy to say it or take the first step. But happiness is something you have to reach for yourself. Some people, if you miss them, it's for a lifetime. When the chance comes, grab it. Maybe you'll meet someone even better in the future, but it might not be someone you like, or someone you can trust. Uncle Zheng, aside from his health, is great in every way. Ju Achun still kept her head down, blushing furiously. I don't know what to say. Ling lowered her voice. Just nod if you agree. The rest is up to Uncle Zheng. He's just afraid you'll say no, so he doesn't dare take the first step. If not, he said you can just stay good neighbors. Ju Achun was flustered, whispering, How could I know right away if it's okay or not? You want to talk to Little Ironhead first, right? Ling asked. Ju Achun nodded shyly. Ling smiled. Of course. Uncle Zheng said the same. It's not just about you two. It's about 2 families. Don't worry, he's always loved kids. You see how much he loves his own and even my little ones. Ju Achun said softly, As long as he doesn't mind me, that's good. But Little Ironhead is very independent. He's never said he wanted a dad. He might not agree. If it were someone else, maybe not, Ling said softly. But Uncle Zheng is someone he knows well, so he probably will. Little Ironhead, though young, had been through a lot and was more mature than most kids his age. If it were a stranger, he might not accept it. But he got along well with Uncle Zheng, often helping him walk, and they were close. Hearing this, Ju Achun clearly felt more confident. Then I'll talk to him. Please don't reply to Uncle Zheng just yet. Little Ironhead is my life. If he doesn't agree, I'd rather starve than find another man to take care of us. Ling nodded. All right. That night, after dinner, Cheng Tianfang and Shui Heng bought a bunch of kitchenware, plates, bowls, chopsticks, and so on. Since they both had to work the next morning, they picked up some buns to steam for breakfast. Xue Heng thought for a moment and said quietly, "Let's just keep breakfast simple." "But we can't just eat buns," Cheng Tianfang pouted. "How about making some millet porridge? It only takes about 20 minutes. Xue Heng gave a wry smile. "But that means you'll have to get up more than half an hour earlier, and if you want to wash all the dishes after, you'll have to get up almost an hour early." Cheng Tianfang frowned at that. Work started at 8, and it took at least 10 minutes to drive to the TV station. If that was the case, she'd have to get up a little after 6. Normally, she didn't get up until 7:30. Seeing her frown, Xue Heng quickly said, "How about this? After we eat, just leave the dishes for later. We can clean up after dinner. It's just the two of us, so there won't be much." "As if," Cheng Tianfang huffed. "You need a pot for porridge, a steamer for the buns. It's not just 2 bowls." Xue Heng coaxed. "It's fine. I'll help clean up after work. And if we're ever too busy, we can just eat out. There are dozens of places to eat behind the mall." "All right." Cheng Tianfang finally managed a smile. Xue Heng added, "When we have kids in the future, if we're too busy, we can always ask Mom and Dad for help or even hire a nanny. Money won't be a problem." Cheng Tianfang nodded. They carried their things inside and turned on the lights. Except for the living room, which was barely passable, everywhere else was covered in dust. They rolled up their sleeves and started cleaning the kitchen. "When was the last time we cleaned?" Cheng Tianfang muttered. "Oh, right. It was the day after I got back from training. It's only been a month. How did it get this dirty?" Xue Heng explained. "This isn't bad. If it were the factory in the suburbs, there's so much dust you'd have to clean every day." They chatted as they cleaned. After more than half an hour, the kitchen was finally done. Cheng Tianfang said, troubled, "No one's home most of the time. Using coal briquettes is such a waste, and the air's not good either." Xue Heng thought for a moment. "Why not use a gas stove, like my brother's family? Lots of people in the city use gas now." Mentioning her older brother made Cheng Tianfang feel a little sour. "My parents only ever dote on my brother. It's always been that way." Xue Heng frowned slightly and said quietly, "That's not fair to your parents. You're the youngest daughter. They definitely dote on you more. Your brother is independent and very filial. You can't just take out your frustration on them." Cheng Tianfang pouted. "But it's true. They cook all the meals for my brother and sister-in-law, do all the housework. My sister-in-law never has to cook. It's always my brother and my parents." Xue Heng said quietly, "But your sister-in-law is the one who buys everything they need, and she gives them money for daily expenses. Just the other day, I went with Dad to pick up a transfer from the photo studio in Rongcheng. It was over 1,000 yuan a month, sometimes several hundred more. Dad said they haven't had to ask your brother for money for years. What your sister-in-law gives covers everyone's food, and there's even some left over." Cheng Tianfang was surprised, then muttered, dissatisfied, "It's just money. I have money too. So do you. We can give them living expenses, can't we?" Xue Heng laughed. "You think you have enough? Supporting a whole family is expensive. Your salary alone wouldn't be enough." Cheng Tianfang couldn't help thinking of the bakery downstairs. At first, the shop made some money, over 1,000 a month, sometimes even 2,000, Xue Heng advised. "Running a shop takes time and energy. You've been traveling a lot for work this year, so the staff slacked off. I think you should just rent out the shop. The rent will probably be more than your salary, and you won't have to split your attention." "Good idea," Cheng Tianfang said after thinking it over. "Is the rent really that high?" "It is," Xue Heng replied. "Ronghua Mall is the busiest shopping center in the city. You've seen how many shops there are." Cheng Tianfang nodded. "All right, let's rent it out." Xue Heng finished wiping the table and chairs. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Ah Heng, Ah Fang!" It was Mrs. Chen's voice. Cheng Tianfang hurried to open the door. "Mom, when did you get back?" Mrs. Chen smiled. "We got back this evening, had dinner at your in-laws' place." Cheng Tianfang's smile faltered a bit. Mrs. Chen noticed, and seeing her son wiping chairs, she secretly found it funny. "Still cleaning this late?" Don't overdo it. Get some rest. Xue Heng called out. Mom, want some water? I'll boil some. Mrs. Chen shook her head. No need, I just came to say hi. Ah Heng, you should get a thermos for here. Boil water and keep it in there so you can have a drink anytime. Luckily you don't have many guests or they'd have to wait half an hour for water to cool. Xue Heng laughed. Okay, I'll buy one tomorrow. Mrs. Chen added, Don't worry about cleaning everything. Just the living room and your bedroom for now. Do the rest on the weekend. You both work during the day and have chores at night, don't wear yourselves out. Got it, they both replied. Mrs. Chen tugged her son's sleeve and whispered, Your in-laws let you eat with them because they care about you. But Fang is married now, she can't just take it for granted. You need to explain that to her. Xue Heng murmured. I know. Mrs. Chen smiled and left. Cheng Tianfang closed the door and muttered, Honey, I think your mom and everyone else already knows. So what if they do? Xue Heng coaxed. We have to be independent sooner or later. You married me and now we're our own little family. We have to take care of our own home. Cheng Tianfang kept cleaning. One swept, one mopped, and soon the living room and bedroom were tidy. I'm exhausted. Let's shower and get to bed early. The next morning the alarm went off. They were used to waking up at 7 or 8, so getting up an hour earlier left them both yawning. One started the porridge, the other washed up. Cheng Tianfang exclaimed, This stove is so slow, it's still cold after ages. Where's the steamer? How are we supposed to steam the buns? Seeing her flustered in the kitchen, Xue Heng hurried in to help. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xue Heng went to open it. There was Xue Ling, holding a plate of steaming hot zongzi. She explained, Chen made these early this morning. They're fresh. Eat them while they're hot. Xue Heng was so grateful he almost cried, Sis, I love you. Xue Ling rolled her eyes and went back. That morning the two of them had zongzi for breakfast, then went off to work. Looking at the still messy kitchen, Cheng Tianfang thought of how, at her parents' place, she could eat whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted, and take whatever she liked. She felt a mix of emotions. She'd been spoiled by her parents and just took it all for granted. Sigh. Day after day, Zheng Sanyuan waited and waited and waited, but still didn't get a reply from Xue Ling. Secretary Gong couldn't help but shake her head and smile wryly. Boss, what's up with you these days? You're either staring out the window or anxiously watching your phone. What's going on? Zheng Sanyuan was startled, then gave an embarrassed smile. It's nothing. Secretary Gong said, You're just like a kid waiting for his report card. Zheng Sanyuan muttered to himself, This is even more nerve-wracking than waiting for grades. He rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth in his office. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and went straight to the main factory to find Xue Ling. Xue Ling was in a meeting with her team. The secretary smiled. Uncle Zheng, please wait outside for a bit. Zheng Sanyuan thought about leaving, but he was too anxious, so he stayed. Xue Ling's meetings were never long. She quickly finished giving instructions and wrapped up. Zheng Sanyuan hurried in. Ling Ling? Xue Ling saw him and smiled. Uncle Zheng? What's up? Come, let's talk in my office. Zheng Sanyuan followed her in. Xue Ling deliberately took her time, slowly boiling water, slowly taking out the tea canister, slowly making tea. Zheng Sanyuan. He gave a bitter laugh and said quietly, Yes or no. Good or bad, it's just one word. Ling Ling, how long are you going to keep teasing your uncle? Xue Ling giggled and asked, Uncle, if this works out, you'll give me a matchmaker's red envelope, right? I will. Zheng Sanyuan's eyes lit up. A big one. Xue Ling burst out laughing. Zheng Sanyuan groaned. Come on, just tell me already. Xue Ling finally stopped laughing and explained. Chun agreed. She just needs to talk to little Ironhead. She hasn't given me a reply yet. I think she's shy and hasn't found the right moment to ask him. She agreed? Zheng Sanyuan couldn't believe it, asking again and again. She agreed? Xue Ling nodded. 100% sure. Zheng Sanyuan smiled, a little lost, a little excited, but overjoyed inside. Xue Ling explained, A couple days ago it was my dad's birthday. Our whole family went downstairs to eat and she and Little Ironhead came too. Little Ironhead even asked me why your family didn't come. Your dad's birthday? How come I didn't know? Zheng Sanyuan frowned. Why didn't you tell me? Xiaoling quickly explained, my dad didn't want anyone to know. I wanted to throw him a party, but he refused. I even asked my third uncle to help persuade him, but he said the older he gets, the less he wants people to know his age. So we just had a family meal. Didn't tell anyone else. Zheng Sanyuan laughed. I get it. I really do. Xueling said quietly, Achun is on board, so you don't need to worry. But what if Little Ironhead doesn't agree? Zheng Sanyuan nervously rubbed his hands. That kid is so independent and strong. Suddenly having a stepdad, he might not like it. Xueling thought for a moment and said, You can try talking to him yourself, see how he feels. Kids are happy when someone cares about them. But don't force him to call you dad. He's not just indifferent to the idea of a father. He actually resents it. Zheng Sanyuan nodded quickly. I won't force him to call me dad, but I'll treat him as my own, raise him well and care for him. He's so tough and hardworking, carrying so much at such a young age, it breaks my heart. Xueling smiled and gave him a thumbs up. If you really think that way, even if he never calls you dad, he'll still respect and love you. Zheng Sanyuan grinned happily. Soon after, Zheng Sanyuan quietly found Little Ironhead for a talk. Little Ironhead listened and finally caught on. Uncle Zheng, what are you really trying to say? My mom, she's been acting weird lately, like she wants to say something but can't. You know what it is, don't you? Zheng Sanyuan was surprised. She hasn't told you. Really? Little Ironhead nodded sincerely. Now Zheng Sanyuan felt awkward, especially looking into those pure black eyes. His face turned red and he stammered. Little Ironhead eyed him suspiciously. Uncle, what do you want to say? It's okay, just say it. Zheng Sanyuan smiled, swallowing nervously. It's like this. I want to take care of you and your mom. Your mom and I like each other, but she's afraid to say yes because she's worried you won't be happy. Since you don't know, I'll just say it. Ironhead, you know my family situation. I'm divorced. My ex-wife has remarried. Your mom is a wonderful person. Very kind. My 3 kids all like her, and they like you too. I hope you'll join our family. However I treat my own kids, I'll treat you the same. Little Ironhead was stunned. Zheng Sanyuan nervously fiddled with his hands, glancing around, only to see Cheng Tianyuan holding Xiaoxin at the door, apparently having stood there for a while. Cheng Tianyuan. Zheng Sanyuan. Xiaoxin saw Little Ironhead and giggled, waving her chubby hands. Cheng Tianyuan quickly came to his senses and tried to leave with Xiaoxin. Yuan! Zheng Sanyuan called out, laughing. Since you're here, help me talk to Little Ironhead. My wife was the one who played matchmaker for this. Cheng Tianyuan gave an awkward smile and came over with Xiaoxin. Uncle Zheng, I just happened to come out. Didn't hear much. He was a straightforward guy. He had no idea any of this was going on. Zheng Sanyuan put a hand on Little Ironhead's arm and smiled. I want to take care of them. Achun has already agreed. I wanted to talk to Little Ironhead myself. Cheng Tianyuan looked at the still stunned Little Ironhead and said quietly, He's probably as surprised as I am. Never saw this coming. Little Ironhead seemed startled, pushed Zheng Sanyuan's hand away and quickly hid behind Cheng Tianyuan. Zheng Sanyuan jumped. Ironhead, don't be mad. Cheng Tianyuan, holding his daughter with one arm, put the other around Little Ironhead and said quietly, Uncle Zheng, don't worry, he's just caught off guard. Little Ironhead blinked a few times and lowered his head. I don't know what to say. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and patted his head. How about we go inside and talk? It's quieter. Zheng Sanyuan got the hint and quickly agreed. Yes, let's go in and chat. Little Ironhead followed Cheng Tianyuan inside, with Zheng Sanyuan behind, closing the door. Zheng Sanyuan took Xiaoxin and played with her, laughing. Little Ironhead watched him, feeling a mix of emotions. Cheng Tianyuan gently ruffled his hair and said quietly, Ironhead, your mom is only in her 30s. She's still got a long life ahead. She didn't get to choose her own path before, so she wasn't happy. It's been hard for her, raising you alone. Luckily, you're a good, thoughtful kid. But you have to understand, when you grow up, you'll have your own family and kids. Your mom deserves her own happiness too. If she can have a companion like my parents or my in-laws, she won't be lonely in old age. Little Ironhead didn't say anything, just kept his head down. Jung San-yuan, worried he would refuse, said softly, "Ironhead, Uncle won't force you to call me Dad. I'll take responsibility for raising you all the way until you're grown and married. You know I care about you. I just hope I can look after you and your mom openly and properly." Chung Tianyuan smiled and flicked Little Ironhead's forehead. "Why so quiet? Even if you don't agree, Uncle won't blame you. If you like Uncle, and like your new siblings, just nod." Little Ironhead's eyes were red, his mouth moved, but no sound came out. Zheng Sanyuan looked at Chung Tianyuan for help, embarrassed. "Maybe I should step out for a bit." But Little Ironhead quickly grabbed his hand. "Uncle?" Zheng Sanyuan smiled and gently patted his hand. "No matter what happens, I'll always be your Uncle Zheng. That will never change. Your mom said if you don't agree, she can't say yes. You mean everything to her. We're lucky to be neighbors, and you and your mom have helped me so much. I'm truly grateful. When I was at my lowest, it was your family and you two who helped me. I'm really thankful. If you don't agree, I won't bring it up again." "No," Little Ironhead said, eyes red, embarrassed and quiet. I really like you, Uncle. Your kids gave me toys and Duo is really nice to me, always playing with me." Zheng Sanyuan beamed. Chung Tianyuan lowered his voice. "Then just nod and agree." "But Little Ironhead asked, "I really like it here. If we do this, will we have to move? Won't we be able to live here anymore?" "Of course not," Zheng Sanyuan laughed. "My home is right across the hall. I already bought it from Lingling. That's my house now. For now, you'll have to share a room with Duo. When Daetong gets married, he'll move out and start his own family, and then you can have his room. When Xiaoyi graduates college, she'll probably get married too. When Duo grows up, he'll have his own family. And when you grow up and get married, it'll just be your mom and me together." Little Ironhead gave a shy smile. Zheng Sanyuan said softly, "You can just keep calling me Uncle." Little Ironhead nodded. Chung Tianyuan laughed heartily. "This is all great news." Zheng Sanyuan was overjoyed, pulling Little Ironhead into a hug and patting him on the back. Half a month later, Zheng Sanyuan took Ju Chun to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. At first, Ju Chun was hesitant, but Zheng Sanyuan insisted. "Our marriage needs to be recognized by law, so your rights are protected, and so are Little Ironhead's." Sitting in the passenger seat, Ju Chun said quietly, "What's there to protect? I'm not after anything from you. We don't need to register. This is fine." "No," Zheng Sanyuan insisted. "This is for your own good. You're only in your 30s, marrying an old guy like me. This way, it's all proper. If I go before you, at least you'll have something left. I already told Lingling I want to buy the apartment you and your son rent and put it in your name." "No, that's too expensive," Ju Chun quickly refused. "Don't do that. You have 3 kids. You can't just give things away or they might feel upset." Zheng Sanyuan smiled. "I already discussed it with them. Last night at dinner, I brought it up. They all agreed. That apartment is close to Lingling's family, and they're all good people. If I'm gone one day, that place will be your safety net. If anything happens, they'll definitely help you." Ju Chun's eyes turned red. "Why are you thinking so far ahead for me?" Zheng Sanyuan smiled gently. "If you're willing to be with me, I have to think ahead for you. Right now, I'm still in charge, but in the future, it'll be Daetong and the others. While we're all on the same page, I want to make sure you and Little Ironhead are taken care of. You're honest and kind, and I worry you might be wronged in the future." Ju Chun shed tears, but her heart felt warm and sweet. Her ex-husband had never cared about her, only ever eating, drinking, and playing, coming home just to hit her or ask for money. But this man truly wanted to treat her well, always thinking of her and Little Ironhead. Zheng Sanyuan turned the steering wheel and explained, "My parents are still in good health, but they can't travel far. I've told them and they're very happy. If you want a big wedding—" "No big wedding," Ju Achun said, blushing. "Just a simple registration is enough. I don't like big events, and there's no need to waste money." Zheng Sanyuan chuckled. "All right, we'll do as you say. How about we just book a couple tables at the restaurant downstairs, invite old Shua and Lingling's family? Lingling is our matchmaker, so just their family and ours, everyone together for a happy meal. How's that?" "Okay," Ju Achun nodded. The next day at noon, Zheng Sanyuan booked 3 tables at the restaurant downstairs. Shuling's whole family and their new blended family all gathered for a big, joyful meal, celebrating Zheng Sanyuan and Ju Achun's marriage. Afterward, Ju Achun and Little Ironhead moved into the Zheng home. Little Ironhead shared a room with Duo, and the 2 boys, both in their teens, played together every day. Liao Zongnan handled the house purchase contract, put the deed in Ju Achun's name, and brought it to her in person, offering his congratulations. Ju Achun thanked him. Zheng Sanyuan quickly handed out wedding cigarettes and candy. Thank you. Have some candy." Liao Zongnan accepted with a smile and said goodbye to Shuiling. Every day, Ju Achun cleaned the house, went out to buy groceries, cooked, and kept everything tidy and the meals delicious. Da Tong and Xiao Yi were both in college, but whenever they had a free afternoon, they'd come home for a meal. Duo gave up boarding at school, taking the bus to and from home every day. The house, once messy with dirty clothes and socks everywhere, and a chaotic kitchen and living room, was now neat and fresh, with the scent of sunshine on the laundry and hot meals ready every day. Their dad was all smiles, and the siblings were secretly delighted. Zheng Sanyuan drove to work at the factory every morning and came home every evening. Little Ironhead still went to and from school as usual, but with his mom at home cooking and cleaning, life was much easier. Not only did he have less to do, but now he had Duo to study and play with, and life was much happier. In her spare time, Ju Achun often went over to Lingling's house to help out, cleaning or watching the kids. The elders always shook their heads, embarrassed. But Ju Achun didn't mind at all, smiling. "We're all neighbors, no need to be so formal." In the blink of an eye, autumn turned to winter, and soon it was the end of the year. Da Tong and Xiao Yi came home early for break, and as soon as they walked in the door, they called out happily, "Dad, Auntie Achun, what's for dinner?" Ju Achun smiled from the kitchen. "Your favorite fried chicken wings and osmanthus cake." "Wow, awesome!" Laughter filled the house, while next door, Shuiling's parents were busy packing. "It's hot in the South Island. Just bring short sleeves, maybe 1 or 2 light jackets at most." Liu Ying came in, holding Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong, and asked nervously, "Are we really all going to the South Island?" Shuiling's mom nodded quickly. "Of course! The tickets are all booked, so you can't back out now." Liu Ying hesitated. "But are such little kids really okay on a plane?" "Of course," Shuiling's dad laughed. "When Ran was just a few months old, we carried him on a plane to the capital. The airline will give the kids ear covers so their ears won't hurt. Just bring some snacks and toys and keep them happy and comfortable." Shuiling's mom agreed. "They'll be surrounded by familiar faces, and their 2 big brothers will be with them, so there's nothing to worry about. When we take them to the park, they're never shy." Chung Muhai, packing his grandson's clothes, poked his head out. "You, going on a trip, and you've been fussing for days? We're heading south tomorrow and you're still hesitating? You're the classic homebody." Liu Ying grinned sheepishly. Shuiling's mom quickly played peacemaker. "Don't worry. Jilan and his wife are coming too, and they'll help out. Ran and Yang are big enough now, we don't have to carry them. They can even help look after their little siblings." "That's true," Liu Ying smiled. "Just last night, Ran fed Xiao Chong dinner." Xue Jilan was already on his New Year's break, and Mrs. Chen had retired a week ago. Their luggage was all packed. Mrs. Chen was making dumplings in the kitchen, with Xue Jilan helping out. Liu Ying brought the 2 kids over. "Gonggong," Xiao Xin called to Xue Jilan. Xiao Chong echoed, Gonggong Xue Jilan was used to Shu Gong being shortened to Gonggong, and nodded. Good kids, dumplings will be ready soon. Cheng Tianyuan was in the back, rolling out dumpling wrappers. Liu Ying asked curiously. Yuan, the kids are off school this afternoon. Shan Yu is on break too. Why aren't they going back to South Island for New Year? Cheng Tianyuan replied. Shan Yu is coming here to spend New Year with them. Shan Yu's factory had burned down, and he'd sold the machines for scrap, then used the money to buy and sell pigs in Rongcheng and the provincial capital, making a bit of money. With some savings, he had the factory fixed up and rented it out. With 2 years' rent in hand, he came to the capital to buy jeans to sell in South Island. He didn't make much, but gradually things got easier, and he could spend more time with his wife and daughter. Chen Shuiyu had wanted to go out to work, but Shan Yu persuaded her not to. Her health wasn't great, and Shan Yu was still young and needed care. As Shan Yu sent more money home, Chen Shuiyu finally felt at ease. Recently, Shui Ling had talked with Chen Shuiyu about letting little Shan Yu learn to sing New Year's songs. Not only did she hire a professional teacher, but Shan Yu would also earn 1,000 yuan for the recording. When Chen Shuiyu heard it was for a tape recording, she agreed right away. Shui Ling also promised that for every tape sold, Shan Yu would get a share of the profits. Shan Yu was thrilled, saying she'd be happy to learn to sing even without pay. The recording took about half a month, all done at Shui Ling's new factory. At first, they thought it was just a regular factory, but it was beautifully decorated, with several sets of equipment, very high-end. Shui Ling explained that Liu Xincheng, old Liu's daughter, had bought the new equipment, and the total investment for the factory and gear was several 100,000 yuan. A lot of people were shocked. After all, this was a brand new industry. No one really knew it, and not many were investing. To throw so much money at a few machines and instruments that didn't look like much? But Shui Ling insisted on investing no matter how expensive the equipment. It was her own money, so no one could stop her. Even so, Shui Ling's mom didn't scold her, just said, "A tape for 10 yuan is too expensive, it won't sell." Shui Ling just grinned. That's exactly why we have to produce and sing ourselves, so we can sell it cheaper. It was a huge investment, and unless sales were high, it would be hard to make the money back. No one tried to stop her, but many advised her to be cautious. Shui Ling was calm and determined, even asking if anyone wanted to invest, but no one answered. She didn't mind, saying she wasn't short on money and would just invest and earn herself. For the last few months of the year, she was busy with the main factory and her New Era media company, and was hardly ever home. She was busy, and so was Cheng Tianyuan, who was wholesaling tissues, so the two of them decided not to go to South Island, just let the elders and kids go. So 3 seaside cabins were booked, 10 plane tickets bought, but not for the couple themselves. Shui Ling's mom listened and asked, "Did I just hear Shan Yu singing?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "The mall downstairs is playing New Year's songs, probably from the tapes Ling Ling's company is selling." Xue Zhilan, making dumplings, laughed. "Shan Yu sings beautifully. Last week Ling Ling gave me a tape, and when I played it in my office, my colleagues all said it was great. A child's voice with festive New Year's music should be very popular." "Really?" Xue Ling's mom asked. "Why'd she only give you one? Didn't bring one home?" Xue Ling's dad retorted, "When she wanted to do this, didn't you mock her? If it were me, I wouldn't bring you one either." "I was just worried she was being impulsive," Xue Ling's mom explained. "Spending hundreds of thousands on equipment isn't a small thing. If everyone supported her, she might lose her head. How much can you make from tapes? How long would it take to earn back that much?" Xue Ling's dad squinted and said quietly, "They started selling last month, but I don't know how it's going." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "She hasn't said. There's still half a month till New Year, probably too soon to know." "How much is a tape?" Xue Ling's mom wondered. "I'll go downstairs and buy one to listen." Mrs. Chen laughed. "I think it's 7 or 8 yuan. 8, Xue Zhilan corrected. Xue Ling's mom thought for a moment. 8 is still a bit pricey. Mrs. Chen didn't mind. "It's a little expensive, but you can listen over and over for a year or more and it won't break. It's actually a good deal." Cheng Tianyuan used Xue Ling's logic. Mom, people used to only spend on rice and wheat, but as incomes rose, they started buying meat. Now, with better living standards, people want TVs and tapes, and will want more in the future. Right now, all tapes are made elsewhere and shipped in, so they cost over 10 yuan. 8 is a bit expensive, but most families can afford it. 10 or 8? Of course I'd pick 8, Liu Ying said. Xiaoxin ran over and hugged her dad's leg, calling sweetly, "Daddy, want meat, meat." "All right," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "There's minced meat in the dumplings. I'll cook some for you soon." Zhao Chong ran off to find Grandpa. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Liu Ying opened it. Zheng Xiaoyi was there with a plate of mung bean cakes, saying she'd just made them and brought some to share. Liu Ying quickly thanked her. Zheng Xiaoyi saw Shui Jilan and Mrs. Chen were there, blushed, greeted them, and went back next door. A little while later, Xue Heng arrived. He was shivering from the cold. "It's freezing, even at noon." "Why didn't you wear another sweater?" Mrs. Chen scolded, frowning. "It's 10 below zero outside, you know that?" I know. Xue Heng hurried over to the radiator to warm up. Liu Ying quickly brought him a cup of hot water. "Here, drink something warm." "Thanks, Mom." Xue Heng sniffled and grinned. "Chive dumplings, right? Are they almost ready? I want some too." Liu Ying replied, "Yes, stay for lunch. The water's already boiling, we'll cook them soon." Xue Jilan raised an eyebrow. "What brings you home at noon?" Xue Heng explained, "It's busy collecting payments at year-end. I just went to the bank to check on some payments, and since it was almost lunchtime, I came over to mooch a meal." Recently, Cheng Tianfang had to work night shifts and couldn't manage breakfast or dinner at home, so Xue Heng usually ate at the factory but sometimes came here for a change. His mom was retired now, but she loved a lively house, so she came over almost every day to help cook and wash dishes, eating with everyone. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Is it hard to collect payments at year-end?" "Not really," Xue Heng said. "Orders have been steady all year, and we use a deposit plus final payment system. Only 2 or 3 payments are still outstanding, the rest have all come in." Mrs. Chen smiled. "So this year you can finally have a prosperous new year? Back then, Ling Ling gave you a 20% share. How much is that?" Everyone here was family. The branch factory was managed by Xue Heng, and everyone knew Ling Ling had given him a 20% stake, so Mrs. Chen didn't avoid the topic. Xue Heng looked a little embarrassed and chuckled. A bit over 2 million. "Wow!" Mrs. Chen beamed. "That's great!" Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai also smiled. Xue Jilan smiled. "No matter how much money you have, you should still spend carefully." Xue Heng said generously, "I withdrew 30,000 in cash. 10,000 for Mom and Dad, 10,000 for you and Mom, and 10,000 for Uncle and Aunt. When you're in South Island, don't scrimp. Eat well, drink well, stay in the best places, and eat the freshest seafood." Everyone laughed. "Heng is so filial. It's all thanks to Ling Ling's good business. Our son benefits, and so do we." Wait, if 20% of the branch is over 2 million, then Ling Ling's share is over 8 million. Plus the main factory and the other 2 factories, she must have made a fortune this year. "No idea, but it must be a lot," Xue Dad said, chuckling. Xue Heng gave a thumbs up and lowered his voice. "I estimated for her no less than 50 million. Everyone was stunned. Xue Mom felt a little embarrassed and whispered, "But she started that new era media company a few months ago. She probably lost money on that." "Even if she lost, it's just a few 100,000, Mrs. Chen laughed. "A drop in the bucket, nothing to worry about." Xue Heng rolled his eyes and said loudly, "Who said she lost money? That new company is making a killing." Everyone, who'd just been discussing this, was suddenly curious and crowded around Xue Heng. He put down his cup and explained, "Don't be fooled by how fancy the company looks or how expensive the equipment is. It's actually easy to make money back. Last month, after the tapes came out, Ling Ling advertised on the radio. It didn't cost much, but the results were great. As soon as the ads aired, suppliers started placing orders. I checked it out. The production line is simple. 1 tape at a time. With just 10 workers, 2 for packaging, they can do 10 tapes at once and soon a box of 100. Labor costs are low and the factory price is 5 yuan per tape. I think they make about 4 yuan profit per tape. Is that possible? The others were skeptical. Xue Heng nodded. I checked the costs. Really not much. I estimate the profit is over 4 yuan per tape. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. If the profit's that high, as long as they sell, they'll make the money back fast. They already have, Xue Heng said. Last time I was there, Liu Xincheng said they'd already gotten tens of thousands of orders. Now it's almost a month later, and with New Year's coming, the New Year's songs are really popular. If they get over 100,000 orders, the investment will be recouped. No, Cheng Tianyuan added. Liu Xincheng is not just the general manager, she also gets a 5% share. Lingling can't run everything herself, so she gave her a stake to keep her motivated. Xue Jilan said warmly, If you can make back your investment in one new year, that's a great profit. In the future, whatever they sell, the equipment cost is already covered, so it'll be easy to make money. The dumplings were going into the pot, and the house was filled with the smell of chives. Everyone set the table and got ready to eat. Mrs. Chen said, Heng, your brother has to work, so remember to come by tomorrow morning to take us to the airport. Yuan's car is big, but with all the kids and luggage, one car won't be enough. I'll definitely come, Xue Heng said. I'll come for breakfast, then take you all to the airport. Huan doesn't have to work this year, right? Xue Dad asked. How many days off does he get? Xue Heng replied, He said he gets 3 or 4 days off and can work every other day until Lantern Festival. Don't worry about him. I think he's got a girlfriend now. If he's free, he's probably out on a date. Really? He has a girlfriend? Are you sure? Who is it? Everyone was excited, all smiles. Xue Heng shrugged and grinned. He won't say, just says it's not the right time yet. I guess they're just dating, not official yet. Then it's true. That's great. Huan has a girlfriend too. Xue Jilan and Mrs. Chen were happy. He's almost 30. If he didn't find someone soon, we'd be worried. Mrs. Chen tried to get more details from her eldest son, but Xue Heng really didn't know. He just smiles and won't say. Don't worry, they're already dating. He'll probably bring her home soon. Everyone looked forward to it. It was New Year's, and everywhere you went you could hear Shan Yu's Happy New Year song. Shan Yu, bundled in a thick coat, came upstairs with a pile of things. When he got to the 18th floor, he stopped. The whole hallway was quiet. Only Zheng Sanyuan's and Cheng Tianyuan's apartments had lights on. Shan Yu knocked hard, calling, Ah Yuan! Ah Yuan! Cheng Tianyuan was making lunch and quickly wiped his hands to open the door. Come in, it's freezing out. No need, Shan Yu said cheerfully. It's New Year's Eve tonight, and I bought a bunch of good stuff. These big prawns are really fresh. Take them for you and Lingling to enjoy tonight. Prawns are expensive. Cheng Tianyuan hesitated. You already brought coconut powder and other South Island specialties the other day. We've got plenty. Keep these for yourselves. Shan Yu glared at him, laughing. Your wife helped my yo-yo make money. This morning, Ayu and I took her to the company to get paid. Besides the 1,000 yuan, there was over 10,000 in bonuses. Wow, my kid is only 8 and already earning so much. We're over the moon. If it weren't for Lingling, we'd never have this extra income. This is to thank her. You have to take it. Cheng Tianyuan, hearing this, had to accept. Shan Yu headed upstairs. Just as he was about to close the door, he saw Little Ironhead's mischievous, smiling face at the window across the hall. Uncle Yuan, my mom says we're making braised goose this afternoon. She'll save you a leg. And we're making spring rolls for you too. She wanted me to tell you early so you don't make the same dishes. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't refuse, so he nodded and thanked him. Cheng Tianyuan took a couple of phone calls, checked the accounts, and realized it was already around 4 in the afternoon. Xue Ling was surely still busy and Xue Heng hadn't come back yet. But then Xue Huan arrived, arms full of bags, grinning. Brother-in-law, my parents said I'm your responsibility for the next few days. Sorry to bother you again. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a look. There's already a ton of stuff at home. Why'd you bring more? Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well fed these days. Xue Huan explained. These are the New Year's gifts from the hospital, and some are from colleagues. Before my parents left for South Island, they cleared out all the food at home. Just a few packs of biscuits left. If I leave this stuff at home, it'll go bad, so I brought it here since I'll be eating here anyway. Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen and ladled out a bowl of bone broth. It's cold outside, have some to warm up? Xue Huan thanked him and took the bowl. Cheng Tianyuan explained, the kitchen here is big and well equipped, so my wife and I live across the hall, but we eat here. For the next few days, just come here for all your meals. There's always food. Thanks, brother-in-law. Xue Huan thought for a moment. I have 2 packs of cured meat. I'll give one to Uncle Zheng's family. Cheng Tianyuan reminded him. Give them both. We have plenty here. All right. Xue Huan finished his soup, grabbed the cured meat, and went to the Zhengs. A moment later, he was back. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, You left so soon? Didn't even rest your feet? Xue Huan blushed a little. There are a lot of people over there, so I didn't want to stay too long. Just then, the phone rang. Cheng Tianyuan wiped his hands and went to answer. Xue Huan took off his coat and sat in the living room, snacking on peanuts. Cheng Tianyuan nodded on the phone. No problem. Huan just got back. I'll have him go pick up third uncle. He hung up, frowning. Huan, that was Lingling. Third uncle's 2 daughters-in-law had a fight this morning, and he got so upset he kicked both families out and locked himself in the old courtyard. Your eldest cousin called Lingling, hoping third uncle could spend New Year's with us. No one wants him to be alone in that old house on New Year's Eve. Go pick him up. Got it. I'll go right now. Xue Huan clapped his hands, quickly put on his coat, and left. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and stopped him. It's cold these days, and there's no heating in the old courtyard. Ask third uncle to pack a few more clothes and stay with you. That way, when we go visit the old house for New Year's, we can drive him. Good idea. Xue Huan smiled and hurried off. Cheng Tianyuan went back to preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. He steamed the big prawns, steamed the rice cakes, sliced the braised goose, and put it in the steamer. Spring rolls were fried and set on the table. He made a plate of water chestnut cakes. Knowing third uncle liked dumplings, he went to the balcony to get some vegetable dumplings and put them in the steamer. He'd made a lot of dumplings yesterday, following the northern custom of leaving them out on the balcony to freeze. It was cold outside, so the dumplings were rock hard and had to be cooked slowly. Next, he cleaned a fish, sliced ginger, scallions, and garlic, made a sauce, and put the fish in the steamer. Finally, he set up the small kerosene stove, put on a small pot of bone broth with mushrooms, corn, carrots, and ribs, and washed some greens to the side. Just then, Xue Huan and third uncle came back. Third uncle didn't look well, his face red from the cold. Xue Huan carried a bag of New Year's goods and a small suitcase. Third uncle gave a wry smile. The 2 of us, old and young, were supposed to rely on each other, but he's already come to stay with you, so I had no choice but to come too. Cheng Tianyuan quickly helped him in, smiling. You're more than welcome. Come in, come in. Xue Huan put the suitcase in the corner. After dinner, I'll take it over to my place. Third uncle, smelling the food, finally smiled a little. He looked at the Fu character and window decorations and recognized them right away. These are Aunt Wu's paper cuttings. Her handiwork is still the best. Cheng Tianyuan explained, I put up the couplets at noon. Huan, I bought some for your place too. They're all here. The tape is here. I'll go with you to put them up. And we'll put a Fu on the door too. Third uncle laughed. Let's all go. With everyone helping, it only took a few minutes to finish. Cheng Tianyuan looked at the darkening sky. It's getting cold, let's all go back. When Lingling gets home, we'll start the reunion dinner. No, we're still missing my brother, Xue Huan laughed. Can't forget him. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. The TV station has to prep for the New Year's gala, so Fang hasn't had a break these days. Heng will definitely eat with us. Don't worry, there's plenty of food. Let's go back and wait. All over town, Shan Yu's Happy New Year and The God of Wealth Arrives were playing, festive and joyful. Third uncle sipped corn and rib soup, watched TV, and listened to the music from the mall downstairs, unable to help but smile. Life is so good now. Every meal is filling and there's something to watch and listen to. Shi Huan grinned. Third uncle, don't eat too much. There's still lots of good food and drink coming. Cheng Tianyuan was slicing potatoes and glancing out the window. Suddenly he saw the elevator doors open in the distance. He saw Xue Heng helping Xue Ling, who was limping. Cheng Tianyuan was startled, quickly put down the knife and rushed out the door. He didn't even bother with a coat, running as he called, "What happened? What's going on?" Xue Ling looked up and gave a tired, wry smile. "I slipped in the warehouse this afternoon. Luckily, it's nothing serious. Just twisted my ankle. Hurts a bit." Xue Heng quickly added, "Don't worry, big brother. We've already iced and warmed it. It should be fine." Cheng Tianyuan quickly squatted down and carried Xue Ling on his back. "It's cold out. Let's get inside first." Third uncle and Shi Huan, both medical professionals, quickly checked Xue Ling's hands and feet. No broken bones. The ankle sprain is a bit bad, though. Better rub it with medicated wine right away, or it'll swell up. Cheng Tianyuan hurried to get the medicine. Xue Ling lounged on the sofa, explaining with a wry smile, "The warehouse was being cleaned, and I slipped while checking. Luckily there was no water there, or I'd have been soaked." Third uncle saw the dark circles under her eyes and scolded, "You're not getting enough rest. That's why you lost focus and fell." "Heh." Xue Ling shrugged. "I really haven't had time to sleep properly, third uncle. I haven't been home in days." There was a mountain of year-end work, accounts to settle, endless trips to the bank. People below chasing payments, people above pressing for reports, phone ringing non-stop. Even at night, she was often woken up. Third uncle sighed and massaged her ankle. Xue Ling gritted her teeth and hissed in pain. Cheng Tianyuan, heart aching, said softly, "Third uncle, be gentle." Third uncle smiled. "You have to rub it to get the blood flowing or it'll swell up even more and take longer to heal." Xue Heng munched on corn cakes. "How much longer? I'm starving." "All done?" Third uncle wiped his hands and smiled. "Rest at home for the next couple of days and try not to walk." "Sis, you can take time off, right?" Shi Huan asked. "Your health comes first. Work can wait." Xue Ling replied, "I can rest until the 5th. The clothing factory isn't rushing production like last year, so everyone's off until the 5th. At the New Era Media Company, Zhao Lu is on duty and will start work on the 3rd. She can handle things. I'll stay home until my ankle's better." On New Year's Eve, every family was reunited, every home aglow with lights. Third uncle brought a bottle of wine from Xue Kong, saying mysteriously, "Kong brought this back from his vineyard abroad. I heard there are only 3 or 4 bottles, and he gave me one. It's a red wine that's been aged for over 10 years. "Wow!" Xue Ling blinked in amazement. "An 82 Lafite, huh?" Third uncle squinted and laughed. "You little rascal! Yes, it's Lafite." Xue Heng and Xue Huan, both having studied abroad, knew their wine and helped open the bottle, pouring everyone half a glass. Third uncle couldn't help but say quietly, "My blood pressure is normal, and so are my cholesterol and blood sugar." "Then have a little more," Xue Huan said with a grin. "No wonder they say at 90 you're like a 3-year-old. Now we have to coax you like a child, third uncle." Everyone laughed. Third uncle protested, "I'm only turning 88 after the new year." Xue Ling said seriously, "So you're still 2 years away from being 3. Everyone burst out laughing. The food came out of the steamer, every dish piping hot. Everyone dug in, and third uncle was the happiest of all. "It's so cold. Most things get cold as soon as they're served. Old folks don't like cold food, and even if they're hungry, they lose their appetite. This big steamer is great. Everything comes out hot and steaming." "This little kerosene stove is great too," Xue Huan said. "It's like eating hot pot, so warm." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Back in Rongcheng, winters could get cold too. South of the Yangtze, there's no central heating. At mealtimes, we'd use a little coal or kerosene stove to keep the food warm." Xue Heng gnawed on a goose leg, mumbling, "This is so fresh, so good." "Slow down," Xue Ling teased. "No one's fighting you for it. Look at you, like you've been starving." "Hey," Xue Heng huffed, "no unlucky talk at New Year's." Xue Ling ignored him and kept eating. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a piece of goosefoot, then ladled some hot soup for third uncle. Third uncle thanked him, then said to Xue Huan, "Tomorrow morning I'll go to the old house to wait for everyone to come pay respects to the ancestors. I already brought everything over and cleaned up." "Okay," Xue Huan said quietly. "Just call me in the morning." Cheng Tianyuan quickly added, "Third uncle, I'll make millet porridge in the morning. Come over for some." "All right." Third uncle nodded. "Anyway, I'll be bothering you all these days, so I won't be polite." Everyone laughed. Xie Ling couldn't help but ask, "Third uncle, how's cousin Kong lately? I heard from Fang she went to study." "Yes," third uncle explained. "She and her husband came back from abroad, stayed for a while, then went to study for a month. I heard it was to learn about TV station management in the South, but I didn't ask for details." Cheng Tianyuan put down his bowl. "Cousin Kong came by the day before yesterday. She wanted to visit Mom and Dad, but they'd already gone to South Island 2 weeks ago. With Uncle Zilan and the 4 kids all gone, the house was empty. I invited her to dinner, but she politely declined, just dropped off some New Year's gifts for Mom and Dad and left. Achan happened to bring over some hot zongzi, so I gave her some, along with a jar of Mom's pickled vegetables." "Oh," Xue Ling smiled. "If I see Cousin Kong tomorrow, I'll have a good chat with her. I haven't seen her in months." "You've been too busy making money," Xue Heng said sourly. "Making so much. No doubt you're the richest woman in the capital." Xue Ling giggled and shook her head. "There's no such thing as richest. Wealth, like people, is always changing. I'm just an early mover, not the one at the top." Third uncle smiled kindly. "That's good. Whether you reach the top or not, you have to keep working hard. Everything fades except age, which only accumulates. Everything else slips away." Work hard, Xue Heng said. "With Ling Ling's help, I made a lot this year. It's the best year I've ever had. My parents are healthy, Mom's retired, my brother and I have stable jobs, and Fang's doing well too. Everything's going great." "Right," Xue Huan smiled. "This year was a good one for me too. Work went well, I got promoted, and my research projects made progress. And, well, I gained a lot." The others exchanged glances and teased, "What else? Why not say it?" Xue Huan blushed and said quietly, "It's not the right time yet." Everyone laughed, and except for Xue Ling, they were all curious. Third uncle, always open-minded, patted his shoulder. "When the time comes, bring her over for us to meet." "Okay." Xue Huan nodded. Xue Heng didn't press his brother, figuring it just wasn't time yet. "May you meet your match this year, and another next year. Keep it up." Xue Huan chuckled. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "The elders are healthy and can travel, which makes us happiest. The kids are growing up. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong are already 16 months old. As long as the old and young are healthy and happy, that's all we need." "Business is good too, right?" third uncle asked. Cheng Tianyuan explained. "All old customers, business is steady. There was a period when supply was unstable, but I found 2 new suppliers. Profits are a bit lower, but income is steady." "Steady is good," third uncle smiled. "You spend more time with family." Xie Ling summed up. "Everything's gone well for me too. Family's good, work's good, just too busy and a bit worn out. Next year I want to relax a bit and spend more time with the elders and kids." "Yeah, right," Xie Heng teased. "As long as there's money to be made, you'll never relax. Your new company just started, you're even busier now." Xie Ling shrugged. "The new company doesn't need me that much. After New Year, the jeans market will definitely slow down. After summer, the peak will be over, and our volume will drop. The second half of the year will be easier, but we'll earn less." Xue Heng was still confident. "Didn't you have the designs redone?" "There's been no real innovation in fabric," Xue Ling explained. "We're trying to innovate in style, but that can only go so far. In the last few months, more than a dozen small factories around the capital have started making jeans. The market's big, but there's too much competition. We try to innovate, but we'll eventually be replaced. It's inevitable. I think we can last until the end of next year. Maybe not even that long." "Sigh," Xie Heng said. "The old folks used to say, 3 years new, 3 years old, patched and mended for another 3. Our denim is so tough, but it can't even last 3 years. Xue Ling paused as if thinking of something. Third uncle was calm. There's more fabric now, and more styles on the market. No need to worry about wearing out clothes. People used to worry about having enough to eat. Now it's just about what to eat. Life really is so much better. If this doesn't work, do something else. Aunt Wu always changed up her styles, kept quality high, and always made some money. The factory's ours, no rent, and we have savings, no need for so much pressure. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. That's right. She Huan raised his glass, smiling. All right, let's sum up the past and look to the future, wishing everyone prosperity next year and good health to third uncle. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. After the reunion dinner, Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Heng helped clear the table. Xue Ling stayed with third uncle and Xue Huan, making tea and watching TV. Cheng Tianyuan was used to housework and moved quickly, efficient and skilled. In contrast, Xue Heng was clumsy, making the dishes clatter. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "You two have been living on your own for a while now. How come you're still so unskilled at this? Don't tell me Fang does all the housework herself?" He knew his sister worked during the day and sometimes had night shifts. There was no way she could handle all the meals and cleaning alone. Xue Heng gave a wry smile. "I do help, mostly with cleaning, mopping, and such." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "You don't cook much at home, do you?" Xue Heng admitted. "I come over here for meals sometimes, but most of the time I eat out behind the mall. The TV station is busy at year-end and Fang often works late, so I usually eat at the factory." Cheng Tianyuan wasn't surprised. "I guess it's been a while since you cleaned at home too?" Xue Heng could only smile bitterly. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. "How did your life end up like this? Do you think this is good?" Xue Heng shrugged. "No choice. It's just how it is for now. We're focused on our careers. Once we have kids, we can't keep living like this. We can't be wandering around with a baby every day looking for a place to eat." Cheng Tianyuan reminded him. "You've been married 3 years." "Yeah," Xue Heng said. "We just had our 3rd anniversary a few days ago." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and said quietly, "It's fine to be a bit rough when it's just the two of you, do things your own way. But once you have kids, you can't keep this up." Xue Heng seemed to think of something and sighed softly. "We don't know why, but we still don't have kids. Whenever I bring it up, she says I'm pressuring her. But I'm in my mid-30s and she's almost 30. If we wait much longer, she'll be an older mom." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered. "After the new year, I'll have Ling Ling talk to her." "Thanks." Xue Heng looked hopeful. "Mom says she's the best person for it, but Mom also scolds her. Now that Fang's career is going well, her pride is stronger. She's not the same girl she was. If Mom scolds her, she gets upset and tunes everything out, but she respects Ling Ling, so Ling Ling is the best choice." Cheng Tianyuan knew his sister well. Fang isn't a bad person, but she's got laziness in her bones. If no one keeps an eye on her, she'll slack off and still think she's doing great. Maybe she needs a tougher environment, or she'll never change. You and your parents are too good to her, so she's gotten spoiled." "Really?" Xue Heng chuckled quietly. Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look, scrubbing the pot noisily. "You think I'm joking? She's my only sister. I should dote on her. But she's not the type you can spoil openly, so I'm strict on the outside but care for her inside. She used to have a bad temper and a narrow view. Maybe her foundation wasn't solid. If you let her slack off for a year or two, her bad habits come back. Laziness isn't scary, but staying lazy is. You can tolerate the mess now, but what if one day you can't? Will you just keep fighting?" I do help with chores," Xue Heng said. "If I see it's too messy, I clean up. I'm busy too, though." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "That's why I'm not blaming you. Fang's work is regular, either day or night shifts. If she works days, she comes home and says she's tired, puts her feet up and watches TV. If she works nights, she sleeps during the day, says she's too tired, and doesn't do chores. But who really has a big chunk of time for housework? You have to squeeze it in. My job isn't regular, but I have to get up early and go to bed late. Before the kids wake up, I clean and make breakfast. When they're up, I have to watch and feed them. When they nap, I do laundry. And that's not even counting cooking and washing dishes. Xue Heng shrank his neck, mumbling, "Big brother, I know Fang can't keep this up, but if I say too much, she'll just argue with me. I've thought about it. If she gets pregnant, I'll hire a housekeeper to clean and cook." Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. "You think it's easy to find a housekeeper as good as Achun? Xue Heng was speechless. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. "Don't let old problems go unsolved and create new ones. You have money for a housekeeper? So do we. Lingling makes plenty, and I earn enough. But bringing someone new into the house, what's their character? How will they treat the elders and kids? If they're rude to the elders, at least the elders know, but kids don't understand. What if they're kidnapped or abused? Who can guarantee? After Achun married Uncle Zheng, we thought about hiring another helper, but after asking around, we gave up." Xue Heng sighed helplessly. "Big brother, what should I do then?" Cheng Tianyuan shot back. "It's your life. Why are you asking me?" Xue Heng. Cheng Tianyuan said, "Don't overthink it. Just focus on living well as a couple first." Xue Heng sighed and nodded. "I'll try talking to Fang." Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "She's not someone you can spoil. Don't indulge her too much. Don't worry. I know your situation, and so do Mom and Dad. Even if she comes crying to us, we'll be fair." Xue Heng smiled. "With your support, I feel much better." He was right to love his wife, but if he spoiled her too much, not only would his in-laws be upset, but his own newly retired mom would be unhappy too. If they needed to make changes, it might cause more complaints. But with his in-laws and brother-in-law's support, it would be different. Cheng Tianyuan soon finished washing the dishes, wiped the table and stove, swept and mopped the floor. After half an hour of work, Xue Heng couldn't help but mutter, "Cooking and cleaning takes so much time. Besides eating, it's another half hour just to wash and wipe everything." Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Breakfast and lunch are simpler, so they don't take as long. If you're in a hurry, just eat something quick. Tonight's New Year's Eve, so there were more dishes and it took longer. With just 2 people, you don't need to make so much, and it won't take as long." Xue Heng nodded. Outside, third uncle called, "Are you done yet? Come watch the show and have some tea." "Coming," Xue Heng hurried out. Cheng Tianyuan saw the water on the stove was boiling again and took it off. "Third uncle, do you want a bath tonight? The house has heating and I've got hot water ready. Why not bathe here first, then go sleep with Juan next door later?" Third uncle nodded eagerly. Yes. It's been so cold lately, even snowed a couple days ago. The old courtyard has no heat. I've been too cold to bathe." "Then get your clothes ready and I'll bring the water in for you," said Cheng Tianyuan. After a warm, relaxing bath, third uncle stretched comfortably and walked out. Cheng Tianyuan poured him a cup of hot tea and handed it over. "Third uncle, come sit and watch TV." "Thank you." Third uncle leaned back on the sofa, squinting his eyes. "Whenever I come here, I never want to leave. I really love the atmosphere in your home, so lively and warm." Xue Ling's eyes flickered as she exchanged glances with her 2 cousins. They all understood. Third uncle's 2 daughters-in-law were unfilial, always quarreling and constantly pushing the responsibility of caring for the elder onto each other. Fortunately, third uncle had his own pension and was still healthy, so he didn't have to rely on them. But if he ever got sick, there might be no one at his bedside. Third uncle sighed. "Other people say, no filial children by a sickbed after a long illness. But in my case, I haven't even gotten sick, and the filial children are already nowhere to be seen." Xue Huan forced a smile and handed him a candied date. "Don't be too pessimistic. Your sons are good to you. Daughters-in-law aren't like daughters, so it's understandable they're not as attentive. Your sons were all raised by you. You should have faith in them." Third uncle shook his head. "But it's nothing compared to pillow talk. Their wives are too strong-willed, and my sons are all henpecked, can't control their wives, don't dare to. I taught them to be honest, kind, brotherly, and filial. But now, from doting on their wives, they've become afraid of them and forgotten everything else." He usually cooked for himself, sometimes ate at the hospital canteen. He washed his own clothes, cleaned the old courtyard, did everything himself. On New Year's, he just wanted a family reunion dinner, but his two daughters-in-law ended up in a huge fight, cursing and bickering. Rather than watch them snipe at each other, with his sons and grandkids all silent, he'd rather eat alone. At least he wouldn't be angered to death. He didn't know how things had gotten this way. I have my own income, and I try to be fair to both sons. But fingers aren't all the same length. You can't do everything exactly the same. As a father, I love both sons equally. They're both my flesh and blood. How could I be biased? The older one says I favor the younger says I favor the older. They've had their own households for years, but still drag up old grievances. What's the point? How far back do they want to go? He frowned, frustrated. I told them all to leave me alone. Give me some peace and quiet, and I'll be better off. Today I kicked them all out. I said, from now on, no more family gatherings at my place. They can do as they like. It's got nothing to do with me anymore. Xue Heng said quietly, every family has its troubles. It's not just yours. I know that. Third uncle smiled. Heng, what's your family's trouble? Xue Heng thought for a moment. We don't have kids yet. Too slow. True, third uncle said. It's been 3 years, right? That is a bit slow. Xue Huan couldn't help but say, Bro, why not have third uncle prescribe you some herbal medicine to help with fertility? It's good for your health anyway. Good idea. Xue Heng looked to third uncle for help. Third uncle smiled. When you take me home in a few days, I'll write a prescription for you. He added, if both you and your wife come for a pulse diagnosis, it might be even more effective. Xue Heng hesitated, then said awkwardly, Fang definitely won't want to. She says just let things happen naturally. She's busy with work and not in a hurry for kids. Can't you talk to her? Xue Huan said quietly. This is something you both have to face. You can't have a child on your own. Cheng Tianyuan shot Xue Heng a look. If you don't want kids, fine, but if you do, you can't keep putting it off. Uncle Jilan and Auntie don't say it, but they're already anxious. How could I not want kids? Xue Heng muttered. I'm not one of those dinks. I love children. Third uncle chuckled. I read in the paper about these foreigners who are dinks and even no marriage types. What's with young people these days? Sure, children might not always be filial, but continuing the family line is human instinct. If everyone went dink, wouldn't the world soon be empty? Our lives aren't eternal. Even the longest lived only make it a bit past 100. But if we have children, and they have children, and so on, life continues. Xieling nodded. Humans are part of nature. We have to follow its rules, or life gets harder. I don't like being lonely. When I got married, I secretly decided to have a big family with Yuan. Xue Heng laughed. 4 kids isn't a big family. Raising kids takes work and energy, Xue said. You have to do what you can handle. Xue Huan thought for a moment. 2 is good. The policy is 1 child, but I think only children are too lonely and can get self-centered. Having a sibling means more sharing and even fighting, which is good. I'll try to apply for a 2nd child in the future. Great idea, Xue Heng said. I want 2 too, ideally a boy and a girl. Cheng Tianyuan asked Xue Huan, can you just apply and have one? If your wife works for a state unit, it might not be allowed. Xue Huan blushed. We'll see when the time comes. Xieling stifled a laugh. Third uncle, watching TV ads, asked in surprise, I heard there are foreign mobile phones on the market now, huge things. You can carry them around, and when someone calls, you can answer anywhere, no wires needed. Xieling replied, I've heard of them. They're called Big Brother phones. Each one costs tens of thousands. Everyone was shocked. That expensive? Xieling nodded. They're expensive now, but they'll get cheaper, smaller, and have more features over time. How do you know? Xue Heng asked. Xieling paused, then replied, That's just how technology develops, right? Everything new gets cheaper and better over time. It's inevitable. Cheng Tianyuan rubbed his hands. Sounds great, but it's just too expensive. His work required staying in touch with clients, and sometimes he missed calls when out. Luckily, the warehouse had a phone, but it still wasn't convenient. Xieling took note of this. Xie Huan clicked his tongue and joked, I only make about 1,000 a month, plus some bonuses. If I wanted to buy one, I'd have to save for 2 or 3 years without spending a cent. If I buy one, I'll get you one too, Xue Heng said generously. Xue Huan laughed and shook his head. I don't need it. I don't have business to handle. There's a phone in my office, that's enough. You're the one who needs it for work. Hey, the dance show is starting, Xue Ling called out. The Spring Festival Gala is on. Everyone quieted down and watched intently. A little after 10, Xue Heng and his brother took third uncle home. Cheng Tianyuan heated some water for Xue Ling to wash her hands and face, and also to soak her feet. Does it still hurt, honey? Xue Ling nodded. Still a bit sore, but not as bad as before. Cheng Tianyuan looked at her ankle. It's still a little swollen. Xue Ling felt the warmth on her feet and closed her eyes in comfort. Cheng Tianyuan went to the other apartment to turn on the heat. I'll tidy up the kitchen. Once it's warm next door, I'll carry you over. Xue Ling asked, The kitchen isn't cleaned up yet? Cheng Tianyuan explained, I'm prepping breakfast for tomorrow, soaking some wood ear mushrooms and quake seeds. Xue Ling pouted playfully, Hubby, you work so hard. With the elders and kids all off in South Island for the winter, at least until after the Lantern Festival, he was holding down the fort alone. It really was a lot of work, but Cheng Tianyuan was used to being busy. He called out from the kitchen, Once the kids are older and can help, it'll get easier. Ranan and Yang could already help sweep and mop, and sometimes play with their younger siblings, but they were still too rough to be much help. In another couple of years, when Xiaoxin and Xiaochong could feed and dress themselves, things would be much easier. Xue Ling yawned and continued soaking her feet. Soon, Cheng Tianyuan finished up and came back to dry her feet. The water's getting cold. I'll carry you next door? Xue Ling, half asleep, lay on his back and nuzzled his neck. Cheng Tianyuan shrank his neck, whispering, Don't get me worked up. She giggled mischievously. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled, carrying her straight to their room. Then he went to check the kitchen next door, turned off the heat, the lights, and locked up. Laughter still rang out from the Zhengs next door, with Duo and Little Ironhead's giggles the loudest. Cheng Tianyuan smiled as he came back in and closed the door. Warm light glowed from the window. The night was icy cold, but their hearts were warm. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Xue Huan and third uncle came early for breakfast. Cheng Tianyuan made a lavish spread, both sweet and savory. Third uncle ate the hot steamed cake, muttering, Delicious. Yuan, your cooking just keeps getting better. Xue Huan agreed, You're at chef level now. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. There might be more people at lunch. Lingling said she'd book 2 tables downstairs and invite Cousin Kong to join us. Third uncle waved his hand. 1 table is enough. Don't bother with my 2 sons' families. Cheng Tianyuan pretended not to hear and quickly went to boil more water. Xue Huan and third uncle headed out early. Xue Heng and Xue Ling slept in, only getting up after being called twice by Cheng Tianyuan, then lazily ate breakfast before heading out. The old family house was lively for the new year. Xue Ling walked a bit awkwardly, and Cheng Tianyuan supported her the whole way. Third uncle handed out red envelopes, and everyone gave red envelopes to the elders in return. Xue Kong arrived with her husband, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder. Her husband was tall, imposing, and dignified, but very warm and polite, shaking hands with everyone and giving third uncle a big red envelope. Xue Kong leaned happily against her husband. Xue Ling invited her to lunch. She politely declined, explaining that her daughter was home for the holiday and they were heading to her husband's family to pay respects. No worries next time, Xue Ling said with a smile. Near noon, third uncle's 2 sons arrived with their children to pay New Year's respects, but their wives didn't come. Third uncle ignored his sons, only giving red envelopes to his grandchildren. Xue Ling invited them to join for lunch at Ronghua Mall. The brothers exchanged glances and both declined. Xue Ling didn't push, and in the end, she drove third uncle and the Xue Heng brothers home. Business at the mall was booming for the holiday, with lots of people out for a big meal. Their group was just 5, so the manager gave them a small table and apologized. It might be a bit tight, but don't worry, Boss Xue. The food is top-notch. The kitchen brought in loads of fresh seafood this morning. You'll be happy with the meal. As soon as third uncle heard seafood, he immediately thought, expensive. Don't order too much. Sheling pressed his hand, smiling. Just pick a few fresh, tasty dishes. Third uncle glared at her, whispering, the food at home is so good. Why waste money here? Seafood and drinks plus the festive day would probably run over 200 yuan, maybe more. Shui Ling shook her head. We work so hard to earn money so we can spend it when it matters. It's not often I get to treat you. Don't worry about the cost. I can afford this meal. Everyone laughed. Xue Heng whispered, Third uncle, she made tens of millions last year. This meal is barely 100 or so. You don't need to save for her. Cheng Tianyuan reassured. Just enjoy yourself, uncle. Third uncle laughed. All right. You young folks are in charge now. I'll listen to you. On the afternoon of the second day, the temperature started to rise and the sun came out. Xue Ling's foot was still healing, so she stayed home. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang were both on holiday, and with their parents away, they came over for every meal. Xue Huan only came back in the evenings looking very cheerful. Everyone knew why, but no one said anything, just smiled and pretended not to notice. On the morning of this fifth day, Xue Ling drove to the main factory, and Xue Heng went back to work. Cheng Tianyuan's work phone started ringing again as customers began placing orders. Everything returned to normal. 2 days later, Xue Ling came home and handed Cheng Tianyuan a big box. He looked at the English letters on top but only recognized one or two. He couldn't make sense of it. Honey, what is this? Xue Ling took off her coat, smiling. Open it and see. Cheng Tianyuan slowly opened the box. Inside was a big black heavy phone, just like the Big Brother phones from the TV ads. Xue Ling explained. The number is KISS66, a very lucky number. Mine is just 1 digit off from yours. Yours ends in 9, mine in 8. You bought one too? Cheng Tianyuan exclaimed. That must have cost a fortune. For people in those days, even 10,000 yuan was a huge sum. Xue Ling quickly shushed him. We're both in business, always running around. With this, clients can reach us more easily. You won't have to worry about missing orders when you're out. As long as you're in the city, the signal's good. In remote places, like the mountains or fields, you might have to climb a hill for a signal. Cheng Tianyuan touched the shiny solid case and hefted it. Wow, it's heavy. Xue Ling smiled wryly. A real brick. Right now it can only make calls and send messages, no other features. But it's convenient. From now on, whether you're in the car, on the road, or at the warehouse, you can always answer calls. Then I'd better tell all my clients my new number, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. Xue Ling nodded. Cheng Tianyuan turned to go make calls. Xue Ling called after him. Hey, this is a gift from me and you're not even going to say thank you? With just the two of them at home lately, things had been sweet and affectionate. He paused, then quickly turned back, pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Honey, thank you. My wife is amazing at making money and spending it. Xue Ling, get out of here. He laughed heartily. After the Lantern Festival, the elders returned with the 4 children. All of them were tanned from the sun, but in great spirits. Xue Jilian went back to work, the kids started school again, and only chubby little Xin and Chong stayed home, happily playing with their toys. Spring blossomed, then faded into summer, and soon the summer holidays were approaching. The elders began planning to spend the summer in Spring City. The weather there is wonderful. Even in summer, the mornings and evenings are cool. The breeze on your face and body is refreshing, but not chilly like autumn winds. Every household grows flowers, fields, hillsides, everywhere. When the flowers bloom, they're picked and dried, then sold. If we go now, there'll still be plenty to see. Chen and Liu Ying were both tempted, nodding eagerly. Great, let's go there, Yang Yang asked excitedly. Grandpa, can I stay there longer? No way, Ronan reminded him. You're starting first grade next term. You're already 8. If you don't start school now, it'll be too late. Yang Yang looked embarrassed. Chung Muhai laughed, gently patting his head. This time we're not just going to Spring City. We'll visit Guilin too. We can play in the water, ride boats, and I heard there are lots of bamboo rafts. It'll be fun, and the scenery is beautiful. 2 months of fun, isn't that enough? Liu Ying teased. Yang Yang giggled. She's father said, I'll book the tickets tomorrow. Yang Yang's already on break. Renan finishes exams the day after tomorrow, so let's plan to leave in 5 days. Great. Everyone was delighted. No, no. Little Shin ran over crying, Third brother hit me! Third brother hit me! Shua's mother quickly picked her up and soothed her. Don't cry, Jin. You're almost 2 now, not a little baby anymore. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty. Hearing, not pretty, Shin was startled and stopped crying. Grandma, third brother is bad. He hit me. Little Chong turned his head, pouting. You hit me first. You're too much. Jin wriggled out of Grandma's arms and charged at him. Everyone hurried to calm them down and separate them. Chen pinched Shin's fair skin and laughed. You all got tanned in South Island. Last time Shin and Chong were back to normal in a month, but we're just now losing our tans and soon we'll be out in the sun again. Ha ha! Liu Ying waved her hand. We're old, our faces are wrinkled, who cares about a tan? Everyone laughed. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came in, carrying a briefcase in one hand and his big brother phone in the other. Daddy! Shin ran over and hugged his leg. Daddy, you're finally home. Third brother hit me. Cheng Tianyuan set his things down and picked her up. Did you bully third brother? No, Shin pouted. Yes! Chong ran over. Daddy, sister took my ball. I wouldn't let her, so she hit me. Cheng Tianyuan gave his daughter a look. Don't snatch toys next time. Learn to share. Shin huffed, hugging his neck. Daddy, I want watermelon. Shua's mother quickly reminded, no more watermelon, they already had some this morning. It's hot, but watermelon is cold. They can't have too much. Cheng Tianyuan patted his daughter's bottom. You can have more tomorrow. You already had some today, so no more. Shin's eyes filled with tears. Daddy doesn't love me. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't give you any watermelon tomorrow, right? Shin pouted and buried her head. Shua's father came over and picked up his granddaughter. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Dad, she's getting heavy. Don't carry her too much. It's fine. Shua's father asked. Yuan, is Ling Ling coming home for dinner tonight? She just called. She's busy and won't be home for dinner. She'll probably be back after 10. Cheng Tianyuan explained. Then let her work. No need to wait for her for dinner, Shua's father said. Liu Ying poked her head out from the kitchen. I saw a lot of young people at the mall wearing jeans with holes, right at the knees. Aren't jeans supposed to be tough? How do they get holes? Shua's mother shook her head. You don't know, that's on purpose. The first time I saw it, I just wanted to shake my head. Perfectly good pants, and they cut a hole so you can see the knee. Chen laughed, but young people love it. I heard from Zhao Yi that summer jeans are thinner and softer, and with a couple of holes, people think it's fashionable. Liu Ying shook her head. Only poor people wore torn clothes in our day. If that's fashion, then all our patched clothes back then were the height of style. What a joke. The elders all laughed. Cheng Tianyuan explained. Ling Ling said those ripped jeans sell really well. Orders are up from last year. As long as they sell, that's good, Shua's father laughed. We're old now. Of course the younger generation's taste is different. I think ripped jeans look bad, but I'm not selling them. Young people love them. So what can you do? Cheng Tianyuan thought of something. Dad, is third uncle going to Spring City with you? He doesn't want to, Shua's father said quietly. He's getting older and can't handle the travel. Plus, staying there for 2 months costs a lot. Cheng Tianyuan asked, even if you pay for him, he won't go? He'd never accept that. Shua's father sighed. Besides, he's not in the mood for a trip. His eldest son, Ah Sheng, just retired, but there's some issue with his pension, so he's busy checking records and pay slips. Lots of trouble. Cheng Tianyuan didn't press further. Just then outside, Zheng Xiaoyi's cheerful voice rang out, Auntie, Dad, I'm home for break. She came in, dragging a suitcase, wearing a t-shirt and light ripped jeans, beaming at the door. She stopped and bowed slightly. Hello, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Shui. Hello, Auntie Lu, Auntie Shui, hello, Auntie Shui, hello, Brother Cheng. Oh, Xiaoyi's home for break. You're a sophomore now, right? Time flies. Wow, Xiao Yi's getting prettier. So tall, so slim, so fair. Chen couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yi, how tall are you? You look about as tall as Ling Ling. Zheng Xiaoyi blushed. I'm 1.65 meters, when about the same as Ling Ling. Xue's mother smiled. Youth is wonderful. Such a pretty face, so fair. The kids crowded around Xiao Yi, chattering away. Just then, Zhu Achun hurried in, smiling. Xiao Yi, you're back? It's hot outside, come in. Auntie made water chestnut cake to cool you off. Renan, Yang Yang, Xin, Chong, you all come too. There's some for everyone. Wow, water chestnut cake. The kids all rushed inside. Xiao Yi smiled happily, said goodbye to the elders, and hurried next door. Auntie, where's my dad? He went out, Zhu Achun explained. Your big brother had to report for work, so your dad went with him. She took out small bowls, putting a piece in each for the 4 kids. Ronan thanked her and led the siblings home. Auntie, I'll bring the bowls back later. Zhu Achun nodded and half-closed the door. Zheng Xiaoyi was washing her hands in the kitchen and asked with a smile, Auntie, is it true that Big Brother can really get into the Imperial Capital TV station? I heard their recruitment is super strict. Zhu Achun replied gently, Datong did a few great interviews during his internship, so the TV station decided to keep him on. It was Ling Ling from next door who helped make the connection. Her cousin is a big boss at the station. She looked over Datong's file, read his articles, and watched his interview videos. She said Datong has a good image, tall and handsome, so she quickly agreed to hire him early. That's wonderful. Sister Ling Ling is really a great benefactor to our family. Zheng Xiaoyi giggled. Dad's always hoped we could get good, proper jobs. Now that Big Brother's graduated and earning money, he must be over the moon. He's been grinning from ear to ear these days, Zhu Achun said with a smile. Yesterday, he specially asked me to make some big chicken drumsticks to reward Datong. T2 and Duo also ate a lot. They got to enjoy the treat too. She picked up 2 pieces of water chestnut cake and handed them to Xiao Yi. Zheng Xiaoyi took them, beaming. Thank you, Sister Achun. Looking at her sweet smile, Zhu Achun said warmly, Eat a bit more. Oh, by the way, I made fried fish for T2 at lunch, and there are 2 pieces left. Have some to tide you over. Datong and your dad might be back late, so dinner will be a bit delayed. Yay, Zheng Xiaoyi said happily. At the school cafeteria, I can only just fill up. Nothing compares to your cooking, Auntie. I couldn't come home last week because of exams, and I've been missing your food. Zhu Achun brought over the fried fish and said softly, Eat slowly. There's a big bone in the middle, so be careful to pick it out. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded, ate the water chestnut cake, and then started on the fish. Suddenly, she frowned, then rushed to the bathroom and started vomiting loudly. Zhu Achun was startled and hurried after her. Xiao Yi, what's wrong? Did a fish bone get stuck? Or is your stomach upset? Zheng Xiaoyi shook her head, took a deep breath, and patted her chest. I just suddenly felt nauseous. Zhu Achun helped her up and quickly poured her a glass of warm water. Here, rinse your mouth first. Zheng Xiaoyi thanked her. Zhu Achun said quietly, Go sit down. Auntie will clean up. No. Auntie, it's too dirty. Let me do it. Zheng Xiaoyi said, a little embarrassed. Zhu Achun shook her head and smiled. We're family. Don't worry about that. Go rest. I'll take care of it. Still feeling unwell, Zheng Xiaoyi didn't insist. After cleaning up, Zhu Achun asked, Xiao Yi, is your stomach upset? No, Zheng Xiaoyi replied. My stomach's always been fine. Zhu Achun chuckled. Maybe the fish was too fishy. I'll remember to use more ginger when I make braised duck tonight. Zheng Xiaoyi pushed her suitcase into her room. Auntie, I'll go unpack first. I'll help you cook later. All right. Zhu Achun nodded. They thought it was just a one-off, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yi threw up again the next morning after getting up. As long as she ate anything fishy or greasy, she'd start vomiting non-stop. Not only that, her appetite was poor, and she barely ate at all for 3 meals. Zhu Achun and Zheng Sanyuan were both very worried. Zheng Sanyuan said, I'm free this afternoon. When I get back, I'll take her to see a doctor. But Zhu Achun's expression was a bit odd, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After all, they were husband and wife. Jung Sanyuan immediately sensed something and asked, "What's wrong? Just say it." Ju Achun pulled him into their room and closed the door. "Sanyuan, I wonder if Xiao Yi might have a boyfriend at school. She's almost 21, so it wouldn't be too early." Jung Sanyuan's face darkened. "Chuner, what are you trying to say?" Ju Achun awkwardly tugged at her lips and whispered, I think Xiao Yi's symptoms look a lot like pregnancy." Jung Sanyuan. Ju Achun quickly shook her head. "Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Should I quietly ask Xiao Yi? If we go to the hospital, we can't just do any tests. If she's pregnant, she can't take random medicine." "Wait!" Jung Sanyuan slumped onto the bed, breathing heavily. Let me calm down for a bit." Ju Achun hadn't expected to scare him like this and quickly patted his chest. "Sanyuan, are you all right? Take a few deep breaths. Take it slow, don't panic." Jung Sanyuan took a few deep breaths, his eyes darting nervously as he looked at her. You really think it's likely?" Ju Achun lowered her eyes and said softly, "I'm a woman, and I've been through pregnancy myself, so I have some idea. But let's not jump to conclusions. You take her to the hospital. If it turns out to be she's still unmarried, how will she face anyone? So don't rush. Let me talk to her first. Maybe it's just a stomach issue and we're overthinking." Jung Sanyuan swallowed and grabbed her hand. "Chunner, there's something I haven't told you. Xiao Yi likes Shuohuan and he likes her too, but there's a big age gap, so he turned her down at first. Xiao Yi was heartbroken, this was last summer, and she was really down, crying all the time. Later, Shueling helped as a go-between, letting them date freely for now, but keep it quiet. If it works out, we'll make plans after Xiao Yi graduates. If it's just a passing thing, then let it go." I pretended not to know and let them be. For over a year, I haven't asked about it, but every time Xiao Yi comes home, she's happy, so I think things are going well. I kept my promise and never said a word. Ju Achun stared in surprise, then asked, "You mean Xue Huan, the one across the street? Xue Heng's younger brother?" "Yes," Jung Sanyuan said with a wry smile. "He's a real catch, and his family is respectable. Xiao Yi isn't really a match, and there's a 10-year age gap. At first I tried to persuade her to give up, but she's stubborn and said she just likes him and will never change. Chunner, I promised Lingling, so I couldn't tell you before. Now that something might have happened, I had to say it." Ju Achun shook her head and said gently, "Keeping promises is important. I'd never blame you. But right now, you're her father, so it's hard for you to bring it up. I'm a woman, and Xiao Yi's always respected me, so I'll talk to her first. Maybe we're just overthinking, and it's just her stomach." "What if it's true?" Jung Sanyuan rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed and at a loss. Ju Achun lowered her eyes and said softly, "If she really is pregnant, then it's not just Xiao Yi's problem, it's both of theirs. We can't keep it secret anymore. Both families will have to sit down and quietly discuss what to do." "But Xiao Yi's still in school," Jung Sanyuan said anxiously. "She's only a sophomore, and she has so much coursework. If she has to stop studying, what will she do in the future? It's different for girls. They always get the short end of the stick. If she can't finish school, what will her future be? I've worked so hard to support her. Also, she could get a good education and a stable job." "Let's not talk about it yet," Ju Achun said with a forced smile. "Maybe I'm just overthinking. Look at you, getting so worked up. Things will work out in the end. Besides, our Xiao Yi is a lucky girl." Jung Sanyuan's heart wasn't in great shape and he couldn't handle too much stress, so Ju Achun quickly calmed him down, telling him not to overthink and to let her handle things for now. "All right," Jung Sanyuan said quietly. "You go ask her first, see if it's true." Ju Achun nodded gently. Datong has already started working, and his work clothes need to be more formal. He's off duty today, so take some extra money and go with him to the mall downstairs to buy 2 or 3 sets of formal clothes. "Oh," Jung Sanyuan nodded. "Okay." Ju Achun saw the father and son out the door, reminding them, "Remember to buy a shirt or 2 and make sure the shoes are durable." Jung Datong couldn't help but say apologetically, "Aunt Achun, maybe we shouldn't buy shirts. White shirts get dirty easily and it's a hassle for you to wash them. It's no trouble, Ju Ah-chun smiled. It's just a shirt. Auntie can handle it. Workplaces require a more formal look, so shirts are a must. Don't worry, just buy 2. Since she insisted, Jung Da-tong could only agree. Jung San-yuan, still distracted, left with his eldest son. Duoduo's school break hadn't started yet, and little T2 had already left 2 days ago to do odd jobs for Director Liao downstairs. The house quickly became quiet. Ju Ah-chun headed to Xiao Yi's room. She knocked on the door. A muffled voice came from inside. "Come in." Ju Ah-chun entered and found the room a bit dim. The curtains were still drawn. Zheng Xiao Yi was lying on the bed, looking unwell. She said dully, "Aunt Chun, is it lunchtime? I don't have any appetite. You all go ahead and eat." Ju Ah-chun noticed the fan was blowing hard and said gently, "The weather's so stuffy, no one really has much appetite. Your dad went to the factory this morning and just got back. He said he wasn't hungry either." Zheng Xiao Yi sat up, rubbing her temples. "I feel like I'm sick. No energy at all. I don't know what's wrong. I feel hungry, but as soon as I eat, I can't help but throw up. It's been 2 or 3 days now, and now I don't even feel hungry anymore." Ju Ah-chun's eyes flickered. She pulled open a bit of the curtain, letting more light into the room. Then she sat down beside Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, Auntie wants to quietly ask you something." Xiao Yi mumbled, and asked, "What is it?" Ju Ah-chun looked a little embarrassed and asked in a low voice, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Zheng Xiao Yi's eyes widened in surprise and her cheeks instantly flushed. "Why are you asking that?" Ju Ah-chun chuckled softly and said gently, "Auntie's asking because I care about you. Xiao Yi, I was a girl once too, and I understand girls better than your dad does. The way you are now, it's obvious you have someone." Xiao Yi muttered, "How did you know? Did my dad tell you?" Ju Ah-chun didn't answer but asked softly, "Xiao Yi, is your period normal? It's late this month, isn't it?" Xiao Yi froze for a moment, then replied in a low voice, "It's always a bit late. But this month it's over half a month late. No, almost 2 months now." After all, she was studying medicine, so it wasn't like she had no idea. With Aunt Chun's question, Xiao Yi instantly stiffened, her face turning red, then white, then red again. Ju Ah-chun saw this clearly and quickly guessed what was likely going on. "Xiao Yi, how about this? Auntie will go with you to see a gynecologist, just to check quietly." Xiao Yi was startled and panicked, waving her hands. "No, I don't want to go, I don't want to." Ju Ah-chun quickly held her hand and said softly, "Xiao Yi, don't be afraid. Auntie and your dad aren't blaming you. Don't panic. Even if you really are pregnant, Auntie and Dad will help you. You're still young, and it's normal to feel scared and lost when something like this happens. But don't be afraid. Auntie is here with you." Xiao Yi swallowed and clung to her arm. "Aunt Chun, we only ever held hands before. During New Year's, we stayed in his room. Later, I was in his dorm a few times too. I never thought I'd really get pregnant. My period is always irregular, so I didn't pay attention. Oh no, Auntie, what should I do? What if I really am? Woo!" As she spoke, she couldn't help but cry, panicked and helpless, clinging tightly to Ju Ah-chun. Ju Ah-chun comforted her. "Don't cry yet. Maybe it's just your stomach. Let's not take any medicine for now. Let's go see a gynecologist first. If it's really true, we'll figure it out together. Maybe it's just the hot weather and your stomach's upset." But Xiao Yi was still terrified, sobbing quietly. Ju Ah-chun coaxed and comforted her, finally managing to get her out the door. She put a hat on Xiao Yi and led her downstairs. There was a bus stop right outside the mall, so the two of them got on and slowly made their way to the central hospital. By the time they arrived, it was already noon, but luckily there were still doctors on duty. After an examination, the doctor explained, "According to the urine test, your daughter is indeed pregnant, almost 2 months along." Xiao Yi was struck like thunder, her face turning red, then white. Ju Ah-chun hugged her and managed a smile. "Thank you, doctor. Is the baby healthy?" The doctor replied, It's very stable, but you still need to be careful. Is this her first pregnancy? She probably doesn't have much experience, so as elders, you should give her more guidance. For the first 3 months, don't do any heavy work, just take care and eat well. Thank you, doctor, Ju Ah-chun said. She helped Zhao Yi out and whispered, Don't panic. Let's go home first. Zhao Yi was completely flustered, shaking her head. No, I don't want to go home. I can't go back. Auntie, what should I do? If I go home, my dad will find out. He'll definitely be angry, definitely. Woo! Don't be afraid. Ju Ah-chun held her hand and said gently, Your dad won't be angry. Don't worry. Auntie is here to protect you. You'll be fine. Auntie doesn't blame you, and your dad won't either. Zhao Yi threw herself into her arms, panicked and lost. Auntie, what should I do? Should I tell him? Woo! I still have to study. I shouldn't have done this. We were so careless. It's all my fault. Woo! Ju Ah-chun patted her back and said softly, Don't panic. Don't panic. This is a hospital. We can't stay too long. Let's go home first. No, I don't know how to face my dad, Zhao Yi cried uncontrollably. Ju Ah-chun was at a loss, but quickly thought of someone. Zhao Yi, let me call Mrs. Shueling and ask her to come pick us up, okay? It's so hot outside and you can't be wandering around like this or you'll get heat stroke. Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She had deep trust and admiration for Shueling, and since Shueling had helped bring her and Shui Huan together, she felt even more that Shueling could help her now. Seeing her agree, Ju Ah-chun hurried downstairs to find a public phone. Shueling always kept her big brick cell phone with her. She was just about to eat when it rang a few times, and she quickly answered. Ah? Sister Ah-kun? I was just about to eat. What? Where are you? What happened? Oh, I'll drive over right now. You two wait there. Don't go anywhere. She hung up, quickly went upstairs to grab her purse and hurried down. Her secretary poked her head out and asked, Miss Xue, where are you going? Shueling replied, I was just about to find you. I have an urgent matter and need to leave right away. I don't know when I'll be back. Keep following up on everything at the main factory. If you need me, call my cell. Okay, the secretary replied. Shueling knew that Ju Ah-chun wasn't the type to ask for help lightly, so as soon as she heard there was something urgent, she guessed it must be serious. Ju Ah-chun said that something had happened to Zhao Yi, and they were now at the entrance of the central hospital, hoping Shueling could come quickly to help. Shueling immediately sensed something was wrong. She didn't bother eating and drove straight to the hospital. She had given birth to her second child at Central Hospital, and later had her third and fourth children there as well, so she was very familiar with the place. It was midday, so there wasn't much traffic, and since she drove fast, she arrived at the hospital entrance in just over 10 minutes. She got out of the car and walked into the inpatient building. Auntie! Ju Ah-chun was holding Zheng Xiaoyi's hand, standing by the public phone. Shueling saw that Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes were red and her face looked off. She was nothing like her usual lively self and seemed very upset. She hurried over. Sister Ah-chun, Zhao Yi, what's wrong? As soon as Zhao Yi heard her voice, 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. Ju Ah-chun quickly lowered her voice. Madame, it's stuffy here. Why don't we get in the car and find a cooler place to talk? Shueling nodded. The 3 of them got in the car. Shueling started the engine and drove slowly, asking, Have you eaten? Ju Ah-chun gave a wry smile. Not yet. Zhao Yi has no appetite and I'm a mess inside. We were going to go home, but Zhao Yi didn't want to. Shueling thought for a moment and said gently, There's a southern-style snack shop up ahead. The food is light, mostly steamed. Should we go in and try to eat something? Ju Ah-chun held Zhao Yi's hand, but seeing her shake her head, she sighed. Madam, neither of us really has an appetite. If it were anything else, our family would probably try to keep it quiet. But this isn't just Zhao Yi's problem anymore. There's no hiding it. You're involved in this too, so I have to tell you first. Zhao Yi, she's pregnant. Screech! The car came to a sudden stop. Ju Ah-chun was startled and quickly hugged Zhao Yi. Shueling hurriedly parked the car and turned around. Are you both all right? Are you okay? Ju Ah-chun shook her head, meeting Shueling's slightly panicked gaze. The 2 women looked at each other, both feeling a mix of emotions, suddenly at a loss for words. A while later, at an old town tea house. It was a hot, stuffy summer afternoon, so hardly anyone was out. Cicadas droned weakly in the trees as the three of them entered the tea house and sat by the window. The owner brought good tea and warmly asked what they'd like. Ling thought for a moment. "Bring us some nice fresh pastries, please." The owner, seeing that Ling didn't ask about the price and had a fancy brick cell phone, nodded eagerly. "Of course, I'll get you the freshest, tastiest ones." Ling rinsed the cups and started making tea. The fragrance of the tea and the cool environment helped calm Xiao Yi's anxious heart a little. Ju Achun also felt more composed. Seeing that the place was quiet and elegant, she felt more comfortable speaking. "Madam, you're smart and reasonable. We really need your help to figure out what to do." Ling nodded quickly. "Don't worry. Uncle Zheng is my elder, and I've always cared for Xiao Yi like a little sister. Xuehuan is my cousin, and I was the one who introduced them. I'll definitely help you all the way, don't worry." Hearing that Ling was willing to help, Xiao Yi was deeply moved. "Thank you, Sister Lingling. I'm so ashamed. I don't dare go home and face my dad." Ling shook her head and said softly, "No, this is something your dad and I should have thought about more carefully. You're still young and inexperienced. I should have warned you ahead of time. It's my fault for not thinking it through and not reminding you both." She had thought that, with such a big age gap, it was uncertain whether the two would even end up together. She didn't want to interfere and wanted to respect their space, so she and Uncle Zheng had both kept quiet and never asked. Looking back, not asking, not interfering, and not caring was also a mistake. Everything needs balance. Too much or too little is never good. Ling also felt a bit of blame toward her cousin. He was already 31, yet still so careless. Even if they were together, he should have taken precautions to protect Xiao Yi. As a doctor herself, she couldn't believe she hadn't even thought to warn them about this. If Xiao Yi had already graduated and had a stable job, then even if she got pregnant, they could just hurry up and get married. But Xiao Yi was still in school, and the university didn't encourage students to date, let alone get married and have children. If Xiao Yi had to drop out to get married and have a baby, it would be a huge blow to her life. A career is just as important for a woman as it is for a man. Huan had achieved a high position at a young age, and if Xiao Yi didn't have a job, the gap between them would only grow, which wouldn't be good for their future family. Her mind was a mess, and she couldn't decide what to do. Ju Achun held Xiao Yi's hand and said gently, "Your dad loves you very much, and he knows you're dating Xuehuan. He won't blame you, so don't be afraid. And you still have Auntie Achun. No matter what, I'll protect you, even if your dad gets angry." Xiao Yi was deeply moved and leaned into her embrace. Ling exchanged a glance with Ju Achun and smiled slightly. Thank goodness Sister Achun was so steady. Otherwise, Xiao Yi would probably be a wreck, and Uncle Zheng would be half crazy by now. A while later, the pastries arrived. Xiao Yi drank some tea, and before she knew it, her appetite returned. She ate a few crispy cookies and 2 pastries. Seeing her eat, Ju Achun felt relieved and ate some too. Ling was also hungry and had a few cookies. "Xiao Yi, this isn't just your problem anymore. In a bit, I'll take you and Auntie Achun home. Then I'll go find Xuehuan." "Gee." Xiao Yi's eyes were red as she whispered, "Please don't tell his parents." Ling was taken aback, then shook her head. "I'm afraid that's not possible. Xiao Yi, let me ask you a few questions. How have things been between you and Huan this past year? Has your relationship been stable?" Xiao Yi replied softly. "We've always been good. We only had one argument, nothing else. Whenever he's free, he drives to my school in the evening. If I have trouble with my studies, he helps me. On weekends, he takes an afternoon to go to the movies or the park with me. We've gone hiking and played by the river." Ling said gently, "If you truly love each other, then things will be much easier to handle." Ju Achun thought for a moment and said quietly, "But Xiao Yi is still in school. Her studies should come first. She's still young, and it's not the right time to have a child. Xiao Yi was still young and inexperienced, so her mind was a mess, afraid of others finding out, afraid of her dad's anger, and just generally confused. Xue Ling thought for a while and said, "If you're afraid to go home, I'll have Ah Huan come here. I want to hear what he thinks first." "But he's still at work," Xiao Yi said softly. Xue Ling snorted. "Work isn't as important as this right now. Your situation is the top priority." With that, she grabbed her brick phone, found She Huan's office number, and dialed. As it happened, She Huan was in his office, and his assistant called him to the phone. Xue Ling lowered her voice. "Ah Huan, it's Xue Ling. I'm with Xiao Yi and Auntie Achen at the XXT house in the Old Town. You need to take leave and come here right now. We have something very important to discuss with you." Xue Huan was no naive young man. The moment he heard the tone in his cousin's voice, he sensed something was wrong. He quickly asked for leave, instructed his assistant to take over, and drove straight to the Old Town. He parked next to Xue Ling's car and hurried into the old tea house. As soon as Zheng Xiaoyi saw him, her face flushed bright red, her eyes reddened, and tears started falling nonstop. Xue Huan frowned, wanting to reach for her, but with Aunt Achen present, he didn't dare be too forward. He greeted Xue Ling and Aunt Achen first. Aunt Achen's face didn't look good. Xue Ling's expression was also grim. "Sit down first. Xiao Yi, sit next to him," Xue Ling said. Xue Huan felt uneasy. He took out his handkerchief and handed it to Xiao Yi, his voice gentle and full of concern. "Why are you crying? Don't cry." Hearing his gentle voice, Zheng Xiaoyi only cried harder. Xue Ling frowned and gestured for him to wait, then leaned in and whispered in his ear. In the next moment, Xue Huan froze, his face flushing with embarrassment and awkwardness. But he wasn't a kid anymore. He quickly regained his composure. "Jia, since things are like this, let's just get married first." Hearing that he didn't try to make excuses or shirk responsibility, but immediately wanted to take responsibility, Aunt Achen was even more satisfied with him. He took Xiao Yi's hand and said softly, "She's already over 20, so we can get a marriage certificate. Let's get married first. As for the baby, considering Xiao Yi still needs to finish her studies, we might have to terminate the pregnancy." Xue Ling blinked, troubled. Aunt Achen hesitated and said quietly, "Let's not rush into a decision. If you want to get married, it's a matter for both families. We should ask the elders for their opinions. Your parents have raised you with love, and something this important should be discussed with them. That's basic courtesy and respect." "No." Xiao Yi covered her face, sobbing. "We can't let them know." Xue Huan knew his beloved was terrified. He quickly put his arm around her shoulders. "Don't get upset and don't cry. Aunt Achen is right. Don't worry. I'm here, and Lingling and Aunt Achen will help us. Everything will be sorted out soon." Xiao Yi buried her face in his arm, sobbing uncontrollably. Xue Ling felt bad seeing this and said softly, "Ah Huan, I think we still need to hear what the elders have to say. Your parents and Uncle Zheng are all reasonable people. If you two secretly end the pregnancy and then get married, the elders will be upset. Take Xiao Yi to your place and take good care of her. I'll go talk to Uncle Zheng, then your dad." Xue Huan breathed a sigh of relief and said earnestly, "Jia, I'll leave it to you. Please tell Uncle Zheng for me. I'm really sorry." "I know," Xue Ling replied. She knew there was no point in blaming him now, but his willingness to take responsibility and put Xiao Yi first was admirable. "Don't worry, I'll help you both." She added gently, "Take Xiao Yi away for now. Aunt Achen and I will talk to Uncle Zheng, then your dad." "Thank you, Jia." Xue Huan nodded to Aunt Achen, then left with Xiao Yi. Xue Ling paid the bill and left with Aunt Achen. She first tried calling Zheng Sanyuan's home, but no one answered. Aunt Achen said quietly, "Datong probably went out. Try calling the factory office. Sanyuan is likely there handling something." While waiting at a red light, Xue Ling quickly dialed the factory number. After a moment, the call connected. "Uncle Zheng? It's Lingling." "Little Xue, I was just about to call you." "Uncle Zheng, don't get worked up. I'm with Aunt Achen, and I already know about Xiao Yi." So, is it true? Shui Ling sighed. Yes, it's been almost 2 months. The other end of the line went silent, not even a stammer. Xue Ling said softly, Ah Huan just came by and took Xiao Yi with him. She's very upset and can't face you or anyone else right now. Only Ah Huan can calm her down. Uncle Zheng, as soon as he heard, Ah Huan said he wants to marry Xiao Yi. Marry? What about her studies? Huh? As a father, it was impossible not to be upset in this situation. Xue Ling understood and gave a wry smile. Uncle Zheng, Ah Huan also said that for the sake of her studies, they've decided not to keep the baby. Xiao Yi's future comes first. Zheng Sanyuan let out a long sigh. What a mess. These kids, why can't they just let us have some peace of mind? Xue Ling said softly, Uncle Zheng, are you free now? Aunt Achun and I were planning to come see you. No, Zheng Sanyuan replied in a low voice. I have an old client coming this afternoon. I can't get away. Take Aunt Achun home for now. We'll talk about this tonight when I get back. Xue Ling had no choice but to agree and drove Aunt Achun to the Ronghua Mall building. Aunt Achun couldn't help but ask, Madam, where are you going? Aren't you coming up with me? Xue Ling shook her head. My parents and aunt are flying to Spring City tomorrow. Since my aunt is a woman, I should talk to my uncle first. All right? Aunt Achun paused, then turned back. Madam, can I ask your opinion? The child is innocent. Since they truly love each other and plan to marry, is there any way to keep the baby? Xue Ling was taken aback, then said softly, Only if Xiao Yi can take a break from school. But many schools now strictly forbid students from dating, let alone showing up pregnant. She'd face a lot of pressure. Then, let's discuss it more, Aunt Achun sighed. Madam, we're both women. We know how much a child means and how hard it is. As a mother, especially a soft-hearted one, I can't bear to see a child not wanted. I went through so much myself, and even though I hated that man, I never disliked little Taitu. If not for him, I might not be here. My child gave me hope and the courage to live, so I really hope Xiao Yi doesn't have to abort. Xue Ling nodded. I understand how you feel, Sister Achun. Aunt Achun smiled and went upstairs. Xue Ling started the car and headed straight for Central Hospital. She'd just been there 2 hours ago, and now she was back again. With a wry smile, she went directly to the orthopedics floor. She asked a nurse for Xue Jilan's office. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and he happened to be free. Dressed in a white coat, he was writing up medical records in his office. Ah, Lingling, what brings you here? Xue Jilan stood up with a smile. Are you feeling unwell? What's wrong? You don't look so good. Xue Ling gave a bitter smile. Uncle, could you close the door? I need to talk to you. Xue Jilan raised an eyebrow in surprise, but did as she asked. It's hot outside. Let me pour you some water. Xue Ling shook her head. Uncle, please let me talk first. A moment later, Xue Jilan's face had turned grim, and he was silent. Xue Ling said quietly, Uncle, about their relationship. I didn't say anything before, and that was my mistake. Now that something's happened, I think you need to know. Xue Jilan's face was ashen, clearly furious, and he didn't speak for a long while. Xue Ling could only give a wry smile. Uncle, now's not the time to be angry. We need to figure out a solution. Ah Huan knows you and Auntie will blame him, and he's scared. He knows how to be scared, Xue Jilan fumed. He did something like this. How could he face Xiao Yi? How could he face old Zheng? How are we supposed to face old Zheng in the future? That brat. He's lost his mind. Xiao Yi is still so young, still in school. Even if she didn't know better, how could he not? He's 31, has been working for years, and yet he's still so careless. Xue Ling shrank her neck and said softly, Uncle, I didn't know Ah Huan would be so reckless either. But what's done is done, and they really do love each other. So, of course he has to take responsibility. Xue Jilan stood up, took off his white coat, and said sternly, Your aunt was supposed to fly to Spring City, but that's off now. Lingling, you drove here, right? Let's go. We need to go apologize to old Zheng right away. Xueling nodded and said quietly, Uncle Zheng is busy at the factory this afternoon and can't leave. Uncle, please don't get too worked up. Maybe talk to Ah Huan first and figure out what to do. Xue Zhilan frowned and thought for a moment. The child is a member of our Xue family. As elders, we can't be the ones to say the child should go. It's our own blood. How could we bear to just give it up? Xue Ling said softly. But Ah Huan thinks the baby can't be kept, since Xiao Yi still needs to finish her studies. Xue Zhilan frowned and shook his head. That's easy for him to say. Unless it's absolutely necessary, how can you just abort a child? As a doctor, he should know how much harm that does to a woman's body. Studies are important, but health is even more important. If she doesn't recover well, it could have serious consequences later. So you mean? Xue Ling asked. Xue Zhilan said quietly, We need to give Xiao Yi a proper status as soon as possible. Even if it can't be public, it should be done quietly. As for the baby, your aunt and I need to discuss it. We can't just say no right away. Unless there's no other choice, we shouldn't do that. His eldest son had been married for years and still had no children. The younger son was already 31, not 21, and at that age, many people already had several kids. Having a child now wasn't early at all. But for Xiao Yi, who was still a student, it really was too soon. See if Xiao Yi can take a long leave or suspend her studies for a year. If she's afraid of people finding out, we can help keep it secret. Some schools strictly forbid students from dating, so we'll just keep it quiet. Once she graduates and starts working, there's nothing to worry about. Your third uncle and I both work in this field, and so does Ah Huan. We'll make sure she gets a good job. Xue Ling's eyes flickered and she said softly, Uncle, I'm a mother too. I didn't really agree with Ah Huan's decision from the start. The child is innocent. Besides, abortion is so harmful. If anything went wrong, we'd owe Uncle Zheng and Xiao Yi even more. Half a year ago, Xue Heng had gone to third uncle for medicine and a checkup and was told his condition was normal. Third uncle had also checked Cheng Tianfang's pulse and found her periods were very irregular. She was busy with work and didn't think much of it, so she never paid attention. Third uncle prescribed medicine to help her recover, but she still hadn't returned to normal. Xue Ling had once asked her privately why she didn't take it seriously. Cheng Tianfang confided that ever since she lost her baby, her periods had always been late. She didn't notice any other problems, so she didn't worry. But her baby had been quite far along, and losing it had caused serious harm. Even after 3 years of marriage, she still hadn't conceived, probably because of that. So Xue Ling agreed with Uncle Zhilan. Unless there's no other way, never talk lightly about not keeping a child. Exactly, Xue Zhilan nodded. We can't say that. That brat is just being thoughtless. If he truly loves Xiao Yi, he should think of her first. He's already made one mistake. He can't keep making more. He needs a good scolding. Xue Ling quickly said, Uncle, don't be angry. How about this? Call Ah Huan and have him take Xiao Yi home. Then you and I can go buy some nice gifts, and tonight, when Uncle Zheng is home, we'll go apologize. I'll go with that brat, Xue Zhilan said apologetically. You've already run around and helped plead for us. How can we trouble you to apologize too? It's my son's fault and my fault for not teaching him well. Tonight, your aunt and I will take him to apologize and discuss what to do. Xue Ling smiled and shook her head. Let me come too. With me as a go-between, things won't be so tense. But Uncle Zheng is a good man, very kind. You know that. I do, Xue Zhilan said with a bitter smile. But with something like this, no one can just laugh it off. It's not just about Xiao Yi's reputation and future. It concerns both families. Even a saint couldn't be indifferent. He was a parent too, and knew how deeply parents plan for their children. Zheng Sanyuan had worked so hard to support his kids through college, all so they could have stable jobs. Now, after just a year of university, something like this happened. Even the calmest person would find it hard to accept. Xue Ling took out her car keys and said quietly, Uncle, this can't wait. Let's go buy gifts and hurry home. Auntie's plane ticket will have to be canceled. She'll need to stay and help take care of Xiao Yi. Of course, Xue Zhilan said quickly. It's almost time to get off work. I'll tell the head nurse and we'll go home. On the way, Xue Ling tried calling Xue Huan's office, but his assistant said he wasn't there. Xue Zhilan reminded her. He's probably at the dorm. His colleague next door has a phone. Call there and ask for him. Remind him to bring Xiao Yi home, but don't say too much on the phone. Okay. Xue Ling dialed the number Zhilan gave her, and soon someone fetched Xue Huan. She spoke in code. Take Xiao Yi home with you. We'll be waiting for you there. Xue Huan immediately agreed. After that, Xue Ling and Xue Zhilan bought some health supplements and hurried home. The elders were all happily checking their luggage, getting ready to fly to Spring City the next day. Cheng Tianyuan was home too. Ever since he got his brick cell phone, work had become much easier. When clients wanted to place orders, he could contact the warehouse directly, and it was much more convenient. He was helping the kids check their clothes and shoes. Zhao Chong was lying on his back, and Zhao Xin was riding on his shoulders. Dad, Mom's back, Ran Ran called from the window. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Why is she home so early today? Usually she didn't get home until evening. Ran Ran replied with a smile. She came back with Uncle. Cheng Tianyuan didn't think much of it. Ran Ran added, Mom and Uncle went into Uncle's house. Aunt opened the door. Cheng Tianyuan kept helping the kids pack, not paying it any mind. What? Mrs. Chen was dumbfounded, unable to react for a long while. Xue Zhilan sighed. Don't just stand there in shock. That's how it is. We didn't teach our son well enough, so the responsibility is on us. When he gets back, we'll scold him as he deserves and then take him over to old Zheng's house to apologize? Mrs. Chen stammered. But... She was completely stunned, her mind a mess. Xue Zhilan patted her arm and said softly, Calm down first. She could have retired years ago, but because of a transfer at work, the central hospital wanted her to stay on a few more years, so she only retired half a year ago. At least now she could help look after Xiao Yi for their younger son. Mrs. Chen anxiously grabbed his hand and asked in a trembling voice, So, what do we do? What about Huan and Xiao Yi? Xue Zhilan comforted her gently. They should be on their way home. That rascal Huan wants Xiao Yi to give up the baby. He doesn't want her to interrupt her studies. No! Mrs. Chen became agitated. How can that be? The baby, that's our grandchild. Old Xue, we absolutely can't let them do that. This is our first grandchild. Xue Zhilan shook his head with a wry smile. Of course I don't agree. This is our family's blood, our descendant. How could we just give it up? I've already said unless there's absolutely no other way, we can't go with that option. Yes, yes. Mrs. Chen suddenly smiled, murmuring, I never imagined Huan was dating Xiao Yi. They've been together a long time, haven't they? I knew he must have someone. Wait, Xiao Yi, she's so young. Such a good girl, we know her well. But she's so young, not even graduated yet. Xue Ling quickly soothed her. Auntie, please don't get too worked up. Sit down and let us explain. Oh. Mrs. Chen sat down, still at a loss. Xue Zhilan set the supplements aside, poured tea, and said, Old Zheng isn't home yet. My thought is that tonight, Huan and I need to go over and apologize, and then we can discuss the best solution and resolve this as soon as possible. This can't be delayed, Xue Ling said quietly. Xiao Yi's pregnancy is already almost 2 months along. If she's not keeping it, it can't be put off. If she is, we need to arrange for her to take a leave from school. She's definitely keeping it. She is. Mrs. Chen laughed. We can't give up the baby. I've been hoping for a grandchild for years. Who would have thought, really, who would have thought? The eldest has been married for years and still no kids, and now the younger one is ahead. Haha. Xue Zhilan shot her a look and said quietly, Don't get too excited. Whether to keep the baby or not still depends on Xiao Yi's wishes and old Zheng's opinion. She's still his daughter and still in school. We have to consider their side too. Yes. Mrs. Chen nodded. Let her take a year off from school. Xiao Yi's almost 21, she can get married. The age gap is a bit big, but they're a good match. Xiao Yi's a lovely, polite girl. I've always liked her. Shi Jilan made a shh gesture and said quietly, This isn't something to brag about. Only our family on the 18th floor should know. No one else. Yes, yes. Mrs. Chen, a little too happy, giggled. It's such a surprise. We're going to have a grandchild. Just us. We won't tell anyone. I never planned to tell anyone, just us. Shi Jilan looked at his wife with amusement, then turned to Xue Ling and said gently, Ling, don't blame your aunt. She's been hoping for a grandchild for years, but didn't want to pressure Ah Heng and his wife. Having a child is a matter of fate. Now that this child has come early, we shouldn't see it as a bad thing. It's a blessing. Xue Ling smiled and said softly, I understand. Uncle, Auntie, you stay here. I'll go talk to Aunt Achen and let her know what's going on. She can help persuade Uncle Zheng, and I'll let her know that after dinner tonight we'll come over to apologize. Yes, yes, Shi Jilan said warmly. Sorry to trouble you again. Aunt Achun is an old friend. Please ask her to help. Soon we'll be in-laws. How wonderful, Mrs. Chen beamed. One in-law across the street, another across the street too. Our families have always been close, and now we'll be even closer. What a blessing. What a fate. Shi Jilan and Xue Ling exchanged a smile. Xue Ling went home, washed her hands, and without chatting with her family, headed across the street. After hearing what the elders had said, Zhu Achen smiled quietly. I knew it. They're all kind-hearted doctors. How could they bear to give up their own grandchild? Xue Ling took her hand and said softly, Then I'll leave it to you. Try to help keep the baby and help Xiao Yi apply for a year's leave from school. I hope Uncle Zheng will agree. Zhu Achun nodded quickly. Don't worry. It's for Xiao Yi's good. Giving up the baby could hurt her health. Besides, Ah Huan is the man she loves. If they get married, it's the best outcome. Yes, yes, Xue Ling laughed. And I'm even their matchmaker. Zhu Achun called Zheng Sanyuan to ask if he'd be home for dinner. He explained he was having dinner with an old friend and would take him to the hotel afterward, so there was no need to wait for him. Xue Ling said quietly, No problem. We'll come over when Uncle Zheng gets home. She went back across the street. Auntie, you'll need to cancel your plane ticket. No matter how this turns out, you're the key person here. You can't go traveling right now. No problem, Mrs. Chen laughed. I'll go another time. Spring City and Guilin aren't going anywhere. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the door came from outside. Mrs. Chen hurried to open the door. She saw Xue Huan leading Zheng Xiaoyi in, both looking awkward. Mom, Xue Huan said softly. Xiaoyi, blushing, kept her head down and hid behind Xue Huan, whispering, Auntie. Mrs. Chen pushed her son aside and quickly took Xiaoyi's hand. Come in, dear, come in. Let's go inside. Shi Jilan shot his son a look, then smiled kindly at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, come sit down, don't just stand there. Xiaoyi said shyly, Hello, uncle. Xue Jilan nodded quickly. Good, sit. Poor Shi Huan was left out but didn't dare say a word, and obediently sat next to Xiaoyi. Xue Ling said gently, Now that things have come to this, we need to find a solution. Shi Huan said awkwardly, We've thought it over carefully and decided not to keep the baby. Xiaoyi still needs to go to school. She can't interrupt her studies. No, Mrs. Chen glared at him. What are you saying? This is your child. How could you bear to give it up? Don't you know how much harm an abortion does? Xiaoyi is still young. She doesn't understand, but you should. You've been a doctor for years. Don't you know how dangerous this could be? Especially since Xiaoyi is so young, you can't be careless. Auntie, don't blame him, Xiaoyi said softly. He's just thinking of me. He doesn't want me to interrupt my studies. She couldn't bear to see Xue Huan being blamed, since she had been willing too. It takes two to tango. The fault wasn't his alone. Mrs. Chen quickly shook her head. No, Xiaoyi, you don't understand. I've been a doctor for decades. Many young women, thinking they're healthy, casually give up their babies. If they recover well, there may be little impact. But for many, after an abortion, their reproductive system is damaged, and when they really want a child later, they can't conceive, suffering through medicine and treatments. These are things you have to consider. Don't do something impulsive that you'll regret for the rest of your life. Shi Jilan shot his son a fierce glare. Shi Huan was startled and quickly lowered his head. There are risks, but it's also out of necessity. She's still young, hasn't finished her studies. We could get married now and wait until she graduates and starts working to have a child. If you're going to be together, having a child is only a matter of time, Shui Jilan said sternly. This child just came a little early. The right thing is to find a way to welcome it, not just run away. If Xiao Yi's health is harmed, how will you answer to her, or to San Yuan? Shui Huan hung his head, embarrassed. I'll go apologize to Uncle Zheng. And what can he do to you? Shui Jilan retorted. A simple sorry doesn't solve anything. This child is our grandchild and San Yuan's grandchild too. If we can't bear to lose it, do you think he can? If the child is lost and Xiao Yi's health is harmed, even if you take responsibility, how could we ever face them? Luckily, San Yuan knows our family well. If it were someone else, they might have already come to beat you up. You don't even realize it. Shui Huan didn't dare say another word. Xie Ling quickly tried to mediate, speaking softly. Uncle, please don't be too hard on Ah Huan. When they got together, Uncle Zheng was aware, and he's always liked Ah Huan. That doesn't make this right, Shi Jilan said sternly. They trusted you, that's why they let you be with their daughter, but you weren't worthy of that trust. Shi Huan knew he'd lost control and made a mistake, and couldn't argue. His handsome face flushed red. All right, Shi Ling said gently. Uncle, Ah Huan knows he was wrong. He'll have to apologize to Uncle Zheng tonight, and I'm sure he'll get an earful then. Let's leave it at that for now. Since Shui Ling spoke up, Shui Jilan couldn't say more. He turned to Xiao Yi. Don't make any decisions too soon. Uncle knows this is a private matter between you two, but now it concerns both families. We'll need to discuss it carefully with your dad and Aunt Achen. Okay, Xiao Yi replied obediently. Shui Ling reminded them, Auntie, you should get ready for dinner. I'll go home to eat, and when Uncle Zheng is back, I'll come get you. Ling, stay and eat with us, Shui Jilan and Mrs. Chen said. Shui Ling shook her head. No need, it's just a few steps away. I need to help watch the kids. All right, see you later. Shui Huan took Xiao Yi to his room. Xiao Yi had been there a few times before and was familiar with it. She rubbed her waist and lay down on his bed. Shui Huan closed the door and turned on the fan. Is your back sore? Are you uncomfortable? Xiao Yi gave a wry smile. It gets sore if I sit too long. I just feel tired and heavy. Shui Huan felt sorry that she was so young and already suffering for him. He came over and gently massaged her waist. His eyes softened and he said quietly, If you insist on not keeping it, I'll be the one to say so. Don't feel guilty. If my dad scolds me, don't try to defend me. If he scolds or even hits me, I deserve it. I really did do wrong. Later, if your dad scolds me, you mustn't speak up, okay? Xiao Yi's pretty face scrunched up. But seeing you get scolded, it hurts me. I can't bear it. Silly girl. Shui Huan stroked her hair gently. I'm a grown man. I can take a scolding or a beating. This really was my fault. I didn't take proper precautions and made you suffer. Xiao Yi grabbed his hand, frowning softly. I'm a little scared, but I don't want to give up our baby. Brother Huan, I just don't know what to do. Not that I don't want the child. Shui Huan felt his heart melt. He said gently, Xiao Yi, I want our child too. But you're still young, and you can have more children in the future. If you're not ready, if you don't want to be tied down by a child right now, I'll wait for you for 3 more years. This sweet, innocent girl liked him and always thought of him, and he'd fallen for her without realizing it. In a blink, they'd been together a year. It had flown by. 3 years wasn't long. He was willing to wait for her, to wait until she was ready. I'll think about it, Xiao Yi whispered. I really am not ready, but I do love children. Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong are so adorable, aren't they? You like kids too, right? Of course I do, She Huan said softly. I like Xiao Xin and the others, and I'd love our own child even more. She smiled quietly, happy. She placed his hand on her still flat belly and whispered, Brother Huan, this is our baby. Xue Huan was stunned, his long, pale fingers trembling. This was the fruit of their love, their shared blood, the continuation of his life. His palm felt warm, carrying her body heat. He took a deep breath, torn inside, but didn't dare try to persuade her. Xiao Yi watched his every reaction, her eyes wide. In that moment, her heart melted, and she quietly made up her mind. After retiring, Mrs. Chen took charge of all the family meals. If her husband and son weren't home for lunch, she'd eat with the elders next door. Cheng Tianfang couldn't be bothered to cook, so she and her husband often came over for meals. Tonight, she was on duty, so she didn't come home. Just before dinner, She Heng came home with his briefcase. Mom, smells so good. I can smell the fried pork chops. She Jilan was helping in the kitchen and ignored his eldest son. Mrs. Chen directed, Crack one more egg, it'll taste better. She Heng washed his hands, happily grabbed his chopsticks and tried to sneak a pork chop. Stop, She Jilan scolded quietly. The guests haven't sat down yet. What are you doing? Wait and set the table first. Xue Heng was confused. What guests? Who? Where? Mrs. Chen smiled. It's Xiao Yi. She's in the room with your brother. Xue Heng said, Oh, and asked, Xiao Yi? She needs something from Ah Huan? Is Ah Huan eating at home tonight? Mrs. Chen made a shh gesture and whispered, Let me tell you. Turns out Ah Huan's girlfriend is Xiao Yi. They've been dating for a year, Xue Heng. So that's what was going on? No wonder Ah Huan was always so secretive. He was dating that Xiao Yi girl. Mrs. Chen giggled, excitedly waving her spatula. And there's more. Great news. Xiao Yi is already pregnant, almost 2 months. Your brother's going to be a dad. I'm going to be a grandma. Your dad's going to be a grandpa. Xue Heng was utterly stunned. Xue Heng had been married for over 3 years and had always hoped to have a child soon. Hearing that his younger brother had beaten him to it, his mind went blank for a moment, buzzing with shock. But soon, he was happy again. So I'm going to be an uncle? Mrs. Chen nodded enthusiastically. Yes, you're about to be an uncle. Hearing the mother and son's conversation, She Jilan couldn't help but smile a little too. Xiao Yi is still young and still in school. We'll need to help her apply for a leave of absence. Also, the wedding needs to be put on the agenda. They need to take responsibility for Xiao Yi and give San Yuan a proper explanation. You're the eldest brother, so you'll need to help out wherever you can. Of course. Xue Heng said cheerfully. That Ah Huan, always so serious. Who would have thought he was with that Xiao Yi girl? Shh. Mrs. Chen glared at him. Xiao Yi is shy, so don't say anything silly. If you scare her, I won't forgive you. Xue Heng could only nod. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Xue Jilan instructed. Set the table, serve the rice, and then call Xiao Yi and your brother out for dinner. Xue Heng hurried to do as he was told. A little while later, Xue Huan led Xiao Yi out for dinner. She didn't have much appetite and only ate a bowl of soup. Mrs. Chen encouraged her. The fried pork chops are delicious, try some. Xiao Yi blushed and said softly, The smell makes me nauseous. I can't eat it. Xue Huan quickly picked some greens for her and said gently, Eat slowly. Fruit and vegetables are good too. If there's anything you like, just say so, don't be shy, Xue Jilan said kindly. Your family now, no need to be so polite. Xiao Yi's face was bright red as she nodded shyly. Xue Heng snickered to himself. Xue Huan shot him a look, nearly making him choke, and quickly lowered his head to eat. Xiao Yi didn't eat much. When everyone finished, she quickly got up to help clear the table. Mrs. Chen wouldn't let her, saying softly, Go lie down in Ah Huan's room for a while, I'll take care of it. Xue Huan came over. Mom's right. You get dizzy sometimes. Don't bump into anything. Zhao Yi felt a little embarrassed. Mrs. Chen smiled and told her younger son, "What are you waiting for? Go with Zhao Yi to the balcony for some fresh air and remember to hold her hand." Okay. She Huan led her back to his room. By now, night had fallen. The balcony was breezy, the city lights twinkled and neon signs shone brightly. She Huan explained gently, "When Ling Ling finished building the mall, she reserved the 18th floor for family. My dad and brother thought it'd be good for everyone to live close. My brother bought 3 apartments in one go. My parents are in the middle, my brother and his wife in front, and mine is over there. I rarely stay there, so for now I live with my parents. Each apartment has 3 bedrooms, so there's plenty of space. I've saved up these years. However you want to decorate, I'll have it done. Once it's ready, we'll have our own place." Looking at the tall, handsome man so close to her, Zhao Yi couldn't help but feel emotional. "We are really getting married." She Huan smiled dotingly and tapped her nose. "What? You're already having my baby and you're still not ready to marry me?" Zhao Yi blushed and leaned against his arm. "I just feel like it's not real. I thought I'd have to wait a long, long time." He hugged her and kissed her forehead. "Now you don't have to wait so long." A little while later, She Ling's voice called from outside. She Huan said softly, "Go rest and read in the room. I'll go with Dad and Sis to talk to your dad." "But..." Zhao Yi couldn't help but worry, grabbing his hand. I want to go with you." He shook his head. "I'll handle it. You just stay here and rest." Zhao Yi bit her lip, reluctant to let go. He comforted her. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Your dad is a gentle, open-minded man. He's always treated me well. He won't do anything to me. I respect him, and he'll be my father-in-law." She finally let go, whispering, "I'll go back when Dad isn't angry anymore." He patted her head, feeling guilty for putting her in such a difficult, anxious spot. It was all his fault. He let go and said, "There are lots of books in the bookcase. Read whatever you like. The wind is strong by the window and balcony, so don't turn the fan up too high." Suddenly she grabbed his hand, as if making a firm decision. "Tell my dad and auntie, I want to keep this baby." He was stunned, about to shake his head. "Listen to me." Zhao Yi's eyes were red as she said softly, "This is our baby. I can't bear to lose it, and I'm scared of going to the hospital for an abortion. I'm afraid." He hugged her, patting her gently. "Don't be afraid. I'll listen to you. But we need to find the best way to arrange your studies and future." She hugged his neck, acting spoiled. "You have to love me and the baby most from now on." He laughed softly and kissed her head. "If I don't love you and the baby, who would I love?" Just then, She Ling's voice called from outside. "Ah Huan." He quickly let go. "I'm going." Zhao Yi nodded obediently and helped him close the door. She Zhilan and Xue Ling were talking outside. When Xue Huan came out, they waved him over. "San Yuan is back. Your sister already spoke with him and Aunt Achen has helped persuade him too. He's much calmer now." Xue Huan was deeply grateful. "Thank you, sis." Xue Ling stood up and straightened his collar. "A real man takes responsibility. If you don't take this step, the knot will never be untied. Let's go. Bring the gifts. Uncle and I will go with you." He nodded firmly. The 3 of them went to Zheng San Yuan's home. In the hallway, Duo Duo and little Taitu were playing with Ran Ran, while Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong chased after them. Grandpa Xue and Cheng Muhai stood nearby, chatting and laughing. They saw Xue Jilan and the others go into Zheng San Yuan's home, exchanged glances, and guessed something was up, but wisely said nothing. "Tomorrow's flight is at 9. We'll get to Spring City around noon." "No problem. The luggage is all packed. We can leave after breakfast." Just then, Xiao Chong ran over, shouting, "Grandpa, Grandpa, I need to pee!" Grandpa Xue bent down and took his hand. "Let's hurry home to the bathroom." Zhao Xin ran over too, sweat on her forehead. "I need to pee too." Cheng Muhai squatted down. "All right, let's all go home." With the two little ones gone, Duo cheered. Now that they're gone, let's play hide and seek. Okay, the others agreed. Inside the Zheng home, Zhu Achun and Zheng Datong sat on one side, Shui Ling and Shui Jilan on the other. Xie Huan sat next to Zheng Sanyuan. The atmosphere was a little awkward, but everyone wore faint smiles and spoke quietly. As the elder, Xie Jilan was the first to express his apology and sincerity. This is my failure as a parent. I didn't know they were dating. Sanyuan, the kids truly love each other and our families are already close. Now that things have come to this, I suggest we let them get married. Zheng Sanyuan managed a smile and said quietly, "We have to support them, whether we want to or not. It's just that Xiao Yi is still young and our family's upbringing isn't the best. After she marries into your family, I hope you elders can be more tolerant with her." "You're too modest. Xiao Yi is such a sweet and lovely girl," Shui Jilan replied with a smile. "My wife and I both like her very much." Hearing this, Zheng Sanyuan patted Shui Huan on the shoulder. "Ah, Huan is an outstanding young man. My Xiao Yi is lucky to marry up." Shui Huan's handsome face flushed. He said softly, "Uncle Zheng, I'm really sorry I didn't take better care of Xiao Yi." Zheng Sanyuan sighed. "Well, what's done is done. There's no point in blaming anyone now. Lingling is right. When a problem comes up, it's not the time to assign blame, but to find the best solution." Zheng Datong, a little embarrassed, asked, "Why didn't Xiao Yi come back? What does she want?" "As far as I know, most universities don't allow students to date or get married. If Xiao Yi gets married, will it affect her future job prospects?" "No," Shui Jilan replied gently. "I've mentored many graduates. Some rural students even got married in high school, but after graduating from university, their job assignments were no different from anyone else's. The only difference in their records was that others were single and they were married." Zheng Sanyuan breathed a sigh of relief, but still hesitated. "And the baby?" "Of course we can't bear to lose it," Shui Jilan said, shaking his head. "Xiao Yi is still young, and we can't let her risk an abortion. It could harm her health. She's already an adult, almost 21. The legal age for marriage in our country is 20, so she can get a marriage certificate." Shui Huan said softly, "Uncle Zheng, at first I didn't dare want this child since Xiao Yi's studies are so important. Her education is tied to her future, and I didn't want to be selfish. I do love children very much. That's why I hesitated. But Xiao Yi, she wants to keep the baby. Before I came over, she made it very clear." Zhu Achun smiled, her voice full of relief. "You two truly love each other, so of course you want to keep the baby." Zheng Sanyuan nodded. "That's how it should be. If she were 2 or 3 years younger, I'd never agree. The college entrance exam is too important to risk, but now she's already in medical school and doing well. When I was sick, Datong took a year off to help me in the business, then went back and graduated just fine. Now we just need a good reason to help Xiao Yi take a leave." Zheng Datong said quietly, "She's shy, so let's not tell the real reason. Her classmates might laugh at her." Shui Jilan thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, when school starts, I'll write Xiao Yi a certificate from orthopedics. She can use it to apply for a leave of absence." "Great," Shui Ling smiled. "A bone injury takes 100 days to heal. Uncle, just make it sound serious and she'll definitely get the leave." Yes, Zheng Sanyuan agreed. "Let's try for a year off so she can rest and recover." Shui Jilan nodded, making a quick promise. "Leave it to me. If there's any trouble, I'll ask third brother for help. As far as I know, 3 of the medical school's leaders were his students. If he steps in, they'll listen." "Good," Zheng Sanyuan said with a smile. "Thank you." Shui Jilan laughed. "What's with the formalities? Sanyuan, we're going to be in-laws now." "Ha ha," Zheng Sanyuan shook his hand. "You're my lifesaver. If it weren't for you and Lingling, I wouldn't be here. Living together is already fate, and now we're family. I'm really happy." Shui Jilan laughed heartily. "My family is the luckiest. My eldest son and Lingling are already family, and now my youngest too. Soon the whole 18th floor will be one big family." Shi Ling grinned. "I had the foresight. I put all the families together and now we're all one big family. You all have to praise me." Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling added, "Since we're all on the same page, let's pick a good date and set the wedding. No need for anything fancy, just keep it simple." "Yes, yes," Xue Zhilan told his younger son. "You need to take Xiao Yi to get the marriage certificate first. As for the date, your mom and I will ask third uncle to pick it. He was your brother's wedding witness, and he'll be yours too. He's respected and loves you. He's the best choice." "Okay," Xue Huan said happily. Zheng Sanyuan quickly added, "Simple is best. No need for anything elaborate. Weddings are for show. What matters is that the couple is happy." Everyone laughed. Zhu Achun said quietly, "Sanyuan, we need to prepare a generous dowry for Xiao Yi." "Yes, yes," Zheng Sanyuan agreed, laughing. Next door, Grandpa Shui and Cheng Muhai were playing chess, while Grandma Shui and Liu Ying watched TV. Ran and Yang Yang's words startled them. "What? Getting married? Who's marrying who? Xiao Yi and who?" Cheng Tianyuan had Xiao Cheng on his left leg and Xiao Xin on his right. He raised an eyebrow. "Where did you hear that? Don't spread rumors." Ran blinked excitedly. "We heard it while playing hide and seek." "Yeah," Yang Yang added. "Uncle and Uncle Xue Huan brought a bunch of gifts. Mom was there too. Mom said the wedding should be simple. Uncle and Uncle Zheng Sanyuan were laughing so hard their eyes disappeared." Ran added, "Aunt Achun was really happy. Oh, and Uncle Xue Huan said he loves kids. He also said Aunt Xiao Yi wants to keep the baby." Everyone. Cheng Tianyuan asked in surprise, "So, Xue Huan's girlfriend is Xiao Yi?" "Yeah," Ran explained. "Uncle said they'll ask third uncle to be their wedding witness." Grandpa Shui laughed. "Looks like they're really getting married. Good news!" Liu Ying and Grandma Shui exchanged glances, a little embarrassed but happy. "Looks like she's already pregnant, so they're rushing to get married. Shotgun wedding, good news! Double happiness, good news!" If that's the case, I wonder if Auntie can still go to Spring City and Guilin with us. No worries, family comes first. Exactly. Spring City and Guilin aren't going anywhere, haha. A while later, Xue Ling came home. As soon as she walked in, she saw everyone smiling. Ran and Yang Yang ran over and hugged her from both sides. "Mom, Uncle is marrying Aunt Xiao Yi from next door, right? Getting married and having a baby." Xue Ling laughed. "How did you know?" Cheng Tianyuan, coaxing Xiao Xin to sleep, chuckled. "They were playing hide and seek and overheard." Xue Ling rolled her eyes and nodded. Liu Ying asked, eyes wide, "A shotgun wedding, really?" Xue Ling smiled and nodded. Everyone burst out laughing. Later, Mrs. Chen came in beaming, "I have good news and bad news to share." Everyone covered their mouths, quietly snickering. Mrs. Chen rolled her eyes and asked, "Did Ling Ling already tell you all?" Everyone burst out laughing. Grandpa Shui said, "We knew early on. Ran and Yang Yang were playing hide and seek and heard everything." "Sister-in-law, congratulations." "Congratulations, in-law." Mrs. Chen couldn't stop smiling. "Congratulations to all of us. Our family is finally going to have a grandchild. Ran, Yang Yang, Xiaocheng, and Xiaoxin are all going to be big brothers and sisters. By the way, where are the kids?" Grandpa Shui explained. "They've all gone to bed. We have to get up early for the flight tomorrow, so they can't stay up late." Grandma Shui took her hand and smiled. "Sister-in-law, we stayed up just to wait for your good news." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Mrs. Chen shook her head, smiling. "The bad news is I can't go to Spring City with you all. Ah Heng already helped me refund my ticket, about 60% back." "It's fine, I'll go next time," Liu Ying asked quietly. "So how are you arranging the wedding for now?" "My husband and I just discussed it. They'll get their marriage certificate first," Mrs. Chen said softly. "Xiao Yi's having a tough time. She can't eat and feels dizzy. My thought is, after they get the certificate and she feels better, we'll all have a meal together downstairs. Third uncle will come too to be the wedding witness." Grandpa Shui said, "We'll only be gone 2 months. We should be back in time." "No worries," Grandma Shui said gently. If the date is set, just let us know and we'll come back early. This is a big, happy event. We have to be here to share the joy. Of course, Mrs. Chen said excitedly. I never imagined it. We're neighbors and now in-laws too. What a wonderful fate. So lucky. Liu Ying gave her a thumbs up. That's your good fortune. It's everyone's good fortune, Mrs. Chen said quickly. I've always liked Zhao Yi. It's just that she's 10 years younger than Ah Huan, so I felt awkward bringing it up to San Yuan. But who would have thought the kids would get together on their own? It's really fate. Grandma Shui lowered her voice. So when will it be? End of the year or early spring? Mrs. Chen thought for a moment. Probably the end of the first lunar month or the beginning of the second. I just asked Xiao Yi. She's already 2 months along. A good time. Spring when the flowers bloom, Grandma Shui said happily. It won't be too cold. Good for the mother and the baby. Yes, Mrs. Chen was overjoyed. I'm finally going to be a grandma. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Jilan is just as happy. He's been grinning like a fool ever since San Yuan's family left. We're all happy for you, Grandpa Shui laughed. Double happiness. Grandma Shui said warmly, We'd better get to bed. We have to get up early for the flight. Sister-in-law, you take good care of Zhao Yi. Oh, wait a moment. A moment later, Grandma Shui brought out some bird's nest. This was for Lingling a couple years ago, but she didn't finish it, so I put it away. It's good for pregnant women, supposedly makes the baby's skin nice. Mrs. Chen hesitated. Sister-in-law? It's too precious. Jilan can buy some. I can't take this. No wonder Yang and Zhao Xin have such good skin. It's the bird's nest. Take it, Grandma Shui insisted, pressing it into her hands. We're all family, no need to be polite. Zhao Yi is so fair and pretty and tall. She and Ah Huan are a great match. Their careers match too, Grandpa Shui added. Xiao Yi's in medical school, so you'll have lots in common. Yes, Mrs. Chen said happily. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, Wu Gei and sister-in-law. You're welcome. Just take good care of Zhao Yi. We'll be waiting for the wedding and the red eggs. A while later, Mrs. Chen went home, beaming. Grandpa and Grandma Shui went to bed. Liu Ying turned off the lights and went to the apartment across the way. Cheng Muhai was already in bed, but not asleep. Liu Ying set the ceiling fan to low and got into bed. Cheng Muhai sighed quietly. Liu Ying raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Sighing in the middle of the night? Can't sleep? It's hard to sleep as you get older, and sometimes you wake up at 4 a.m. Cheng Muhai closed his eyes and murmured, Do you think Ah Fang and Ah Heng will ever have a child? It's been years. Liu Ying was stunned, then snorted. That girl never lets me say a word. I've nagged her so many times I've lost count. Has she ever listened? She's always busy or says wait. The emperor's not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. What can anyone else do? Have the baby for her. Cheng Muhai sighed. Ah, Heng was already over 30 when he got married. Now Ah Fang is 32. Why is that girl always so worrisome? Liu Ying felt the same, sighing. These years, she's relied on Ah Heng's love, and her in-laws don't want to interfere, so she's gotten lazy and stubborn again. What can I do? What can you do? Cheng Muhai murmured, Ah, Huan is a few years younger than Ah Heng. He's only 31 and he's about to get married and already has a 2-month-old baby. If they were all still young, it wouldn't matter, but they're both in their 30s now. Jilan and the in-laws won't say it, but I bet they're getting impatient. Liu Ying turned over, annoyed. What good is impatience? They're educated people, so they only hint at it. If she were smart, she'd be anxious by now. She got louder and louder, and Cheng Muhai quickly shushed her. Children have their own blessings. We can't worry too much. She's married and out of our hands. That's just how it is. Liu Ying took a deep breath. It's our fault. We didn't raise her well, and now she makes us worry every day. No need to be upset, Cheng Muhai said. We raised her, gave her an education, and she has a stable job and income. At least she won't starve. Luckily, she married into a good family, or she'd have been scolded to death by now. Liu Ying sighed again. I almost wish she'd married into a really strict family so someone could keep her in line. She needs someone to manage her. But her in-laws aren't like that, Chung Muhai said softly. They're all kind, considerate people. Even if she's lazy, no one says a word, let alone scolds her. Liu Ying muttered, Look at Xiao Yi, such a good girl, a college student, pretty, from a good family, and already pregnant. Marriage and children are the most important things for a woman, and she'll have both in 2 months. Chung Muhai was thoughtful. Maybe this happy event will give her a wake-up call, or even a sense of pressure. With one son, there's no comparison. With two, people start to compare. She used to be the only daughter-in-law in the Xue family and felt good about herself. Now there's another, who's more educated, prettier, richer, and already pregnant. Will she really stay indifferent? That's true, Liu Ying said quietly. She deserves a little pressure. She's so stubborn. Maybe a little hardship will do her good. She's 30, not 3, Chung Muhai murmured. She has to figure it out herself. Liu Ying yawned. Let's sleep. We'll take the grandkids out to play and relax. Forget about that girl. Chung Tianfang was on the night shift tonight and still hadn't come home. Xue Heng was home alone, watching TV in the quiet house. He didn't think much about it. He was just happy. After all, his younger brother was getting married and becoming a father. It was a big, happy event for the family. Earlier, after She Huan walked Xiao Yi back across the street and returned, he'd gotten a good scolding from their dad. Xue Heng had been there too, trying to smooth things over and say good things on his brother's behalf. Later, their mom came in to help calm things down, saying what's done is done. Scolding the son wouldn't help. Since they were going to get married anyway, they might as well hurry up and do it. After all, their son was already 31, which was considered a late marriage. There was no need to keep scolding and ruin everyone's mood. Even though their dad was harsh with his words, he couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth. His son was grown, successful in his career, about to start a family, and become a father. Even if the process was a bit bumpy, it was still a wonderful thing. So after sending his brother back to his room, Xue Heng returned to his own place. His parents were probably still next door, excitedly discussing the wedding with all the lights on. He yawned, looked at the dusty table and TV stand, and, feeling bored, turned off the TV. The living room was quiet. He thought about how tomorrow his in-laws and parents would be taking the kids to Spring City, and he might have to help take them to the airport, so he hurried off to bed. When his wife got home from work tomorrow, he'd have to tell her the good news right away. Soon, there would be another sister-in-law in the family, and a little nephew or niece. What a happy thing. Thinking this, he went to bed. The next morning, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan were busy getting the kids dressed and washed. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong were almost 2 years old and could feed themselves, but still needed help washing up. Ran Ran and Yang Yang got ready quickly, changing into shorts and t-shirts. Zhao Chong was easy too, shorts and a t-shirt. Zhao Xin was different. She was a girl and liked to wear dresses. So there were little pants, hair to braid, and a dress to put on, keeping Xue Ling busy. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and complain. Raising a daughter is so much work. Zhao Xin rolled her eyes, her chubby fair face full of disdain. Mommy's so clumsy, too clumsy, always says I'm no good. Xue Ling giggled and gave her a playful smack. Go, hurry up and eat breakfast. Zhao Xin ran off. Cheng Tianyuan had already packed the kids' pajamas and checked their clothes and daily items again. Everyone should bring an extra vest and light jacket, the rest are short sleeves. Remind Mom and Dad to bring more long sleeves just in case it rains or gets chilly in the mountains. Okay, Xue Ling said. I'll go tell them. Chung Muhai and Liu Ying had been up since 5, making breakfast early. The 4 elders never slept in, and by 5-something they'd already eaten. They called the kids to breakfast. Zhao Xin, be careful not to spill. Zhao Chong, eat a little faster. Yang Yang, that's your 3rd bowl, don't eat too much. Ran Ran, finish your meat bun, don't waste food. Xue Ling came to take over the kids. Go check your luggage again, make sure you have an extra set of autumn clothes. Don't forget your IDs and tickets, and bring enough cash. Did you hide the 10,000 yuan I gave you yesterday? If you need more, just call and I'll transfer it right away. Grandpa Xue waved her off. Don't worry, we could travel for decades and still have enough. Xue Ling gave a thumbs up. So rich! Grandma Xue glared at her. It's hot. Don't skip breakfast just because we're not here. You're skinny as a monkey. Good thing we all live together, or people would think your in-laws mistreat you. Got it. Xue Ling nodded. Orders aren't so rushed now, I'm not that busy. Tianyuan and I plan to go for more walks and take more breaks. Don't overwork yourself, Chung Muhai said gently. Don't wear yourself out. Don't worry, Mom, Dad. Xue Ling grinned. The little troublemakers are all yours. Don't be stingy on the road, take cars or boats, don't go hiking or walking too far. You're all getting older, don't tire yourselves out. We know, Grandpa Xue nodded. We're planning to stay in one place for a while. Take it slow and not overdo it. Chung Muhai laughed. We can't walk much now, but the kids are big enough to help. Ranran and Yang are tall, they can help carry or support the little ones. Exactly, Liu Ying said. When we went to the southern island for New Year, they each took care of a sibling. We didn't have to worry at all. If the little ones got tired, they'd carry them. It was so much easier for us. Xue Ling smiled at her two older sons. While we're gone, take care of your grandparents and your little brother and sister. Got it, Mom. Don't worry, Mom. Xue Ling's eyes widened at the word Mom. I'm not even 35. How am I old already? Take it back. Yang and Ranran laughed and ran off. Chung Tianyuan was feeding Xiaoxin millet porridge and laughed, Little rascals, getting bold, teasing their mom like that. By 7, everyone was ready. Before leaving, they checked tickets, IDs, and essentials again. Liu Ying glanced across the street. Ah Heng said he'd help take us to the airport. Maybe he overslept. There was a happy event last night, probably too excited to sleep, Grandma Xue said. No worries, Ling Ling is free. She and Tianyuan can take us. Zhu Achun and Zheng Sanyuan came out. Safe travels, everyone, Zhu Achun said. She handed over a bag. I made rice cakes this morning, just steamed. Take them for the road in case you get hungry. Thank you, Liu Ying and Grandma Xue said. I'll help carry the luggage, Zheng Sanyuan offered. No need, Chung Tianyuan smiled. I'm driving the 7-seater and Ling Ling's helping. There's plenty of room. Xue Ling came out with her bag, smiling. Uncle Zheng, really, no need. Next time you can help pick us up from the airport. All right, Zheng Sanyuan helped with the luggage. I'll see you off downstairs. Just then, Xue Zhilan and Mrs. Chen arrived. We're here to see you off too. Everyone chatted as they took the elevator down in 2 groups. Soon, Xue Ling and Chung Tianyuan drove out of the parking lot, heading straight for the airport. A little after 8, Chung Tianfang came home yawning. She hurried over to her parents' place, but both doors were tightly shut. They'd clearly left early. She yawned again, went back to her own apartment, and took out her keys. Xue Heng was changing in the bedroom and poked his head out. Wife, you're back? Chung Tianfang lazily grunted, and asked, Did you eat? She kicked off her shoes, tossed her purse aside, and flopped onto the sofa. Xue Heng, straightening his tie, explained, I ate already, had breakfast at Mom's earlier. I meant to get up early to take my parents and uncle to the airport, but I overslept. Big Brother and Ling Ling took them. They're probably on the plane by now. Chung Tianfang stretched. No big deal. My brother and sister-in-law can take them. I only got off shift at 8, so I couldn't make it anyway. Xue Heng raised an eyebrow. Did you eat? I did, Chung Tianfang replied. I had wonton noodles with my coworker after our shift. Xue Heng glanced at her slightly plump waist and chuckled. Wife, I think you've put on a little weight lately. Get lost, Chung Tianfang kicked him lazily, grumbling. Are you busy today? I'll be sleeping this morning, but I'm free this afternoon. Want to go out later? I'm free in the evening, Xue Heng said as he fixed his shirt. I have to settle accounts with Ling Ling this afternoon and hand over last month's orders. I'll be free around 5, then I'll come pick you up. Great, Chung Tianfang grinned. Let's go have some fried chicken and cola. We'll come back late. Xue Heng nodded. Sure, you don't work until tomorrow morning anyway, so it's fine if we're out late. Cheng Tianfang had a few night shifts each month, but otherwise her schedule was pretty stable with weekends off. After a night shift, she'd get a day and a night to rest. It's so hot. Let's go somewhere cool, she said. Last night at work, a coworker bought ice cream for everyone. I ate 2 bars in a row. Sheheng frowned slightly, reminding her, that stuff's too cold. Don't eat too much. 1 at a time is enough. All right, she said. But it's summer, so a few more won't hurt. Sheheng finally finished getting ready, then hurried over excited. Wife, I have huge news for you. Cheng Tianfang lay on the sofa, asking lazily, What? Sheheng's eyes crinkled with a smile as he rattled off the news. My brother's off tomorrow, so they're going to get their marriage certificate in the morning. Xiao Yi's having a tough pregnancy, no appetite, so Mom rushed out to buy ingredients to make her some dishes she'll like. Cheng Tianfang was stunned, sitting up abruptly. What did you say? Xiao Yi is with your brother? Xiao Yi? Uncle Zheng's daughter, that's Xiao Yi? Yeah, Sheheng laughed. What other Xiao Yi could it be? She got into the capital's medical school last year, and that's when she and Ah Huan started dating. She's young, so they kept it secret, planning to go public after she graduated. But my brother couldn't hold back, and after a few times together, she got pregnant. It's understandable, they're young and passionate, and after dating for a while, it's only natural. Cheng Tianfang was shocked. She got pregnant, really? Just a few times and she's pregnant? Yeah, Sheheng said quietly. It's already been 2 months. They confirmed it at the hospital yesterday. Mom did the math, she's due early February next year. Cheng Tianfang was a bit dazed, her mind blank. So your parents, they must be thrilled? Sheheng laughed. They're over the moon. Mom said she and Dad were so happy last night they couldn't sleep, even though Dad scolded my brother for being impulsive. After all, Xiao Yi is only 21 and still in school. It can't hide how much he wants to be a grandpa. He just can't stop smiling. Cheng Tianfang's expression darkened, her eyes flickering. Xiao Yi is still in school. What will they do? Sheheng replied, The parents have already discussed it. She'll take a year off. Her health and the baby come first. School can wait, and it won't affect her graduation or job prospects. Cheng Tianfang nodded slowly. Sheheng chuckled. Soon, everyone on the 18th floor will be family. It's such fate. At first, it was just our family and big brothers, but then Uncle Zheng got sick, so Lingling sold him an apartment for convenience. Then Achen and little Taitu moved in, and they all became one big family. Now we're in-laws with Uncle Zheng's family too? What a connection. Cheng Tianfang absent-mindedly touched her own slightly rounded belly. They'd been together for over 3 years, dating for half a year before that, but still no sign of a baby. At first, she wasn't in a hurry, but after a year or 2 of letting things happen naturally, there was still nothing. Xiao Yi was only 21 and already about to be a mom, while she was 30. Her sister-in-law had married Big Brother at 20 and had a baby the next year. Ranran was almost 13 now, and her sister-in-law still looked so young. She was only 30, but her figure was already starting to get chubby. Sheheng glanced at the clock and smiled. Wife, I have to get to work. I'm already running late. But Cheng Tianfang didn't respond. He turned and saw her looking upset, so he hurried over. Wife, what's wrong? She looked away, murmuring, Nothing. I just feel, if we don't have a baby soon, it might be too late. Sheheng pursed his lips, helpless. At New Year, third uncle gave you fertility medicine, but you didn't want to take it. Said it tasted awful and got mad at me for pushing. Now you're worried? Cheng Tianfang pouted. But it really was disgusting. After 1 dose, I almost threw up. Sheheng lowered his head and muttered, Good medicine tastes bitter but helps. If we didn't need it, third uncle wouldn't have prescribed it, right? After New Year, third uncle had checked their pulses and explained they needed some herbal help. He'd written the prescription, personally mixed the herbs, and told them to take it for a while, then keep going if needed. But she'd only taken 1 dose before complaining about the taste and stopping. His family was full of doctors, so he'd grown up believing you shouldn't avoid treatment. He didn't dare ignore third uncle's advice and drank 3 rounds of the medicine, over a month. But having a baby takes 2. If she wouldn't cooperate, what good would it do for him to take it alone? The topic had been dropped for months. She never brought it up, and he didn't dare either. Cheng Tianfang blushed. Then, let's take the medicine after all. When we're free this weekend, let's go see third uncle for more? This weekend? I might be busy, Xue Heng said. I'm free this afternoon. Why not go to the old neighborhood and see third uncle then? Cheng Tianfang was about to agree, but then hesitated, grumbling. Won't people think we're desperate for a baby? After your brother and Zhao Yi, are we just running to third uncle for help because we're jealous? Cheng Tianfang fumed. Your mom treats Zhao Yi like a treasure, pregnant this, pregnant that, as if being pregnant makes her a princess. What, she's pregnant so she's precious and I'm just nothing? Xue Heng was taken aback, his eyes shifting. You're overthinking it. You know how long my mom's been waiting to be a grandma. Now that she's finally getting a grandchild, of course she's over the moon. So what? Cheng Tianfang grumbled. Does she have to go on and on about it in front of me? Has she ever thought about how I feel? I want to get pregnant too, but the way she talks, it's like every word is mocking me. It's not like that. You're just overthinking, Xue Heng said gently. Think about it. Over the years, my parents have never pressured us directly, just asked in passing. They know you can't rush these things. In their hearts, they care about you just as much. Xiao Yi being pregnant doesn't change that. No, Cheng Tianfang snapped. I just feel like your mom is deliberately doting on Xiao Yi in front of me. It's like she's secretly laughing at me. Xue Heng shook his head. Impossible. My parents aren't like that. Honey, you're just being too sensitive. You don't believe me? Cheng Tianfang got angrier. Go ask your mom. At lunch today, she brought all sorts of food for Xiao Yi, but for us, just one dish and a soup. After eating, she immediately took fruit to Xiao Yi. I didn't even get a piece of watermelon. Xue Heng tried to soothe her. Xiao Yi's pregnant now, so of course my mom is putting in extra effort. If you want something, just go buy it. We're not short on money. Get whatever you want. How is that the same? Cheng Tianfang huffed. It's totally different. If I want something, I can buy it, but your mom's attitude, I just don't like it. Xue Heng knew how happy his parents had been yesterday, and he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Well, there's nothing to be done. Zhao Yi's pregnant, so she needs more care. You've been in the family 3 years longer, but your belly still isn't showing. What can I say? At that, Cheng Tianfang's eyes reddened and she burst into tears. Xue Heng, that's too much. Is it all up to me? Is it my fault my belly isn't growing? Haven't I been trying with you for over a year? Now it's all my fault, huh? You jerk, you bastard! Shh! Xue Heng quickly tried to calm her. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Honey, I just blurted it out. I'd never say it's your fault. I just think maybe you're under too much pressure, so you're extra sensitive. It's okay. Let's go see third uncle for some medicine. Maybe we'll get lucky by the end of the year. Cheng Tianfang, still angry, snapped. Get lost. I'm not going. If it happens, it happens. If not, so be it. It's all my fault anyway, so maybe I just won't have a baby. What can you do about it? Why are you making a scene for no reason? Xue Heng frowned. Dad's probably getting off work soon, and Ah Huan and Xiao Yi are having dinner with my parents tonight. If they hear you yelling, what will they think? I don't care what they think. Let them think what they want, Cheng Tianfang huffed. If they want to fawn over the new daughter-in-law, let them. If my belly doesn't grow, I deserve it. Xue Heng got angry too, his voice cold. You're being unreasonable. He really didn't want to argue anymore, so he grabbed his briefcase and slammed the door on his way out. Cheng Tianfang shouted, Xue Heng, get back here. But Xue Heng ignored her and strode away. Night fell, and the apartment was cold and quiet. Cheng Tianfang sat in the dark, sulking, not even bothering to turn on the lights. Next door, Mrs. Chen finished making dinner and peeked out. The young couple probably went out to eat again. Xue Zhilan was washing pots. They usually eat out. Ah Huan's picking up Xiao Yi now. Let's get the table ready. Okay, Mrs. Chen said happily, getting things set up. Xue Heng drove around aimlessly, not knowing where to go, feeling stifled, thinking that going home would just mean more fighting. He parked by the roadside and found a nice restaurant for dinner. He ate alone, then just sat there, staring out the window at the passing cars. He didn't know how long he'd been there when a couple of knocks startled him. He snapped out of it and saw two people outside the window. It was Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling, holding hands and smiling at him. He grinned in surprise and waved. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and patted his stomach, indicating they'd already eaten. Xue Heng gestured for them to wait, paid the bill, and hurried outside. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling stood on the street, close and happy. Xue Heng asked, "What brings you two here?" Xue Ling replied, "With the elders and kids off on vacation, we finally got some time to ourselves." Usually, they had to rush home after work to be with the family, but now, with rare alone time, they wanted to make the most of it. The factory had recently switched from 3 shifts to 2, so work was less hectic. She got off early, they had dinner in the city, and then strolled around, shopping and enjoying the breeze. Xue Heng teased, "Wow, still so romantic after all these years?" Cheng Tianyuan looked at his wife with affection. Romance is just a word. Being happy is what matters. If she wanted to go out, he'd go with her. After years of focusing on kids and work, they'd had little time for themselves. They couldn't go on vacation with the elders and kids, so at least they could enjoy this time together. Xue Ling leaned on her husband's arm. "We were going to see a movie, but the breeze was so nice, we decided to walk and shop instead. Didn't expect to see you daydreaming in there. Why are you here alone?" Seeing their obvious affection, Xue Heng felt a pang of envy. "I was just eating." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look, sensing he and his wife had quarreled. Xue Ling lifted her chin. "There's a tea house up ahead. Let's go sit by the window and have some tea." Xue Heng really didn't want to go home, so he agreed right away. The 3 of them went to the tea house, picked a window seat, and chatted over tea. Xue Heng tried to make conversation. "So, how's your cassette company doing?" "What cassette company?" Xue Ling corrected. "It's New Era Media. Business is good. Zhao Shan just recorded some folk songs, and they're selling well. Zhao Lu has a good eye. She's helped me make a lot of money this year." "How much?" Xue Heng held up 7 fingers. "More than this?" "More," Xue Ling nodded. "We've sold over 8 million tapes so far." "Wow." Xue Heng shook his head with a wry smile. "Sometimes I feel like you're 2 generations ahead of me. Your business sense is even better than Dad's. Third uncle and my dad both say you're a natural entrepreneur, and now I really believe it." Xue Ling nodded. "That's true, because I really have lived a whole lifetime more than you." "Puh!" Xue Heng burst out laughing. Xue Ling shrugged. She was being serious, but no one ever believed her. They just thought it was the biggest joke. Cheng Tianyuan, who had learned a lot about tea from his father-in-law, now made tea with practiced skill, quietly washing cups and listening to the 2 chat. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is Afang on night shift tonight?" "I don't think so." Xue Heng's eyes flickered. "She's probably at home watching TV. I haven't gone home yet, so I'm not sure." Xue Ling rolled her eyes. "Why lie to us? It's not like we don't know you." He'd been eating alone, lost in thought, and hadn't even noticed them standing outside for a while. Xue Heng shook his head and sighed, lowering his head. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. "What's up with Afang this time?" As her big brother, he knew what his sister had been like these past couple of years. But since she was grown and married, he tried not to interfere too much. Xue Heng looked troubled. "She started a fight for no reason, said my mom treats Xiao Yi too well, like she's mocking her for not being able to get pregnant. I told her she was being too sensitive, but she didn't believe me. We argued, and I got so frustrated I just left so my parents wouldn't hear." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look. They could guess what was going on. Xue Ling, as the sister-in-law, didn't say much, but Cheng Tianyuan was blunt. "What? She's been married for years with no kids and she's jealous of Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi's young and pregnant. Of course your mom should take care of her. Is Afang a pregnant woman in need of special care? Shueheng shook his head and sighed. Big brother, I'm just tired. I try to talk to her nicely, but she won't listen. If I say anything even a little harsh, she blows up. Marriage can't go on like this. I don't even want to argue anymore. Cheng Tianyuan said coldly. She's been spoiled by you and the family. Shueheng lowered his head. She's my wife. It's my job to spoil her. That's fine, but not to excess, Cheng Tianyuan said sternly. I've told you before, everything needs moderation. Afang isn't someone you can just indulge endlessly. She needs boundaries. Shueheng sighed. Maybe I haven't done well either. Cheng Tianyuan poured him a cup of tea. Drink up. After this, let's go back. I'm her big brother. Our parents aren't around, so I can play the father figure. I'll go scold her for you. Really? Shueheng perked up. Cheng Tianyuan glared at him. When have I ever lied to you? Shueheng immediately brightened. Great, let's go right now. One thing, Cheng Tianyuan added. Just go along with whatever I say? Okay, Shueheng agreed. Go along with what? Cheng Tianyuan paused, then said quietly, If I tell you to get a divorce, just nod. Shueheng, oh. Ling couldn't help but laugh. After tea, the three each got in their own cars and drove out one after another toward the city center. They pulled into the underground parking lot of Ronghua Mall. Shueheng checked the time. It was already past 9. Bro, should we go up together now? Come with us first, said Cheng Tianyuan. I'll go get her. Uncle Jalan and Auntie are right next door. If you argue, you'll disturb them. Okay. Shueheng nodded. The three went upstairs together. The lights were still on in the apartment across the hall. Uncle Julan and his wife were still up, and Cheng Tianfang was in the living room watching TV. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan went into their own place, letting Shueheng in too. Shueheng didn't stand on ceremony and flopped onto the sofa. Cheng Tianyuan turned on the ceiling fan and TV, while Xueling changed her shoes and went to the kitchen to boil water. It was stuffy, so Cheng Tianyuan opened the front and back windows for a cross breeze, quickly cooling the place down. The couple busied themselves for a while. Shueheng couldn't help but recall how Cheng Tianfang would just flop on the sofa as soon as she got home. He muttered, No wonder the place is always a mess. Cheng Tianyuan, coming in from the balcony with laundry, heard him. That's because you two are too lazy when you get home. It was a direct hit, and Shueheng felt a little embarrassed. Xueling poured some water into a thermos and some into cups to cool. It's normal for young people without kids to be tired after work and just want to crash. That's understandable. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. No, it's not. Work is work, home is life. What's the point of working if you don't live well? Don't get your priorities backwards. Shueheng pondered this. Cheng Tianyuan got up and went across the hall. A while later, he returned. Shueheng peeked out. Bro, where is she? She's coming, said Cheng Tianyuan. Soon, Cheng Tianfang arrived, wearing wrinkled pajamas, her hair messy, looking tired. She glared at Shueheng. Sister-in-law! Shueheng ignored her, watching TV. Xueling came out, smiled, and said, Fang, you're here? Have a seat. I'm all sweaty. I'll go shower first. You and your brother have some water. She slipped away to her room. Cheng Tianyuan turned off the TV and looked at his sister coldly. Another fight, right? Cheng Tianfang glared at Shueheng again and huffed, If things aren't good, of course we fight. Shueheng kept his face calm and said nothing. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Just because you're married doesn't mean you have to stay together forever. If it's not working, you can get divorced. Why keep making yourselves miserable? Shueheng just said he's not happy, and you say you're not happy. If it's that bad, why stay together and be resentful? You married for love, but if it's not working, just split up. No one's forcing you to be miserable. If you really can't go on, go get a divorce tomorrow. Cheng Tianfang was stunned, her face going pale, unable to react. Shueheng, remembering his brother's instructions, nodded obediently. Bro's right. If we can't go on, there's no point in being miserable together. Better to split up while we're young and find someone better suited instead of dragging this out. Panic surged in Cheng Tianfang's heart. No. Her brother called her over. Wasn't he supposed to help Xue Heng plead with her, tell her not to be mad? Divorce? She'd never even thought about it. It was just a fight. Why wasn't Xue Heng acting like before, coming home to coax her, buy her favorite things, apologize? Instead, he came here with her brother and sister-in-law, and now they're talking about divorce. Divorce? For what? She had never even thought about getting a divorce. Big brother, it's nothing. Just little things. Cheng Tianyuan glared at her coldly. Little things? You make a fuss over little things, turning them into big things. Does that make you happy? Aren't you tired of living like this? Fighting every 3 days, a big argument every 5? How do you expect to keep going? Do you think you're the only woman in the world? Without you, Cheng Tianfang, Ah Heng could still find a good, virtuous wife. Cheng Tianfang's face flushed and paled, fuming. Big brother, did he talk bad about me to you? Xue Heng, how dare you? You went behind my back and complained to my brother. What did you say? Xue Heng ignored her, murmuring, I just told Big Brother the truth about today. Ah Heng didn't say much. Cheng Tianyuan said sternly, I'm the one who told him he should divorce you. What's the benefit of living with a woman like you? Selfish, always thinking of yourself. Lazy. Besides going to work, you do nothing at home. Bad temper, yell whenever you want, throw tantrums whenever you please. Cheng Tianfang, do you think you're so great? Tell me, what's so great about you? Cheng Tianfang was mortified, stammering. Cheng Tianyuan's face stayed cold. I don't see anything special about you. First, you're from the countryside. Your household registration was only moved to the capital because your sister-in-law helped you. Second, are you highly educated? You only have a technical diploma. There are college graduates everywhere now. Ah Heng studied abroad. Third, are you beautiful or capable? Look at you. Messy hair, a belly as big as a pregnant woman's. Where's your beauty? You're just a regular TV station employee, and you only got the job because of family connections. Fourth, as a wife, how much have you fulfilled your duties? Years of marriage and still no children, the house is always a mess, not even a pot of hot water to drink. All these years you freeloaded at your parents' place, and when they got tired of it, you went to your in-laws. How many meals have you cooked at home? How many times have you mopped the floor this year, huh? Cheng Tianfang's face was red with embarrassment. Xue Heng kept his head down, not daring to speak. Cheng Tianyuan went on. Your sister-in-law gave you 2 shop fronts, and you managed to run a once-thriving bakery into the ground. Both shops were rented out, the bakery equipment sold off. You used to boast about your dream of being a baker. Don't you feel embarrassed? Go look at yourself. How are you any different from when you lived in Chengjia village? Sloppy, fat, bad-tempered? Now even your parents don't want to deal with you. Are you going to make everyone hate you, even your in-laws? Let me tell you, if your in-laws kick you out, don't expect your family to take your side. Someone like you should have been kicked out long ago. Cheng Tianfang started sobbing. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. So you know how to cry? Take a good look at yourself. Think about who you were when you were still in school. You've spoiled yourself rotten. Now you just take advantage of Ah Heng's feelings. When he finally gets tired and divorces you, do you think you'll find another husband like him? Will you? He works hard all day, helps out at home, and you take it all for granted. No one can give endlessly. People get tired too. He's not perfect, but you're way worse. Xie Huan is 31, fell in love with Zhao Yi, and now the whole family is celebrating. Before the parents left, they were all happy for Uncle Zhilan and his wife and for the young couple. As the eldest daughter-in-law, you haven't helped at all, and now you're picking fights at a time like this? What right do you have to cry? You're just being thoughtless. Bro, Xue Heng murmured, feeling that Cheng Tianyuan's words were a bit harsh. Cheng Tianyuan ignored him, glaring at his sister. Think about it. Was anything I said wrong? If you disagree, say so now. If you haven't completely lost your mind, I suggest you pull back before it's too late. Otherwise, no one can help you. Cheng Tianfang covered her face, sobbing. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. If you're being bullied or mistreated, you can come home and complain. We all live together. If anything happens, we'll know right away. But if you're the one at fault, how can your family help you? Luckily, Uncle Jilan and his wife are educated and generous. If this were back in the village, the gossipy aunts would have torn you apart. As your family, we just feel ashamed. Who would dare speak up for you? Chung Tianfang kept crying, unable to say a word. Xue Heng saw how upset she was. After all, she was his beloved wife, and felt a little sorry for her, unsure if he should comfort her. But Chung Tianyuan shot him a look, and he immediately stayed quiet. Chung Tianyuan said, "Ah, Heng says he's tired, physically and emotionally. He doesn't want to keep living like this. I told him to divorce you sooner rather than later, so he doesn't waste his life." "Bro," Xue Heng said softly. Chung Tianyuan looked at him and said, "If two people can't live together, it's better to separate early. Luckily, you don't have kids yet, so you don't have to worry about custody. With kids, a family is stable. Without them, it's easier to split. I've known you for years, and I understand you. If I were you, I'd have divorced her long ago. I admire your patience." Xue Heng's eyes flickered, looking hesitant. "Ah, Heng!" Chung Tianfang cried. "I don't want a divorce. We can't get divorced. I'll change. I was wrong. I'll change. Give me a chance, please. We can't get divorced. We just can't. I know I have a bad temper, but I'll fix it. I don't want a divorce." She was panicked and scared. She'd never wanted to divorce Xue Heng, never even thought about it. It was just a fight. How could it get this far? If only he'd coax her a little, it would be fine. No. Even if he didn't coax her, it didn't matter anymore. "Ah, Heng, I was wrong. I was really, really wrong. I shouldn't have been jealous of Xiao Yi, shouldn't have gotten mad at your mom for no reason, shouldn't have taken it out on you and said such awful things. I was wrong, I really was." Xue Heng looked embarrassed, not daring to speak, sneaking a glance at Chung Tianyuan. He gave him a look to stay calm, so Xue Heng kept quiet. Chung Tianyuan said, "So what if you know you're wrong? You have to actually change. If you just know you're wrong but don't change, who can stand it?" "Bro," Chung Tianfang pleaded. "Help me, don't just scold me." Chung Tianyuan snorted. "You deserve to be scolded." Ignoring her brother's scolding, Chung Tianfang moved closer to Xue Heng. "Ah, Heng, I was wrong. Please don't be mad, okay? I'll really change from now on. I won't throw little tantrums anymore. My brother was right to scold me. I'll change. Let's not get divorced, okay?" Xue Heng had already softened, but didn't dare go against Chung Tianyuan's intentions, so he kept up a stern front. "Are you really sure you want to live a good life with me? Look at our home. Does it look like a home? Does it? The floor was swept last month, right? There's a thick layer of dust on the floor and on the table. Our kitchen. How long has it been since you cooked a bowl of noodles? Do you even know? Other than boiling water, you do nothing else. When was the last time we washed the bedding? Every day I throw our clothes in the washing machine, hang them up, and bring them in when we need them. Have you ever folded the laundry? Do you know I haven't had new socks in ages?" Chung Tianfang was embarrassed, her face red, unable to answer. Xue Heng sighed. "I understand you're busy with work, but I'm even busier and I never complain. I don't expect you to keep the house spotless every day, but at least don't let it look like a garbage dump. Now we don't even eat at home anymore. You get half a day off after every shift. Can you at least tidy up a bit so it doesn't look like no one lives there?" Yes, I won't do it again." Chung Tianfang nodded quickly. Xue Heng said quietly, "My family all like things clean, and so do I. If we're both free in the evening, let's clean together. If not, we work first. Clothes need to be changed and washed every day. Whoever's free does it, no pushing it off. Household chores are both our responsibility, not just mine or yours. Don't always blame me or snap at me. If I talk back, you say it's my fault and get mad. If I don't, you feel stifled and miserable. This isn't the life I want. I'm sorry." Chung Tianfang sniffled. "I won't do it again." Xue Heng sighed and said nothing more. Chung Tianfang stopped crying and whispered, "Let's not talk about divorce anymore. Ever." "It's not that I want to," Xue Heng said quietly. "But if you keep this up, I really can't promise I won't want a divorce. Afang, we've known each other for years, been married over 3. We're not an old couple, but it's not just a few days either. In these years, I've never asked you for your salary. You spend what you earn, as long as you're happy. Most of what I earn, I give to you. We're both new at marriage, but we can learn together. We used to be happy, but now it's turned into this. Do you think that's okay? Cheng Tianfang shook her head, tears in her eyes. Xue Heng said softly, let's both try to change. A happy family doesn't come from wishing or envying others. Look at your brother and sister-in-law. They work hard, too, but never slack off or get lazy. They work outside, then come home and take care of the kids, never blaming or pushing things off on each other. Only by working together can a family be harmonious and happy. We may not be as good as them, but we have to try. Cheng Tianfang nodded. Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. All right, enough. Go home. I told you last year when you were fighting at midnight, your life is your own. You have to live it yourselves. Last year you were talking about having a baby, and it's been over a year with no news. Whether a family has a child determines if it's stable. If you have a chance, seize it. Don't wait until it's too late. Yes, big brother, Cheng Tianfang said quietly. Xue Heng took her hand and stood up. Bro, sorry to trouble you again tonight. We'll go back now. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Go on. We have our own lives to live too. Xue Heng smiled and closed the door. At that moment, Xue Ling poked her head out and asked quietly, They're gone? They're gone, Cheng Tianyuan replied, glancing at her. Why were you hiding so well? You could have come out and scolded her too. You're her sister-in-law. That's true, but it's not really my place, Xue Ling said honestly. Her parents are still around and you're her big brother. It's not my turn. Sisters who grow up together can fight and make up, but I married into the family, so I have to be careful. She has parents, in-laws, a big brother, and a husband to keep her in line. She doesn't need me. If she gets mad, it'll be hard to get along later. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. If she doesn't want to get along, why should you care? The less she comes around, the less trouble for us. Has she ever done us any favors? She eats, drinks, and takes for free and comes to us when there's trouble. I'd rather she didn't come at all. Xue Ling laughed softly, knowing he was just venting. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. It's my parents' fault for spoiling her. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. If you don't set boundaries, bad habits come right out. Xue Ling said quietly, It'll be different when she's a mom. Once a woman has a child, with all the housework and work, she won't have time or energy to be spoiled or throw tantrums. Maybe, Cheng Tianyuan said, shaking his head, we can only advise her. Whether she changes is up to her. Xue Ling yawned. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. I'll shower. You go sleep first. They'd all gotten up early to catch the flight, and she'd worked all day. She was definitely exhausted. Xue Ling turned to go to the bedroom but quickly came back. Brother Yuan, Sister Chen and Shan Yu are flying back to the southern island tomorrow. Their flight's at 3 p.m. Can you take them to the airport? Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. I should be free. Why? Didn't Shan Yu say she was looking for a teacher to learn singing? They're only going for a few days, Xue Ling said. They'll be back next week. The company found a vocal coach for Shan Yu and is paying for her lessons. Sister Chen is thrilled that her daughter can make money singing. Last year, Shan Yu recorded a few New Year songs and became an instant hit, earning quite a bit. Shan Yu's parents, Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu, were overjoyed and doted on her even more. After that, Shan Yue kept traveling for business, while Chen Shuiyu stayed in the capital to support her daughter's studies and singing. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Why only a few days? Something at home? Not sure, Xue Ling said. Sister Chen just said she wanted to go back for a few days during the summer break. Didn't say why. They lived on the same floor and saw each other often, but since Chen Shuiyu's family lived upstairs, unless they made a point to visit, they rarely ran into each other. Cheng Tianyuan seemed lost in thought and said quietly, It's nothing. I'll take them to the airport tomorrow. The factory's busy. You go ahead and get back to work. Xueling raised her eyebrows, curious. What do you know? Don't tell me something's happened again? There really was always something going on with Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu, and the ups and downs were huge. If you weren't careful, they could really give you a fright. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. I don't know the details. The day before yesterday, I ran into Sister Chen in the elevator. She didn't look well, her eyes were red. I asked her what was wrong if she wasn't feeling well. She shook her head and said she'd had a fight with Shan Yue. Nothing serious. Nothing to worry about. Another fight? Xueling asked. What are they fighting about? They've been married for years and they're still arguing all the time. If they have that much energy, they'd be better off putting it into business. Shan Yue's been running around for most of the year, and I bet he hasn't made much money. Last time I heard from Sister Chen, she said luckily little Yu made quite a bit singing so she could give her dad some capital and cover the household expenses. Cheng Tianyuan explained, I told her too, to try to let things go, and not to argue if they can help it, especially in front of the child. Last time they fought, little Shan Yu was so scared she cried. Xueling tugged at her collar and asked, So, what are they fighting about? Money? They shouldn't be short for now, right? They are, Cheng Tianyuan said with a wry smile. Who in this world isn't short of money? Rich families want more, poor families need it even more. Xueling giggled and rolled her eyes. The company signed a profit-sharing contract with little Shan Yu, not a lump sum. Every time a cassette sells, she gets a cent. She sings well, so she gets a share from time to time. Last month I heard from Zhao Lu that she got over 2,000 yuan again. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and lowered his voice. But it's probably not enough. I heard from Sister Chen that Shan Yue's father fell ill and is in the hospital, which costs a lot. They're always being pressed for money. Sister Chen was angry and scolded Shan Yue, saying he's not an only child, so why should he pay so much while his siblings don't? She said that when they had money, it didn't matter if they gave more, but now they're barely getting by, and it's all on little Shan Yu to earn money. How can they keep asking for more? Shan Yue got annoyed and argued with her. Xueling shook her head with a bitter smile. Every family has its own problems. No, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. It's more like misfortunes never come singly. After Shan Yue lost everything gambling, the factory didn't burn down, but they didn't have much capital left, so business has been tough and they haven't made much. Now his father's sick, and his siblings have always relied on him. Poor couples have endless woes. Even if they don't argue, they're still frustrated inside. Xueling sighed. Sister Chen really has it tough with Shan Yue's family. After her mother-in-law drugged her, she swore never to deal with them again, and wouldn't let Shan Yue have contact either. But Shan Yue can't stand his parents pleading, so he secretly helps them. Over time, how could Sister Chen not notice? Every time she finds out, they have a big fight, sometimes small, sometimes huge, and there's no peace at home. When money was good, it was bearable, but now that things are tight, how could they not fight? Their life together really has been full of bumps. When they had money, they tried for a child. They didn't succeed and ended up divorcing. After the divorce, they found out she was pregnant, so they remarried to take care of the child. Later, they went back to Nandao to start a paper mill, which brought a whole new set of troubles. When they finally made some money, Sister Chen was poisoned by her mother-in-law and nearly died. She barely survived, but even now she has to take medicine every few days. The year before last, Shan Yue lost everything gambling again, and the troubles just keep coming, as if there's never an end. Honestly, marrying Shan Yue, even if they were childhood sweethearts, even if they loved each other deeply, no amount of love can withstand so many waves of trouble. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. That's just fate, I guess. Sometimes that's all you can say. Look at my sister. Everyone thinks she lives a charmed life, but she never appreciates her blessings and spoils herself. If Ah Heng didn't truly love her, she'd have been kicked out long ago. Shan Yue loves his wife too, but he's not attentive enough to her feelings. In that, he can't compare to Ah Heng at all. True, Xueling said softly. Compared to Sister Chen, Ah Fang is luckier. Cheng Qianyuan glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "It's getting late. I'm going to shower. You should get some sleep." On this side, the lights were turned off early, but in the suite where Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang were staying, the lights were still on. Diagonally across, the lights in Zheng Sanyuan's house were also bright, staying on late into the night. After holding a family meeting, Zheng Sanyuan pulled Zhu Achun to make him a bowl of noodles. "Datong, Xiaoyi, do you want a bowl too?" Zheng Datong shook his head. "Auntie, just make some for Dad. I'm still full." Zheng Xiaoyi had no appetite at all and said quietly, "I'm tired. I'll go to bed first." "Go on, all of you." Zheng Sanyuan waved his hand. "Duo and Titu have been asleep for ages. Don't wake them." Zheng Datong tiptoed away. Zheng Xiaoyi also quietly went back to her room. In the kitchen, Zhu Achun was busy cooking noodles and said gently, "Sanyuan, it's almost 11. Just have plain noodles, no meat. Eating meat at night is too much for your digestion, best not to." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Zheng Sanyuan couldn't help but laugh. "Where'd you hear that? I never knew." Zhu Achun smiled. "It was on a TV show this afternoon. The speaker was a doctor." Zheng Sanyuan nodded. "That kind of show is good. You should watch more." Zhu Achun chuckled. "I was watching with Xiao Yi. She gets bored at home." Zheng Sanyuan's face darkened a little. "It's going to get even more boring. She needs to rest and take care of the baby so she can't go running around. There's still a long way to go." Zhu Achun shot him a look and said quietly, "Don't always look so angry. It'll make Xiao Yi feel bad. She's young and doesn't understand things. What happened is embarrassing for her. You need to be mindful." "Oh." Zheng Sanyuan rolled his eyes and said quietly, "Earlier, I don't think I was that harsh, was I?" "It was fine," Zhu Achun said softly. "You were just discussing her dowry with everyone, and even if you didn't look happy, you care about her. Xiao Yi knows that." Zheng Sanyuan sighed and said gently, "She's a girl, and as her father, it's hard to get the balance right sometimes. If it were Datong, I'd have beaten him already. It's a bit soon, but a daughter grows up and has to get married. I know that. I just tell myself, it's only 3 years early. I get to be a grandpa sooner. Everything else is about the same." Zhu Achun laughed. "I knew it. With the kids, you always act tough but have a soft heart?" Zheng Sanyuan smiled. "You know me best." Zhu Achun blushed slightly and said quietly, "The noodles are almost ready. Go sit down, I'll bring them over." "No," Zheng Sanyuan said, staying in the kitchen. "There's a breeze by the window. I'll cool off here and keep you company." Zhu Achun laughed sweetly and said softly, "I plan to buy a gold necklace for Xiao Yi as a wedding gift." Zheng Sanyuan nodded eagerly. "All right. Whatever you decide is fine. If I have time, I'll go with you to buy it. Get a big one, bright and golden. It's meaningful for a wedding." Zhu Achun said softly, "No. I have my own money. I want to buy it for Xiao Yi myself, because it's a token of my affection for her." Zheng Sanyuan gave her a playful look and said half-joking, "You have money? More than me? I don't believe it. You're my wife, it's only right for you to spend my money." Zhu Achun blushed and replied quietly, "I know. Don't I spend your money every day and rely on you to support me? It's just that this is a private gift from me to Xiao Yi, so I want to pay for it myself." Zheng Sanyuan shook his head. "No need for you to pay. I'll buy it for you, and you can give it to her. It's still from you. Whether you give it or I give it, there's not much difference." "There's definitely a difference," Zhu Achun smiled. "If I give it, it's a private gesture." Seeing her insist, Zheng Sanyuan nodded. All right. Do as you like. By the way, do we still have enough household money? If not, remember to ask me in advance." Zhu Achun smiled and nodded. "Got it. You've said that 1,000,000 times. Don't worry, we still have enough at home." Zheng Sanyuan chuckled. "With you at home, I really am at ease. Every meal is delicious, the clothes are always clean, the house spotless, the kids are happy, and so am I." Ju Achun countered. Isn't that how it should be? You earn money outside and I take care of the home. Zheng Sanyuan couldn't help but think back to the days when it was just him and the kids, sighing to himself. His ex-wife would go off gambling and often never come back. Sometimes the house would go a month or two without being cleaned. Everything was a mess. The kids would just scrounge up whatever to eat, and their clothes were filthy, like little beggars. Ever since he married her, the house finally felt like a home, and the kids finally experienced the warmth of a family. Life used to be hard, but in the end, heaven didn't treat him too badly. It sent him such a good woman. Zheng Sanyuan said quietly, Since Datong has no objections, let's do it this way. He's the eldest, and Duo and little Taitu are still too young to discuss these things with. You really don't mind? Are you sure this is okay? No objections, Ju Achun replied gently. As long as you and Datong agree, I'm fine with it. Dr. Shue's family is quite well off, so Xiao Yi can't marry over there with too little. Her dowry affects her standing in her new family, so we should take it seriously. Zheng Sanyuan nodded. Even though Jillian and his wife aren't materialistic, we still need to give our daughter the proper respect. When Xue Heng married Ah Fang, I remember young Xue gave her 2 storefronts downstairs as a dowry. Ah Yuan also prepared quite a bit, including some cash. Oh, and she has an apartment in Rongcheng, also from her family. Ju Achun couldn't help but ask, Those storefronts downstairs, they must be worth a lot, right? Very valuable, Zheng Sanyuan explained. Storefronts in the city center are all expensive. Places like Ronghua Mall are in prime locations, on a commercial street with shops above and below. Very high commercial value. Ju Achun asked softly. Then should we add a bit more to Xiao Yi's dowry? Zheng Sanyuan thought for a moment. A car costs over 100,000, plus an apartment in Dongfang Garden, with taxes and everything. It'll be about 200,000 in total. The suite above young Shua's place is already rented out. I want to buy her 2 units, but the leases aren't up yet, so I can't buy them now. Once some leases end, I'll try to buy a few. 1 for each of the 4 kids. Ju Achun's eyes softened and she said quietly, Titu doesn't need one. He can't be compared to Duo and the others. What are you saying? Zheng Sanyuan scolded, frowning. Taitu is my son too. Whatever Datong and the others get, Titu gets too. They're all my children, and I love them all the same. Don't ever say things like that in front of the kids, or I'll be angry. Ju Achun blushed and smiled. I know you care about him. That's enough. Zheng Sanyuan took the noodles and walked out. Titu is a good kid. How could I not care about him? Since you married me, he's my son too, and I'll love him just the same. Ju Achun followed him out, lowering her voice. That's how you feel, but what about the kids? Isn't that unfair to Datong and the others? She married him not just because she liked him, but also for a sense of security. But Titu wasn't his biological son. Even if he treated Titu as his own, if he was completely fair in everything, Datong and the others might not agree. Even if they agreed on the surface, if they held a grudge inside, that wouldn't be good either. Sanyuan, Titu and I are both part of this family, and of course we want it to be harmonious. Zheng Sanyuan smiled, slurping his noodles. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Datong is the eldest, so he'll naturally get a bit more, but otherwise everything's the same. Taitu is even more capable than Duo and Datong. Don't be fooled by his age, he's sharp and perceptive. I'm telling you, out of all our kids, he's the one with the brightest future. Taitu is very resilient and hardworking, and more importantly, he has a calmness and tenacity that other kids his age don't. Just for these qualities, he's bound to be outstanding in the future. He cares for Titu not just because he's now his son, but because the boy truly deserves it. The little guy never said it, but at first he resisted him. But for his mother's happiness, he tried hard to adapt and fit into the family. He's flexible and resilient. Being able to do that at such a young age is really impressive. Ju Achun couldn't help but smile and said softly, He's only 14. It's hard to tell what's good or bad yet. Don't spoil him too much or you'll ruin him. Zheng Sanyuan shook his head. Don't worry, he won't be spoiled. If he were 4, then maybe you'd have to worry. Look, in the past 6 months he's shot up. He looks taller than Duo now. Ju Achun laughed gently. He's at least a head taller than last year. He used to be short and thin from malnutrition. Since moving to Ronghua Mall, he's grown like a weed, especially in the past 6 months. He's almost taller than Duo, who's 3 years older. Zheng Sanyuan smiled. Give it a few more years, and when he's grown, he'll be taller than both Duo and Datong. Datong is just over 1.7 meters, which is above average for a man. Duo should be about the same as his brother. In the future, Titu will be the tallest in the family. Ju Achun smiled happily. As long as the kids are all well, that's the best thing. Zheng Sanyuan asked, Titu will be in 8th grade next semester, right? Yes, Ju Achun explained. He started 4th grade when he first enrolled, so he's a year younger than his classmates. Zheng Sanyuan said warmly, Make sure to encourage him to study hard and aim to go abroad for university. He's always been top of his class. If he keeps it up, he's sure to be a top scholar. I doubt it, Ju Achun shook her head. That's for the very best students. Taitu's still a long way off. Don't underestimate him, Zheng Sanyuan said. Just have him focus on his studies. Don't worry about anything else. As long as he keeps his grades up, he'll do great things. He should follow his brother-in-law's example and go abroad for graduate school. Hearing the words brother-in-law, Ju Achun couldn't help but laugh softly. Half a month later, Chen Shuiyu returned to the capital with Shan Yu. Cheng Tianyuan got the call and drove to the airport to pick up the mother and daughter. Chen Shuiyu was deeply grateful and apologized in a low voice. Yuan, I'm really sorry. The weather is so hot and I made you come all this way to pick us up. It's no trouble, Cheng Tianyuan said, helping Shan Yu into the car and putting their luggage in the back seat. He spoke gently. I settled accounts with a few old clients this morning, so I'm free this afternoon. It's hot out. Calling me was the right thing to do. You don't want to get heat stroke. Chen Shuiyu got in the car and quickly unscrewed her water bottle to give her daughter a drink. Shan Yu took it and gulped it down. Cheng Tianyuan started the car and slowly drove toward the city center. Didn't you say you'd only be gone a few days? Why are you back early? And why didn't Shan Yu come back with you? Chen Shuiyu's expression wasn't good. She said quietly, His father died. Shan Yu and I went to see the old man. 3 days later he passed away. Shan Yu stayed to take care of the funeral. Shan Yu still has training here and can't delay too long, so after the funeral I brought her back. Shan Yu still has to stay. According to our local customs, the children can't leave until after the 7th day. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in understanding and offered his condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. Chen Shuiyu forced a smile. I was never close to his parents, and later I just cut off contact. I only took the child to the hospital to see the old man. As for the funeral, Shan Yu took Shan Yu. There's no way I'd go. Cheng Tianyuan smiled slightly. With Shan Yu and the child there? That's enough. Sister Chen, as time goes by, some things are best let go. Holding on to them only makes you upset and uncomfortable. It's not that easy, Chen Shuiyu said quietly. Yuan, it's easy to say, but so hard to do. Being related to Shan Yu's family feels more like being enemies. Every time we meet, there's mutual resentment. They don't like me, and I don't like them. But Shan Yu can't cut ties with them, so we end up fighting, mostly about his family. I get so angry, but as long as this relationship continues, I have to deal with his awful relatives. Cheng Tianyuan turned the steering wheel and explained, Shan Yu and them are family. Blood is thicker than water. It's not something you can just cut off. You're a parent too. Maybe Shan Yu's parents don't love Shan Yu as much as you do, but they're still his parents, and that will never change. No matter how bad parents are, children shouldn't sever ties. He never thought Chen Shuiyu was right about this. You're the daughter-in-law. If you don't get along with them, you can skip the funeral and ignore them most of the time. But Shan Yu is their son. He was born and raised by them. Supporting his parents is his responsibility and duty as a son. Chen Shuiyu said angrily, but they have so many sons and daughters. Why do they always cling to Shan Yu? Just because he has money. But he doesn't have money anymore. They still rely on him for everything. Don't the other sons and daughters have any responsibility? What I can't stand most is how they always ask Shan Yu for money, never treating everyone equally. Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile. That's the parents' fault, but you can't blame it all on Shan Yu. You can't take out all your anger on him. When his parents ask, it's hard for him to keep saying no. I'm sure he wishes his siblings would help out, but they don't have the means or the will. Shan Yu being filial is something you should actually feel proud of. Fighting with him about it just makes him more upset. I can't fight with his parents! Chen Shuiyu fumed. If I can't fight with them, I can only fight with him! I'm so angry. What, I'm not even allowed to vent a little? Shan Yu is just too weak, too blindly filial. Cheng Tianyuan cleared his throat and said gently, Sister Chen, the child is here. Don't say things like that or lose your temper. Shan Yu, a very sensible child, tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mama, don't be mad at Daddy anymore. Chen Shuiyu sighed and patted her daughter's head. In the blink of an eye, Shan Yu is already 9 years old. The two of them had this daughter in their late 30s, and now, as they neared 50, their daughter was only 9. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, For the child's sake, try to let go of some things. Don't make things too hard for Shan Yu. You're living apart now, and he's running around every day for business. It's really tough. He's in his 40s, and his career took a big hit. The pressure is huge. Try not to argue so he can focus on work and give the child a warm, peaceful home. Okay, Chen Shuiyu nodded. Life was stressful, and they were getting older. It was easy to lose her temper for no reason. Sometimes she knew it wasn't right, but she just couldn't hold it in. She knew Shan Yu was working hard, but if he hadn't gambled everything away, the family wouldn't be in this mess. They used to be a happy family of 3, but now they were separated and money was always tight. Shan Yu kept saying he'd make a comeback, but he had no capital, was getting older, and didn't have the sharp eye he once did. He'd make a little, lose a little. If it weren't for Shan Yu's income from recording songs this past year, she couldn't imagine how they'd have gotten by. That income was thanks to Shui Ling looking out for them. She'd heard that other singers just got paid and left, but Shui Ling insisted on giving Shan Yu a share of the profits. Not only that, she hired professional teachers to train Shan Yu, truly wanting to help her succeed. Cheng Tianyuan dropped them off at the entrance of Ronghua Mall, then drove off. Lingling made dinner plans with third uncle. I'm going to pick him up now. Do you want to join us for dinner? It's at the restaurant on the first floor. Chen Shuiyu shook her head. After the train and the flight, we're exhausted. We'll just have some rice milk at home and rest early. Shan Yu has training first thing tomorrow. All right then. Cheng Tianyuan helped unload their luggage. See you later. He hurried off. Chen Shuiyu took her daughter upstairs. Shan Yu couldn't help but ask, I wonder if Brother Ran and little Yang Yang are back yet. Chen Shuiyu replied, Definitely not yet. They'll probably come back when summer break is almost over. Shan Yu pouted and said softly, Mom, I want to go play too. Chen Shuiyu was taken aback, her eyes turning red. All right, when we have more money, Mama and Daddy will take you to play. If the factory was fine, they'd be making hundreds of thousands a year and wouldn't have to worry about anything. They could go wherever they wanted. But years of savings were lost to Shan Yu's gambling, and the factory burned down. Now they relied on their daughter's singing income to cover expenses, and she really didn't dare spend money carelessly. Luckily, Lingling gave them a big discount and would send money from time to time, but Shan Yu always secretly took some, and this time, when his father got sick and passed away, he took money from her again. Now, with little savings left, she really couldn't spend freely. Shan Yu said sweetly, Don't worry, Mama, I'll sing well and work hard to earn money. Chen Shuiyu smiled with relief and stroked her hair. Just focus on learning to sing and listen to Auntie Shui Ling. Try to improve quickly. This time, your children's songs sold really well. There should be more money coming soon. Yay, Shan Yu grinned. Mom, when we get the money, buy me a dress, okay? Chen Shuiyu nodded quickly. I'll buy you one. Just then, the elevator arrived. Mother and daughter dragged their luggage out. Next voice. In the evening, Cheng Tianyuan picked up third uncle and brought him to the restaurant on the first floor. The manager hurried out to greet them, smiling. Mr. Cheng, Boss Shui has already reserved a private room. It's room number 1. Let me take you in. Sir, please watch your step. Third Uncle Wen thanked him politely. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, I just called Ah Huan. He said he'll be back this evening. Once we go upstairs for tea, we'll have him and Uncle Jillian come over. Third Uncle nodded and lowered his voice. Let's keep things separate. We'll settle Ah Heng and his wife's issue first, then talk to Ah Huan. Cheng Tianyuan agreed softly. A little while later, Xue Ling arrived. Third Uncle, what have you been busy with lately? Third Uncle Wen replied, What else? In the mornings I go to the hospital's research institute. In the afternoons I stay home to keep cool and daydream. Disc, Xue Ling pouted playfully. Third Uncle, you have it best, with time to daydream. Third Uncle shook his head with a wry smile. I'm just wasting time, and you say I have it best. Xue Ling patted his shoulder. You're 87, and still contributing to the country, to the people, to family and friends. If that's called wasting time, then the rest of us might as well give up. Ha ha ha. Third Uncle was amused by her. Cheng Tianyuan glanced outside. Ah Heng and Ah Fang aren't here yet? It's fine, Xue Ling said. We'll wait for them before serving the food. Third Uncle, are you hungry? Should we order a couple of appetizers while we wait, so you don't get too hungry? No need, Third Uncle replied cheerfully. Old folks don't get hungry. Our stomachs are small. Cheng Tianyuan left the door half open and spoke quietly with Third Uncle. Ah Fang regrets not continuing her medication. She hopes you can check her pulse again and see if she needs to keep taking it. The young couple is finally getting anxious. Third Uncle chuckled softly and said kindly, There's no need to rush. Young people are often careless and think they can have a child whenever they want. They don't realize that having a child takes fate and timing. But it's not too late to fix things now. Xue Ling took a sip of water and smiled. Third Uncle, young people always have their own ideas. If we meddle too much, it's not good. But if we just let them be, that's not good either. It's really not easy. Ha 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 ha. Third Uncle shook his head. That's true. Young people are full of energy and want to live life their own way. They're impulsive and don't like to listen to advice. Most young people are like that. We're older. We've seen a lot, and we have our own insights. So we worry they'll take the wrong path and can't help but say a few more words. But they don't always listen. Exactly, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. You're someone who's been through it all. People of your generation never had the chance to be so reckless when they were young. You all had to work hard and endure hardship. Young people today don't have to suffer much, so these problems will only get worse in the future. There's nothing we can do, Third Uncle said with a wise, helpless smile. It's the tide of history, not something we can change. In the future, the environment will adapt to them, so there's no need to worry too much. Some things are just meant to be. As long as we remember to stay true to ourselves and not lose our principles, that's enough. Xue Ling smiled and shook her head. Third Uncle, even just those 2 words, stay true, are already hard enough. Third Uncle Wen said, Even if it's hard, we must hold on. Times are changing fast, especially in recent years, and people's values are changing too. The market economy is developing quickly, but never lose yourself. Xue Ling nodded. Recently, our company has been thinking of following some southern film companies and making videotapes. I think it's a good idea and should be profitable. But I told Zhao Lu we absolutely won't do any tapes that are immoral or inappropriate. Pornographic, violent, or anything that misleads young people or children. We won't touch it, no matter how much money it makes. That's my bottom line. Third Uncle gave her a thumbs up. That's exactly right. We can make money, but not all money is worth making. If you lose your principles and do anything for profit or hurt others for gain, you mustn't do it. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Don't worry, Third Uncle. Ling Ling isn't that kind of person. She likes making money, but she always does it the right way. Never anything illegal or immoral. I believe it. Third uncle nodded with a smile. Everyone from the Xue family is honest and good-hearted. Xue Ling asked about her older cousins. Third uncle explained, Your eldest cousin is already retired and has nothing to do at home. I told him people need to stay busy or they'll get sick easily. He's thinking that since his son and daughter are still in school and will need a lot of money, he wants to find some easy work to earn a bit more. The second is still working and won't retire for a few more years. Cheng Tianyuan asked curiously, Last time there was an issue with your eldest uncle's retirement fund. Was that resolved? It's resolved, third uncle said. The main issue was a few years of service weren't counted. Back then, he was sent to the countryside to teach, and the personnel office made a mistake and didn't include those years. Later, we found someone to verify it, and it was quickly fixed. We didn't make anything up. There was evidence and witnesses. We fought for what was rightfully ours, but wouldn't take a penny more than we deserved. Xue Ling nodded and asked, What kind of job is your eldest cousin looking for? He still looks young and strong. He shouldn't just sit at home. Third uncle smiled wryly. The problem is he can't lift heavy things or do hard labor, so a lot of jobs aren't suitable. I actually hope he can do some light physical work. People who sit in offices all their lives aren't healthy when they get old. Some light physical work would be good exercise, but it's hard to find something that's both light and easy. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, What kind of work does Brother Sheng want? Is he looking for a high salary? Third uncle shook his head. He's still looking. He's already retired, and at his age, he can't expect a high salary. He just doesn't want to be bored at home and wants to earn a little extra for the family. Lingling, do you have any good suggestions? I do, but I'm not sure if Brother Sheng would like it, Xue Ling explained. At my New Era media company, we have to package a lot of audio and videotapes every day. It's very easy work, but you need to use your hands. Oh, that's great. Third uncle's eyes lit up in surprise. Xue Ling laughed. But there are no holidays for this job. You work when there's work, and you're paid by the piece. The more you do, the more you earn. Since the new year, we've barely stopped production except for the Dragon Boat Festival and Qingming Festival. Otherwise, there's always work. Third uncle said quickly, That's great. The pay doesn't matter. He's just wasting time at home anyway. I'll call him and have him start tomorrow. Perfect, Xue Ling smiled. It's not far from Brother Sheng's house, so he can go every day if he likes. It's a short-term job, and you can get paid daily or weekly. We also have other jobs. If he learns them, he can switch later. None of it is heavy work, just moving tapes around. Third uncle immediately agreed. Halfway through the conversation, Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang arrived. The couple walked in hand, both smiling. Cheng Tianfang looked better than before. Her spirits also improved. Third uncle didn't ask many questions and went straight to checking their pulses, quickly writing out a prescription. Ah, Heng, I have all these herbs at my place. Later, when you take me home, pick up a few doses for her. All right, Xue Heng agreed quickly. Third uncle reminded Cheng Tianfang, Don't eat cold or chilled foods and don't let yourself get cold. You have some signs of uterine cold, so you need to pay extra attention. Okay. Cheng Tianfang managed a smile and said softly, I won't dare anymore. Xue Heng added quietly, It's been hot lately, and she's been eating a lot of ice cream. I won't buy it for her anymore. Cheng Tianyuan shot his sister a look. Cheng Tianfang lowered her head, embarrassed, not daring to argue. Xue Ling laughed and chimed in, Then just don't eat it anymore. Summer is really hot, and it's the height of summer now. Lots of people like ice cream to cool off. Third uncle said, Don't eat it. Make some chicken soup instead. You can add red dates and goji berries and a few slices of old ginger. Don't add too much, though. It's still hot, so don't overdo it and get overheated. Okay, Cheng Tianfang agreed quickly. With the main topic settled, everyone happily started dinner. Halfway through the meal, Xue Huan showed up. Everyone pulled him over to join the fun. Xue Huan shook his head. I'm already full. Mom cooked a whole table of dishes today. Xiao Yi couldn't eat much, just had some soup, so I helped her finish the rest. I almost burst. Everyone laughed. Third uncle patted his shoulder and asked quietly, Is she having a hard time with the pregnancy? Did you prescribe her any medicine? No, Shuahuan explained. Xiaoyi's symptoms aren't too bad. Just no appetite and occasional dizziness. Medicine is still poison, so if she can avoid it, we'd rather not. That's not serious, third uncle said. Unless it's for protecting the pregnancy, pregnant women should avoid medicine as much as possible. Xiaoyi is young and in her prime, so there's nothing to worry about. Babies born to healthy young mothers are always strong and healthy. Cheng Tianfang's eyes flickered and she asked quietly, Third uncle? Ah Heng and I are a bit older. I wonder if our child in the future… Don't worry, third uncle said. If you get pregnant, just take a few more doses of medicine to protect the pregnancy. Take care of your health, exercise, eat more fruits and vegetables, and the baby will be healthy. But of course, older mothers' bodies are already starting to decline, so their babies generally aren't as robust as those born to younger mothers. Cheng Tianfang felt a pang of sadness but didn't say anything. She was the one who insisted on not having children right after marriage, and now, after so many years, she still didn't have any. She'd muddled through without thinking much about it. But now, seeing Xiaoyi, 7 or 8 years younger, pregnant, and Ah Huan, who was younger than his brother, already married and expecting, she finally started to feel anxious. After dinner, Xue Huan took third uncle across the street. Xue Jilian was already making tea, and came out smiling to greet the elder. Third brother, I've got top-grade pure tea waiting for you. Third uncle smiled warmly. Today is a good day. Good food, good wine, good meat, and now good tea. Every time I come, I never want to leave. Then don't leave, Xue Jilian laughed. Let's talk late into the night. Third uncle laughed heartily. When good things happen, spirits are high. You're about to be a grandpa, and you're still so carefree. Don't you have work tomorrow? Can you really stay up till midnight? Xue Jilian replied, If you're here, I'll stay up as late as you want. Mrs. Chen brought out a plate of fruit, warmly saying, Third brother, if you don't want tea, have some fruit. Some older folks can't sleep after tea. If you'd rather not drink, just have fruit. All right. Third uncle sat down, smiling softly. Congratulations. Ah, Huan already told me it's a wonderful thing, double happiness. Xue Huan blushed a little. Mrs. Chen said quietly, Third brother, we're all family, so there's no need to be reserved. In the past, this sort of thing wouldn't have been allowed. There would have been a scolding for sure. But times are different now. Society is more open, and young people aren't so uptight. Jillian scolded the boy and took him to apologize to Zheng Sanyuan's family. Luckily, we're all old friends, so it didn't take much to settle the marriage. Yes, third uncle said. It's easier when everyone knows each other. Things like this happened in the old days too, and will happen more in the future. As long as we're responsible and humble and apologize when we should. Sanyuan is a cheerful, open-minded person, so it was easy to work things out. They've registered the marriage, right? Yes, they registered 2 days ago, Xue Huan replied. Third uncle smiled. So now they're legally married. Even if the baby is born now, there's no problem registering the household. Everyone chuckled. Mrs. Chen beamed. Third brother, Xiaoyi is such a sweet, well-behaved girl. She'll have to take a year off school to stay home, and I'll take good care of her. She's putting her studies aside and working hard to give us a grandchild. She's a real hero for our family. Third uncle nodded with a smile. A daughter-in-law who joins the family is one of us. She's continuing the family line, and that's a great contribution. She's still so young, so you should be extra loving and understanding. But Ah Heng and his wife are also wonderful. While you dote on the younger couple, don't neglect the older one. Of course not, Mrs. Chen said cheerfully. They're all my sons and daughters-in-law. I love them all the same. Xue Jilian, unlike Mrs. Chen, had a thoughtful look and quietly took note. His own sons grew up together, always close, and he didn't think they'd ever complain about favoritism. There was no need. But daughters-in-law came from different families, with different backgrounds and upbringings, so their perspectives naturally differed. Third brother's 2 sons used to be very close, but their wives clashed so much that the brothers drifted apart. He had 2 sons himself, and third brother's experience was a warning. He hoped to be prepared and prevent problems before they started. Ah Fang was a good person, but not much like her family. She had a bit of a spoiled and petty side. She didn't show it much, but after living together for a while, the older couple had started to notice. No one is perfect, and elders are always understanding of the younger generation's flaws. If it were his own son, he'd point it out or even scold him. But it's different with a daughter-in-law. You can't scold her, and even saying something is tricky. A daughter-in-law is someone else's child, raised by another family, so you have to treat her differently. Ah Fang had a temper, but most of the time only showed it at home, taking it out on Xue Heng, never in front of the elders. They knew she had boundaries, so they turned a blind eye, pretending not to notice even if they did. As parents, all they wanted was for the young couple to get along and have a happy family. It's best not to meddle too much, thinking it's for their own good. Most of the time, that only makes things worse, turning small issues into big ones. So, to be a good elder, sometimes you just have to play deaf and dumb. Holidays always pass in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, summer vacation was over. The 4 elders brought the 4 children back, all of them tanned, especially Ran and Yang, who were nearly twice as dark as before. Even little Xin, who was always as fair as an egg white, had gotten much darker, making Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan laugh out loud. Xiao Chong, on the other hand, looked about the same. Father Xue explained, "He doesn't like running around, especially at noon. He definitely won't go out. He caught a cold after swimming for a while and was cooped up inside recovering for several days, so he didn't get as dark as his brothers." Xue Ling hugged his little arm and asked, "How did you catch a cold? Did you feel bad?" Xiao Chong snuggled into his mother's arms and whined, "My head hurt a lot. I felt dizzy. It was really, really uncomfortable." Cheng Tianyuan glanced at him and said quietly, "You're a boy. It's just a little illness. Do you have to be so dramatic?" Xiao Chong stuck out his tongue in secret. Ran and Yang had prepared gifts for everyone and let Xiao Xin deliver them. Xiao Xin carried 2 smooth river stones and ran next door to find Xiao Tietu and Duo. "Duoj, Tiej, we're back." Duo was still inside rushing to finish his summer homework, but Tietu was in the living room tinkering with toys. Hearing Xiao Xin's voice, he rushed out to open the door. Xin! Tietu was overjoyed and scooped the little one up. Xiao Xin giggled. "Pretty stones. For you." Tietu looked at the smooth, beautiful river stones and smiled happily. "Xingxin, why were you gone so long? Did you have fun?" "Lots of fun," Xiao Xin said softly. "Mountains and rivers, so beautiful. We played in the water, rowed boats, so much water and bamboo. My brothers were happy. I was happy too." Tietu looked her over carefully, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "Xingxin got tanned?" Xiao Xin pouted and muttered, "If I'm tanned, I'm not pretty anymore, right? Tiej doesn't like me anymore, right?" Tietu laughed and shook his head. No. Tiej will always like Xingxin." Xiao Xin beamed and asked, "Where's Duo? I have a stone for him too." Tietu ruffled her hair and explained, "He didn't finish his homework on time. School's about to start and he still has a pile to do. He's working on it now." "What about you?" Xiao Xin asked. "Did you finish your homework? Was there a lot? My brothers finished theirs." "Finished ages ago." Tietu pinched her cheek. At that moment, Zhu Achun came in from the balcony with the laundry. Xiao Xin had always been close to her, so she wriggled out of Tietu's arms and ran over. Auntie! Auntie!" Zhu Achun smiled in surprise, quickly dropping the laundry to scoop her up. "No wonder it's so lively next door. You're all back. Wow. Xingxin's a little chubbier and a little tanner, too." Xiao Xin pouted, aggrieved. "Third brother called me a black pig." Zhu Achun and Tietu both laughed. Duo, hearing the commotion, couldn't sit still and rushed out. "Wow! Xingxin's back! You're all back? Awesome! Taitu, let's go find Ran and the others this afternoon and play hide-and-seek in the park." Tietu nodded. "Sure." Xiao Xin raised her little hand. "I want to go too." Duo rolled his eyes. "You and your third brother can forget it. You're too little. We can't look after you." Xiaoxin pouted, huffed, and turned away. Titu gave one of the river stones to Duo, then went to the kitchen to help with lunch. Duo called out, "Auntie, what's for lunch?" Juachun replied, "Your favorite, fried chicken wings." "Awesome!" Duo cheered. "Make extra." Juachun chuckled. "Fried chicken wings are easy to get too much of, and your dad can't eat too much fried food. So from now on, we'll have it at lunch, and when your dad comes home in the evening, we'll eat something lighter." "Okay," Duo grinned. "Auntie, you decide." Just then, Zheng Xiaoyi came in from outside, her belly already noticeably rounded. She and She Huan were now officially married, and Mrs. Chen had asked her to move in, but since She Huan was at work during the day, she mostly stayed at her parents' place. After all, it was only a few steps away. No trouble at all. Duo, I heard you from far away yelling about chicken wings." Duo giggled and shot back, "Don't you like them too?" Juachun poked her head out, smiling. "Xiaoyi, you're here? Come sit. Taitu, there are a few apples over there. Slice a couple to share with your sister and brother." Titu answered, "Okay." Zheng Xiaoyi walked in with a bright smile. "Taitu, I can do it." "It's fine," Titu said. "You rest. I'll be done in a second." Juachun looked at her 4-month belly and couldn't help but smile. "How's your appetite these days? Did you like the sweet and sour ribs I made yesterday?" "Loved them," Zheng Xiaoyi said. "No more morning sickness. Everything tastes good now. I'm just worried about getting too fat. I've gained 10 pounds already." Juachun quickly shook her head. "You weren't heavy before. Now you're just right. Besides, you're tall, so a little extra weight doesn't show at all." Zheng Xiaoyi happily munched on an apple. "Auntie, my dad's coming home for dinner, right?" Juachun explained. "Your dad and Daetong went to the plot by the lake yesterday evening. When they got back, they decided to start building a small villa there at the end of the year." The 3 kids' eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" "Really," Juachun smiled. "Your dad wants to buy Mrs. Shueling the upstairs apartment, but it's still under lease for now, so he has to wait. Duo's almost 18, Titu's 14. They'll be grown soon. Your dad said when the villa's built, he'll make sure there are plenty of rooms and a big living room. When you're all married, he'll prepare a place for each of you. If you want to live on your own, that's fine. If you want to stay with us, that's fine too." Zheng Xiaoyi pouted. "Auntie, if you move to the villa, what about me?" Duo burst out laughing. "You're already married. What do you mean, what about you? You'll be living with your husband, not with us." Juachun quickly comforted her. "It's not far, just a quick drive. Your dad said it's only about 20 minutes by bike." "But it's still too far," Zheng Xiaoyi complained. "Now I can just walk a few steps home. If I have to go downstairs and out the door, it's not the same." Zheng Duo stuck out his tongue. "You're married now. Don't think about coming back all the time. Who told you to get married?" Zheng Xiaoyi blushed and threw an apple core at him. Taitu, slicing squash in the kitchen, said, "They'll start building at the end of the year, so it'll take at least a year. By then you'll have had your baby and it'll be a few months old. Since it's our own place, there'll be plenty of rooms. If you want to stay, you're always welcome." Zheng Xiaoyi beamed. "Exactly. Taitu is the best." Duo pouted and nudged Titu. "Chen Tieju, aren't you supposed to be made of iron? You should have a heart of stone." Taitu stuck out his tongue at him and kept working. Zheng Xiaoyi pinched Duo's ear and teased, "You think Taitu's like you? Zheng Duo, you're just extra. Your name says it all." "Hey, that hurts. Careful, I'll tell my brother-in-law." Go ahead. A married daughter is like water thrown out. Auntie, kick her out." Juachun watched them all playing together, laughing so hard she could barely stand, and seeing it was almost noon, hurried off to make lunch. After packing his luggage, Chung Muhai discussed with his wife, "Those 2 fertility Guanyin statues we bought in the south, let's give one to Ah Huan and one to Ah Heng." "Good idea," Liu Ying replied. "That's what we got them for. Ah Fang isn't off work yet, but I've asked Ah Yuan to call her and have the 2 of them come over for dinner after work." Chung Muhai glanced toward the kitchen. Yuan is cooking. Do you think he can handle food for so many people?" "I'll go help in a bit." Liu Ying smiled and explained. Ah, Yuan said Ling Ling went downstairs to the restaurant to pick up some dishes. Someone will help bring them up soon, so we just have to wait to eat. Cheng Muhai laughed. That's great! She's mother poked her head in. It's getting dark. Are you all done packing? All done, Liu Ying replied. The kids' clothes are all put away and it's simple for us two old folks. She's mother smiled. Xin Xin says she's hungry, so I'll go to the kitchen and get her something to eat. Liu Ying quickly said, I'll come too. But Xin Xin was already clinging to her dad, asking him to feed her. She sat on her father's lap, acting cute and begging to be fed. Cheng Tianyuan hadn't seen his daughter for days, and her sweet act melted his heart. He quickly fried an egg, scooped a bowl of rice, and fed her slowly. Grandma and Nana, seeing she was already eating, went off to find her brothers. Xin Xin pouted. Daddy, I'm good, I'm eating. My brothers aren't, they went to play. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. It's not mealtime yet. If they want to play, let them. Don't worry about them. Xin Xin added, Third brother took my toy. He's not good. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Don't always pick on others' faults. You have plenty of your own. Daddy and Mommy give your brothers time to improve, and we give you time too. For example, picking on your brothers is a big fault. Xin Xin didn't quite understand, but felt a little wronged. My brothers do wrong. Daddy says nothing. I do nothing wrong. Daddy scolds me. Cheng Tianyuan smiled indulgently. Daddy's not scolding, just pointing out your mistakes. If your brothers do wrong, Daddy will tell them too. Xin Xin nodded, not daring to say more. Just then, Xueling came in, carrying a bamboo basket in each hand. There's braised meat, chicken feet, and a hot soup. The soup's warming on the stove. The braised meat and chicken feet are ready to eat. Oh, Xin Xin's already eating? Here, have some braised meat. Cheng Tianyuan quickly gave her a piece. Xin Xin munched happily. Xueling raised an eyebrow. Did you thank Daddy and Mommy? Xin Xin mumbled, Thank you. Cheng Tianyuan ruffled her hair. Eat up. Xin Xin muttered, Daddy, just let me eat. Don't give any to my brothers. They went to play without me and took my toys. Don't give them any. Xueling frowned and said quietly, You're not always obedient either, are you? And your brothers never said things like that. If they don't eat, how will they grow up? When they're grown, they'll protect you. Oh. Xin Xin nodded. Xueling gave Cheng Tianyuan a look. Cheng Tianyuan quickly added, That's right. Your brothers are boys, so they're naturally a bit naughty, but they'll protect you and won't let anyone bully you. You should get along with them and be good friends, okay? Xin Xin kept eating, pretending not to hear. Xueling got annoyed and flicked her forehead. Don't pretend you didn't hear. You're the youngest, the baby of the family, and your brothers always let you have your way. You're used to it now and take it for granted. You've only been back a few hours and I've already seen you fight with third brother and second brother. If I see it again, I'll spank you. Xin Xin's eyes turned red, feeling wronged. I didn't. Xueling snorted. Still arguing? Do you know your big and second brothers used to carry you and coax you and third brother to play? When you went out and couldn't walk, who carried you? Xin Xin whispered, Big brother and second brother. Xueling pressed. Did you ever thank them? Did you ever give them something to eat to thank them? Xin Xin shook her head. Xueling continued. So how can you keep picking on them? If you keep this up, one day they'll get mad, and when you can't walk or you fall, they won't help you. Xin Xin was startled and quickly shook her head. I won't. Xueling nodded. They're your closest brothers. When Daddy and Mommy are old, they'll protect you. You have to get along with them, understand? Xin Xin nodded obediently. Cheng Tianyuan, though he doted on his daughter, didn't dare contradict at this moment. She was their only daughter, more precious than anything. But spoiling her too much would only harm her. His own sister, Cheng Tianfang, was a perfect example. He had to set a good example and teach his daughter well. Seeing Xin Xin behave, Xueling gave her another piece of braised meat. This one's tender, eat slowly. Shinshin whispered. Thank you, Mommy. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a secret smile. A while later, Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang arrived. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Auntie. Cheng Muhai smiled. You're all here, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Just then, Xue's parents brought Ran Ran and the three brothers back. Everyone hadn't seen each other in a while and were overjoyed, chatting noisily. Xue Ling hurried downstairs to bring up more dishes. Cheng Tianfang quickly said, Sister-in-law, I'll help. Great, Xue Ling explained. There are still several dishes and a soup. Let's do it together. The sisters-in-law each carried 4 bamboo baskets into the elevator. Xue Ling said, Mom and Dad arrived at noon. We spent the afternoon unpacking, and the kids were so excited they wouldn't stop. I was worried they'd get too tired, so I told them not to cook and just bring food up from the restaurant. I called and ordered 6 dishes and 2 soups. We just need to cook rice at home. Wow, that's a lot, Cheng Tianfang said. The restaurant's portions are huge. If we can't finish, it'll be a waste. Xue Ling laughed. Ran Ran and Yang Yang eat a lot now, more than I do at every meal. That's right, Cheng Tianfang smiled. I forgot about the 4 kids. At this age, they're hitting puberty and growing fast, so of course they eat more. She squinted, sighing softly. Time flies. Ran Ran's already so big. Yang Yang is 9. Xinxin and Xiaocheng are 2 now, and they talk so well, better than most 4 or 5-year-olds. Xue Ling chuckled. It's mostly because they have older brothers to learn from, so they talk earlier. Cheng Tianfang said enviously, Sister-in-law, your kids are already grown. That's so nice. It's a process, Xue Ling smiled. Mainly our parents help out. Otherwise, I couldn't handle it alone. Cheng Tianfang's eyes flickered. My mother-in-law said, when we have kids, she'll definitely help us too. No rush, Xue Ling said softly. Take your time and keep your spirits up. Cheng Tianfang's face dimmed, full of disappointment. I got my period a few days ago, still not pregnant. Xue Ling glanced at her, concerned, and asked quietly, Is your period regular? No, not really, Cheng Tianfang explained. It's rarely regular. Most of the time it's delayed. The medicine third uncle gave me is supposed to regulate my cycle. I've taken several doses, and this month it did come a bit earlier, but it's still not a full month. Right now it's every month and a half. Xue Ling said softly, If your cycle is regular, try to be together more during the middle days. For a few days after your period and the days right before it, try to avoid it. It's definitely easier to get pregnant when your period is regular. You have to keep taking third uncle's medicine. No more being inconsistent. I know, Cheng Tianfang replied quietly. Sister-in-law, honestly, I feel a bit envious, even a little jealous. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. Jealous of what? Envious of who? Zhao Yi? Cheng Tianfang said softly. I feel my parents-in-law dote on Zhao Yi more. She just got married and is already pregnant. Plus she's a college student and a medical major. She's young, so everyone spoils her. Xue Ling laughed. Don't they dote on you too? How can you think that way? You know she's young, just a little sister, so of course they spoil her more. Besides, she's pregnant now, so the elders naturally want to take care of her. Zhao Yi used to call you big sister. Now she calls you sister-in-law. She's always been very respectful to you. Cheng Tianfang felt a little ashamed and murmured, Of course. That's just how I feel inside. I'm always good to her. Xue Ling nodded. I know. You're not that kind of person. Even if you feel a little upset inside, you're strong and generous on the outside and never show it. Cheng Tianfang blushed and said quietly, Sister-in-law, don't worry. Envy is one thing, but getting along with her, that's for sure. Ah Huan has always respected me and the 2 brothers are close. If we sisters-in-law get along, that's the best. That's the right attitude, Xue Ling smiled. A harmonious family brings prosperity. The 2 of them walked down the hallway, chatting quietly. Xue Ling sighed. You know about third uncle's family, right? It's a cautionary tale. His 2 sons used to be very close, but the 2 daughters-in-law just couldn't get along. Always comparing, always jealous and suspicious. Whenever they were together, there was trouble, and eventually the two sons had to avoid each other. Over time, it hurt not just third uncle's feelings, but the brothers' relationship too. The whole family was in turmoil, and even the kids weren't united. Cheng Tianfang nodded quickly. I know, don't worry. Xiao Yi and I will never be like that. Xue Ling smiled. Xiao Yi is a very innocent, pure girl. You're her big sister, so remember to look after her. If you two get along, Ah Heng and Ah Huan will be closer, and the elders won't be caught in the middle. If the family is harmonious and the brothers and sisters-in-law are united, there won't be any real problems. Cheng Tianfang took it to heart. The waiter had already set several dishes and a pot of soup in the corner, with the manager waiting nearby. He was always talkative, and when he saw Xue Ling, he hurried over with a big smile. Boss Xue, everything's ready. We've been waiting for you. All the dishes are made with the best ingredients and recipes. I had the head chef make them himself. You're always most satisfied with his cooking. Xue Ling smiled. Thank you. I'll bring the plates and pot down later and settle the bill all at once. Of course, the manager said warmly. If you want to eat downstairs, I'll always save you the best private room. If you want to eat at home, just call and I'll send it right up. You're a busy person. I feel bad making you run back and forth. Xue Ling chatted with him for a bit, then hurried upstairs. Cheng Tianfang followed, watching the manager flatter her sister-in-law so warmly, feeling a bit envious inside. Sister-in-law, you're so successful now. Wherever you go, everyone greets you with a smile, right? How could that be? Xue Ling replied. I'm nowhere near successful. This is my turf, so of course they're polite. They do business here. If it were somewhere else where they don't need me, they wouldn't care. But the saying self-reliance is true. If you're a nobody, no one pays attention. But if you're capable, even if you're not rich, people will respect and admire you. So the key is yourself. Cheng Tianfang understood and nodded. I get it. Like our deputy station director, Kozin Shui Kong. She's so talented. At our last meeting, lots of people spoke in fits and starts, repeating themselves, but she was different, confident, organized, and funny. She's more popular than the director. Xue Ling hadn't seen Shui Kong in a while and asked, What's she been up to lately? Cheng Tianfang replied, She rarely travels for work these past couple of years, just works regular hours. I heard she used to be very ambitious, but not anymore. But she's already deputy director, just below the top, so she doesn't need to work so hard. Xue Ling didn't quite agree, and said quietly, Her husband's position is very high. She probably doesn't want to stand out too much so as not to make things difficult for him. Really? Cheng Tianfang wondered. She's the strong-willed type. I wouldn't think she'd sacrifice so much for a man. Xue Ling smiled. She's ambitious, but she knows how to weigh pros and cons and make sacrifices when needed. Compared to her husband's career, her job is minor. She knows when to advance and when to retreat. She'd heard from third uncle that her cousin's husband, despite opposition from his subordinates, resigned some posts to transfer to the capital, which shocked everyone at first. But as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise, he was actually promoted in the capital to an even higher position. Because of her husband, her cousin became even more low-key, not wanting to cause trouble for him, and also to set an example for the family, so no one would get arrogant or act out of turn. She didn't know exactly what her cousin's husband did, but third uncle said it was very high up, so it must be true. Since they kept a low profile, she never pried. Cheng Tianfang half understood. She's already over 40. She'll be able to retire in 10 years. Xue Ling replied, Probably less. She's more than 10 years older than me. She just looks young, but she's not that young. The elevator opened, and the sisters-in-law carried the baskets out. Soon all the dishes were set out, the tableware arranged, and everyone gathered around the big table, eating happily. Ran Ran and Yang Yang ate heartily, while Xiao Chong and Xin Xin, once full, went to play in the living room. Everyone chatted as they ate. Father Xue smiled. Jillian just came by and said, Since the kids aren't back in school yet and we're all home, Tomorrow at noon, we'll book a big private room downstairs and have a few tables to celebrate Xiao Yi and Ah Huan's wedding. Great. Of course, we'll be there on time. Xue Heng grinned. Uncle Zheng prepared a lot of dowry for them. You all don't know, do you? The elders immediately grew curious. What is it? Tell us. Xue Heng laughed and held up 8 fingers. There are 8 items in total, a very lucky number. An apartment, a car, a gold necklace, a pair of gold bracelets, 20,000 yuan in savings, a TV, a washing machine, and so on. Liu Ying exclaimed in admiration. Wow, that's a lot. San Yuan is really generous. Exactly. So complete. Everything's included. A house and a car, that's a big gesture. San Yuan only has Xiao Yi as a daughter. The rest are sons, plus little T2, so 3 sons in all. Of course he'd dote on her more. Cheng Muhai couldn't help but ask, so is tomorrow considered the wedding? If so, as elders, we should all prepare a red envelope for the newlyweds. Father Xue said, I've already prepared a gift. When Ah Heng and Ah Fang got married, I gave Ah Fang a gold necklace. Ling Ling's mom and I have already discussed it. We'll buy Xiao Yi one too. That's right, Mother Xue agreed with a smile. They're 2 brothers, 2 sisters-in-law. We'll prepare the same gift for both, so it's fair. Good, said Cheng Muhai. Then we'll give a red envelope. Cheng Tianyuan agreed warmly. Mom and Dad are giving gold necklaces, you 2 give a red envelope. Whether or not tomorrow is a formal wedding, we should all give something to show our goodwill. Liu Ying asked curiously, Ah Heng, what are you and Ah Fang giving Xiao Yi? Technically, as the eldest brother and sister-in-law, you should give something too, right? This question left Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang a bit flustered. Cheng Tianfang asked awkwardly, Do I need to give something too? Of course, Liu Ying said loudly. You're the eldest sister-in-law, how can you not give a gift? According to our tradition, the eldest sister-in-law must give a present. Xue Heng quickly said, All right, after dinner Ah Fang and I will go buy something. How about we give them a pair of gold rings? Does that sound good? Very nice, Xue Ling said. A pair for the newlyweds. That's perfect. Cheng Muhai reminded them, Don't get ones that are too small. Her family's dowry is so generous. Since you're family, you should be generous too. Got it, Xue Heng nodded. I'll spend a bit more and get a bigger pair. Cheng Tianfang's eyes flickered, but she didn't dare say anything. Cheng Tianyuan shot her a warning look. Seeing her brother's signal, Cheng Tianfang blushed and quickly lowered her head. Xue Ling, sitting next to her, caught her husband's hint and leaned over to whisper in Tianfang's ear. You only get married once in a lifetime. When you got married, everyone gave you their blessings. Now everyone is being generous, so you should be too. This is the most important moment in Ah Huan and Xiao Yi's lives. If you, as the eldest sister-in-law, act stingy now, people will talk. Worse, it could cause resentment. At a time like this, don't drop the ball. Cheng Tianfang nodded lightly. I understand, sister-in-law. After dinner, Cheng Tianyuan and Liu Ying helped clear the table. Xue Ling and Mother Xue took the kids across the hall to bathe and change into pajamas. The children had been up early for the trip and were already exhausted. Xin Xin yawned through her bath, drank some water, and promptly fell asleep by the bed. Xiao Chong yawned too. Seeing his sister asleep, he called out, Mom, Grandma, sister's asleep. Xue Ling quickly dried her hands and hurried in, tucking the little one into her bed. Earlier, Cheng Tianyuan had found Yang Yang's old toddler bed, cleaned and aired it, and set it up in the room. Xiao Chong couldn't help asking, Mom, isn't that bed for me? Xue Ling smiled. You'll take turns. Tonight it's for your sister. Tomorrow for you. But Xiao Chong lost interest and muttered, Big brother and second brother sleep together. I want to too. Xue Ling thought for a moment. How about you share a bed with Big Brother tonight? Okay. Xiao Chong cheered and ran off to find his brother. But Ran was not having it. No way! You wet the bed! Xiao Chong protested. I hardly ever do. Big brother, I want to sleep here with you. Go sleep with second brother, Ran nudged him. His bed's just as big as mine. Zhao Chong shook his head. Second brother's too fat. Who says I'm fat? Yang puffed up proudly. Watch it, or I'll spank your little butt. Frightened, Zhao Chong clung to big brother and refused to budge. Xue Ling came in, frowning. No more arguing. Ran, go get your brother some water, let it cool and drink up before bed. Go to the bathroom, then get ready to sleep. You're all tired. Stop playing around. Ran dashed out. Zhao Chong grabbed his mom's hand, teary-eyed. Big brother doesn't want me. Second brother doesn't want me. Mom, I want to sleep with them. Looking at the still spacious room, Xue Ling said, I'll have Daddy buy you a little bed to put between big brother and second brother's beds, okay? Okay, Zhao Chong grinned. But it'll take a day or two to get the bed. For now, you'll sleep with Mom and Dad, all right? No, Zhao Chong pouted. I want to sleep with big brother. In Spring City, we all slept together. Ran came back in and immediately refused. Yang, already lying in bed, also said no. Xue Ling felt a headache coming on and rolled her eyes. Everyone, be reasonable and compromise. How about this? Tonight, Zhao Chong sleeps with big brother. Tomorrow night, with second brother. Daddy will buy the little bed tomorrow, and after it's aired out, you'll have it in 3 or 4 days. With Mom's decision, Ran and Yang couldn't argue and had to agree. Zhao Chong happily climbed into big brother's bed. Ran grumbled, After you drink water, make sure you go pee. If you need to pee at night, go to the bathroom. If you wet the bed, I'll kick you out. Zhao Chong huffed, I won't. Grandma Xue watched the 3 brothers and couldn't help but laugh. Boys are always rowdy. Xue Ling sighed. They're all a handful, and Xingxin is just as much trouble, always throwing little tantrums. You all can't keep spoiling her just because she's the only girl and the youngest. That'll only hurt her in the long run. Nonsense, Grandma Xue laughed. Girls are always more spoiled and dramatic. It's normal. Weren't you like that as a child? I wasn't, Xue Ling muttered. If I had been, you'd have tanned my hide with a feather duster. Grandma Xue shook her head. With all boys and just one girl, it's natural she's a bit spoiled. As long as parents have the right values, kids won't go too far wrong. No need to worry. She's my daughter, Xue Ling retorted. If she grows up rude and unreasonable, people will say she wasn't raised right. Wouldn't that be unfair to me and her dad? We have to teach her well. Grandma Xue laughed. Right. She's your daughter, you teach her. I'm the grandma now. My daughter's grown, I don't need to teach anymore. The kids giggled. Xue Ling shook her head, but smiled too. That night, Xue Ling yawned and nudged Cheng Tianyuan, who was reading beside her. Don't spoil Xingxin too much. I'm worried you'll end up spoiling her rotten. Your sister is a warning, you'd better keep that in mind. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows and immediately retorted, No way. She's the youngest and a girl, so it's only natural her brothers let her have her way sometimes. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xue Ling wasn't convinced and said quietly, Your whole premise is wrong. Just because she's the youngest, the baby, the brothers all have to give in to her? Just because she's a girl? There are 4 kids. Whatever you do, you have to treat them equally. She can't always be the exception. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. But the other 3 are boys, and she's the only girl. How can she not be special? When you were little, didn't I always let you have your way? Xue Ling's cheeks flushed, and she buried her head in his arms. That was different. I was the only daughter in my family, so there was nothing to compare. You doted on me, but only sometimes. I just worry that if everyone thinks like you, she'll end up spoiled. Don't worry, Cheng Tianyuan said, gently stroking her hair. She's got several brothers to compete with, and Zhao Chong is about her age and never gives in. She won't get too spoiled. Xue Ling muttered, I've noticed she's gotten more willful since coming back, always picking on her brothers, finding fault, always talking about what they do wrong. She's just like your sister was as a child. Cheng Tianyuan was startled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. I won't let her develop those bad habits. Xue Ling smiled and lay on his chest. How did you spoil me when we were young? Tell me, I've forgotten, it's been so long. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a loving look. his hand sliding down to caress her waist. The past is the past. No need to talk about it. Words are too pale. I prefer to show you with actions. Xie Ling giggled, lifted her head, and kissed his neck. With his wife so affectionate, how could Cheng Tianyuan resist? He let out a soft breath, pulled her into his arms, and pressed her beneath him. The room's temperature slowly rose, filling with warmth and intimacy. Early the next morning, Xie Jilian went downstairs to book the big private room. Unexpectedly, the manager explained apologetically. The largest room, which seats 4 tables, has already been reserved. There's a 3-table room left. Could you make do with that? Xie Jilian hesitated. 3 tables might not be enough. We have some relatives coming, and if they bring their kids, it won't be enough. They're coming to celebrate, so we have to make sure everyone enjoys themselves. The manager looked him over and smiled warmly. Sir, you look familiar. You must be a regular here, right? Yes, Xie Jilian replied. My niece often orders food here, and I come down to eat from time to time. Oh, you live upstairs? The manager grinned. Lots of residents from upstairs eat here. Everyone loves our chef's cooking. Xie Jilian smiled. I live on the 18th floor. My niece is Xie Ling. Wow, so you're Boss Xue's uncle. The manager apologized. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Xie Jilian asked, Is there any way you could switch the biggest room for me? The manager thought for a moment. I'll talk to the other customer and see if we can work something out. They only have about 20 people, so 3 tables should be enough for them. Thank you, Xie Jilian said politely. The manager went off to make a call and soon returned. Sir, no problem. The biggest private room is yours. Xie Jilian smiled, knowing this was the manager's way of currying favor, but didn't say anything and calmly started looking at the menu. I'd like to see the dishes. My youngest son is getting married and we haven't had a family banquet yet. I want to keep it simple. Just invite everyone for a celebratory meal. Please make the menu festive and auspicious. The manager nodded enthusiastically. No problem. We're experts at wedding banquets. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything. Xie Jilian asked, What about the price? You're Boss Xue's uncle, so your family, the manager said with a smile. I'll give you the best price. Xie Jilian smiled. About how much per table for a mid to high level meal? The manager replied, Around 400. Xie Jilian's eyes flickered. He thought it was a bit pricey, but then remembered this was his youngest son's big day. They were already keeping it low-key, which wasn't really fair to Xiao Yi. Let's do 500 per table, he said gently. Use the freshest, most nutritious ingredients you can. The manager beamed, bowing. Don't worry, we'll arrange the very best. No wonder he was Boss Xue's relative, just as generous. Still a bit uneasy, Xie Jilian added, My son will be home at noon, and we'll come down together to finalize everything. After all, it's his wedding. He should be involved. No problem, the manager said cheerfully. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. At noon, Xue Huan took half a day off and hurried back to Ronghua Mall. He went downstairs with his father to discuss the menu, checked the fresh ingredients, and then took the elevator upstairs. As soon as he stepped out, he glanced across the hall. When he wasn't home, Xiao Yi always stayed at her parents'. Their new apartment was still being renovated, and it was noisy during the day, not good for her pregnancy. Plus, she wasn't quite used to his family's environment yet. Even though his parents were kind and doted on her, living together was still very different, with lots of habits to adjust to. He often had to play the peacemaker. Xie Jilian noticed his son's glance and said gently, Xiao Yi's having lunch at her parents' today. Since you're back, go keep her company. The workers are still making noise here. Okay. Xie Huan strode off. Xie Jilian watched his son's tall, upright figure and chuckled softly. He still remembered his son's first wobbly steps, and in the blink of an eye he was grown, about to become a father himself. Life seemed to pass so quickly. Before you know it, you're old. He ran a hand through his graying hair and smiled again. By late afternoon, everyone who needed to take leave or get off work early had arrived. Cheng Tianfang came back with Xue Kong. Xue Kong brought a big gift box, smiling. This is a vintage Western lamp. Adding a lamp means adding a child. Wishing you a baby soon. Xue Huan smiled shyly and accepted the gift. Thank you, Sister Kong. Third uncle, the wedding officiant, arrived early. Father Xue quietly slipped him a gift. A little specialty from the south. Not worth much, but it looks nice. Keep it in your room as a decoration. Third uncle saw it was a beautiful stone, a bit like bloodstone, and happily accepted it. Xue Jilian respectfully handed over a big red envelope. You're the officiant. This is a must. Third uncle laughed. Wonderful, I get a souvenir and a big red envelope, so happy. By the way, who else is getting married soon? I'm always available. Invite me to officiate. Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling also received a matchmaker's red envelope. The kids crowded around Xue Huan, cheering. Uncle Huan is getting married. Getting married. We want wedding candy. Xue Huan smiled, eyes crinkling, and took out the wedding candies and little red envelopes he'd prepared, handing one to each child. Xin was squeezed out by her brothers and grew anxious, calling out, Wait! My red envelope! Candy! Titu saw she was about to cry and quickly picked her up, pushing past Ran, Yang Yang, Duo, and Xiao Chong. Brother-in-law, Xin wants a red envelope. Xue Huan looked at chubby little Xin, scooped her into his arms, and hugged her. Xin wants a red envelope too? The little one nodded obediently. Xue Huan couldn't help teasing her, smiling. Then tell Uncle, what's inside the red envelope? Is it candy? It's money, Xin grinned. I want money. I want a red envelope. Xue Huan burst out laughing. Do you know how to spend money? What do you want money for? I do, Xin pouted seriously. Money can buy toys, and lots of snacks. Xue Huan chuckled. Who told you that? Have you ever bought anything yourself? No. The little one was too honest to lie. Grandpa and Grandpa buy things. I give them money and they buy it. Uncle gives me a red envelope, gives one to Duo. Give it today, give it tomorrow, give them all. Xue Huan laughed even harder. I'll only get married once in my life, and this is the only time I'm hosting a banquet. There won't be any more tomorrow, so today you get one. Huh? No more tomorrow? Xin pouted unhappy. Then I want more. More! Duo overheard and shouted, You're calling my name? Greedy! Such a little girl and you already know to ask for red envelopes. That's enough. One is plenty. Xin pouted, aggrieved. No, I want more. Titu couldn't bear to see her upset, so he quickly pulled a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. Xin, this one's for you. Xin beamed and reached out her chubby hand, only for Duo to snatch it away. He laughed triumphantly. Not for you. You wanted Duo and Duo is me. You want me, so I'll keep this red envelope for you. Xin started to cry, shaking her head. Duo, bad Duo. Titu, seeing her cry, glared at Duo. Why are you bullying Xin? Careful or I'll beat you up. Duo wasn't scared at all, sticking out his tongue and laughing. Come on then. Who's afraid of who? Turtles are afraid of hammers. If you don't come, you're a coward. Titu, fuming, was about to charge. Xue Huan quickly pulled him back, laughing. Don't fight, you're just playing around. Duo, seeing Titu getting serious, quickly tossed the red envelope back to Xin, but still couldn't resist teasing. Why are you so nice to Xin? Hey, I'm your brother. Oh, I get it. You're being a gentleman because she's a girl, right? Ha, you're so weird. She's only 2, and you're 12 years older. If you want to marry her, you'll have to wait forever. Titu blushed furiously. Shut up! Stop talking nonsense! Duo, seeing him blush, teased even more. I'll say it anyway. Sister and brother-in-law are 10 years apart, and that's already a lot. You want to beat that record? Wow, there's always a higher mountain. Go for it. Shut up! Titu lunged, swinging his fist. Duo laughed and dodged. I hit a nerve, didn't I? Xin, there's a stinky boy who likes you. When you grow up, he'll be old. Ha 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 ha, ow, ow. Xin didn't understand a word, happily bouncing away with her 2 red envelopes. Xue Huan watched, both embarrassed and amused. He and Xiao Yi did have a big age gap, but with the baby on the way, both families had long since stopped mentioning it. He hadn't expected the kids to be so sharp and so cheeky about it. Just then, Zheng Sanyuan and Zhu Achun came out and saw Duoduo and Titu wrestling. They hurried over to separate them. "What are you doing? Fighting on a happy day? Do you want a beating?" Duoduo grinned, not daring to answer. Titu glared at him, still fuming. "Tiezhu," Zhu Achun scolded. "Don't you know when to mess around? Is this the time or place?" Titu shrank away, embarrassed. Zheng Sanyuan said gently, all right, go get changed." Titu ran inside and Duoduo quickly followed. Zheng Sanyuan was dressed in a formal suit, while Zhu Achun, usually plain, wore a bright orange-red dress that made her look even younger and prettier. Xue Huan stepped up. "Dad, Auntie." He followed Xiao Yi's lead and changed his usual Sister Achun to Auntie. After all, the generation gap mattered. Zhu Achun apologized softly. "Boys are rowdy. When they get together, a little roughhousing is inevitable." Xue Huan waved it off. "It's nothing. They're just playing." Zheng Sanyuan nodded with a smile. "What time is the private room booked for? Are the guests all here?" "Everyone's here," Xue Huan explained. "My dad said we'll go down after 6. Third uncle said that's the best time, and 6 means good luck." "Great." Zheng Sanyuan nodded. "Your dad and third uncle are thoughtful. Whatever they say, we'll do. It's just a few minutes, we'll be down soon." But Xue Huan couldn't help glancing toward home and said gently, "Dad, Auntie, I'll go get Xiao Yi." "Go on, go," Zheng Sanyuan waved. "See if she needs a hand." Xue Huan agreed and hurried to their apartment. The neighboring apartment was still being renovated and would take another half-month. Since there'd be lingering odors, they planned to wait 2 more months before moving in. Luckily, this place was spacious and well-ventilated, or the smell would be much worse. Although Xiao Yi was past the worst of her pregnancy symptoms, she still sometimes felt nauseous at certain smells. Earlier, he'd bought her a bouquet of flowers, thinking she'd like them, but after a few sniffs she felt sick, so he quickly took them away. Xiao Yi was getting ready in the bedroom, wearing a slightly loose dress. Her belly was now impossible to hide, so she held a purse in front to cover most of it. As soon as Xue Huan came in, she pouted and smiled wryly. "With this big belly, nothing looks good on me." "Not true." Xue Huan stepped forward, wrapped her in his arms, and gently stroked her belly. "I think you look good in anything. There's a special beauty in pregnancy. Your eyes are softer and you have a motherly glow." Hearing that, Xiao Yi quickly smiled again. "So, does this outfit work?" Xue Huan nodded. "It's festive, but not too flashy, and you really suit pink. It makes you look even younger." Xiao Yi pouted playfully. "You always know how to make me happy." Xue Huan kissed her cheek and whispered, "Making my wife happy is part of my job. How could I shirk my duty? I have to do it well." Zheng Xiaoyi leaned shyly against his chest and asked softly, "There won't be too many people, right?" "No," Xue Huan reassured her. "It's just family. Third uncle's 2 cousins and cousin Xue Kong, that's all. You know uncle and aunt well, it's just our 2 families." Zheng Xiaoyi gently stroked her belly, a little embarrassed. "I just hope they won't laugh at me." "How could they?" Xue Huan comforted her. "We're a little ahead of schedule, but it's double happiness. Don't put pressure on yourself, and don't think there's anything wrong with you." Zheng Xiaoyi mumbled, "But I did get pregnant before marriage." "That's my fault," Xue Huan said, kissing her cheek. "You're so cute, I just couldn't help myself." She pouted. "I'm being serious. I don't even dare go out now, afraid people will gossip." Xue Huan's heart ached for her. "It's my fault, but don't be afraid. We're legally married. We have our marriage certificate. Silly girl, we just got started a little early, nothing to be ashamed of. You read the news and watch TV. Abroad. Lots of people live together and have kids before marriage. Some even have kids for years before tying the knot. You're a college student. How can your thinking be so old-fashioned? Hearing his comparison, Zheng Xiaoyi felt much better. I guess I'm just traditional at heart. It's fine at home, but going out on I can't help feeling awkward. There really weren't many people who left school halfway to have a baby. She Huan felt a little guilty and said gently, "It's okay. It's all family. When you graduate, we'll make it public." She was still young, and after being coaxed and comforted, her mood quickly improved. Hand in hand, the two walked out of the room. Xue Jilian and Mrs. Chen were both dressed very formally, and third uncle wore a red tang suit, festive dark red, his silver hair making him stand out in the crowd. Xue Huan led Xiao Yi over to bow to third uncle. Third uncle was delighted and handed Xiao Yi a red envelope. "Congratulations! Double happiness, and may you have a precious child soon." Zheng Xiaoyi thanked him, blushing and snuggling up to Xue Huan. Zheng Sanyuan was suddenly teary-eyed, both happy and emotional. Zhu Achen understood, handed him a clean handkerchief and whispered, "Girls grow up and have to get married. She's gained a loving husband and a caring family. We should be happy for her." Zheng Sanyuan nodded quickly. I am happy." T2 and Duo had already made up, standing with Datong, arms around each other, all three brothers grinning at their sister and new brother-in-law. She Ling held Xiao Chong's hand, Cheng Tianyuan held Xinxin's, and the two exchanged a smile full of joy. Xinxin had changed into a little red dress, her fair, chubby cheeks looking extra cute. She Kong liked her so much she quietly came over and picked her up. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "Say hello to Aunt Kong." Xinxin stared at Xue Kong and called out sweetly, "Auntie Kong Kong." Xue Kong beamed, kissing her chubby cheek. "You look just like my daughter did when she was little, almost identical, but you're a bit chubbier, even cuter." Xinxin liked this pretty, nice-smelling aunt and hugged her neck affectionately. Xue Kong's heart melted. "Auntie will take you to my house to play, okay? I have a swing set. You can swing as much as you want." Xinxin's eyes lit up. "Really? Is it fun?" "It's so much fun," Xue Kong smiled. "Auntie will give you a gentle push and you'll swing back and forth." "Wow!" Xinxin cheered. "Will there be anyone else to play with?" "No," Xue Kong explained. "Auntie's daughter, your cousin, is already grown up and studying abroad. She hasn't been home for a couple of years." Xinxin didn't really understand the idea of a cousin. She just knew she had three brothers always fighting over things with her. "Really? Then I can play by myself?" Xue Kong nodded. "Yes, Auntie will take you to play, okay?" "Okay." The little one agreed without a hint of shyness. Father Xue called out, "It's time. Let's all go downstairs to celebrate." "All right," everyone responded, heading down together. With so many people, it took 3 elevator trips to get everyone down. Downstairs, everyone ate, drank, chatted, and celebrated until after 8. Xue Kong had some wine, so Xue Ling wouldn't let her drive and called a taxi for her. The groom also drank quite a bit, but wasn't drunk, and let Xiao Yi lead him home. Cheng Tianyuan took third uncle and his 2 sons home, while the others went upstairs. Xinxin, who hadn't napped that afternoon, fell asleep in Xue Ling's arms as soon as they got home. Xiao Chong was also drowsy, so Xue Ling had Ranran, the eldest, carry him. Yang Yang was still full of energy, chattering away. Duo grinned. "Let's go to the park tomorrow afternoon. There are some new mandarin ducks at the lake. They're so cute. I threw pebbles at them yesterday and they flapped their wings like crazy." "Great." Yang Yang's chubby face was all smiles. "I raced my brother yesterday and beat him." "Nonsense," Ranran snorted. "I let you win." T2 came over and whispered something, making all the boys laugh. Father Shua smiled. "School starts the day after tomorrow. You boys need to get ready and focus." Zheng Sanyuan shook his head with a wry smile. "Duoduo's the oldest, but he's the naughtiest. With him around, the others are bound to get rowdy too." "No way," Duo protested. "They're the ones who influence me." Everyone burst out laughing. Father Shui asked, Sanyuan, are you really building a villa at the end of the year? Yes, Zheng Sanyuan replied. Titu and Duo will be 20 in a few years, and Datong will probably start a family too. This place is a bit small, so I want to build a villa so the whole family can live together. Father Shui nodded. Build it big. Since it's your own land, more space is always better. That way, when the kids start their own families, there's still room. That's what Achun and I think too, Zheng Sanyuan said softly. With so many kids, especially all boys, we need more space. If we don't have the money, we'll just leave some rooms empty and finish them later. If they can afford their own place, great. If not, they can stay with us. As parents, we should help with the grandkids. Living together makes that possible. I really envy how your family all lives together. Mother Shui smiled and teased. You have 2 apartments here. Why not keep them both so we can all keep each other company? Zheng Sanyuan gave a wry smile. If I could, I'd love to. But my parents are getting old and I want to bring them to the capital to care for them. My brothers back home have been looking after them, but my house was too chaotic before to bring them here. Still, it's my duty to be filial. This is the city center, so it's convenient, but the apartments are small and not ideal for the elderly. They don't even know how to use the elevator. So I want to build a big villa, first for my parents, then to help with the grandkids. Great idea, everyone agreed, nodding. Soon the children started school again. Life seemed to return to its usual rhythm. Everyone got up early, made breakfast, and ate together. Titu and Duo, being the oldest, took Ran and Yang to school with them. The 4 grandparents looked after the 2 youngest. Xingxin and Xiaochong could eat by themselves now, though they were slow, so most of the time Grandma or Nana still fed them. As the kids grew, the elders' burdens lightened. After breakfast, the grandparents took the little ones for a walk in the park, then went to the market together to buy groceries. Xueling was still busy with her job, coming and going all day. Cheng Tianyuan continued wholesaling tissues, selling toilet paper and napkins. Business was steady and good. Day after day, time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the end of the year. Orders at the clothing factory run by Xueling and Xueheng kept dropping, until they had to cut ties with 2 big outside factories and keep the remaining orders in-house. Even so, both factories were just barely at capacity. Nothing like the boom times before. Xueheng explained, From what I know, just in the suburbs of the capital and nearby cities, more than 20 new factories specializing in jeans have popped up in the last 2 years. There are just too many factories now, so competition is fierce. This was the market at work, and Xueling took it calmly. It's fine. Once we finish these orders, we'll take a break and see if we want to try something else. Xueheng couldn't help but laugh. But your other company is doing great. Still selling lots of videotapes, right? I drove by the other day and saw 2 cars unloading goods. Xueling nodded. It's going well. We buy the rights, make copies, and sell them to wholesalers or retailers. What's Brother Sheng doing there? Xueheng asked. I heard he's in charge of the accounts? No, Xueling explained. At first, Brother Sheng did some light physical work since his health isn't great, and third uncle insisted he only do easy jobs. Later, when one of the accountants left, I had him fill in. When he's free, he helps pack tapes. The rest of the time, he does the accounts. Xueheng couldn't help but ask, You must be making a lot, right? The only expensive part is buying the rights. Don't mention it, Xueling sighed. The girl who helps me manage the company, Xiao Liu, has been a bit too aggressive lately. There's been some funny business with buying rights. Not only that, she's been selling a batch of less than wholesome tapes, which gave me a headache. Xueheng couldn't help but laugh. What kind of stuff? Sexy ladies? Some are even worse. Xueling rolled her eyes. We had a fight about it. I think she's planning to quit. I gave her a 10% stake at the start, and she's made a lot these past 2 years. Now she's got her own ideas and probably won't stay. Liu Xincheng was a very opinionated girl, and a bit overconfident. At the time, copyright law in China wasn't strictly enforced. It was a legal gray area. Even a lot of adult films couldn't really be regulated yet. She thought those tapes sold well and wanted to make a killing while she could. But Xueling was different. She only wanted to make money legally, without breaking rules or crossing moral lines. Liu Xincheng couldn't persuade Xueling, and with only a small stake, she couldn't make the final decisions. She was frustrated, always saying Xueling was missing out on a huge opportunity. Xueling, on the other hand, thought the market was already moving to DVDs, and that money and energy should go into upgrading products, not exploiting legal loopholes. Because of this, the two had their biggest falling out since working together and had argued several times recently. Xueheng asked, 10%? So if she leaves? She'll probably leave after the year-end bonus, Xueling said, narrowing her eyes. If our values don't match, we can't work together. Meeting was fate. Parting is fate too. I'm at peace with it. I just hope she doesn't get too greedy and do anything illegal. If she leaves, I'll need to find someone reliable to help run the company. The main factory isn't as busy now, but I can't be in two places at once. Xueheng thought for a moment. That'll be tough. Xueling shook her head. It's fine. I'll take my time. I've already asked Cousin Sheng to help me look for someone suitable. He's been in the capital for years and knows people. Hopefully we'll find someone soon. Xueheng asked, by the way, isn't that girl Shan Yu recording a show lately? I saw her at the elevator the other day. She's grown a lot and is even prettier. Her mom said she's recording a singing show. It's already done, Xueling explained. It was a New Year's song, already recorded and edited, and it's on sale now. My company is small, so we don't produce much ourselves and don't make much. When we buy rights and resell, there's too much piracy and high prices, so wholesalers don't want to buy from us. That's why our income has dropped a lot lately. Xueheng frowned. There are all kinds of tapes on the market. Who knows what's pirated and what's not? Most people just buy the cheap ones. Pirated ones are cheap, Xueling said with a wry smile. So we have to find ways to increase profits. Xueheng asked, how? DVDs? Xueling nodded. Not just DVDs, but VCDs too. There are so many TVs now and people's living standards are rising, so they want more entertainment. I heard that in X city down south they already have the technology. I'm planning to invest some money to bring it in and try something new. If you can't beat piracy, you have to win with technology. Xueheng couldn't help but warn, if Liu Xincheng leaves after the bonus, you'll have even fewer managers and you still want to invest? Don't get in too deep and end up losing money. If I lose, Xueling said. Uncle Zheng is building a villa, and I've already hired a designer to build a high-rise. The current company is just a regular factory, takes up too much space and isn't suitable. Xueheng was stunned. He tried to talk her out of it, but she was already planning new technology and a new building. This was way more than a small investment. Xueling narrowed her eyes, thinking, the building will be 28 stories. Some floors will be rented out, the rest will be for an entertainment company. The old company was under Xiao Liu's name. If she leaves, I won't use it anymore. Xueheng couldn't help but ask, entertainment company? Just selling VCDs? Not just that, Xueling explained. I'll probably invest in some movies too. I'll go see how others do it, then come back and plan. Xueheng. As soon as winter break started, the 4 grandparents took the 4 kids south. This time, they didn't go to the southern island, but to another coastal city. The house was empty, just Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan eating hot pot together. It was cold, and cooked food cooled quickly, so they just had hot pot. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Cheng Tianyuan got up to open it. It was Xuejilian and Mrs. Chen. Uncle? Auntie, come in. They hurried in, taking off their coats and boots. Xueling poked her head out. Uncle, Auntie, have you eaten? We're having hot pot. Come join us. They both shook their heads, smiling. A colleague got married, so we went to the wedding. After the banquet, we visited third uncle and had dinner with him before coming home. Xueling thought they were just dropping by for a visit and said, then have a seat and make yourself some tea. We'll come out and join you for tea after we finish eating. All right, Xuejilian nodded. You two go eat, don't eat too late. It's already past 6, isn't it? Chung Tianyuan smiled. I went to the docks this afternoon to pick up 2 shipments, so I got back late. Ling Ling said hot pot would be easier, so we're just having that. Mrs. Chen smiled. No problem, we'll make tea ourselves. You two eat first, we'll chat after. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan went back to the kitchen and ate slowly. Mrs. Chen and Xue Jilian sat in the living room, watching TV and making tea. Not long after, Xue Heng arrived too. It was as if they'd all agreed to meet. He sat down next to his parents. Xue Ling finished eating first, wiped her mouth, and came out. Uncle Zheng sent over a basket of oranges yesterday, big and sweet. Take some home with you later. There aren't many people at home now, so we can't finish them. You all have to help eat them. Mrs. Chen smiled. Great. I'll have Zhao Yi eat more. There aren't many fruits in winter and she loves fruit, so I'll make sure she gets plenty. Xue Heng was sprawled on the sofa, half asleep, stubble showing on his face. Xue Ling sat next to him, glanced over and wrinkled her nose in mock disgust. How many days since you shaved? Don't you have any sense of hygiene? Sigh. Xue Heng pouted. I just don't feel like it. Xue Jilian made tea. Mrs. Chen watched TV. No one paid him any mind. Xue Ling, sharp-eyed, immediately sensed something was off between them. What's wrong? By the way, have you eaten dinner? No, Xue Heng sighed. No appetite. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Don't tell me you two had another fight. Mrs. Chen's eyes flickered and she said quietly, We just got home and heard them arguing, so we came over here instead of listening to it. Xue Ling shook her head with a wry smile. What happened this time? I can't say it, Xue Heng muttered. Xue Ling called out, Honey, is there any rice noodles left? The broth is rich. Throw some in and cook it for this guy. Yeah, Chung Tianyuan called from the kitchen. A moment later, he brought out a big steaming bowl. Xue Heng sat up, took the bowl, and started eating. The hot rice noodles were topped with 2 pieces of lamb and a few lettuce leaves, bright and appetizing. Xue Heng's appetite returned, and he thanked them as he ate. Chung Tianyuan finished eating too, filled a big pot with hot water and set it on the stove, then came out. Xue Heng slurped his noodles while the others watched TV and drank tea. Chung Tianyuan asked, Want some more? No, this is enough. Xue Heng finished, took his bowl to the kitchen, then came back, wiping his mouth. He spoke quietly. Big brother, Afang says. She wants to try IVF. What? What kind of baby? Chung Tianyuan was confused. What's that? Xue Jilian cleared his throat and explained. It's a fertility technology brought in from abroad a few years ago. In vitro fertilization, then the embryo is placed in the mother's womb. There have already been quite a few successful cases, but the technology here isn't the most advanced yet, and it's not that common. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment and exchanged a look with Xue Ling. Isn't that a bit much? You don't need to rush to outside help unless it's the last resort. Xue Heng was frustrated. That's what I said. We're still young, and we've only been trying for a year or so. Some things just can't be rushed. If it really doesn't work, we can try something else in a couple of years. No need to panic now, right? Mrs. Chen stayed silent. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Have you two still been taking third uncle's medicine? It was their private matter, so no one asked all the time. She hadn't talked to Afang about it in a while. Xue Heng nodded. Third uncle says things are improving, and we should relax and not get too anxious or it'll backfire. But she's always anxious, even wants me to get checked at the hospital, says maybe I'm the problem. Xue Ling felt a little awkward. Don't be too anxious. Just listen to third uncle for now. But she's just so impatient, Xue Heng said angrily. I can't talk her out of it, can't reason with her. I've explained it dozens of times, but she just won't listen. Xue Ling said softly. When you're fighting, you both think it's the other's fault. Don't be too angry. She's your wife, the one you love. Xue Heng paused, then slumped over the arm of the sofa, pretending to be dead. Chung Tianyuan said seriously, Just ignore her for now. She's like that. Give her an inch and she'll take a mile. Don't argue, let her cool off, and she'll come around and ask for your forgiveness. Mrs. Chen finally spoke. Listen to Tianyuan and Lingling. Ah Fang just wants a baby. She's not trying to make trouble. You've been married for years with no kids, so of course she feels pressure. You should try to understand her more. Mom, She Heng protested. I've been understanding, but she's up and down all the time. I can't take it anymore. What are you yelling for? She Ling scolded. Is your mom wrong to advise you? After a while, marriage is just plain companionship. If you don't try to understand each other, how can you get along? You're in your 30s, not a child. Don't take it out on your mom. She Heng looked embarrassed, muttering, I was just upset. She Jillian said sternly, Your sister's right. You're being immature. You're not 3, you're over 30, and you still can't control your temper? You take it out on your mom? This is between you and your wife. We elders don't want to interfere, so you don't feel pressured. But look at you, fighting every few days. How can you live like this? She Heng didn't dare say anything and muttered, I know I'm not completely right. If you know you're wrong, then change, She Jillian said coldly. Ah Fang's temper isn't great. But are you so perfect? Marriage is about give and take. If you don't try to understand each other, just push blame back and forth. How can you get along? Every couple has arguments, but not every few days. How can you live like that? She Heng stayed silent, not daring to speak. Mrs. Chen, as his mother, couldn't help but soften. She couldn't bear to see her son being scolded. All right, after you rest a bit, go coax Ah Fang. There's no real grudge between a couple. By tomorrow, everything will be fine. She Heng sighed wearily. I don't want to go back. What are you saying? Mrs. Chen said quietly. She's your wife, the one you chose to marry. Whatever it is, talk it out. Just tell Ah Fang that this technology is still too new. Not everyone is suited for it. Naturally, conceiving is always best, unless there's no other way. Both your parents are doctors. We know this well. Tell her not to worry. Just take it slow. If after 2 or 3 years there's still nothing, then you can look into it. By then the technology will be even better. Okay. She Heng nodded. Mrs. Chen said gently, Go on home. It's cold out. Don't wander around and catch a cold. She Heng sighed again, got up, wrapped himself in his coat, and left. Cheng Tianyuan went to the door, peered outside, and only closed the door after a while. He's gone. Ah Fang opened the door for him. She Ling chuckled. They're a couple after all. If there's no 2 people, it's not a couple. Don't worry, they'll probably be fine by tomorrow. Cheng Tianyuan apologized softly. Uncle, Auntie, it's my sister who's been causing trouble and making you worry. I'm really sorry. She Jillian waved it off. What are you saying? It's their own business, not anyone else's fault. If anything, we should be apologizing. Ah Heng can be impulsive and doesn't always accommodate Ah Fang. He's got plenty of faults too. Mrs. Chen nodded. It takes 2 to tango. He's at fault too. We can't just blame Ah Fang. She's just anxious to give our family a child. How can we blame her for that? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head with a wry smile. That may be, but she really does have a lot of faults. Uncle, Auntie, you're both so understanding. If it were anyone else, she'd have been scolded long ago. My sister was spoiled by our parents and never really taught well. Later, she spent all her time with the village aunties, picking up bad habits and a narrow mind. Luckily, she got some education and improved, but old habits die hard. She still has a lot of issues. As a daughter-in-law, she's a headache. She must have done good deeds in a past life to have such understanding in-laws. Not at all, She Jillian said warmly. She's a good kid overall, just a bit temperamental. Girls are allowed to be a little spoiled. You raised her, sent her to school, let her work, and married her into our family. We're already grateful. We're all family, no need to draw lines. She's our daughter-in-law, of course we'll care for her. Exactly, Mrs. Chen smiled. Usually it's the elders who understand the younger generation. Young people today aren't like we were. They don't always think of the older generation. Times have changed and we can't always hold on to old ways of thinking. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. It's only right for the younger generation to respect their elders. It's what she should do. Uncle, Auntie, we still have to thank you. If it weren't for such open-minded elders, his sister would have been criticized long ago. She still hadn't learned her lesson, always arguing with Xue Heng, but thankfully the elders helped mediate or their little family might have fallen apart already. Don't say that, Mrs. Chen said cheerfully. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Shi Ling asked. Xiao Yi hasn't come by much lately. Is the baby still doing well? Has she been going for her checkups? Yes, Mrs. Chen replied. We've arranged a doctor at the central hospital. She goes every month or so, and Ah Huan and I always go with her. The doctor says the baby is doing great, so we're relieved. Shi Ling smiled. Almost 8 months now, right? That's right, Mrs. Chen lowered her voice. After the new year, the due date is in the 2nd lunar month. Shi Jilian beamed. It'll be New Year soon. Do you have any plans? No, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. Year-end is always the busiest time. I can't get away. There's accounting, transfers, so much to do. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Same here. Lots to do. Closing accounts, collecting payments, paying out. It's a busy time. Mrs. Chen said, Young people have elders above and children below. You can't just drop work to go on vacation. That's normal. When we were young, we even had to work night shifts on New Year's Eve. No one dared complain. It was our duty. Shi Ling laughed. Auntie could have gone on vacation, but she stayed for Xiao Yi, so she didn't go south with my parents. It's fine. When the kids are older, we'll all go travel together. Shi Jilian smiled. You have to be able to afford it. Our pensions aren't that high, just enough for daily expenses. Long trips aren't really possible. It's fine, Cheng Tianyuan said. You have Ah Heng. He's made a lot these past years. Xue Jilian laughed. He's filial, always finding excuses to give us money. With these apartments sorted and the second son married, we don't have much financial pressure after retirement. That's thanks to his uncle and Ling Ling, Mrs. Chen said. Without them, Ah Heng wouldn't have made so much. Xue Ling shook her head. A master can lead the way, but it's up to the student to succeed. Ah Heng's done really well, managing the branch factory so smoothly. He can handle things on his own now. Even if the jeans craze passes, I think he'll still make good money. Mrs. Chen thought for a moment. Jeans, can't keep going? Aren't there still orders? There are, Xue Ling explained, but competition is fierce, and we have to cut prices. We want to keep quality up, but it's hard to do both, so we might have to stop production. Another reason is our fabric hasn't really improved. Lower prices don't help if the fabric isn't better, so we don't have much of an edge. Xue Jilian asked, Can't you get better fabric from somewhere else? Right now there isn't anything better on the market, Xue Ling sighed. They've tried everything, invested a lot, but after a few attempts at innovation, there just aren't enough talented people to keep improving. Xue Jilian shook his head. So talent is the most important thing. Exactly, Xue Ling said, thinking of Liu Xincheng. Talent really is crucial. I just lost a great partner and it's been weighing on me. Mrs. Chen giggled. People come and go, that's life. All good things come to an end. Next time you'll find someone even better. Your business is already so big, maybe it's time to take a break. Right, Xue Jilian said. Even if you never made another cent, you'd still eat and live well every day. Not just you. Your 4 kids could all enjoy a lifetime of wealth. Xue Ling laughed. Uncle, that's not quite right. As the saying goes, wealth doesn't last 3 generations. Knowledge and culture can be passed on, but riches are hard to hand down. Xue Jilian glared and retorted, What's wrong with that? Can't you just keep renting out your mall? Ronron's already 13, right? It's not that far off. That won't do, Xue Ling laughed. We'll focus on their education and culture, but as for what they want to do in the future, I won't interfere. And these properties won't be theirs for now. The kids are already growing up in comfort. When they're adults, I can't make it too easy for them to make money, or it really will be, wealth doesn't last 3 generations. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in agreement. We're planning to do like Uncle Zheng, let the kids study, start their own businesses or careers and earn their own way. If they need help, we'll lend a hand. but we're not planning to hand over our businesses to them for now. It's mostly property, right? Mrs. Chen asked. But you must have a lot of cash too. When you're older, passing the properties on to them is still a good thing. We'll see when the time comes, Xue said with a laugh. They're all still little, no need to worry about things so far off. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, Uncle, Auntie, how about everyone comes to our place for New Year's Eve dinner? Xue Jilian smiled and said quietly, I already asked third brother earlier. He'll probably be alone again this year. I've invited him to stay with us for a few days. We have 2 spare rooms, plenty of space. After Xue Huan's apartment was renovated, they let it air out for 3 or 4 months before moving in. Zhao Yi is a very diligent girl, always cooking for herself, and sometimes even invites Xue Jilian and his wife over for meals. Mrs. Chen explained with a smile. Zhao Yi said she wants to help me prepare New Year's Eve dinner. She makes some unusual but delicious dishes. We're planning to get the whole family together, plus third brother, and have a lively time. Oh, Xue Ling laughed. Then the 2 of us will be the lonely ones. Xue Jilian said. You and Tianyuan are both busy, and New Year's dinner is a lot of work. I'll be on holiday, and so will Huan, so you 2 should just come over and eat with us. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I don't mind, just don't want to trouble Auntie. Not at all, Mrs. Chen shook her head. Everyone will help, so there's nothing to worry about. Xue Ling agreed. New Year's Eve should be lively, then we won't be polite. Mrs. Chen nodded happily. Cheng Tianyuan, however, was thoughtful and said quietly, Third uncle has been upset by his daughters-in-law these past 2 years and doesn't want to spend New Year's with them. When Huan got married this year, only 2 cousins came, none of the other family. Xue Jilian sighed. Every family has its troubles, that's for sure. Third brother is almost 90 now. The eldest has retired, the second is about to retire, and their kids are all getting married. Yet there's still so much drama that the 2 brothers can't even be close. The old man is stuck in the middle and it's hard for him. I told third brother not to worry about them, Mrs. Chen said angrily. They're all middle-aged, not children. Why keep sulking at each other? It's enough already. Xue Ling giggled. They've been separated for years. If the sisters-in-law get along, they can visit more. If not, then just let it be. Third uncle should let it go. Daughters-in-law aren't the same as sons after all. Xue Jilian nodded. Third brother is pretty open-minded. At his age, if he can't let go, he'll just make himself sick. He's a wise man, he knows better. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Cheng Tianyuan got up and opened it. It was Xue Heng again. He looked grim, his face as dark as coal, carrying a bag that looked like it held clothes. Everyone exchanged glances, guessing what had happened. Cheng Tianyuan closed the door to keep the heat in. Xue Heng tossed the bag aside and flopped onto the sofa, fuming. Big brother, I'm sleeping here tonight. Cheng Tianyuan said calmly, Told you already. Our place is big enough. Could fit a dozen Xue Hengs. Xue Ling laughed. But Xue Heng is the problem. The person being teased banged his head against the sofa and grumbled, She's got something wrong with her. I don't want to go back and argue. I don't want to deal with her. Xue Jilian said calmly, If that's the case, just give each other some space for now. Xue Ling said, If you ask me, you should take advantage of the holiday and go travel. Change the environment and your mood. Mrs. Chen's eyes lit up. Right, you haven't had a proper holiday for years, but this time the factory is off until Lantern Festival, half a month. Why not visit a nearby city? Xue Jilian saw through him. No mood for it. Nothing's fun when you're down. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, My wife means you 2 should go together. Exactly, Xue Ling smiled. Staying in the same place gets stifling. Ah Fang will have some time off after New Year's. She should get 5 or 6 days. Why not fly somewhere for a few days? You've got money now, and you're not tied down by kids or elders. Xue Heng had made a lot in recent years. He was basically rich and didn't need to worry about spending. He sighed, I'll ask her after the new year. Xue Jilian and Mrs. Chen were tired and got up to leave. Cheng Tianyuan saw them out and went across the hall to turn on the heat. Xue Ling sprawled lazily on the sofa, flipping through TV channels. Xue Heng sat up and finished off the remaining cups of tea. He suddenly asked, "When are you going to X city in the south?" Xue Ling replied, "Not yet. Probably in the summer. I figure our orders will only last until mid-year. After that, it'll be on and off, so you'll have to help keep an eye on things. I'll have to make several trips south." Xue Heng asked, "How's your company building going?" "The foundation's done," Xue Ling explained. "They're digging the underground parking lot now." Xue Heng clicked his tongue. "That must cost a fortune. How much are you planning to invest up front?" Xue Ling thought for a moment. "At least 20 million. "You're really willing to spend?" Xue Heng fiddled with his big cell phone. Xue Ling laughed. "Why do we work so hard to make money? So we can spend it when we need to. I haven't spent a cent of the factory's profits these past years. It's all in the bank. The land is ours, so even if I don't use the building, I can always rent it out for factories or offices and still make money." "That's too little return," Xue Heng said quietly. "You wouldn't settle for that." Xue Ling nodded. "True. So I'm planning to start an entertainment company. Interested?" Xue Heng shook his head. "Not my thing." Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. "If you have any good ideas, let me know. Piracy is rampant and will be for a long time. If you have a good project, maybe I'll be interested." Xue Heng grinned and asked, "What's this entertainment company of yours? Weren't you thinking of investing in movies?" "I am," Xue Ling explained. "But I'll just be an investor. I don't want to get involved in the details, since I'm not an expert. When the designer drew up the plans, they were all for tall buildings, so they could easily be used as factories." Xue Heng raised his eyebrows in surprise. "How did you know I wanted to do manufacturing?" "You're from that background. You can't get away from that way of thinking," Xue Ling said honestly. "We're both industrialists at heart." Xue Heng laughed quietly. "A few years ago, I wanted to make diapers, but the technology wasn't mature in China and hardly anyone used them. No one really had the concept. Look, your kids needed them, and Mom had to make so many international calls to friends. Dad went to the post office again and again to wire money, and it took months for a big box to arrive. If we had them domestically, it wouldn't be so much trouble, right? And they're expensive. If we made them ourselves, they'd be much cheaper." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "That really is a big business opportunity." "Exactly," Xue Heng said. "There are so many people in our country, so many babies. The key is hardly anyone's making them yet. If you see them, they're all imported and don't sell well. After all, how many families are as well off as yours? You don't mind paying for expensive foreign stuff, buying boxes at a time, but ordinary families can't afford it. If we learn the technology and use local materials, we'd definitely make money. The market is huge and sales would be no problem." Xue Ling caught the key point and asked, "But can you actually get the technology? Would they let you learn it? That's their moneymaker?" "Then let's attract investment," Xue Heng said. "Let them bring the technology, we provide the land and money, and everyone wins." Xue Ling thought seriously. "That could work. See if they'll provide the technology and machines, and we buy them outright." "I asked. They won't," Xue Heng said. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. "When did you ask? Which country's technology?" Xue Heng explained. "When the jeans orders dropped, you told me we'd only last another year or so, and we'd have to think about changing industries. I'd had this idea for years, but never acted on it. Mainly, I didn't have the money, and the jeans business saved both our factories, so I put it off. Remember I studied abroad in the US? I asked an old classmate. He said there are huge factories there, world-class technology." Xue Ling was interested. "Let's go check it out. If it's not too expensive, we'll try to buy the machines and technology. If not, we'll do a joint venture. We have land and money. Why not go big?" "That's what I was thinking," Xue Heng said quietly. "They don't have Spring Festival, so they're still working. Our main and branch factories are about to close for half a month. If we don't go now, when will we?" Xue Ling was always quick to act. "I'll get my visa tomorrow. Yours is still valid, right?" "I need to renew it," Xue Heng said, immediately on board. "Let's go together in the morning." Xue Ling nodded right away. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan called, The water's hot. Who wants a bath? Ah, Heng, you go first. I've already heated water across the hall, so you don't need to use this side. Okay. Xue Heng ran to the kitchen. Big brother, I'll carry it. Oh, and don't tell Afang where I'm going these days. If she asks, just say you don't know. Got it? Cheng Tianyuan snorted. I don't care about you two, always making trouble, annoying. The next morning, Xue Heng and Xue Ling went to get their visas. Luckily, Xue Heng had studied abroad, so he got his renewed quickly before the new year. Xue Ling packed her bags, planning to leave for the U.S. with Xue Heng on the afternoon of the first day of the Lunar New Year. Cheng Tianyuan was a bit worried. That's so far. Just the two of you. What can you really check out? Not just us, Xue Ling explained. A classmate of Xue Heng's from his study abroad days. She's from the capital and works at the embassy there. She's happy to show us around and help with the research. I don't know the technical side, so Ah Heng found a specialist, paid him, and he'll come with us. Meals and lodging included. Cheng Tianyuan felt better knowing there'd be more people. You're fine with the language, but I just worry about you being in a strange place. Having locals with you is safer. Xue Ling hugged his neck, grinning. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Cheng Tianyuan kissed her forehead. Be safe. Go and come back safely. Xue Ling nodded. Xue Heng was still fighting with Cheng Tianfang, who was busy with her own work and ignoring him. It was New Year's, and the TV station was at its busiest. She left early and came home late, sometimes working night shifts. On New Year's Eve morning, she rushed off to work, telling Mrs. Chen she'd be on duty that night and probably wouldn't be home until the evening of the first day. Mrs. Chen told her to take care and not to worry about home. Xue Heng and Xue Ling's clothing factories closed on the 20th of the lunar month, and they were busy with accounts and paperwork until the 29th. On New Year's Eve morning, the two picked out their warmest coats and boots and bought gifts for their embassy friend. They shopped until noon before coming home. Cheng Tianyuan was making dumplings and steamed some for lunch. Xue Heng ate happily and reminded, Big brother, I told Mom and Dad not to tell Afang where I'm going. If she asks, just say I was so upset I went traveling. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. She hasn't even asked about you. Don't flatter yourself. She doesn't care, so you get to relax. Isn't that good? It's great. Xue Heng laughed. Staying here these days has been awesome. Cheng Tianyuan poured some chili sauce for Xue Ling. I made some chicken soup, too. Have a bowl to warm up. Okay. Xue Ling smiled. Honey, I bought you a jacket. It's really cool. Really? Cheng Tianyuan loved jackets. I'll try it on later. Xue Heng couldn't help but butt in. This spendthrift bought the most expensive jacket in the store? If you knew the price, you'd be afraid to wear it. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. If my wife buys it, of course I'll wear it. I'd be happy if she went shopping every day. How many days off does she get in a year? Xue Ling grinned and stuffed a chive dumpling in his mouth. Even if I'm a spendthrift, my husband's happy. Xue Heng, force-fed a mouthful of dog food, rolled his eyes and buried his head in his dumplings, ignoring them. That afternoon, Xue Ling went for a nap. Cheng Tianyuan made rice cakes in the kitchen and pulled Xue Heng in to help. Xue Huan arrived, his hat covered in snow, and said cheerfully, It's snowing outside. Brother-in-law, here's some New Year's goods from me and Ling. Help us eat them. Then we won't be polite. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Thanks. Xue Heng, his face covered in flour, asked, Is everything ready over there? Did third uncle come back? We've got dumplings and rice cakes here. Xue Huan explained happily. Third uncle is already at our place. I drove to pick him up. I was on duty this morning, but after lunch I was free. I picked up the New Year's goods, then went to get third uncle. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Did you remind him to bring some clothes? I did, Xue Huan replied. My dad specifically told me that for the next half-month, third uncle has to stay with us. We'll only send him back after the Lantern Festival. Xue Heng hadn't seen third uncle for quite a while and had been thinking about him. I'll give the biggest dumpling to third uncle later. I made it myself. Cheng Tianyuan urged. Stop chatting. We've only wrapped half the dumplings. Xue Huan laughed. Brother-in-law, Mom said you started making dumplings this morning. How come you've only made this many? Cheng Tianyuan replied with a smile. Can't help it. I ate too much at lunch. Especially your brother, he ate dozens. I was starving, Xue Heng explained. I went out with Ling Ling this morning shopping and running errands all over the place. I was so tired my stomach was growling, and it wasn't just me eating. You two old folks didn't eat much, did you? Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. All right, let's get back to work. Xue Huan struggled to take off his coat and said, I'll head back first. Things at home are probably almost done. Zhao Yi and Mom got up early to prepare everything. I'm worried she's too tired, so I'll go see if they need a hand. All right, see you in a bit, Cheng Tianyuan said. Once the rice cakes are done, we'll come over. Xue Huan hurried off. Xue Heng closed the door and, half sighing, half joking, said, I just realized all the men in our family are henpecked husbands. Cheng Tianyuan looked up and shot him a glance. Xue Heng burst out laughing and retorted, Don't tell me you're not. Big brother, you're no different from the rest. Tell me, if your wife raises her voice, do you dare talk back? You're totally obedient to her. And look at my little brother. Even though Zhao Yi is 10 years younger than him, he spoils her like a child. Tsk tsk. Every one of us is under our wife's thumb. As he said this, he naturally thought of himself, and his smile faded as he sighed. It's the pot calling the kettle black. I'm the same. No need to make fun of each other. We're all henpecked husbands. But Cheng Tianyuan was calm, not feeling there was anything shameful about it. In my view, we're not really afraid of our wives. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like she doesn't give you money or air to breathe. It's just that we care about them. We can't bear to see them upset or argue with them. As long as she's happy, everything's fine. Even when you two bicker, have you ever dared to curse at a Fang or hit her? See, there's no such thing as a henpecked husband, just men who are willing to be their wife's slave. Tisk, tisk, Xue Heng laughed. Big brother, you should be a philosopher. Get out of here, Cheng Tianyuan reminded him. The mung bean filling isn't soft enough yet. Mash it a couple more times. Xue Heng obediently did as told, saying, See, your wife goes to sleep and you're here preparing New Year's Eve dinner. Look at me. My wife goes to work and I'm left home all alone. The worst part is, even when she gets off work, she ignores me. I've been away from home for days and she hasn't even looked at me, worried about me, or asked about me. Sigh. I just realized I'm a pretty miserable slave. Cheng Tianyuan countered, If a slave wasn't miserable, he wouldn't be called a slave, right? The slave Xue Heng pouted and changed the subject. Big brother, this trip to Country M will be at least half a month, maybe 20 days. I've already contacted some old classmates, spent a lot of money, and booked a hotel. I hope we can find the right technology. Otherwise, Ling Ling probably won't want to come back. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Unless there's good money to be made, and it's easy money, she'll definitely come right back. Xue Heng lowered his voice mysteriously. There's a lot of profit in it. The main thing is we don't have their technology and it's really expensive. If we had the technology, we could produce and sell cheaply and quickly open up the market. Ling Ling wants to buy the technology outright, but my friend asked and they immediately refused. Wouldn't budge at all. The experts we're bringing aren't the top in the field, so it's a bit iffy. I'm worried Ling Ling will insist on buying the technology no matter what. You know how bold she is. She'd definitely spend a fortune if she had to. I'm just afraid they'll ask for an outrageous price, and your wife is gutsy enough to go for it. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said quietly, Try to talk her out of it. Don't let her be too impulsive. Xue Heng rolled his eyes. Is she the kind of person you can talk out of something? Am I the kind of person who can talk her out of something? Big brother, you tell her. Making money these days isn't easy. Investing in a building is one thing, but don't be too impulsive and let them take advantage. Technology always advances, right? There's no need to buy it outright. Really no need. Cheng Tianyuan thought calmly and shook his head. Don't worry. Ling Ling probably has her own plan. She always knows what she's doing and never acts recklessly. Like with the movie project, she told me she originally wanted to train a team, but found it too difficult since there weren't enough professionals or equipment, so she decided to just invest money. Someone came to her a few days ago with a movie project, but she turned it down, said it wasn't innovative and wouldn't attract an audience, and told them to come back with something better. She has money, but she's not reckless. She knows better than anyone how hard it is to earn. She's never failed at making money, has she? Xue Heng said quietly. I'm just worried she'll be too impulsive. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. She won't. She's probably just trying to bluff them, not really planning to overpay. Let's hope so, Xue Heng said. Anyway, I'll keep an eye on her. Hopefully this time we'll succeed, since the clothing factory might not be able to keep going. Cheng Tianyuan asked curiously. If it can't keep going, what then? Sell the machines and do something else? Yeah, Xue Heng explained. If this project works out, we'll sell the machines, renovate the factory, and start making baby diapers. That's just the main factory. The branch factory has newer machines, so we'll keep taking orders there, working on and off. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. After all, it's your old line of work. Don't cut everything off at once, or you'll have no backup if things go wrong. Xue Heng laughed. With your wife's huge mall here, why worry about backup? She's got a bunch of apartments in Rongcheng too. Aren't those enough? Oh, and you guys invested in that pig farm, right? How's that going? Cheng Tianyuan replied. After Liu Xiaoyu went home, she and sister Jinhua managed the pig farm together. Later, they expanded, hired people, and made it really big. There was a bad outbreak of swine fever and we lost a lot of money. But then we built a new farm and separated the pens to prevent cross-infection, which cost a lot. Now Ling Ling still owns 60% of the shares, and we settle accounts every 2 months. The income is still pretty good. Xue Heng couldn't help asking, how good? How big is the farm? How many pigs? Several thousand, Cheng Tianyuan replied. It's the biggest pig farm in the nearby cities. Each time we settle, there's 40 or 50,000 in income. Wow, Xue Heng laughed. That's really impressive. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and said quietly, it's mainly because we started small and built up over time. Sister-in-law Jinhua's whole family are experienced pig farmers. The more they raise, the better they get, and their experience just keeps growing. At first, Liu Xiaoyu looked down on it, saying, it's just pig farming, what's the big deal? But later, she realized there was a lot of profit in it, so she joined in too. Xue Heng said a bit sourly, Ahu's wholesale stores have opened several branches now. He's become one of our factory's regular big clients. Every order he places is over 200,000. We make jeans and he wholesales jeans too. He's got most of the southern market covered. Ling Ling, that woman, wants to make money from everything. She's so greedy. It's all from years of accumulation, Cheng Tianyuan said with a light laugh. She's quick-witted and always spots business opportunities. She really does make money from everything. Take that photo studio, for example. It's still open. Luckily, Tongzi and Chen Lan help run it, so the income has always been steady. The two of them already have a daughter, and I heard Tongzi even bought a car. Tisk tisk, Xue Heng muttered. Good thing there are more than 360 trades, or else she'd have surpassed that number by now. But Cheng Tianyuan didn't mind, and said quietly, it's not like she keeps changing industries. The businesses she's done or invested in are basically all still running. The only thing she gave up was translation, because it was too exhausting and stressful. Everything else she's stuck with. For example, Chenmin's supermarket. She invested the most back then, and even now at the end of the year, she still gets dividends. And the rental income from Rongcheng, I've been collecting that for her these past years. With a rich wife, all you have to do is sit back and wait for the money to roll in, Xue Heng joked with a grin. Big brother, doesn't that feel great? Cheng Tianyuan explained. I just help collect it, I don't spend it. The household expenses are managed by mom and dad, and they use the photo studio's income. For the kids' schooling and daily necessities, I pay for those myself with my own earnings. It's not a big expense. As for the expensive stuff like cars, cell phones, appliances, those are all bought by Ling Ling. Suddenly, Xue Heng remembered something and asked, what about her translation book? Didn't they reprint it? There should still be some royalties, right? There are, but not much, Cheng Tianyuan replied. A while ago, Xiao Jiaxue invited her out for a meal, gave her some wedding candy and handed over a bit of the remaining royalties. Shuaheng recognized the name and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Back then, Lingling wanted to introduce that woman to me, but nothing came of it. I asked her why, and she said the editor was too fat. If I saw her, I'd reject her at first glance, so it was better not to introduce us and hurt her self-esteem. So she only just got married now. She got married at the end of the year, Cheng Tianyuan explained. I haven't really seen her myself, it was Lingling who told me. She said Zhao Jiaxu had trouble finding a match because she was overweight. Her blind dates always failed. In the end, her family married off her older brother, and her parents didn't want her just hanging around at home, so they told her not to be so picky. She got mad and moved out. After changing her environment, she met a foreigner in her new neighborhood. She knows foreign languages, so they got along well. Later, the foreigner started pursuing her, and they gradually got together. They got married at the end of the year. Wow, that's great, Shueheng laughed. Is the foreigner working in the capital? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan replied. He's a chubby foreigner too, apparently a foreign teacher at some college. He's also overweight, so he doesn't mind Zhao Jiaxu's size. They're very happy together. They went abroad for the new year to meet his family, and they'll be back in the spring. Shueheng thought for a moment and said, There's a lid for every pot. Fate really is mysterious. Cheng Tianyuan had already started making rice cakes and said, Lingling said together the couple weighs over 400 jin, about 200 kg. Pfft. Shueheng struggled to hold back his laughter. At that moment, Shueling woke up, yawning as she came in. How's it going? Need any help? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. No need. Honey, pour yourself some water. There's cold water on the table. Mix it and have a drink. The house was well heated, and after a while it could dry you out, so you had to keep hydrated. Shueling agreed, drinking water as she walked over. Cheng Tianyuan said, Sister Chen called this morning. They've already arrived at South Island. Shan Yu even sent us New Year's greetings. So sweet, Shueling reminded him. When she gets back, remember to give her a red envelope and wish the little one progress every year. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Little Shan Yu has grown so fast these past 2 years. She's like a little lady now. Shueling nodded in agreement. Cheng Tianyuan continued. Mom and Dad said they might go to the provincial capital to see Ahu and Wang Qing. Originally, they were going to bring little Tiger to the capital for New Year's, but then Wang Qing got pregnant again, and her symptoms are pretty bad. Ahu didn't want her traveling, so they canceled. Then they should go visit, Shueling said with a smile. This is Wang Qing's 3rd child, and she's not young anymore. She really needs to take care of herself. Cheng Tianyuan explained. Wang Qing is indeed getting on in years. That's why she had to be hospitalized for observation as soon as she got pregnant. Ahu hired a nanny to help with the 2 older kids at home, and his mom and he take turns staying at the hospital with her. Ahu and Wang Qing's eldest son was already over 5, and their daughter was 2, about 7 months younger than Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong. Shueling smiled and said, 1 boy and 1 girl makes the perfect pair. These days, whether it's a boy or a girl, it's all a blessing. Shueheng, listening on the side, was a bit envious and asked, How old is Ahu now? Over 40, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Shueheng smiled. Hearing their ages gives me a lot of confidence. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flashed as he explained, You 2 are still young, no need to worry. Shueheng said quietly, After half a year of recuperation, Afang's health is better than before. 3rd uncle said her periods are much more regular now, and I'm doing well too. I hope we'll have good news next year. You definitely will, Shueling said with a smile. Tomorrow is next year. Good luck. The 3 of them all laughed. Cheng Tianyuan put the finished rice cakes in the steamer and started tidying up the table. I'll steam a bowl of dumplings for 3rd uncle first. He loves chive dumplings the most. They're just made, so he can have a few while they're fresh. Shueling yawned lazily and muttered, I haven't had red bean rice cake in months. When it's ready, save me 2 pieces. Of course, Cheng Tianyuan replied dotingly. It's best right when it comes off the stove. I'll make sure you get your fill. Just then, they heard T2's voice from outside. Sir, ma'am. She Ling, sitting in the living room, hurried to open the door. Chen Tiezhu came in carrying a plate, grinning. Ma'am, my mom just made some fried ribs. They're fresh out of the pan, so I brought a plate over for you to try. Wow, they smell amazing. She Ling quickly took the plate and thanked him. We won't be polite then, thank you. You're welcome. Chen Tiezhu was already 15, much taller than before. He'd grown so much that he was almost eye level with Xue Ling. Ma'am, I made New Year's gifts for Xiaoxin and Xiaochong. If they call, please let them know. Will do. Xue Ling patted his shoulder and praised him with a smile. You're a real young man now. Chen Tiezhu looked a little shy, waved goodbye, and went back next door. Xue Ling brought the ribs inside. Delicious fried ribs. Give me one. She Heng grabbed a piece with his hand, looking completely satisfied. It's been so long since I've had Aunt Chun's cooking. I really missed it. Back when he and Ah Feng used to eat and drink at other people's places, they could enjoy Zhu Chun's cooking almost every day. Later, after they started cooking for themselves and Zhu Chun married Uncle Zheng, they rarely had the chance to eat her signature dishes anymore. She Heng said quietly, Ah Feng only knows a handful of dishes, and it's always the same few over and over. I'm honestly sick of them. Stop complaining, Xue Ling snorted. If my husband wants to eat my cooking, he'll probably have to wait a few more decades. Xue Heng burst out laughing. You actually dare say that out loud? Aren't you embarrassed? Xue Ling shrugged, gnawing on a rib with a smug look. As long as my husband isn't embarrassed, I don't care. I told him when we got married that I couldn't cook. So you just never have to cook just because you gave a heads up? Xue Heng teased. You use that as an excuse not to learn? Exactly, Xue Ling giggled. Take notes from me. Damn, Xue Heng grumbled. Same surname, different fate. We both married someone named Chung, but our lives are so different. Xue Ling laughed even harder, rubbing it in. That's because our taste and luck are worlds apart. Xue Heng. Afraid they'd finish all the ribs, Cheng Tianyuan quickly snatched the plate away and put it on the kitchen table. With nothing else to do, the siblings turned on the TV to watch some entertainment shows. Soon, Xue Huan came over to call them for the reunion dinner. It's a bit early at 5, but Dad said we'll have tea together after dinner, so he asked me to get you all over early. All right. That night, everyone gathered around a table full of delicious dishes, eating happily for over an hour before finally leaving the table, full and content. Mrs. Chen and Xiao Yi took care of the dishes, while Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling helped clear the table, and Xue Heng swept the floor. Third uncle and Xue Jilian made tea and played chess while chatting. Alian, when are you going to retire? Third uncle asked. Xue Jilian smiled and replied, I'm not that old yet. As long as I can still work, I'll keep going. I haven't set a date for myself. Third uncle smiled. If you can work, then work. People need something to do, or else problems will find you. Your workload's lighter now, right? Don't overdo it. Not anymore, Xue Jilian explained. No more night shifts and I get weekends off. My main job now is mentoring young students. I don't have as many surgeries, so it's more relaxed. That's good, Third uncle said gently. If you can, work until you're 70 or so. Staying home is too boring. You wouldn't be able to stand it. When I first retired, I really didn't like it and couldn't get used to it. I ended up tinkering with herbs and painting to pass the time. Xue Jilian nodded. That's my plan too. If I'm healthy, I won't retire too early. My wife's different. Her health isn't great and the family needs her help. Now that there's going to be a new baby in the house, it's right for her to retire. At least she can help the younger ones. Third uncle seemed to think of something and sighed. You're not like me. Even if you retire, your house will still be lively. I'm different. A widower living alone in a big courtyard house. Just me wandering around by myself. Xue Jilian smiled. You'll be a great-grandfather soon. There'll be more people in the family, so you won't have to worry about being lonely. Third uncle shook his head and chuckled, saying nothing more. Xue Huan, worried that Xiao Yi would get too tired, stayed by her side helping and quietly asked, Are your legs sore? Is your back sore? Zheng Xiaoyi smiled and shook her head. Not at all, I feel great. Mrs. Chen said kindly, It's good to be young and pregnant. Other than the rough patch in the beginning, Xiaoyi's had it pretty easy. But you still shouldn't get too tired. Xiaoyi, go sit in the living room and rest for a bit. Or, Huan, why don't you take her back next door? Zheng Xiaoyi shook her head, smiling. Let me finish washing these first. I can't just leave halfway through. She Huan quickly came over to help dry the bowls and plates. After wiping down the table, Cheng Tianyuan grabbed a mop and cleaned the floor as well. Mrs. Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Tianyuan, I can handle this. You two go have some tea. I'll take care of it. Auntie, don't be so polite. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. If everyone does a little, we'll be done in no time. Mrs. Chen looked around and couldn't help but laugh. So many people working in one kitchen, things get done fast. She Ling turned around and smiled. If it were all kids, we'd never get it done. But with a few adults, we can finish a lot in no time. Everyone laughed. Mrs. Chen called out, Ran Ran and Yang Yang already know how to do chores. Just a little, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Simple stuff like sweeping and mopping. They can't handle the kitchen or laundry yet. When he was their age, he could do all kinds of chores. Mrs. Chen laughed. That's already great. When Heng and Huan were their age, they couldn't do anything. No way. She Heng teased. Mom, are you sure you're not just getting old and forgetful? I remember I could do everything. Mrs. Chen nodded emphatically. Yes, you could do everything right from the day you were born. Everyone burst out laughing. Third uncle turned his head and called out, What's so funny? Come over here and tell us. She Heng laughed. Not telling you. Third uncle scolded playfully, You bunch of mischievous monkeys. Everyone laughed again. On New Year's Eve, lights shone in every home and laughter filled the air everywhere. The next morning, on the first day of the new year, everyone went early to the ancestral home to pay respects to their ancestors. Xue Heng and Xue Ling had to catch a flight that afternoon, so they left early to get ready. There wasn't time for lunch, so they just brought some snacks to eat in the car. Cheng Tianyuan drove them to the airport. After waiting half an hour for everyone to gather, they hurriedly set off. Cheng Tianyuan wandered around the airport for a bit before driving home. By evening, he cooked dumplings for himself. Suddenly, he heard his sister's voice outside. Brother, sister-in-law! Cheng Tianyuan opened the door. There was Cheng Tianfang, bundled up in an orange coat and hat, wrapped up tight, her face red from the cold. He stepped aside, but instead of coming in, Tianfang peered inside, looking around. Cheng Tianyuan said impatiently, No need to look. Heng left the capital this afternoon by plane. What? Tianfang jumped, eyes wide. Why did he leave the capital? Why didn't he tell me? When did he leave? Where's he going? What's he doing? When will he be back? Cheng Tianyuan, a bit cold, said, Come in. You're letting all the heat out. Tianfang hurried inside, still anxious. Brother, tell me! You're asking so many questions at once. Which one do you want me to answer first? Cheng Tianyuan closed the door and headed to the kitchen. I haven't had dinner yet. Tianfang took off her hat and gloves, fuming. It's bad enough he's avoiding me, but now he's actually run off. Cheng Tianyuan said calmly, He didn't run away. The factory's on break for over half a month, so he packed his bags and said he wanted to get away for a bit. I think it's good for him to clear his head. I drove him to the airport this afternoon. Clear his head? Tianfang scoffed. He's got the nerve to go on vacation when I'm still fuming over here. Cheng Tianyuan retorted, He's the one managing the factory. If he wants a break, he takes a break. He's got the money to travel and relax. Do you have the time or money for that? Tianfang was momentarily speechless and turned away awkwardly. I'm just mad. He didn't even say a word. Brother, I'm his wife. He goes off on a trip without even telling me. What kind of husband is that? Cheng Tianyuan retorted, Whatever kind of husband you treat him as, that's the kind of husband he'll be. You completely ignored him, didn't talk to him, even drove him away. Now that he's gone, isn't that exactly what you wanted? Cheng Tianfang was speechless again. After a long pause, she muttered, I was just too angry at the time. That idiot never listens to me, never gives me a proper explanation. He nearly drove me crazy. And it's not like you haven't made him angry, Cheng Tianyuan shot back. You two argue all the time. He upsets you. You upset him. What do either of you get out of it? Tell me, what have you actually gained? Well, Cheng Tianfang mumbled awkwardly. What could I have gained? Cheng Tianyuan sneered. If there's nothing to gain, then why get so worked up? Tianfang, when are you going to learn to measure things properly? To really think things through? Cheng Tianfang looked away and said quietly, Brother, I'm just under a lot of pressure. We've been trying for a child for years, and especially this past half year, I've been drinking herbal tonics almost every day. Life can't go on like this forever. What if I can't get pregnant? We have to find a solution, right? What makes me mad is his whole family are doctors, but he refuses to see a doctor himself. It drives me crazy. Cheng Tianyuan understood the situation and said, Your father and mother-in-law are against it too. They're both top-level doctors. If even they can't say for sure, why are you so anxious? You're under pressure, but do you think Heng isn't? You take it all out on him. Does that make you right? Uncle Jillian and Auntie both said this technology has been around for a while, but you two are still young, there's no need to worry yet. Relax and wait a bit longer. If it really doesn't work out in a year or two, then you can look into it. They also said, the longer you wait, the better the technology will get, so it might actually be a good thing. I'm already so frustrated from waiting, and now you want me to wait even longer? Cheng Tianfang said irritably. Brother, I'm not young anymore, don't you get it? They're anxious for me to have a child, but they still want me to wait? Isn't that contradictory? Cheng Tianyuan got annoyed and put down his chopsticks. For someone educated, you sure don't listen to reason. Do you even use your brain? If you do, then think carefully. Everyone hopes you'll have a child soon, but no one is forcing you. Uncle Jillian and Auntie are both gentle and considerate. I've never heard them pressure you. Heng explained it to you, you wouldn't listen. I explained it to you, you wouldn't listen either. If you won't listen, then just leave. Stop bothering me. Brother. Cheng Tianfang's eyes turned red and she whimpered. Aren't you my brother? We're real siblings, right? Why won't you help me? Cheng Tianyuan's face was stern. What do you mean by help? Just do whatever you want, let you have your way. Is that helping? Have you ever thought about it? You're my sister, but I still have to scold you. Do you think that's someone else's fault? My fault as your brother? If I didn't care about you, I wouldn't even bother. I'm not the type to meddle, but you're my sister, so I have to say something. Cheng Tianfang started to cry, her voice low. Brother, I'm just under too much pressure. I'm sorry. My head is spinning every day. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do, what's right or how to do it. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his eyes and said quietly, You're not a child anymore. When you were little, Dad's hands were bad so he couldn't work the fields. Mom was always busy and I had to study, take care of you, and help with chores at home and in the fields. Our family was poor, but you never went hungry. Whatever the village kids had, you had too. Mom and Dad would rather suffer themselves than let you suffer even a little. And look at you now. Luckily, you turned things around and started over. But after just a few years of comfort, your old habits are coming back. I haven't. Cheng Tianfang tried to defend herself. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Whether you have or not, you know in your heart. I don't want to argue with you. You need to read more, learn more, and work on controlling your impatience and selfishness. Cheng Tianfang glanced around and asked, Brother, is he really not here? He went abroad, Cheng Tianyuan replied. He said seeing you just makes you both upset, so he decided to take this chance to get away and clear his head. I told him a change of scenery might help him recover. Cheng Tianfang was stunned. He went abroad? Is it far? When will he be back? No set date, Cheng Tianyuan said. He'll come back when he's had enough and finished what he needs to do. Didn't you say you didn't want to see him? Now you can spend the new year alone so you don't have to get annoyed at each other. Cheng Tianfang's face fell and she said quietly, It's not as bad as you make it sound. I was just throwing a little tantrum. But for him, it's already serious, Cheng Tianyuan said coldly. Relationships can't withstand endless friction and hurt. Living together means mutual compromise and understanding. If you can't do that, unless it's a parent and child, no one else will put up with it forever. Parents love their children because they're a part of them, so they're willing to give in and endure. But marriage is different. It's two equals. If one side always gives in, the balance is lost. No matter how deep the love, it can't survive constant imbalance. Romantic love fades with time, and what's left is just daily life. If you don't take care of your relationship, you'll lose him sooner or later. Cheng Tianfang sobbed quietly. Brother, I was wrong. You've been wrong more than once, Cheng Tianyuan replied. But you never change, so what's the point of admitting it? If your actions never match your words, what's the use? Sis, you need to really reflect. Don't take his love for granted just because he's your husband. Marriage can be deep as the sea, but once it breaks, that husband or wife could become someone you never see again. Cheng Tianfang's lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word. She didn't know what to say. Whatever she said would be wrong. Her brother was right. Her words and actions just didn't match anymore. Cheng Tianyuan turned to clear the table and said calmly, Don't think that just because your sister-in-law and I have a good relationship, we don't have to work at it. Everything takes effort, and marriage is no different. Your sister-in-law works hard to earn money, and so do I. There's always been a gap between us, but I try not to let it get too wide. She's busy outside, so I take care of things at home. I never fuss about housework, and she never fusses about money. If I nitpicked or acted all macho, do you think she'd put up with it? She puts up with me being less well off, and I put up with her not doing much housework. We get along by understanding and accommodating each other. Sis, marriage is about two people, not just you. You need to figure that out for yourself. Cheng Tianfang went home, looking dejected and pale. Cheng Tianyuan watched her until she entered her house, then quietly closed his own door. He wondered when his little sister would truly grow up and mature. Sigh. He thought, if only they'd raised her better when she was young, maybe she wouldn't have taken so many detours and rough paths in life. Luckily, the family's circumstances had changed dramatically from before. Otherwise, how could they have withstood all her trouble? And fortunately, she'd married into a family that was not only relatives, but also kind and good-natured. Otherwise, she would have suffered even more. He locked the door, turned back to the living room, and turned on the TV. It had been a long time since the house was this quiet. He was the only one left. Unconsciously, he thought of Xue Ling, of their 4 children, and the elders in the family. He smiled to himself. On TV, an expert was saying that humans are social animals. Ever since our ancestors were apes, we've lived in groups. You might not be close to every member of the group, but you always have a few you rely on and cooperate with. That's why, the expert said, people can't live alone, cut off from society, or else negative emotions and loneliness will creep in. Listening, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Being alone, how lonely that must be. Like now, he felt a bit lonely himself. Xue Ling's plane wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning. She was still in the air. Cheng Tianyuan squinted, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, the phone in the living room rang. He jumped, instinctively thinking it must be his parents. Hello? Aiwan? He immediately recognized his mother's voice and quickly said, Mom, it's me. Where are you now? Liu Ying lowered her voice. Your dad and I are in the provincial capital. Didn't we tell you a few days ago we were coming to see Ahu and Wang Qing? We planned to come, but then Xiao Chong and Xiao Xin caught colds. Their maternal grandparents thought the kids were too sick to travel, so they stayed at the seaside. The weather there is warm, and it's convenient, so they're still there. Your dad and I heard Wang Ting was in the hospital for her pregnancy, so we felt we had to come see her. We took the bus last night and arrived this morning. Ahu picked us up and brought us straight to the hospital, but Wang Ting's situation isn't good. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Is the baby not going to make it? Liu Ying's voice was low. The doctor said the baby is too weak, and so is the mother. Even with bed rest, it's unlikely the pregnancy will last through next month, And even if by some miracle the baby survives, there's a high risk of birth defects, maybe something very serious. The doctor suggested it's best not to keep the baby. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and sighed, feeling helpless and sad. What did Ahu say? Wang Ting must be heartbroken? Liu Ying sighed deeply. Ahu is holding up, but Wang Ting has been crying her heart out. Ahu comforted her, saying they already have a boy and a girl, and that's enough for him. Ahu's mom keeps wiping her tears in secret, but she's always been tough and optimistic, so she's coping. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. Try to comfort Wang Qing and listen to the doctors as much as possible. Ahu is a capable guy. He'll make the right decisions. Liu Ying said, Your dad and I don't feel right leaving for Yincheng just yet. No, you two should stay there and help take care of Wang Ting and the kids, Cheng Tianyuan said. As for Yincheng, maybe I should go. Dad and Mom alone with 4 kids will be too much for them. Exactly, Liu Ying said with a wry smile. That's what I was worried about. I hope they don't wear themselves out. Xiao Chong and Xiao Xin are still sick, and that's a lot of work. It's only the first day of the new year, and you probably haven't started work yet. Why don't you take some time to go south? Once the kids are better, bring them back to the capital. Ahu is our godson, and with Wang Qing going through this, we really have to stay and help. Of course, Cheng Tianyuan said. You and Dad stay there. One of you can help Wang Qing, the other can watch the kids. I'll book a ticket to Yincheng right away and should be there by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. You know the hotel address, right? Liu Ying asked. I gave it to you last time. It's right by the sea, really nice, but super expensive. I know, I have the number too. Don't worry, I'll find it. When traveling with kids and elders, comfort and good food are most important. If it's expensive, so be it. We don't need to worry about money. By the way, do you and Dad have enough cash? Need me to send you some? We have enough, Liu Ying said. Ahu even gave us each a big red envelope. Ahu's mom said they're not short on money, just short on people, but fate won't let them have everything. Ahu's house is big, there's plenty of space, 2 cars, and they've hired help to look after the kids. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, Stay with Wang Qing and Ahu's mom as much as you can. If anything comes up, call my cell. No matter where I am, you can always reach me. Okay. Liu Ying nagged him a bit more, reminding him to lock the doors and windows and so on. After a while, Cheng Tianyuan hung up. He quickly called to book a plane ticket. Yincheng is a big city in the south, and there's a daily flight from the capital, one at 9 a.m., returning at 9 p.m. He booked a ticket right away, then hurried to pack his things. After thinking for a moment, he put on his coat and went next door. The Zheng family was in the living room playing cards and watching TV, and they greeted him warmly. Cheng Tianyuan waved them off, explaining, Lingling and Hang are both abroad, so I was going to stay home alone. But I heard Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong are sick, and I'm worried the elders can't handle it. Since I'm free anyway, I thought I'd go south to the seaside for a few days. The weather there is warm. Zhu Achun was concerned. Are they seriously ill? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Just a little cold. Mainly I'm just free at home and thought I'd take the chance to go somewhere warm. Zheng Sanyuan laughed. Sounds good. Go relax a bit. Cheng Tianyuan reminded them. With our whole family away, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the house. If anyone comes by, just have them call my cell. Lingling's abroad, so her signal might not be stable. Just have everyone contact me. No problem. Zheng Sanyuan agreed right away. Cheng Tianyuan then went across the street to tell the Xue Jilian family. Xue Huan happened to be there and quickly said, Brother-in-law, what time are you leaving? It's hard to get a taxi during the New Year. Let me drive you to the airport in the morning. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. My flight's at 9, so I'll leave a bit after 7. Thanks a lot. No need to be polite, Xue Huan laughed. Just bring us back some big pretty seashells. Cheng Tianyuan gave a thumbs up. No problem. Mrs. Chen asked, Ayuan, have you packed? How about this? I'll make breakfast early tomorrow. You eat before you leave with Juan. If you start fussing around in the morning, it'll be a hassle. Since it's just you, I'll make a little extra here, enough to fill you up. Then I won't be shy. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Thank you, Auntie. Xue Jilian said warmly. We're family. No need to be so polite. We're used to getting up early anyway. Let's all have breakfast together before you go. Cheng Tianyuan said. It looks like Fang is already asleep. The lights are off in her room. It's fine, Mrs. Chen said with a smile. She worked the night shift last night, so she must be exhausted and went to bed early. If you don't see her tomorrow, I'll let her know for you. After returning home, Cheng Tianyuan took out some cash, fully charged his cell phone, packed the charger, and added a few light shirts to his luggage. Once everything was ready, he hurried to bed. Early the next morning, he got up, brought his ID, locked up the boxes and cabinets with valuables, checked all the doors and windows, and double-checked the kitchen stoves, making sure the gas was off. He checked both neighboring apartments, then finally wheeled out his suitcase. After carefully locking the door, he noticed movement in the kitchen next door and went over to greet Sister Achun. Ju Achun quickly asked, Have you had breakfast? Come eat here. No need, Cheng Tianyuan replied with a smile. My aunt said last night to have breakfast at her place. Juan is taking me to the airport in a bit. That's good, Ju Achun said. Juan's on holiday anyway, so he's free to drive you. It's early and during the holidays. Taxis are hard to get. Cheng Tianyuan waved goodbye and headed across the street. Aunt Chen had already made breakfast, and Xue Jilian was in the living room practicing 5 animal frolics. Ayuan's here! Come in! Cheng Tianyuan entered and took off his coat. Uncle, Aunt, is Juan awake? He should be, Xue Jilian said gently. You go eat first. I'll go next door and call him. Young people sleep deeply, so I'll make sure he's up. Thanks, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Sorry to trouble him to make the trip. It's nothing, Xue Jilian said. He's free at home anyway. Aunt Chen was ladling millet porridge and said with a smile, Xiao Yi's belly is so big, and there are crowds everywhere during the holidays, so I told them to stay home and rest. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and went over to help. Aunt Chen couldn't help but ask, Do you know if Ling Ling and the others have arrived yet? Probably not, Cheng Tianyuan replied. They said they'd land around 10 in the morning. Aunt Chen chuckled. It's night on the other side of the world right now. People these days are like birds, blink and they're halfway across the globe. When Heng went abroad to study, you couldn't even book a plane ticket. He had to take a ship, which took about 20 days. Luckily, he brought a lot of books or he would have gone crazy. Later you could book flights, but they were so expensive, over 1,000. He only came back once. The trip was just too long to do often. Things are better now, Cheng Tianyuan said warmly. Travel is easier and he can afford any ticket he wants. Ling Ling said they even booked a really nice hotel. Aunt Chen nodded. If you're going far, you should eat and stay well. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. If Fang asks, just say Heng went to Country M, but don't say too much. Heng didn't want to tell her, but since you know, it's better not to hide it all or she'll blame you. All right, Aunt Chen said with an awkward smile. If she asks, I'll say that. Cheng Tianyuan apologized softly. She's always causing you trouble. Don't say that, Aunt Chen said gently. It's no trouble. We're family. Now eat before it gets cold. Cheng Tianyuan started eating. A while later, Xue Jilian and Xue Huan came in. Sorry, brother-in-law, I almost overslept. Good thing Dad woke me up, Xue Huan said apologetically. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. No worries, there's still time. Come eat. Xue Huan hurried to the living room for a glass of water, then rushed to the kitchen to eat. Brother-in-law, how long will you be gone this time? School starts after the Lantern Festival, so we'll be back before then, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Will your business be affected? Xue Huan asked. No, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I'm bringing my cell. If anyone wants to place an order, I'll just call the warehouse and have them deliver. They're all regular clients. I'll collect payment when I get back. Before the holiday, every shop stocked up, so no one will need more before the Lantern Festival. Aunt Chen chimed in. Phones you can take anywhere are so convenient. When your uncle and I were young, we used telegrams. That was already much better than letters. Now just press a few buttons and you can call anywhere in the country. It's amazing. Xue Huan laughed. Maybe it'll get even better. Technology keeps advancing. It's slow now, but maybe soon it'll change every few months." "How much better could it get?" Aunt Chen laughed. "It's already great." Xue Huan couldn't imagine it either. "Who knows? But it'll definitely get better and faster." From the living room, Xue Jillian said, "For us older folks, being able to watch news from far away on TV or call people across the country is already unimaginable. We're not greedy. You young people can chase whatever you want, but for us, this is enough." Everyone laughed. After breakfast, Xue Huan drove Cheng Tianyuan to the airport. "Brother-in-law, did you bring your ID?" "Yes," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "And some cash, both on me and in my bag." Xue Huan started the car, and soon they left Ronghua Mall, heading for the main road. There weren't many cars, partly because it was early, partly because most people had gone home for the holidays, so the capital was much quieter than usual. As he drove, Xue Huan asked, "Where do you get your tissue paper from these days?" "Nearby cities," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "A few from the neighboring province, but not many." Xue Huan nodded. "The quality's better now, but still a bit rough." Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. "That's the best there is. Making it softer is something the manufacturers still need to work on." The drive was quick, and by around 8 they reached the airport. "I'll go in myself. You can head back," Cheng Tianyuan said. But Xue Huan got out too. "I'm on holiday, nothing to do. I'll go in with you. Maybe you'll need help." They entered the airport together. Cheng Tianyuan picked up his ticket, paid, and got ready for security. Xue Huan watched him head to the waiting area before waving goodbye and leaving. At 9, the plane took off on time. A little over 2 hours later, the plane landed in Yincheng. Many people had already taken off their coats during the flight, and so had Cheng Tianyuan. Getting off the plane, he found Yincheng bathed in sunshine. Many people wore just a light shirt, some even in short sleeves. Cheng Tianyuan looked around in wonder, then rented a car outside the airport and gave the address of the seaside hotel. The driver said, "This is the best hotel in Yincheng. You must be from out of town, right?" Cheng Tianyuan replied calmly, "Yes, I'm meeting someone at the hotel." The driver's southern accent was thick, and after a while, Cheng Tianyuan gave up trying to follow and just looked out the window at the scenery. After half an hour, he could occasionally catch glimpses of the sea through the window. Having lived inland all his life, this was Cheng Tianyuan's first time seeing the ocean, and he felt a surge of excitement. He'd heard the kids and elders talk about the sea, and Ranran had even given him several big seashells, but he'd only ever seen waves on TV, never in real life. At this moment, seeing it with his own eyes, he found the sky a deep blue, the sea stretching out in a brilliant azure, with rocks scattered along the beach and the occasional seabird flying overhead. The vastness and beauty of the ocean captivated him instantly. He didn't know what he was thinking of, but he chuckled softly to himself. The driver introduced, "Most of Yincheng is by the sea. The place isn't big, but we live off the land and the water. Everyone here depends on the ocean to make a living." Cheng Tianyuan felt the moist sea breeze and seemed to catch a whiff of that salty, fishy smell. "This smell, it's a bit strong." The driver laughed. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it after a few days. There are piles of fish and shells left on the shore, and when the sun hits them, all kinds of strong smells come out." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help asking, "Does this damp sea air affect your buildings here?" "Of course." The driver shook his head. "Buildings don't last as long as inland. The sea wind is too strong, so we don't build tall buildings. Plus, we get a lot of typhoons in summer and autumn, so we never put up temporary structures. They can't stand up to the wind. Most houses are low, with earthen walls and tile roofs. Of course, there are exceptions. Nowadays, with better construction techniques, the big hotels by the sea are several stories high, but those are built by wealthy investors from out of town." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. The driver grinned. "Boss, I can tell you're a rich man. You've got a lucky face." Cheng Tianyuan laughed and shook his head. "I'm skinny. What lucky face? I'm just a small business owner barely getting by. I'm no big boss. But thanks for your kind words. Maybe I'll be a big boss one day." The driver burst out laughing. You've got good features. Someone like you is bound to have a bright future. Thank you, Chung Tianyuan said. You really know how to talk. After more than an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the destination. Chung Tianyuan felt a bit dizzy from the bumpy ride, but got out with his suitcase. The driver said it would be at least 35 yuan. Chung Tianyuan thought it was a bit expensive, but considering the long drive and that it was a tourist area, he figured prices would be higher, so he paid without complaint. He turned and walked into the hotel. It was already past noon, and the sun outside was blazing. Chung Tianyuan stuffed his jacket into his bag and asked the front desk for his in-laws' room number. The receptionist replied, "5th floor, rooms 505 and 506. Chung Tianyuan took the elevator straight up to the 5th floor. As soon as he stepped out, he heard the noisy voices of children. He could tell right away they were his own kids. Rounding the corner by the elevator, he saw several children playing happily on a big viewing deck, with his father and mother-in-law sitting on a sofa nearby, watching them. He smiled and called out, "Dad, Mom!" Everyone turned in surprise, and the kids immediately jumped up, rushing over in a swarm. "Daddy! Daddy! Wow, Daddy!" His in-laws were also surprised and came over, smiling. "Yuan, what are you doing here? Where's Lingling? Did she come with you?" Chung Tianyuan scooped up Xiao Xin with one arm and Xiao Chong with the other, while Ran and Yang hugged his legs. "I took an early flight. My mom called last night and said you two were looking after all 4 kids by yourselves. I was worried it'd be too much, and I wanted to get out for a bit, so I booked a flight right away. Lingling and Heng went to Country M, so I was alone at home. It was lonely, so I decided to come south and join you." His in-laws exchanged a happy glance. "That's great. The kids have been saying how much they miss their parents. With you here, it'll be much easier for us. The sun's too strong outside, and they keep wanting to go to the beach, but I told them to wait a bit." His mother-in-law said, "You must be tired from the trip. Come inside. I'll get you some water. Have you eaten lunch? There's a restaurant downstairs. You can eat there any time." Chung Tianyuan was indeed thirsty, and with the kids in tow, he went into room 506. The room was spacious, with 2 beds, a balcony, and a private bathroom. He sat down, and the kids hurried to bring him water and bread. "Daddy, drink." "Daddy, eat." Chung Tianyuan smiled, took the cup from his eldest son, and drank a big gulp. "Daddy, eat," Xiao Xin piped up. "This bread is yummy, yummy." Chung Tianyuan bent down and took a big bite. "Delicious." Xiao Xin giggled happily. Yang explained, "Daddy, the bread here in the south is different from ours. They use lots of eggs, so it's really soft, right? That's what the baker said." His mother-in-law smiled. "When we're away from home, we always keep some bread and biscuits in the room so the kids have something to snack on. There's a bakery not far away. I bought some this morning." "Yuan, it's better to eat downstairs," his father-in-law said. "The restaurant's on the 2nd floor, open all day until 8 at night. Come on, I'll take you down." "We want to go too." "Let's go," his father-in-law laughed. "We just came up from lunch and you already want to go again? Haven't had enough seafood?" Xiao Chong giggled. "We're going to keep Daddy company." Ran said, "Yeah, we want to go with Daddy." His mother-in-law said, "All right, now that Daddy's here, everyone should spend more time together." Chung Tianyuan washed up, changed into lighter clothes, and went downstairs with everyone. His father-in-law explained, "I heard on the radio this morning it's 27 or 28 degrees today. At noon, it's even hotter." Chung Tianyuan worried about the kids getting sunburned. "Let's wait until evening to go to the beach. It's too early now." "No way," Yang laughed. "The sea's too cold in the evening. We have to go after 3 o'clock. Chung Tianyuan didn't quite get it. His father-in-law smiled. "They're experienced now. The sea's colder in winter, so if there's no sun, it's chilly. We always go around 10 in the morning or after 3 in the afternoon. Each time, just an hour or 2, can't stay too long." Chung Tianyuan nodded. "I see." His mother-in-law asked, "Yuan, you said Lingling and Heng went to Country M. What for? Why go so far? That's a long flight." Chung Tianyuan explained, "They should have arrived by now. They left yesterday morning, Had a layover for a few hours, then flew on and landed early this morning. They went to check out a diaper factory. Heng's friend is helping them over there, so it should go smoothly. Diapers? His father-in-law asked. The kind kids wear to sleep? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan said. They said there's hardly any in China, and imported ones are too expensive to sell. The domestic market is huge, so they want to bring in the technology. Who knows if it'll work out? This trip is just to check things out and see if there's a good way to invest. His mother-in-law shook her head. That girl never stops. Aren't jeans still selling? Why get into something else? She just started building a big complex in Suhu. Who knows how much that'll cost? And now she wants to invest in something else? Can she handle it? His father-in-law said, She's made a lot these past years. She must be confident or she wouldn't do it. Investing in real estate is always safe. But this diaper thing might not be so easy. The government supports foreign investment, but the machines and technology all have to be imported, and the process is complicated. Cheng Tianyuan didn't know all the details, so he explained. Before they left, Heng and Lingling discussed a lot of the relevant policies and even consulted some experts. I think she's pretty confident about it. Don't worry about her, She's father said, clearly trusting his daughter's business sense and judgment. He smiled. Even if she loses money, just her real estate holdings alone are enough to keep her afloat. What kind of father are you? She's mother teased. Can't you say something nice? She's gone all the way abroad to bring back new technology, and you're talking like that. She's father shrugged. I'm just telling you the worst-case scenario to put your mind at ease. You're always worrying about this and that, so I'm giving you a heads up so you won't lose sleep over it. Oh, get out of here! She's mother laughed. I'm not worried about her. Ever since she got married, she's part of Ayuan's family now. I don't need to fuss over her all day. Cheng Tianyuan knew his in-laws liked to banter like this, so he didn't take it to heart. Dad, Mom, you really don't need to worry. She speaks foreign languages, and Heng studied abroad there. Plus, there are embassy staff to help them out, so they'll be fine. In the past, you had to pinch pennies when traveling, but now we don't have to worry about that. Heng told me they've already booked the best hotel. Shi's mother wasn't surprised and shook her head with a smile. My daughter only saves money when she doesn't have any. Once she has money, she doesn't know how to save at all. She knows how to live, but now she's too busy making money. Once she slows down, you'll be shocked at how fast she can spend it. That's true. Shi's father agreed with a wry smile. I have to admit, she's like that. She hardly spends at all, but when she does, she really goes for it. As long as it's spent on the right things, it's fine. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. She always says money is for spending, but you have to think about saving and investing and keep an eye on the family's finances. Both parents laughed. Zhao Xin came over and hugged her dad's leg. Daddy, I miss Mommy. Why didn't she come? I want her to sleep with me. Cheng Tianyuan bent down and picked her up, explaining, Mommy's busy. But don't worry, you have Daddy and Grandpa and Grandma here with you. Zhao Xin pouted. She's always busy, always busy. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled and said gently, If Mommy didn't work hard to make money, there'd be no meat to eat and no pretty dresses for you. Making money is hard work, you know? Oh. Zhao Xin quickly changed the subject. Daddy, I want to eat haishihua. Cheng Tianyuan had never stayed by the sea before and had no idea what haishihua was, so he was a bit confused. What's haishihua? Is it an edible flower? A flower that grows by the sea? Ranran quickly explained, No, Daddy, haishihua is kind of like tofu pudding, smooth, cool, and really tasty. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Where can we buy it? Your sister wants some. Ranran replied, There are lots of places by the sea that sell it. Cheng Tianyuan glanced toward the counter and asked, Dad, did you order food for me? Zhao Xin says she wants haishihua. No. Shi's father shook his head. She already had a bowl this morning. Haishihua is very cooling. If you have a weak constitution or a sensitive stomach, you shouldn't eat too much. Kids shouldn't have it often, just once in a while. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and coaxed his daughter. We'll get some in a couple of days, okay? Zhao Xin pouted, a little unhappy. Yang came over, grinning. It's okay, we'll take Daddy out for barbecue tonight. Don't you love grilled squid? We'll get a big one and lots of tentacles for you. Xiao Xin quickly cheered up and snuggled up. Daddy, second brother says we're going for barbecue, okay? Okay, Cheng Tianyuan agreed right away. Soon, the seafood noodles arrived. There's never a shortage of seafood by the sea. The hotel restaurant gets fresh deliveries every day, so guests can have it whenever they want. The noodle soup was full of squid and little shellfish, bright and colorful, and looked delicious. Cheng Tianyuan was starving and started eating heartily. Zhao Chong and Zhao Xin, being little, couldn't sit still for long and soon ran off. Grandpa and Grandma each chased after one, leading them around the restaurant. Ran idly looked at the menu. Yang sat next to his dad, his chubby face full of smiles. Daddy, is the seafood good? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. It's delicious. Yang grinned. Everything in the capital is great, except it's too far from the sea. If you want fresh seafood like this, it's crazy expensive. Grandma never wants to buy it. If we could live by the sea. When you grow up, you can live wherever you want. Cheng Tianyuan interrupted with a smile. As long as you can afford it, you can go anywhere you like. Yang rolled his eyes and muttered, Dad, I mean now. Of course not now, Cheng Tianyuan laughed. We can't move here just for seafood. How would we make a living? Mom's factory is in the capital, and so is my business. If we moved here, what would we do? Sell seafood. Ran burst out laughing, teasing her brother. You dummy. All you think about is eating. Look at you, you little pig. You're the pig, Yang huffed. Don't you eat? Can you say you don't need to eat? What's wrong with thinking about food? Nothing to be ashamed of. The two brothers bickered back and forth, almost starting a fight. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and put a stop to it, his face stern. I've been hungry all day. Can't you two let me finish my noodles in peace? They immediately quieted down, grinning sheepishly and turning their attention to the menu. Dad's authority always worked. Just a stern look and they wouldn't dare act up. But Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong were too young to read the mood and would sometimes throw tantrums together, not caring if Dad was angry or not. Cheng Tianyuan treated them differently. The little ones were only about too young to understand, so he mostly coaxed and cajoled them. Soon, Zhao Xin came running back, hugging his leg. Daddy, let's go to the beach. Cheng Tianyuan quickly finished his noodles and wiped his mouth. Can we go now? Isn't it too sunny? Grandpa came over, smiling. Wait another half hour, then it'll be fine. Grandma suggested, let's go upstairs and get the toys and let Daddy rest for a bit. So the whole group headed for the elevator, squeezing in together and going up to the top floor. Grandpa praised, This hotel's facilities are really nice and it's very clean. They clean twice a day. Zhao Xin muttered, It's just too expensive. Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad all laughed. How do you know? Do you know how much it costs per night? What's expensive to you? Zhao Xin thought hard, shook her little head, and finally said, Grandma told me. Everyone burst out laughing. The sky was bright, but it was still cold and damp. Cheng Tianfang curled up under her covers, turned over, and immediately felt the chill on the empty side of the bed. She woke up instantly. For the past couple of days, the heating pipes at home seemed to be clogged. The warm air coming out was less and less. She always turned it up to the max, but still kept getting woken up by the cold. Annoyed, she rolled over again, wrapping the quilt tightly around herself like a big dumpling, but it still wasn't warm enough. Without him sleeping beside her, the bed felt cold and uncomfortable no matter how she lay. Thinking of this, she got angry all over again. It was already the 6th day of the new year, and he still hadn't come back. Not only had he not come back, he hadn't even called. No phone call, not even a word to her in person. If her in-laws hadn't explained that he'd gone abroad, she wouldn't have known at all. That night, her brother hadn't explained things clearly, and before she could ask, he'd scolded her and sent her home. Her in-laws said he wanted to take advantage of the holiday to get away, clear his head, and change his environment. What did he need to clear his head for? She was the one who couldn't get pregnant. She was the one under the most pressure. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. Just then, she heard voices outside the window. Her brother and sister-in-law had gone south to vacation with their parents and the kids. There was no one else at home. It was probably Xiao Yi and the others. "Brother Juan, remember to eat a hot meal at lunch. This sandwich is for you as a snack. Sometimes your surgeries run long. Eat it during your break so you won't get too hungry." "Got it. The baby's getting bigger, so don't overdo it. Every time I see you carrying that big belly, I feel bad." "It's nothing. I'm just making some bread. It's not tiring. Besides, I can't just sit around all day. I like making things for you to eat. I asked Mom to buy extra ribs at the market. I'll make salt-baked ribs for you tonight." "Great. I'll come home right after my meeting this afternoon. Drive safe. The roads are slippery. Don't go too fast." "I know. Go inside now. It's too cold out." Their voices were full of gentle laughter. Even through the cold walls, the warmth and happiness came through. Cheng Tianfang was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but think of when she and her husband were dating and their early days of marriage. Back then, they were just as sweet, just as loving. She sighed softly. Her brother had been right. How had their life turned out like this? It was their life. They were the ones living it. So how had it ended up this way? She needed to have an answer in her heart. Did she? Honestly, Xue Heng was a man with no real faults. Other than being a bit indecisive, he was nearly perfect. So what was she dissatisfied with? Why did she always take her anger out on him? Having a child was something for both of them. If she felt pressure, he must too. So how could she dump all that pressure on him? For the past year or two, she'd come home like a bomb, ready to explode at the slightest spark. And the one lighting the fuse was almost always herself. How had she become like this? Sigh. Tears welled up in her eyes as she lay in bed, warm on the outside but cold and empty inside. Her in-laws had always treated her well, really well. Everyone in this family had always been genuinely good to her, but she'd managed to turn what should have been a wonderful life into something so cramped and lonely. Suddenly she realized how much she missed Xue Heng. During the first couple days of the new year, she hadn't had to work, and the house was cold and empty. Her in-laws went out visiting. Xiao Yi and Xue Huan were sweet and loving, and she was the only one left, sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV. Outside, everywhere was lively and festive for the new year, but she couldn't even go back to her own family. Both neighboring apartments were locked up tight. She remembered reading somewhere that when people are lonely, they tend to overthink things. These past few days, she really had thought a lot. She got up to wash, boiled water in the living room and the kitchen. Her mother-in-law had come by last night saying she'd be out this morning and might not be back for lunch. She'd brought over a bundle of vermicelli, some vegetable buns, and some ribs, so Tianfang could make breakfast and lunch. Even when she was busy, her mother-in-law still worried about the younger generation's meals. Would that happen in other families? Tianfang felt a warm glow in her heart as she started steaming the buns. The house was too quiet, so she turned on the TV again. It was all New Year's galas and performances, nothing new. She poured herself some water, took a sip, and started nibbling on a bun. Her mother-in-law's cooking was never great, nothing like her own mom's. The buns were just so-so. Suddenly she realized she hadn't made buns herself in ages. When she was busy with work, she'd just go to work. When she wasn't working, she'd laze on the sofa, watching TV and waiting for Xue Heng. He'd take her out for Western food, fast food, all kinds of things she liked. At home, she really couldn't be bothered to cook. She had to admit she'd gotten lazier these past few years. She didn't have much appetite, so she put the bun down. Suddenly, she noticed a bit of vegetable stuck to her pajamas, bent down to pick it off. Her pajamas were thick winter ones, bought when the two of them went shopping together, warm and comfortable. But she hadn't washed them in ages, and they were getting dirty. She tugged at them, then froze. She stared in disbelief at her bulging belly, stunned. She'd gained weight. She'd always known that, but told herself she was just a little chubby. When she showered, she'd noticed a bit more fat, especially around her waist and belly, but thought it was just a little. This winter she'd bought pants 3 sizes bigger, but she kept telling herself it was just a little more weight. Now, looking at her stomach, she saw 3 rolls of fat, one on top of another. God, not only did she have a belly, but it was 3 layers deep. If she'd had a baby, she could at least blame it on that, but she couldn't even imagine. She stared, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed. She was only in her early 30s. How had she ended up with a figure like a middle-aged auntie? Just then, the TV started playing a weight loss video, teaching people with big bellies to exercise more, eat less meat, and eat more fruits and vegetables. The best way is to do sit-ups until your belly aches. Do more every day, and if you can't keep it up, the fat will just keep piling on. Tianfang watched for a while and realized it was the same sit-ups her old PE teacher used to teach. Looks like she couldn't keep being lazy. If she kept eating and lazing around, even she would start to hate herself. She got up, changed out of her pajamas, washed them, and hung them up to dry. Then she cleaned the house and living room, wiped the tables and floors. Finally, she tried doing sit-ups on the sofa, but after just 3 or 4, her stomach hurt so much she couldn't get up. She laughed bitterly. Back in technical school, she could do over 100 at a time. Now, how had it come to this? She gritted her teeth and managed a couple more, soon breaking out in sweat and collapsing, exhausted. The few sit-ups that used to be so easy now took her several minutes to finish. Lying on the sofa, looking at her 3 layers of belly fat, Cheng Tianfang started to sob quietly. Her brother's words echoed in her ears. Life is lived by you. You're the one who decides what your life is like. Wiping away her tears, Cheng Tianfang sat up straight, took a few deep breaths, and started doing sit-ups again. After a while, she couldn't go on and had to rest for a few minutes. That afternoon, she was so tired she couldn't eat, but knowing that skipping 2 meals in a row would hurt her stomach, she made a little porridge. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. She thought it was Xue Heng and rushed to answer, but it was a colleague asking if she could swap shifts around the Lantern Festival so she could go home. She wanted to work intensively for a few days and then take a week off, hoping Tianfang could help. Tianfang, feeling lonely at home anyway, agreed right away. Her colleague thanked her and promised to treat her to Western fast food after the holiday. In recent years, Western fast food had become trendy in the capital. There weren't many fast food places, but everyone was packed. Kids and young people loved it. Tianfang was a big fan herself, always craving it. Xue Heng never lacked money, and he wasn't picky. Since his wife liked it, he often took her out for it. Her colleague was delighted she agreed and immediately set a date for fast food. Tianfang hesitated, about to say yes, but then thought of her 3 layers of belly fat and her in-laws' advice. Her father-in-law had seen her and Xue Heng eating fast food often and advised them to eat less. He explained that Western fast food was mostly meat and fried foods, high in calories, easy to cause unhealthy weight gain, and had many side effects. He never forbade it, just smiled and said it was fine once in a while, but not as a regular habit. Her mother-in-law would say, "You should eat more fresh vegetables and fruit. When we go to the market, we always buy fresh ingredients and cook at home. It's healthier and fresher. That Western food is all processed and prepped in advance, so you can't guarantee it's fresh. It's better to cook for yourself." They were both doctors, so their advice was authoritative. But she'd always ignored it, letting herself go until she had 3 thick layers of belly fat. Tianfang smiled and said quietly, "Let's talk when you get back. I haven't had much appetite lately, so I'd better skip the fast food for now." Her colleague exclaimed, "Oh no, I had a few fried chicken wings the other day and broke out in 3 pimples. It hurts so much. My husband even teased me for looking ugly. So annoying." Tianfang touched her face, which had gotten much rounder, and quickly pulled her hand away in alarm. Let's chat when you're back. I'm making lunch now." Her colleague agreed and hung up. Tianfang went back to the kitchen, and the smell of millet porridge made her feel a bit better. It seemed she really did need to change her lifestyle. For the next few days, she didn't eat at her in-laws, but stayed home cleaning and exercising, eating only light vegetables and millet porridge for her meals. When the sun came out at noon, she'd take all the bedding out to the balcony to air and exercise in the sun herself. Her mother-in-law would open the balcony door to air out her own bedding. Tianfang greeted her. Her mother-in-law saw her exercising and smiled. "The sun's just right today, so I'm airing out some quilts and coats. Fang, it's great to exercise. Young people should move more. You look so much more energetic. Tianfang smiled. Exercise really does make you feel better. I sleep much better at night now. Her mother-in-law exclaimed, You look much better these past couple of days. Before, your face was so pale, either too thin or just looking weak. Your father-in-law even told me to make more nourishing soups for you. Now that it's spring, I'm planning to buy some herbs to make tonic soup for you. No need, Tianfang smiled. I just needed more exercise and a healthier diet. I'll be fine soon. Her mother-in-law said, No worries, Heng and Huan can drink it too. When I make it, you young people can all have some. Zhao Yi's about to give birth, so she can't have this stuff. Tianfang hadn't seen Zhao Yi in days and asked, She's at home, right? Is she doing okay? She's fine, her mother-in-law replied cheerfully. She's young and healthy, even with a big belly. I always worry she's struggling, but she says she's fine. She just went to the market with Sister Achin. She said she'll make braised chicken wings tonight and bring you a couple. Hearing there'd be meat, Tianfang perked up, but then caught sight of her 3 layers of belly fat out of the corner of her eye. No, Mom, I'm dieting these days. Better not eat too much meat. Her mother-in-law laughed. Dieting? You're not even fat. It's normal to put on a little weight in winter. Tianfang smiled wryly. No way. If I keep letting myself go, I'll be a real fatty. I need to exercise and eat less meat. You all eat it. I don't want to be tempted. Her mother-in-law nodded. All right, you keep exercising. If you want anything, just tell me and I'll make it for you. Thanks, Mom. Tianfang smiled. Her mother-in-law asked, Have your parents called? No, Tianfang explained. They always call my brother or sister-in-law. Now that they've gone south, they haven't called. Ranran and the others start school after the Lantern Festival, so they should be back before then. Not long now, her mother-in-law said cheerfully. It's already the 9th day of the new year. Haven't seen them in a while. I really miss them. Winter break is short, so they can only go for about a month. I heard it's really warm in Yincheng, over 20 degrees even in winter. Last night, Jillian and I watched the weather forecast and saw it was 29 degrees there. Tianfang's eyes flickered. Mom, has Heng called you? He wouldn't ignore his parents, even if he was avoiding her. He'd definitely call to check in. Her mother-in-law shook her head. No, maybe he's just too busy. International calls are expensive and the signal's not great, so maybe he couldn't get through. When he was abroad before, it was always hard to call, so expensive. But he'd write us a letter every week, sometimes about his studies, classmates, or just a few words to let us know he was okay. Tianfang sighed inwardly. She didn't know why, but with him gone, her heart felt so empty. At first, she'd been the one picking fights, thinking he'd come and coax her like always during the holidays. Before the new year, he'd stayed at her parents' place. She knew that. When he didn't come back, she got even more stubborn and ignored him. Who would have thought he'd just leave and go so far without leaving her a single message? Her mother-in-law explained she still had water boiling on the stove and went back inside. Tianfang stood on the balcony, feeling the cool breeze, her heart full of longing and worry. She missed the man she loved, and worried that maybe life had worn him down so much that he'd left for good, never to return to their little family. She was truly worried. Early in the morning, Cheng Tianyuan took the kids to play in the sand by the sea. Sunlight shone on the beach, turning the whole shore into a shimmering silver. The waves rolled in, one after another, layer upon layer, surging and tumbling, all rushing toward the coast. She's father and mother strolled along the beach, chatting and laughing together. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan's cell phone rang at his waist. He brushed the sand off his hands and quickly answered. Hello? Aiwan? It's Ahu. Cheng Tianyuan replied, It's me, Ahu. How are things over there? I called last night but no one answered. Is everything okay at home? How's Wang Qing? Ahu let out a long sigh. Home is fine. Godfather and godmother are helping me look after the 2 older kids, so there's no problem. But Qing isn't doing well. She's physically weak, and after losing the baby, she's really struggling emotionally. Chung Tianyuan sighed as well, lowering his voice. You and Auntie should spend more time with her. Bring the kids to see her. Even though kids can be noisy, their moods are infectious. Yeah, I'll pick them up this afternoon and bring them and Godfather and Godmother over. With more people around, maybe she'll feel better. She's not in good shape, and after such a blow, her spirits are really low. Chung Tianyuan said quietly, You know Wang Qing's always been sensitive. Even people with strong minds might not handle something like this well. Be patient, be gentle, and stay with her as much as you can. Of course. But Godfather and Godmother will probably have to stay here a while longer. We have a nanny at home, but with us away, you never know. What if something happened to the kids? So I hope they can stay another 10 days or so to help with the older two. Chung Tianyuan agreed readily. My kids are older now, and the big ones can look after the little ones. Plus, my in-laws can help too. It's no problem. Let them stay as long as they need. Thanks, brother. I've been so overwhelmed lately, it's been really tough. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Is there anything else? Anything I can help with? No, not really. These years, your sister-in-law and I have been selling jeans, and business has been good. I've saved over $1 million. Money isn't the issue. It's just, my brother-in-law got into trouble, and I haven't dared tell Qing, afraid she'll break down. Chung Tianyuan asked, What happened? Is it health-related? He was riding his motorcycle and hit an old man. The old man was badly hurt and is in the hospital, costing a fortune every day. The family is demanding money from my brother-in-law, making him pay every day. Over the past month, he's already asked me for money twice, over 100,000 in total. We're relatives, so of course I help, but I'm worried they're taking advantage of him. But with Qing like this, I can't leave. My mother-in-law fainted from high blood pressure when she heard, and now she's in the hospital too. It's chaos. I just sent my brother-in-law another 50,000. Right now, all I can do is throw money at the problem. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment and suggested, They're honest people, probably afraid of being scammed. Did you call the police? You used to work in traffic. Can't you get someone to help? You don't know. My old unit is being reorganized, merging into the police force. Everyone's swamped. I asked Amin to help, but he's too honest. He got yelled at and kicked out by the other family. Chung Tianyuan shook his head. Your brother-in-law should call the police. With the police involved, everything will be handled by the law. Compensation, medical bills, all of it. Just handing over money won't solve anything. If the other side is trying to scam him, it'll never end. You're right. I'll tell him to call the police. Some of my old colleagues said they'd go check it out this afternoon. Chung Tianyuan suddenly thought of something. How's Wang Qing now? Is it just her mood? She's physically weak, but otherwise okay. It's mainly her mental state. The doctors even worried she might get depression. My old colleagues said the unit's being reorganized, so I have to go back and do paperwork, but I just can't leave right now. Chung Tianyuan blurted out, Why don't you bring Wang Ting back to Rongcheng? What do you mean? Wouldn't that just make things worse? She's already in a bad state, her brother's in trouble, her mom's in the hospital. Wouldn't that just push her over the edge? But Chung Tianyuan disagreed. You don't get it. She needs a change of scene and a shift in focus. Tell her family needs her, and she'll have to pull herself together and go help. Her family is her roots. She can't just stand by. For her family, she'll find the strength to carry on. Wang Qing is sensitive, but she can be strong for her loved ones. That actually makes sense. Chung Tianyuan rolled his eyes. A little sense? I'm telling you, this will really help Wang Qing, and you can help your brother-in-law too. You used to work in traffic, you have connections. This is your area of expertise, why not use it now? Ahu thought for a moment, then quickly said, All right, I'll do as you say. Chung Tianyuan urged, Go now, take Wang Ting back to Rongcheng. My parents can watch the house, you don't need to worry. Just remember to bring enough money. Ahu agreed and hung up. Daddy, was that Mommy? Yang Yang asked with a grin. Chung Tianyuan shook his head. It was Uncle Hu. Yang Yang looked disappointed, then reminded him, You have to tell Mommy to bring us snacks from abroad, lots and lots. Little foodie, Chung Tianyuan laughed, then looked around. Where are your brother and sister? Yang Yang pointed to the other side. He saw Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong digging holes in the sand, while Ran Ran was by the water with a basket, collecting shells. Cheng Tianyuan hurried over to the little ones, only to find their pants and even their shirts were soaked. All right, that's enough. Come with Daddy to change clothes. Zhao Xin pouted. No, we want to keep playing. Zhao Chong shouted happily. Daddy, look! There's a little crab in here. Cheng Tianyuan peeked in and saw a hole about a foot deep, with a tiny crab crawling inside. Hard to spot if you didn't look closely. Wow, there really is a crab, Zhao Chong explained. Grandpa said there are crabs hiding in the holes on the beach. Brave Zhao Xin reached in to grab the crab, laughing triumphantly. Zhao Chong panicked. Put it down! You'll kill it! But Zhao Xin wouldn't let go and ran off. Zhao Chong, upset, threw down his shovel and chased after her. The two little ones started squabbling. Cheng Tianyuan could only shake his head and rush over to play peacemaker, coaxing and persuading. Across the ocean, snow was falling heavily. At dusk, a taxi pulled up in front of the hotel. The door opened and a tall, handsome man bundled up against the cold got out, followed by a woman wrapped up like a dumpling. Another taxi arrived behind them, and soon a few more people got out. Everyone gathered together. Sheling called out cheerfully, Let's go in and have a hot dinner first, then get some rest. Yes. They chatted as they entered the hotel. Boss Xue, you're so generous. Hanging out with you these days, it's been a feast every day. I almost don't want to go home. Then stay with us a few more days. Eat as much as you want. Ha ha! After dinner, everyone went upstairs to rest. Sheling took a hot shower, then sat by the bedside lamp, poring over documents. She hadn't used a foreign language in years, and most of the technical terms were long forgotten. She stumbled through the reading. Frowning, she finally got up and knocked on the door next door. Shi Heng opened the door, yawning. What is it? Not sleeping yet? Aren't you tired? Sheling pointed at the documents. There are so many words I don't understand. They're all technical terms. It's not easy to get. Shi Heng shrugged. I don't understand a lot of it either. Xieling rolled her eyes. Get out the new dictionary we bought the other day. Quick! So Shi Heng was dragged over to help translate. The two of them sat under the lamp, looking things up and reading together. Sheling even pulled out her cell phone to call back home, consulting a technician at Zheng Sanyuan's factory. It wasn't until after 11 that night that Xue Heng, yawning non-stop, collapsed onto the sofa. I can't do it anymore. I'm exhausted. Up early every day, always on the road, touring factories. Do you think I'm made of iron? Sheling didn't even look up, mocking. You think I'm just lazing around here? Don't you want your money? That shut Xue Heng up, and he sat up sheepishly. Sis, who doesn't want money? But you can't work yourself to death for it. If I keep this up, I'll die in a foreign country. Sheling was even more ruthless. Don't worry. I'll bring your ashes back to China. I won't let you die abroad. I'll make sure you're buried in the capital, put up a memorial tablet in the old house, and burn incense for you every New Year. Shi Heng. Shouldn't he be able to die in peace after hearing that? Instead, he was just exasperated. He took a deep breath. Sis, this money isn't easy to make. Didn't you hear what they said? They'll provide the technology, but we have to use their technicians and they want 80% of the profits. Other than raw materials, there's barely any profit left for us. They're not really sincere. Why should we do this? I came for the money, not to serve the people of another country. Xueling smiled, lowering her voice. It's fine if you don't want to serve others. Right now we need to have the determination to fight for our own interests. Fight for what? Shi Heng grumbled. They said they've patented everything. Even if our technicians can do it, it's infringement. That's illegal. Sheling shook her head. Those are the big company patents. We can't afford those, and it's their lifeblood. But what about other things? If diapers are out, what about something else? Remember those research projects Cherish showed me? I'm interested in those. Xue Heng yawned. Which one? Sanitary pads, Xueling replied. Xie Heng's eyes flickered. You mean for women's periods? Yes, Xueling said quietly. That's an area that's really lacking in China. If we can buy the university lab's patent and produce it ourselves, wouldn't that be great? I checked. The materials are all available back home, cotton and dust-free paper, and the cost isn't high. This double-winged sanitary pad isn't even on the market in China yet. Xue Heng thought for a moment. If we buy the patent, can we make the machines? Xie Ling said, We should be able to, but it'll take some extra work. I can't explain it, but the machinery will be tricky. Let's get the patent first, then have our techs back home work on the machines. That's tough, Xue Heng said in a low voice. We can handle the other steps, but making the machines will be hard unless they give us the blueprints. Otherwise, it'll take a lot of time. Xie Ling thought for a moment. When you buy a patent, shouldn't the machine designs be included? Not necessarily, Xue Heng explained. Some foreigners patent a little gadget with just an idea, no machine design at all. Xie Ling nodded. Tomorrow, let's have Cherry take us to the university lab to ask. Xie Heng, still yawning, didn't dare refuse and quickly agreed. Time flew by and soon it was the Lantern Festival. Cheng Tianyuan booked tickets and brought his in-laws and the kids back to the capital. As soon as they got off the plane, Xie's parents hurried to help the kids put on more clothes. The kids were all excited, laughing and chattering. Cheng Tianyuan was busy with the luggage, calling out, Ran, Yang, one of you hold your brother's hand, the other hold your sister's. There are a lot of people here. Don't get separated. Ran carried her little brother. Yang held Xiao Xin's hand. Xie's parents helped with the luggage. There were a lot of people, but with everyone organized, one adult led the way. The 4 kids followed, and the 2 elders brought up the rear. Soon they made it out of the airport. Xiao Xin asked, Where's Mommy? Didn't she come to pick us up? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Mommy isn't back in the capital yet. We're faster than her. Let's give her a surprise when she gets home. Yay, the kids cheered.